Chapter 158, Goblin Crypt End. Please stand aside. A third-year student, who seemed to be a cleric, tapped Est's shoulder. She's under a powerful sleep spell. Normal means won't wake her up. The holy magic of clerics were powerful counters for dark magic and curses. Usually, when a group tried to fight against creatures who wielded dark magic, bringing a cleric would increase their chances of not getting wiped out in a battle. Est nodded his head in understanding and stepped away. The lady student pressed her hand over Wendy's forehead and chanted, "Dispel," the lady said as her hand glowed with magical power. When the glow receded, Wendy's eyelids fluttered. She then opened her eyes and looked around in a daze. "Wendy, can you remember what happened?" Est asked immediately after Wendy opened her eyes. Head Prefect. Wendy was still half awake and couldn't process the current situation. The lady cleric sighed and gave Est the, "I'll leave this to you, look." She then stood up and went to check the other captives for injuries. Est took out a blanket from his storage ring and wrapped it firmly around the young lady who was still in a daze. Kenneth, Ian, and Isaac made a protective perimeter around them to prevent anyone from sneaking glances at Wendy. While Est was trying to get answers from Wendy, William was interrogating Spencer, who had woken up a minute earlier than his twin sister. He had seen Wendy's state and almost made a commotion. Fortunately, William was there. The shepherd immediately delivered a punch to Spencer's stomach which rendered him unable to move due to pain. While the boy was curled up like a shrimp, William told him that his sister was unharmed. After hearing William's explanation, Spencer finally calmed down and cooperated with William's interrogation. Two whips that seemed to be made from dark energy attacked you from your blind spots and allowed the goblin shaman to fire its curses at all of you. William frowned. Also, you saw hands materialized out of thin air that helped the goblin shaman rain down curses on your group. Are you sure this is what you saw? I'm sure of it, head prefect, Spencer answered firmly. I swear it to the gods. Calm down, William patted his shoulder. I'm not saying that I don't believe you. I'm just trying to understand how your party ended up in this manner. William didn't doubt Spencer's words, because he was very familiar with the sneak attack that rendered them unable to battle. The two skills Spencer mentioned were two of the high-end skills that belong to the Dark Mage job class, can be used to attack, defend, or let the user maneuver over the terrain. William had used these two skills when he fought against the Cyclops inside the Trial of Courage. He was well aware of how flexible these two attacks were. However, based on Spencer's story, the hobgoblin shaman they fought were not able to use these two abilities. That only meant one thing. There was a high-tier hobgoblin shaman that attacked them from the shadows. As William continued his interrogation, the clerics among the students had woken everyone from their slumber. Aside from Spencer, Wendy, Brutus, and Bruno, there were 12 other people who had become captives of the hobgoblin warriors. These people were locals of Hartlepool and had only come to the 14th floor to try their luck in getting better monster drops. Harrison scanned the surroundings with a grim expression. As someone who was familiar with the hobgoblins of the Goblin Crypt, he found the hobgoblins' actions very unnatural. Goblins were well known to only capture female adventurers, and dispose of the men. They used these women in order to breed and increase their numbers, so capturing the girls was understandable. What he didn't understand was why the goblins spared the men. Aside from superficial injuries, most of them were unscathed. Also, the cages where the captives were locked up were well made. It was impossible for hobgoblins to create such cages, which only led to one thing. They were created by humans. Both of you are head prefects, correct? Harrison asked Est and William, who were tending to their friends. Yes, Est answered. William nodded his head. Immediately notify the school and ask them to send a team to investigate, Harrison. Tell them that there's a possibility of foul play inside the dungeon. Foul play was the code word that someone was capturing adventurers to be sold as slaves. This was a common thing in most dungeon towns and cities, and that meant that the officials managing the dungeon were in cahoots with the slave traders. When this violation was proven true by the officers of the king, all violators would be sent to the kingdom's mining areas where they would spend the rest of their lives mining for ores. A brief flash of killing intent flashed across Kent's eyes, but disappeared the next moment. He was regretting the fact that he had targeted the students of the Royal Academy. I need to ensure that I leave no traces behind, Kent thought as he gestured for his men to leave the area. I have to keep a low profile for the time being. Kent activated the teleport crystal in his hand, which would send him back to the entrance of the dungeon. He needed to leave the town as soon as possible and tell his accomplices to cease all operations until things cooled down. This will make it hard for me to reach the quota for the next few months. Kent sighed as he calculated his losses. I got too greedy. Kent knew that the students in the Royal Academy were considered to be very talented individuals. When he saw Wendy, he knew that the pretty young lady would fetch a very high price in the black market. Frankly, Kent had no thoughts of selling her. He was more interested in turning her into his personal slave. Kent had seen a glimpse of Wendy's fighting ability through the eyes of his slave. He could tell that she was a rough gem waiting to be polished. If he could make Wendy his slave, he was confident that after a week or two, he would be able to train her into a loyal servant who would happily open her legs and allow him to ravage her as he wished. Sadly, the opportunity had been lost, and it also brought a lot of problems in its wake. Kent knew that an investigation would be held and the guards manning the dungeon would be replaced. The town mayor might also lose his position if he couldn't convince the officers of the king that he had no part in the slave trading that was being done inside his own town. Kent was not optimistic that his old pal would be able to lie his way through this event. Half of the payment for the slaves went to Kent, while the other half went to the town mayor. Both of them had worked together for many years, and the latter would definitely be proven guilty by the officers of the kingdom. I really regret it, Kent sighed again as he rode in a carriage that was headed towards the town's gate. I have no choice but to return using a new identity and start from scratch again. While Kent was making his escape, William and his party escorted Spencer, Wendy, Brutus, and Bruno towards the guard captain of the academy who was stationed at the teleport gates. They needed to file a report so that the staff of the academy in Hartlepool could be made aware of the suspected foul play that had targeted the students of the Helen Royal Academy. Chapter 159, You Can Repay Me with Your Body. Thank you for saving me, Wendy said as she enclosed William's hand with her two hands. If not for head prefect William, I might have already been. William looked at her with a gentle gaze as he patted her shoulder. I'm not the only one who came to rescue you, Est and the other students of the academy were there to lend their help. Also, it was your big brother, Spencer, who activated the school's emblem to call for help. If you have to thank someone, you should thank him first. Wendy nodded her head. I will thank Big Brother later, but it was the head prefect who found our location. If there is anything I can do to repay you, please, tell me and I will do my best to meet your expectations. William wanted to tease the little girl and say, you can repay me with your body, but he immediately changed his mind when he felt 4 killing intense lock onto his back. William was sure that if he decided to go ahead with his plan to tease Wendy, Spencer's spear and a few other sharp weapons would pierce his back. The red-headed boy lightly coughed and put on a righteous expression. Wendy, you are a student of the Helen Royal Academy. As fellow students, it is only right and proper that I extend my help. There is no need for a reward. However, if you really insist on giving me a reward, the one thing you can do for me is to keep yourself safe. It pains my heart to see someone as beautiful as you suffer. Please, take care of yourself for me, won't you? William thought that his award-winning performance was enough to pacify the people who had the intention of turning him into a human barbecue. What he didn't expect was that their killing intent only grew stronger as Wendy looked up at him with an infatuated gaze. I will keep myself safe and pure for head prefect, Wendy stuttered as her face turned beet red. Wendy is willing to wait until the head prefect comes of age. When that time comes, I will. Wendy said something, but it was too soft and low for William to hear and understand. Even so, William thought that the young lady was only saying her gratitude to him. Yes, please keep yourself safe and pure for me. William smiled. I like Wendy, so I hope that you will grow up to be a strong and beautiful lady that will protect the weak from those who try to oppress them. Head prefect likes me. You bet, I really like Wendy a lot. I like you, too, head prefect. The feeling is mutual then. William chuckled. Suddenly, William's sixth sense screamed of danger as all the hairs at the back of his neck stood on end. The shepherd immediately jumped to the side as he evaded the spear that was thrust at his back by mere centimeters. Big brother, what are you doing? Wendy raised her voice in anger. How dare you get in the way of my intimate moment with head prefect William? Tisk. Spencer clicked his tongue because he missed his target. I'm sorry, head prefect. My spear suddenly moved on its own. I apologize if I scared you. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm not hurt. Just be careful next time. William nodded his head in understanding. Fool, What do you mean your spear suddenly moved on its own? Do you think I'm stupid? Wait till we return to the academy, I'll make sure to straighten you up. William was about to say something else when he felt someone pinch the side of his waist. He almost screamed like a little girl due to the pain. Fortunately, he was able to close his lips in time as he endured the sudden pain that came out of nowhere. When the pain subsided, the red-headed boy glared at Ian, who was standing right next to him. What's your problem? William asked with a hateful glare. Sorry, my hand moved on its own, Ian said with a smile. Are you hurt, head prefect? William's lips twitched in anger when he heard the snot-nosed pansy's reply. Why are you acting like a jealous girlfriend? Are you jealous because I'm more handsome than you? Do you want me to give you some beauty tips? The two bickering buddies were about to have a go at each other, like usual, so Est immediately separated the two of them and stood in the middle. All right, settle down, Est said as he pushed both boys away from each other. The teleport gate will activate in 10 minutes. Don't make a scene or we might get punished when we return to the academy. William and Ian snorted at the same time. Est looked at the two of them with a fed-up expression as if he had already given up trying to convince the two boys to get along with each other. Everyone thought that the situation had finally calmed down, but that thought instantly vanished when the infatuated girl, Wendy, appeared beside William and held his hand like it was a very normal thing for her to do. Head prefect, I forgot to ask. How were you able to find us? Wendy asked with upturned eyes. Her eyes were so clear and bright that William could see his face reflected in them. It's good that nothing really happened to you, William thought. That was his genuine feelings in regards to Wendy. William felt that it would really be tragic if someone as kind and caring as Wendy were to lose the brilliance in her eyes because of this incident. I'm glad we made it in time, William muttered his thoughts out loud. Head prefect. Wendy tilted her head in a cute manner which gave William a strong urge to pinch her cheeks. Remembering the girl's question, William cleared his throat to give the excuse he had prepared beforehand. The one who found your location was Mama Ella, William answered. Me. The Angorian goat tilted her head in confusion. You see, Mama Ella has a very sensitive nose. She can easily find me, even if we are miles apart. Me. Ella nodded her head in acknowledgement. Although William was spouting nonsense about the sensitivity of her nose, it was true that she could find William even if they were miles apart. I see, thank you Mama Ella. Wendy bowed her head towards William's mother. From now on, can I also call you Mama? I was just joking. ... Me. Wendy hugged Ella with a big smile on her face as she thanked the goat for helping to save her. I guess I need to take things slowly. Ella is much smarter than I thought. William looked at this touching scene while scratching his cheeks. He felt bad about lying to Wendy, but he couldn't possibly tell her that he had placed a tracker on her and Spencer. He didn't want others to think that he was a stalker. While the shepherd was thinking of these mundane thoughts, Est, Ian, and Spencer looked at him as if they were looking at a dead person. Inside their minds, they had already butchered him countless times already. Only the delicate-looking Kenneth looked at this scene with a smile on his face. Chapter 160, A Tale of Tears, Blood, and Suffering. When William and the rest returned to the academy, they were immediately summoned by the dean and hurriedly brought to his office. This was the first time that William had entered the dean's office since he enrolled at the Royal Academy. The room was less extravagant than he initially thought it would be. He could even say that it is quite plain. Nothing stood out enough to make it look like the room of the most powerful person inside the academy. However, although the room had nothing to offer, the person sitting in the chair facing William and the others was a different matter. Such a strong presence, William thought. Although the dean was only sitting on his chair, William felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. He knew that the dean wasn't doing this on purpose, but it was similar to the presence held by his master, Celine, and his grandpa, James, when they were planning to do something serious. Thank you for coming, the dean of the academy, Simon Otis Beasley, said with a smile. Please, sit down and tell me everything that happened from start to finish. Everyone sat down, and Spencer started to narrate their tale. While Wendy's twin brother was telling his version of the story, William observed the dean of the academy. Simon had long blonde hair tied in a ponytail behind his back. His light green eyes were clear and bright. His pointy ears, that revealed his identity as an elf, listened seriously to Spencer's accounts of what happened. From all looks and angles, he looked like a man in his late 20s. However, since he was an elf, it made his age very hard to determine. William's master, Celine, was 28 years old, however, she looked like a young lady who had just turned 20. The red-headed boy had a feeling that even if 100 years were to pass, Celine would still look as she did now. "Thank you for sharing your story," Simon commented. "We will investigate this matter." Simon then scanned the students inside his office and gave another announcement. "Starting today, the Goblin Crypt will be inaccessible to the Academy for the duration of the investigation. I know that this incident has caused everyone some inconveniences, so I have decided to award each and every one of you 5,000 Academy points." Simon waved his hand and 5 white coins hovered in front of each student. "The Academy will not turn a blind eye on everyone's heroic efforts. I pray that in the future, you will continue to protect the safety of the students of the Royal Academy and uphold our dignity." The eyes of the third years widened when they saw the 5 white coins floating in front of them. Each white coin was equivalent to 1,000 Academy points. Usually, you could only earn 1,000 points once you finished 4 to 5 missions on the Academy's bulletin board. Aside from the first years, who didn't know how lucky they were, the rest of the students were feeling giddy because a meat pie had fallen from the sky. With this, they would be able to exchange for rare skills, weapons, armors, accessories, and many more items that were only exclusive in the exchange office of the Royal Academy. Before I forget. Simon cleared his throat. "This matter will be confidential. Don't tell anyone what happened inside the dungeon. We don't want the perpetrators to get wind of our investigation, so all of you must act accordingly. Do I make myself clear?" "Good." Simon nodded his head. "All of you may leave, except for Mr. Ainsworth. I still have a few questions to ask you." Est and the others gave William a glance before leaving the room. When the door of the office closed, only 2 people and 1 goat remained inside Simon's office. William didn't know why the dean asked him to stay. The latter busied himself in preparing tea, leaving William to ponder Simon's intention. 10 minutes later, Simon poured 2 cups of tea and placed one of them in front of William. The red-headed boy said his thanks before drinking the cup that was specially prepared just for him. The moment the tea entered William's mouth, he felt a refreshing taste that he had never felt before. It washed away the exhaustion and anxiety that he was currently feeling from the events that had happened inside the Goblin Crypt. Simon smiled as he observed William. He picked up his own cup of tea and drank it. A few minutes of peace passed before Simon finally decided to break the ice. "How is Celine?" Simon asked. "Is she doing well in Lant?" William returned the teacup on top of the table and looked at Simon with caution. Seeing the young boy's guarded expression, Simon chuckled and raised both of his hands in surrender. I meant no harm to you or your master," Simon said. "Master? I don't have any master," William commented. "What are you talking about, sir?" William knew that the Helen Kingdom had banned the use of dark magic. He was not gullible enough to expose his master's condition nor whereabouts to a stranger. Even if that person was the dean of the Royal Academy. Simon had an amused expression as he eyed the handsome half-elf in front of him. He was quite satisfied with William's reply because he didn't acknowledge anything that might compromise his master. She found a good disciple, Simon thought as his eyes landed on the mithril collar on William's neck. So, this is the child of Arwen and Maxwell. Lady Fate is truly a fickle lady. William noticed that the Academy Dean was looking at his collar with a gentle gaze. Even so, he was firm in his decision to protect his master's whereabouts and identity. "Did you know? I was one of the makers of that collar hanging on your neck," Simon stated. The collar of Wisteria, a special collar that was crafted to enslave a young elf named Celine because of the power of darkness that ran through her veins. William's eyes narrowed as he unconsciously clenched his fists that were lying on top of his lap. This collar was used to enslave Master. William felt his heart shudder. These bastards. William wanted to ask questions, but he resisted the urge and pressed his lips firmly together. He was afraid that he would start to hurl curses at the Academy's dean due to the anger that was rising inside his chest. Simon noticed the change in William's expression, but he didn't say anything about it. Instead, he continued his tale as if he was reminiscing out loud. "I can still remember her lifeless expression when she wore that same collar on her neck. Back then, everyone in the elf village disdained and scorned her for being impure. She was also subjected to very harsh training. Yes, she was subjected to torture using dark magic." Simon drank the remaining tea in his cup to wet his throat. When he was done, he returned it to the table and spoke once more. "I don't know how an 8-year-old was able to take that kind of training," Simon continued. There were times when she would return home and her dress would be dyed with her own blood. That is not something that any 8-year-old should experience. It was inhumane. William's fist was starting to shake, for he knew just how terrible and painful it was to be subjected to such torture using black magic. Simon sighed before looking up at the ceiling. When her training ended, she thought that everyone in the village would be able to accept her, but she was wrong. The elves are a proud race. They disdain anything that isn't pure. Although they tolerate half-elves in their territories, they also make them feel that they weren't welcome. Ha, such narrow-minded fools. On Celine's 12th birthday, she was exiled from the village and sent to the Dark Elves to continue her training. There, she suffered untold horrors. Horrors that any teenage girl would never dream to experience. This lasted until she turned 20 years old. Her grandfather, Darwin, personally went to bring her back from the northern continent. The Celine that came back with him was no longer the child that hoped for acceptance and love. Since the Silvermoon continent wouldn't accept her existence, Darwin decided to take her to the southern continent where his old friend lived. There, he hoped that Celine would regain the things that she had lost during her childhood. When she arrived at Lant, that was also the day when the collar on her neck was finally removed. Simon's gaze shifted and locked onto the collar on William's neck. The collar you wear on your neck right now was dyed with her own tears, blood, and suffering. Do you know, that collar is the most precious and hateful thing in her possession. A collar she had to wear in order to tell others that she had no intention of hurting them or anyone else. A collar that she was forced to wear so that others will feel safe in her presence. That is the history of the collar of Wisteria. A legacy of how the proud elven race chained up a young girl because they were afraid of some stupid prophecy. A prophecy that would bring them to their knees. Simon sneered. Didn't it even occur to them that if they showed her love and compassion, she would repay them in full? Perhaps they did, but they are a proud race. Elves are such a stupid race. A very stupid race. Simon ridiculed and mocked the elves as if he didn't belong to their race. The dean of the academy sighed one more time, before waving his hand. You may go, Simon ordered. The next time you see your master, know that your own suffering wasn't even a tenth of what she experienced in her lifetime. Make sure to treasure her well. William walked out of the dean's office in a daze, followed by his mama Ella. He didn't even know how he managed to return to his own room. Simon's tale was still circulating inside his head and it made him feel angry and ashamed at the same time. Angry because of how much suffering his master had gone through and shame for cursing his master, Celine, in his heart during the first few weeks of his own suffering. Chapter 161, Wendy's Secret Place. William sighed for the umpteenth time as he gazed out the window of his dormitory room. Kenneth, who was seated on top of his bed, frowned as he observed the sighing boy who seemed to be feeling downhearted. Just what happened inside the dean's office? Kenneth thought. Does it have something to do with what happened inside the dungeon? Kenneth was very curious, but he also respected William's privacy. In the end, he decided to remind the sighing boy that it was almost time for dinner. Well, let's have dinner, Kenneth said as he patted William's shoulder. William simply nodded his head and stood up from his chair. Ella decided to stay inside the room because she had already eaten. As the two made their way towards the dining hall, William felt a prickling gaze aimed in his direction. When William turned his head to see who it was, he noticed Spencer glaring at him from behind his back. If William hadn't heard Celine's tale, he might have already thought of a plan on how to make Spencer suffer. However, right now, he wasn't in the mood to deal with him. He unconsciously touched the collar on his neck and flinched. The collar you wear on your neck right now was dyed with her own tears, blood, and suffering. Simon's voice echoed inside William's head. As William continued to walk to their destination, another image appeared inside his head. It was the time when Celine was about to place the collar on his neck and William was lying on the floor, paralyzed. Celeste, William muttered the name of Celine's twin. The one who was favored by the elven race, and showered by their love and affection. Both of them were people, but their circumstances were like heaven and earth. William finally understood Celine's hate-filled ramblings that day. She was looking at William, as if she was looking at her 8-year-old self. Because the elven race was stronger than her, they could bully her. That was the law of the strong. The red-headed boy sighed and thought about the days of his training. This continued until he and Kenneth passed through the doors of the dining hall. William sat on his usual dining table and started to eat. However, for some reason, the food that used to taste delicious became plain and almost tasteless. Even so, William forced himself to eat, for he knew that he wouldn't be able to think straight with a hungry stomach. He chewed the food properly and ate 2 servings of vegetables. When he felt that he was half full, he excused himself and left the dining hall to take a stroll outside the premises of the Martial Division. William walked without any destination in mind. His mind was preoccupied with many things, and his feet moved as they pleased. As he wandered around aimlessly, a pair of soft hands suddenly covered his eyes from behind. "Make a guess," a teasing voice whispered in his ears. "The most beautiful girl in the Royal Academy," William replied. "Since you already know who I am, there's no need for me to do this," the girl stuttered as she removed the hands that covered William's eyes. The red-headed boy wasn't able to stop himself from grinning when he heard the familiar stuttering voice behind him. He then turned his head to look at the pretty young lady who was only half a head shorter than him. "Sir William, what are you doing here inside the Magic Division?" Wendy inquired. William blinked and scanned his surroundings. He found himself in an unfamiliar place. If what Wendy said was true, then he had somehow gotten past through the guards that were guarding the gates of the Magic Division. What William didn't know was that Est had specifically ordered the guards to allow William and Kenneth to enter the premises of the Magic Division class. When the guards saw William walking towards the Magic Division class, they thought that he had an appointment with Est, so they didn't bar his entry. Wendy observed the confused half-elf and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. "Did Sir William come to check on how I'm faring?" Wendy asked. She was hoping that this was the reason for his visit. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly healthy. The clerics in the infirmary have already healed the minor bruises that I received from the dungeon." I see," William said with a stiff smile. "I'm glad that you're doing well." Wendy lowered her gaze as a blush crept up on her face. The two didn't notice that a few people were gathering around them. They recognized who William was because they had seen his performance during the exchange of pointers in the Colosseum. Some girls even took the initiative to greet him, which made the atmosphere very lively. "Head Prefect, did you come here to visit me?" "Duh, why would he visit you?" "Head Prefect William came here to visit me. Isn't that right, Sir William?" The two girls were looking at William with star-struck gazes, which made Wendy feel irritated. "Actually, I came here to visit Wendy," William said as he held Wendy's hand. "The two of us plan to exchange pointers and learn from each other. Isn't that right, Wendy?" "Why yes," Wendy stuttered. "Sir William wanted to give me private lessons and train my body, teach me some techniques in order to fine-tune my magic power." "Unfair. That's unfair, Sir William. Please, train us too. We can do it in my room if you like." "Sorry, but my hands are already full with Wendy," William apologized while trying to pry his hand away from the two girls who had grabbed his arm. If you ever get tired of teaching Wendy, feel free to find us." Before William and the girls could interact more, Wendy decided to drag the popular half-elf away from the scene. She didn't understand why she felt uncomfortable when the two pretty girls were trying to cling to William. William, on the other hand, was very thankful for Wendy's actions. He didn't know that he had already trespassed on another division's premises and wanted to get away from the crowd. Wendy brought William to the back garden of the Magic Division. Not many people came here at night, so they were safe from the prying eyes of the public. The young lady took William to her secret place in the garden. It was a place that could be accessed by moving the hand of the statue that was blocking its entrance. The two walked for a few minutes after they entered the secret passage. William didn't know where Wendy was taking him, but he could tell that the young lady didn't have any malicious intentions. Not long after, the two emerged from the passage. The red-headed boy's eyes widened when he saw the scene in front of him. William saw an amazing sight. Instead of a sea of flowers, he saw a still lake where an aurora borealis floated above its surface. Several crystal butterflies fluttered above the lake's surface as their wings reflected the different colors that passed through the transparent water. If William were to describe this place in one word, it would definitely be the word, surreal. A sweet smile appeared on Wendy's face when she saw William's reaction. She had discovered this place by accident, and no one else knew about this secret. William was the first person she had brought to this place, and seeing his amazed expression made her maiden heart skip a beat. Chapter 162, William's Story, Part 1. The sloshing of water could be heard as William swam in the lake. The water was so clear and clean that William could see the colorful glowing crystals lying at its bottom. Although the water was slightly cold, William didn't mind it. He needed to cool down because the thoughts whirling inside his head were giving him a headache. After swimming freely for 15 minutes, he relaxed his body and allowed himself to float on the water's surface. This was the first time he had felt so relaxed and at peace after he entered the Helen Royal Academy. The red-headed boy felt so comfortable that he fell asleep while floating on the water. Wendy, who was looking at him from the lake shore, didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this development. She brought William to her secret place so that she could spend quality time with him. However, the boy was more interested in swimming in the water than talking to a pretty girl, such as herself. "This is the first time I've seen someone sleep while floating on a lake," Wendy muttered in disbelief. "Oh, no, he might accidentally drown if I don't do something." Wendy was torn. On one hand, she didn't want to disturb William's sleep. On the other, she was worried that her idol might drown if she let things continue as they were. In the end, she gritted her teeth and decided to use her second ability. Wendy lightly waved her hand, and the water around William rippled. Soon, the half-elf was slowly, but surely, being dragged to shore. Wendy was a dual affinity magician. Her strongest forte was the manipulation of metal, and the other was the control over wind. Ironically, her wind affinity only allowed her to use magic up to the first circle. The most she could do was create wind blades and manipulate the wind to do simple tasks, like bringing a handsome half-elf, who was half-naked, back to the shore. William's body was quite lean and toned for his age. He didn't have any ripped muscles, but his body exuded strength and power. One could even see the outline of his abs as he floated a meter away from Wendy. Fortunately, the boy was still wearing pants, or else, Wendy might have fainted due to embarrassment. Seeing that her idol was out of harm's way, Wendy decided to place a blanket where she sat and waited for William to wake up from his slumber. An hour passed, and soon, William finally opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was a slight ache on his left shoulder. When he turned his head to the side to see what was causing the discomfort, the first thing he saw was a patch of blonde hair. He was still half asleep, so it took him some time to realize what it was. Wendy laid beside him and her hands were clinging onto his arm. She was sleeping soundly and a smile hung on her sleeping face. William's body immediately stiffened when he saw this scene. All his drowsiness was swept away by dread as he hurriedly inspected his body. "My pants are still on," William thought as he looked at his body. He then looked at Wendy. "She still has her clothes on. Which means that nothing has happened." The red-headed boy patted his chest with his right hand in relief. The last thing he remembered was swimming on the lake and feeling comfortable and at peace. He also remembered that he felt drowsy while he was floating on the water. The shepherd didn't remember anything past that point, so he assumed that Wendy decided to bring him back to shore for his own safety. "I was careless," William thought as he looked at the defenseless lady by his side. Wendy was only 15 years old, and yet, her body was developing in the right places. If not for the fact that William had been around his beautiful master, Celine, for 4 years, he might have already ogled the sleeping beauty beside him. William sighed as he nagged at Wendy inside his heart. The girl was so trusting of other people that he worried about her safety. If it were other boys, instead of William, Wendy might have already suffered losses due to her carelessness. "I better remind her not to be so trusting of people, especially those of the opposite sex," William thought as he shook his head helplessly. He then gently pried the soft hands that were holding his arm away, so that he could wear some appropriate clothes. Wendy frowned the moment she lost contact with William's arm, but her eyes remained closed and her breathing steady. Right at the moment when William finished putting on his clothes, Wendy started to stir. The pretty blonde girl raised her head and looked around her in a daze. William smiled and crouched down to look her in the eye. "Good morning, sleeping beauty." "Good morning, Sir William." Wendy yawned, then raised her hands to do some light stretches. She was in the middle of stretching when she realized something important. Head prefect. Wendy stuttered as she hurried to stand up. Due to her actions, her legs gave way and it made her fall backwards. Fortunately, William was a step faster and supported her body to keep it from falling. "Sorry, my bad," William apologized. "Did I scare you?" "No, I was just surprised, Sir William," Wendy replied as she placed a hand over her chest in an attempt to calm the heart that was beating wildly within her body. "Can you stand?" William inquired. "No," Wendy answered. "My legs still feel weak and shaky." "It can't be helped. Let's sit down first." When both of them were properly seated, William properly thanked Wendy for bringing him back to shore. He also admitted that he did something stupid and praised her for being quick-witted. Wendy listened to William's gratitude and praise with a smile on her face. She had managed to calm down and decided to use this opportunity to get to know this mysterious half-elf who made her heart skip a beat. "Sir William, can you tell me more about yourself?" Wendy asked. "Are you really a shepherd? What is the name of your hometown? Do you have brothers and sisters? Do you already have a lover?" Wendy asked a barrage of questions. She even added the question that she was most curious about at the end. William organized his thoughts as he prepared his answers to Wendy's inquiry. He had already noticed that Wendy was quite different from her big brother, Spencer. Spencer was someone who was calm and collected, and most of his thoughts lay buried inside his chest. He would often show a face of calmness and only react when he was dealing with Drake or anything related to his twin sister. Wendy, on the other hand, was a very straightforward person. She wore her emotions on her face and it was very easy to read what she was thinking. Even so, William didn't dislike this kind of person. He looked at her bright blue eyes that were filled with anticipation and a tinge of anxiety. Instead of answering her question, William began to tell her about his hometown, Lant. "I grew up in the town of Lant, which is located at the farthest edge of the western part of the Helen Kingdom," William said with a smile. "The life there is crude, which is very typical for those who live in the countryside. Even so, it is a place that is very dear in my heart." William paused as he looked at the aurora that was dancing on top of the lake. "Throughout my childhood, I was always under the care of my Mama Ella, Aunt Anna, Uncle Mordred, Grandpa James, and Auntie Helen. My father is, well, it's complicated, and my mother is in a faraway place." William didn't know why he was telling Wendy these things. It was as if he was venting and letting the feelings that had been bottling inside his chest rise up to the surface. "When I was a year old, my grandpa James wrote a letter to his friend and decided to play matchmaker," William said in a helpless tone. Surprisingly, his friend agreed to his proposal and betrothed his granddaughter, who is a year older, to me. Wendy felt a sudden ache in her chest as her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. William didn't see this, because he didn't need to see it. The young lady sitting beside him was a straightforward person who wore her feelings on her face. William was a hopeless romantic in his past life. He didn't take any chances, and had the courage to pursue his love until it was too late. Because of this, he was sensitive to the feelings of others to a certain extent when it came to love. It was quite easy for him to notice that the young girl seemed to have developed a crush on him, but William was someone who had lived 2 lifetimes. He still hadn't gotten over his first love, Belle, and the feelings of guilt towards his master were preventing him from taking Wendy's feelings for him seriously. Chapter 163, William's Story, Part 2. Time passed by, as I lived the life of a shepherd. Although I'm very fond of sheep, I prefer the company of goats, William continued his tale. Of course, this is due to the fact that I was raised by one, so I'm more biased towards goats compared to the other animals that we cared for. Then it happened. When I was 10 years old, my fiancée, along with her mother, and master visited Lant to see me. My fiancée is very cute. She was like a little fairy who had come out of a picture book in order to spread happiness to the world. Sadly, her visit was not a joyous one. William snorted as he picked up a pebble beside him and threw it at the lake. The surface of the lake rippled as the pebble sank to its bottom. Soon, the lake became still again as if nothing had happened. Seeing that William was lost in his thoughts, Wendy decided to wait for him to continue his tale. She wanted to know more about William's fiancée. She wanted to know who she was. She wanted to know it so badly. Only 2 minutes passed, but for Wendy, it felt like eternity. William ended his silence with a sigh and continued his tale. "The reason for their visit was to see me and also to break the engagement," William said casually. "Personally, I didn't really care about the marriage agreement because I know that these kinds of agreements usually have a bad ending. In fact, I was ready to cancel it anytime if my partner wished to do so. However, my fiancé's mother couldn't wait to do it and decided to take matters into her own hands. And that was the day when my fiancé, the so-called genius, who is only seen every 200 years, appeared in my life. Her name is Rebecca Phi Griffith, the only daughter of the current Duke of Griffith." "Rebecca," Wendy gasped. "Your fiancée is Rebecca. Do you know her?" William asked. "She's a good friend of mine," Wendy answered with a downcast expression. "Our lands border each other's and our families have a very good relationship." Wendy felt depressed. Rebecca was her good friend, and the two treated each other like sisters. Knowing that William was her friend's fiancé, Wendy felt that her world had lost all its colors. If William had been engaged to a different girl, then Wendy wouldn't think much about it. However, Rebecca was different. Wendy had looked up to her because Rebecca was beautiful and talented. If the two of them were to stand side by side, Rebecca would be like the sun, and Wendy would only be the moon in the background, forever overshadowed by her friend's radiance and not being able to contest Rebecca's might. As Wendy was feeling helpless, William continued his tale whether she was listening or not. Our meeting should have been a happy one, but like I said, it wasn't a joyous occasion, William stated. The reason for their visit was to cancel the marriage agreement. Huh, Wendy raised her head and looked at William in disbelief. They wanted to cancel the agreement. Yes, William nodded his head. Apparently, Rebecca's mother, Lady Agatha, and her master, an elder of the Misty sect, Lady Eleanor, didn't want Rebecca to marry a poor and dirty shepherd. William closed his eyes as he remembered the scene that happened many years ago. In the end, I decided to agree to the cancellation of the marriage. Like I said, I'm not really fond of arranged marriages, and my fiancé seemed to not have any interest in me as well. I even think that it was for the best that both of us parted ways. Although, now, she is only my fiancé in name, I don't want her to suffer her whole life just because of a forced marriage. William then gazed at Wendy with an arrogant look. Tell me, do I look like someone who will find it hard to find a wife? Wendy shook her head. Someone as amazing as Sir William will definitely not have any problem finding a wife. I even think that it would not be impossible for Sir William to have many wives. William smiled and nodded his head. This is the truth. Someone as handsome and awesome as me will not find it hard to find a wife. Since that is the case, why should I allow myself to be bound by an arranged marriage? Also, I am too good and too handsome to become Rebecca's husband. If I marry her, the one losing out would be me. William said it in a very dignified manner that Wendy found it very funny. She wasn't able to stop herself from giggling when she saw William's dignified expression. And so our marriage agreement came to an end, or so I thought. It didn't end there. Well, it's a bit complicated, William frowned as he explained. After the nobles, and the army, repelled the monster tide that ravaged the western part of the kingdom, Rebecca's grandfather, Lawrence Fox Griffith, visited Launt. Dragging his granddaughter, Lady Agatha, Lady Eleanor, and a group of disciples from the Misty sect along. His aim was to fix the misunderstanding that had happened and to convince Rebecca and I to push through with the marriage agreement. Oh, no, Wendy voiced her thoughts out loud. When she realized what she did, she hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. William chuckled when he saw the pretty girl act this way and found it very cute. Right, it was an, oh, no, moment. Wendy pouted and pounded William's chest to hide her embarrassment. William only smiled as he caught her hands and shook his head with a smile. He then resumed his tale while feeling lighthearted. Although I can't say it for certain, during that time, Rebecca and I unanimously agreed to end the marriage agreement that was made when we were still practically babies. For the two of us, it was an unfair deal. However, we still needed to give both of our grandparents some face, so we decided to be more civil during the meeting. In the end, the old fox, Sir Lawrence decided to compromise and gave us a condition. He said that Rebecca and I were going to have a duel in 7 years, and the winner can demand anything from the loser. The battle will take place at the peak of the Misty sect. William shook his head helplessly. Perhaps, the old fox didn't want Rebecca to be used as a political tool by her parents while she was still young, so he decided to use me in the duel to give her time to become strong enough to make her own decisions. I, on the other hand, wanted to give my gramps some face, since he was the one who made the proposal to make Rebecca my fiancée. If I remember correctly, the Misty sect here in the Helen Kingdom is only a branch sect. The main sect is located in the central continent. That means that in 3 more years, I will need to fight Rebecca on her home turf. Wendy felt conflicted as she looked at William's expression. Will you go? I need to go. I must personally end the thing that my grandfather started. You said that the winner can order the loser to do anything, right? Wendy inquired. If you win, what kind of order will you give to Rebecca? I haven't really thought that far, William admitted. Because there are still 3 years before our fateful battle, I'll just cross that bridge once I get there. Do you plan to make her your wife? No, William answered firmly and resolutely. What's the point in making her my wife if she is unwilling? Also, I don't want to force anyone to become my wife. This goes against my principles. A carefree smile appeared on the shepherd's face, which proved that he wasn't lying. Does this mean I still have a chance? Wendy asked. William's smile stiffened. He didn't know that Wendy was this determined to pursue him. This was the first time that someone confessed to him in both his lifetimes, and it made him feel complicated. On one hand, Wendy was a very pretty girl. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Rebecca, she wasn't that far off. Also, her personality was something that William couldn't hate. Straightforward and true to her feelings. William could feel the girl's determination as she gazed straight into his eyes. How about we start as friends first? William felt that he wasn't really ready to accept her feelings. He didn't want to be irresponsible and say yes when he still had lingering attachments to Belle. William felt that it would be unfair to Wendy if he went about their relationship half-heartedly. I'm sorry, William said inside his heart. I don't want to hurt you due to my indecisiveness. He hoped that Wendy would give up on him, but he really had underestimated the girl's resolve. Wendy smiled and nodded her head. I think that starting as friends is good, too. William said as he stretched out his hand for a handshake. Just call me Will. If you want me to be your friend, stop calling me Sir William. Or, do you really not want me to be your friend? Please stop teasing me, sir. I mean, Will. That's better. Ironically, both of them giggled at the same time. They felt that what they were doing was quite childish, and yet, both of them felt relief. It was as if a stone had dropped down from their hearts and they could finally breathe normally again. William was about to say something, however, he heard the familiar sound of the system's notification. Immediately he checked his status page and almost spat blood when he read the contents of the message. Congratulations, you have acquired a special title. Title name, Friendzoned. Friendzoned. I came, I saw, got friendzoned, increase vitality +5. Increase the attack power of your friends by 20%. When you equip this title, all the ladies within 100 meters of you will treat you as a friend. This title has no effect on men. Chapter 164, Can't Friends Hold Hands? William cursed internally and hurriedly called out the system for an explanation. System, what is the meaning of this? Host, I don't understand your question. Can you please clarify? I'm talking about this new title I acquired. William's face darkened as he talked to the system. What's the meaning of this friendzoned? Host, do you not understand something as simple as this? You just got friendzoned. Blah 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 blah. William cursed at the system. Excuse me, I didn't get friendzoned. I was the one confessed to and the one who told her to become friends. Are you blind? Then host, tell me, what is your relationship with Wendy right now? We're friends. See, you just got friendzoned. What kind of logic is this? William roared. Hello, I demand a title revision. Change the title. At least change it to something more fitting. Sorry, I am unable to process the host's request. It is not within my authority to bypass the awarding of special titles. Then who should I talk to? I can't accept this. Just give it up, host. A special title is not easy to acquire. You should be happy to acquire such a rare and powerful title. If you equip this title, the power of friendship will multiply. FCKU and the power of friendship. William's body was shaking out of anger and shame. Wendy thought that she had said something wrong because William was acting strangely. She then became teary-eyed, thinking that it was her fault. Host, hold your temper. You are scaring the young lady. I'll deal with you later. You'd better wash your neck. William took a few deep breaths in order to calm himself. When he regained his calm, he looked at Wendy apologetically. I'm sorry, I have an ailment that appears from time to time, William explained as he coaxed the teary-eyed girl. It's not your fault. It is something that has followed me since I was born. A congenital illness. Yes. Something like that. I'm sorry, did I scare you? A little bit. Wendy wasn't the type to lie, so she said her feelings up front. Then how about I make it up to you? William smiled. You can order me to do one thing. However, this order mustn't harm anyone physically, emotionally, and spiritually. As long as it is within my ability, I will do it. Really, I can give you any order. Yes. As long as you don't command me to hurt other people, and it is within my ability, I will do it. Okay, Wendy smiled. Tea tomorrow, let's have lunch together. Deal. William nodded his head. Then, I'll wait for you at the gates of the Magic Division class. Don't worry, I'll be there. Ah, can I also bring Mama Ella with me? Of course, Wendy agreed. The two left the secret place holding hand in hand because Wendy didn't want to let go of William's hand. As the two walked towards the gate of the magic division, 3 figures appeared to block their way. It seems that head prefect William likes to sneak around the magic division, Est said with a smile. However, his eyes were locked on Wendy's hand that was holding onto William's. Seeing Est's gaze, Wendy immediately let go of William's hand in embarrassment. A blush appeared on her face as she hid behind William like a child that had done something wrong. "Ho, what's this?" Ian asked. "Is head prefect William planning to poach the talents of our magic division? You sure have guts." William lightly coughed as he looked at Est and Ian, who seemed like they wanted to eat him alive. About this, I can explain," William replied. "I was randomly walking without a destination in mind and suddenly found myself inside the magic division. Wendy saw me and she decided to take me for a stroll inside the magic division." "I see, a stroll." Est nodded his head. "Then where did the two of you go?" "I was immediately notified when you came to the magic division, but when I came to find you, you were nowhere to be found." Ian wasn't willing to let the matter drop either, so he fanned the flames while sneering at William. "We asked around, but none of the students had seen you and Wendy. Where did the two of you go? Are you perhaps doing something inappropriate inside our magic division?" William frowned. He could tell that Est and Ian were upset, and he assumed that it was due to the fact that they didn't find him when they came out to look for him. The red-headed boy knew that he couldn't tell them about Wendy's secret place, so he decided to speak half-truths. "Wendy and I went to the garden to talk," William explained. "I told her about Lant and the things that happened during my childhood." "Is that so?" Est narrowed his eyes. "Then why were the two of you holding hands? Can't friends hold hands?" William chuckled as he moved forward and held Est's hand. "See, if you want, I can hold your hand anytime you want." Est looked at the boy's hand, holding his own, and his anger subsided a bit. Even so, he felt that something wasn't right, so he didn't let him go completely. He gave an eye signal to Ian and the latter nodded his head in understanding. "Wendy, as officers of the magic division, it is our duty to ensure the safety of our members," Ian stated. "Although head prefect William is our friend, he is still from the martial class division. Can you tell us what the two of you talked about? Did he perhaps inquire about the secrets of our magic division class?" "No, Will didn't ask me anything related to the magic division class," Wendy answered. "It was me who asked him questions and not the other way around." "Will?" Ian gave William a sidelong glance. "Since when did the two of you get close?" Ian wasn't stupid. He clearly remembered that Wendy referred to William as head prefect William or Sir William. The sudden intimacy between the two alarmed him. Est also frowned when he heard Wendy's words. He looked at William as if he was looking at his husband whom he personally caught cheating on him. William sighed as he scratched his head. "What's wrong with that? Didn't I also ask you guys to call me Will? Even though I already told you to call me by that name, you still call me William. This makes me very sad." William was getting confused because Est and Ian were really acting quite strangely. He didn't want to make things difficult for Wendy, so he decided to leave before things escalated any further. "I'll be going now," William announced. "Wendy, I'm looking forward to having lunch with you tomorrow." See you tomorrow, Will." Wendy waved her hand. "See you tomorrow." William waved back and left the magic division in haste. He felt that if he stayed a minute longer, something terrible would happen. After William disappeared from their sights, Est and Ian decided to have a friendly talk with Wendy and make her spill the beans. "Where did you go?" Kenneth asked the moment William entered their dormitory room. He then sniffed the air and gave William a weird look. "Did you meet up with a girl?" "Yes," William replied as he sat down on his bed and hugged his mama Ella. "I somehow ended up in the magic division and met Wendy." "I see." Kenneth didn't inquire any further and lay on the bed to sleep. "Good night." "Good night." William kissed the side of Ella's face before laying down on the bed. The Angorian goat also laid down beside William and closed her eyes to sleep. She didn't need to question her baby where he went or who he met. For her it wasn't important. What was important was that William was safe and he was by her side. It didn't take long for William to fall asleep. His heart-to-heart talk with Wendy had helped him get over the haze that had clouded his mind. Although he was still feeling guilty in regards to his master, Celine, this was a matter that he couldn't do anything about at this point in time. William had vowed to have a heart-to-heart talk with Celine and apologize for the ill feelings that he had kept inside his heart during the first weeks of his training. He was not a saint. He felt betrayed when Celine forced him to become her slave without his consent. Even though it worked out in the end, the lingering negative feelings had buried themselves deep within his heart. Although William had buried these feelings until the time came that he could pay her back, these feelings had resurfaced to connect to the new feelings he felt when he heard Celine's tale from Simon. He knew that he and Celine needed to sit down and have a talk. As master and disciple, some things must be made clear with each other. William firmly believed this, and he hoped that he, and his master, Celine, would be able to form a true master and disciple relationship that would stand the test of time. Chapter 165, State of Emergency. That night, in different places in the Hellen Kingdom, several groups of men infiltrated many low to high-grade dungeons. They purposefully chose the dungeons that were close to villages and towns. No one knew their motive, nor what organization they belonged to. They used the darkness to hide their tracks and slipped away under the light of starlight. When William arrived at the meeting place with his mama Ella, he was surprised to find Est, Ian, and Isaac waiting for him along with Wendy. The red-headed boy didn't think much about it because all that were present were his friends, except the snot-nosed pansy Ian. "Well then, shall we go?" Wendy smiled and grabbed hold of William's hand. She then led the way to the picnic area with a smile on her face. Est and Ian frowned, but they didn't say anything and followed behind the pair who were chatting happily in front of them. When they arrived at the location, Wendy summoned a blanket and laid it on the ground. The spot she had chosen was a clearing beside a river where one could admire the natural beauty around them. William sighed and thought that the magic division had so many good things, compared to his own martial division. Isaac set down the basket he was carrying and took out the sandwiches that he had prepared for their lunch picnic. Wendy had also been holding a basket, and inside, it was roasted chicken, sandwiches, fruits, salads, and ham that she had taken from the dining kitchen. It was a pretty unusual combination of foods, but William wasn't a picky eater. He happily ate a little bit of everything, even the roasted chicken and ham. After the meal, Est decided to ask William if he had any plans for the rest of the week. "My plans?" William crossed his arms over his chest as he pondered for a while. "I don't have any particular plans this week, aside from training the first years." "Why, do you need me to accompany you somewhere?" "Actually, I plan to ask you about our next dungeon expedition," Est said with a serious expression. "Since the Goblin Crypt is currently under investigation, it would be best to find a different dungeon to go to. Do you have any recommendations?" "No, I'll leave the decision in your hands." "Are you sure?" "Yes." William nodded his head. The only reason why he chose the Goblin Crypt was to investigate the differences between his version and the real one. Although he wasn't able to make a full comparison, the circumstances couldn't be helped. "Okay, I'll pick a good dungeon to result." Est wasn't able to finish his sentence because the emblem on his uniform started to send out an alarm. The emblem pinned on William's uniform did the same, and the two head prefects exchanged a glance with a serious expression. "Let's put off our talk for now," William said as he stood up. "The dean of the academy is calling for us. Est and I have to go. Ian, Isaac, help Wendy tidy up this place and wait for me in our dormitory room," Est ordered. Let's go." William nodded his head and sprinted with Est towards the academy's conference room. This was the place where matters of great importance were discussed by the dean and the student body of the academy. When Est and William arrived at their destination, the other head prefects along with their vice prefects were already waiting outside the conference room. Priscilla had arrived earlier and was only waiting for William to appear. She immediately walked towards William and stood behind him, as per her rank as vice prefect. Naturally, the vice prefect of the first-year magic division, Edward, who lost to Priscilla in their duel, was also there and stood behind Est. When the last officers of each grade arrived, the door to the conference room finally opened. Inside, the dean and the instructors of the academy were all seated in their designated places. Simon had a serious expression on his face, which meant that something big had happened. The dean asked the students to take their seats in order to start the meeting. "Thank you everyone for coming on such short notice," Simon said. "What I am about to tell you is of grave importance, and the sooner the student body mobilizes, the sooner we can assist the kingdom in facing a threat that has caught us unprepared." Simon waved his hand and a projection of the territory of the Hellen Kingdom floated in the center of the conference room. There were red dots blinking on the map and there were more than 20 of them. William came from the countryside, so he wasn't familiar with the places where the red dots were blinking. However, those who did recognize them kept their mouths shut and waited for Simon to continue his explanation. For some unknown reason, all of these dungeons have shown signs of being corrupted. Miasma is leaking out of their entrances, which means that a drastic change is happening inside the dungeons. According to the kingdom's investigators, and our own investigators, the level of miasma that is being released from the dungeon is a sign that a dungeon outbreak is about to happen. A dungeon outbreak? System, do you know what a dungeon outbreak is? William inquired. To answer the host's question, a dungeon outbreak is when a dungeon reaches a point where it spawns monsters at an alarming rate. This makes it impossible for the dungeon to shelter these monsters and forces them to go outside of the dungeon in order to find other places to live. So, it is similar to a beast tide. In essence, yes. However, there is a big difference between the two. Once a dungeon outbreak occurs, the dungeon won't stop reproducing monsters until the dungeon cores are destroyed. Unlike a beast tide, where the number of monsters is finite. The monsters that the dungeon outbreak spawns are infinite. If left unchecked, an army of more than 1 million can easily be produced in less than 2 weeks. After William understood the severity of the dungeon outbreak, he focused his attention on listening to Simon's explanation. Currently, the kingdom is still recovering from the effects of the beast tide, Simon said with a grim expression. There is not enough manpower to handle the dungeons that are about to unleash a horde of dungeon monsters into the kingdom's populated areas. Because of this, the king has declared a state of emergency and ordered the various training institutions in the kingdom to send their students to help form a defensive line to help protect and evacuate the citizens. Also, if there is a chance, they can also help with subjugating the dungeon using force. Simon paused for a while before continuing his explanation. The king had already issued the kingdom's army to go to the various affected areas to perform the clearing and rescue operations. We have been tasked to handle the 4 dungeons that are within the range of our teleport gates and keep the populace safe from harm. Naturally, all the dungeons have different threat levels, so we are going to assign each grade to protect a territory according to its rank. Simon pointed at the map and one of the places where a red dot was blinking zoomed in. The first years will handle the Roaring Quarters, which is situated in Dawsbury. The second years will be going to the Tranquil Crypt that is found in Westwind, Simon stated. The third years will go to the Forsaken Catacombs at Rotherham. As for the fourth years, they will go to the lair of the Ancient Queen in Aberdeen. This is an emergency commission from the King of the Helen Kingdom. All students that are currently inside the academy must participate. There are no exceptions. Don't worry, your professors will also come with you to protect all of you to the best of their abilities. Simon scanned the room and looked at the faces of the children who were looking back at him with grim expressions. The dean of the academy sighed because he knew that this was the king's last resort in order to handle the latest threat that had fallen upon their kingdom. No matter what happens, you must prioritize your safety, Simon said in a firm manner. If the situation cannot be resolved, all of you must immediately make a tactical retreat. If possible, it is my hope that we will not suffer any casualties in this deployment, but our manpower is stretched thin. I can only ask all of you to do your best and return to the academy alive. Simon sat on his chair, feeling tired and exhausted, but he needed to issue his final orders in order to ensure that everyone understood the severity of the situation. Instructors, make sure to stockpile potions, healing salves, and elixirs. The warehouse of the academy will be open for all of you. I hope that you will do your duties and lead the children to the best of your abilities. You may all go and prepare the necessary items that you will be needing to complete your mission. Make sure that all of you return alive. Yes, sir. William, along with Priscilla, immediately headed towards the Solaris dormitory to tell everyone about the emergency mission assigned to them. William had already faced 2 beast tides in his lifetime. Although he didn't have his powers right now, he was confident that he could retreat safely if need be. However, right now, he was the head prefect of the first-year martial class. He couldn't run away and leave the students behind. William understood that the possibility of dying on this mission was very high. Fortunately, before the meeting ended, Simon said that if there were students who didn't want to participate in the mission, they could just stay inside the academy for their own safety. William vowed that he would do his best to ensure that none of his wards died in this battle. He remembered when his herd of 50 goats faced off against hundreds of dire wolves. Out of the 50 goats that he had raised with love, only 13 remained. Although many years had passed since that incident, William could still remember that day very clearly. He didn't want the same thing to happen to the students under his command, and for that, he needed to make his own preparations. After he had relayed the news to the others, he left the students under Priscilla's care and disappeared from the Solaris dormitory. When he reappeared in the Martial Division, it was morning and everyone was already waiting for him to lead them into the teleport gates bound for the Roaring Quarters, situated in the town called Dawsbury. Chapter 166, Dungeon Outbreak, Part 1. "This is terrible," one of the first years muttered as they looked at the devastation around them. The walls of the small town were barely standing and many of the local people were badly injured. The members of the Spirit and Magic divisions, who excelled in healing magic, went to attend the injured people. Those who specialized in earth magic hurriedly repaired and reinforced the town walls. The captain of the guards that were guarding Dawsbury was currently talking to Grant, Layla, and a woman with reddish-brown hair, who seemed to be the head instructor of the first-year Spirit Division. According to the captain, they barely managed to repel the first wave of the dungeon outbreak. Only Class E and Class D monsters had emerged from the dungeon, but their numbers were staggering. A quick recap on the classes of the high-tier beasts. Centennial Beasts Class S, Millennial Beasts Class SS, Myriad Beasts Class SSR, and the final class is Calamity Class Beasts. Calamities are just a step away or already in the stage of a demigod. Brent, Layla, and the woman with reddish-brown hair, Miranda, nodded their heads in understanding. This was a common phase during a dungeon outbreak and veterans already knew what to expect. Usually, during an outbreak, the people in the towns would immediately be evacuated while the kingdom's army would be dispatched to subjugate the dungeon and destroy its core. However, the Helen Kingdom was still recovering from the beast tide that happened 4 years ago. Many strong fighters had died to protect the kingdom and 4 years was not enough to fill their ranks again. Although many new recruits had joined the kingdom's army after the beast tide, they were still lacking in battle experience. These new recruits were the same people that were dispatched to protect the town of Dawsbury from the dungeon outbreak. "I estimate that the next wave will happen in 4 hours, perhaps even sooner," the captain reported. "How do we proceed from here?" The captain had already been briefed that reinforcements from the Royal Academy would be sent to assist them. However, he was disappointed when he saw that the ones who came to support them were only first-year students and their instructors. The 3 heads of the different divisions could easily read the captain's thoughts through his body language. But they pretended not to notice. This was not the time for internal conflict and the most important matter was to decide on their next course of action. "We will resist the second wave while using the town's defenses," Grant stated. "After that, the instructors will head inside the dungeon in order to destroy the dungeon core." "How many floors does this dungeon have?" 20 floors, the guard captain replied. "Most of the monsters inside it are a combination of dog and flying-type monsters. However, there is one big problem. The monsters we fought earlier have a bit of miasma inside them. I'm afraid that, in the next wave, the miasma inside their bodies will be more potent than the last wave." The expressions of the 3 instructors immediately became serious. Miasma was a poisonous mist that was usually found in the forbidden areas of the continent. According to the scholars, long exposure to miasma would create negative side effects in the body. Depending on its level of toxicity, miasma was known to corrupt the minds of people and bring out their powerful negative emotions. Once these emotions took hold of their body, they would enter a state similar to the berserk state where they wouldn't be able to differentiate between friend and foe. In this state, they would be more like feral beasts whose only purpose was to destroy until they breathed their last breath. Corruption from miasma could be treated in the early stages, however, if treatment was not administered in time, the will of the infected person or beast would corrode. This would continue until they lost their former selves and became mindless beasts. "This is bad, the children may not be able to handle miasma poisoning," Layla frowned. "What should we do? Spirit users are more resistant to miasma. However, long exposure to it will still corrode our minds," Miranda commented. "Although I have students who can cure miasma poisoning, they won't be enough to tend to all the first years before they run out of spirit power." Brent crossed his arms over his chest as he pondered their next course of action. After an hour of brainstorming, a plan was finally formulated. All the children would stay inside the town and help resist the dungeon outbreak from the safety of its walls. The magicians, archers, and spirit users would use long-range attacks to whittle down their numbers. If any monsters managed to get past their bombardment, the martial classes would defend the walls and repel the advancing monsters. The magicians and spirit users would then play the role of support from behind. Those who were starting to feel faint from miasma poisoning would immediately be taken to the rear of the defenders, where the healers would tend to the miasma that had invaded their bodies. All the students were briefed of the plan and immediately went to their designated positions. William, and the archers of the martial class, stood on the town's walls and looked in the direction where a black mist was rising up into the air. According to the captain, that was where the Roaring Quarters dungeon was located. Est stood beside him along with the bulk of the magic division classes. A quarter of the spirit division was in the rear responsible for healing, and the rest were on top of the walls looking in the direction of the dungeon with bated breaths. The students numbered less than 1,000, and the professors that came along with them only numbered in the 30s. If you added the kingdom's army that had been dispatched to the scene, their combined forces amounted to less than 1,400 people. "This is like the calm before the storm," Est said as he looked in the distance. "You told me in the past that Lant had experienced 2 beast tides. You were also present in both of them. Based on what you have experienced, what are our chances against a beast tide with our current forces?" The other students who heard Est's question were shocked when they heard that William participated in a battle against the beast tide. The majority of them didn't believe Est's claim and looked at William in disdain. The beast tide happened 4 years ago, and William was only 14 years old. That meant that during the monster tide, he was only 10 years old. How could a 10-year-old possibly participate in a battle of that magnitude? William wasn't aware of their malicious looks filled with disdain because he was busy reminiscing about the past. He didn't know how strong the instructors were, but he liked to believe that the majority of them were capable of facing off against Class B and Class A beasts on their own. Because if they were unable to do that, then their chances of surviving this battle were close to 0. "This force may be enough to contend against a beast tide," William replied after careful consideration. This was on the condition that the students were only going to fight against the small fries, and let the instructors fight against the stronger opponents. If the instructors were not strong enough to turn the tide of battle, then the end game would result in their complete annihilation. However, we are not facing a beast tide, but a dungeon outbreak. William made sure that he made this point across. "This is my first time participating in this kind of battle, so I can't compare the magnitude of the enemy's forces with what I have experienced in the past. Also, we are dealing with monsters infected with miasma. This will definitely not be an easy battle." Est nodded his head in understanding. To be honest, Est felt safer when he was standing beside William than standing beside any of the instructors. For some reason, he thought that everything would be fine if William was around. This kind of mentality had been born inside the Trial of Courage, where he fought side by side with the red-headed boy and defeated an enemy whom he had deemed impossible to kill. Most of the students were feeling anxious, but he was not. Est glanced at the young boy who had created a miracle for him, and prayed that he would be safe in the battle against the upcoming dungeon outbreak. "Me," Ella bleated as her ears perked up. "Everyone get ready," William said as he knocked an arrow to his bow. "The monsters are on their way. Archers, load your arrows. Magicians, start chanting your spells," Est ordered. The archers under William followed their head prefect without a question, while the magicians reluctantly chanted their spells. The spirit division class didn't do anything because they couldn't see anything from their vantage point. The head prefect and vice prefect of the spirit division thought that William was only joking with them, so they decided to ignore his words and didn't instruct those under them to prepare their long-range spells. They were waiting for William to make a fool of himself and see the consequences of his stupidity. It was at that moment when they felt the ground tremble as if a minor earthquake was happening. From the mouth of the dungeon, a black tide burst forth en masse. Roars of beasts and the shrieks of flying beasts reverberated in the air as they charged towards the town of Dawsbury with the intention of trampling it to the ground. "Start chanting your long-range spells," the head prefect of the spirit division class cried out. In panic, "Archers, take aim," William ordered as he pulled the string of his bow to the fullest. He watched and waited until the monsters reached their strike range. The moment the first wave had passed the mark, William immediately ordered them to attack. "Open fire," William roared as his arrow flew straight and true towards the head of a 2-meter-tall dog-type monster. The sound of the wind whistling echoed above the town's wall as hundreds of arrows rained on the monsters. Not long after, the long-range magic attacks of the magicians joined the downpour and decimated all the creatures in their path. This was how the battle began, and no one knew what the ending would be. Chapter 167, Dungeon Outbreak, Part 2. When the archers were almost out of arrows, and the magicians were almost out of magic power, William and Est immediately ordered for the next teams to take their place. The archers who had run out of arrows immediately went to the rear to restock on ammunition, while the magicians retreated in order to drink potions to replenish their magic power. William and Est made several teams to alternate between attack and retreat because they knew that they couldn't afford to exhaust all their manpower through continuous fighting. The only problem was the spirit division. The head prefect and the vice prefect were inexperienced in large-scale battles and pooled all of their fighting power together. They didn't think about forming teams to alternate between attack and recovery because they thought that they could wipe out the enemies with their superior firepower. Although their initial offensive barrage was impressive in the first few minutes, they ran out of juice just past the 10-minute mark. This sudden lull in the attack created a gap for the monsters to break through the bombardment of ranged attacks from the defenders. Shift to close combat fighting, William ordered as he took away his bow and summoned his staff. The monsters had now reached the town walls and some of them had already started to scale it. The archers backed down and allowed the experts in close combat to defend the town walls together with William. However, they didn't run away completely. Earlier, the earth element magicians had created watchtowers at the back of the town walls that the archers could use in the case that the town walls had been breached. William had assigned Priscilla to take full command of the archers once they initiated Plan B. The red-headed boy knew that his vice prefect wouldn't let him down, so he focused his attention on defending the walls from being overrun by the dungeon monsters. Express gained. 1. A series of notifications flooded William's status screen as the battle raged on. The system had explained earlier the reason why he was getting very low experience points after killing a monster. It was all due to the miasma. In order to prevent the miasma from affecting William's body, the system decided to purify the experience points, which led to William being immune from the miasma even though he was killing the monsters at close quarters. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the rest of the martial class. William had assigned the system to monitor the students within 200 meters of him. This was the maximum limit that the system could observe under such dire conditions. When signs of miasma poisoning were detected, William would immediately order that person to return to the rear to receive treatment from the clerics. The same could be said for the magicians. Since William was fighting side by side with Est, the red-headed boy would report to his friend the members of the magic division that were currently affected by miasma poisoning. The creatures that came out from the dungeon were a combination of Class E, D, and C monsters. William had used his appraisal skill earlier and identified the enemies that they were facing. Mornteeth. Corrupted dungeon creature. Threat level, E. Cannot be added to the herd. A black dog that has been thoroughly corrupted by miasma and only seeks to end the life of others. Ashteeth. Threat level, D. This gray dog is the next form of Mornteeth. It is very agile and capable of jumping as high as 6 meters in the air. Its fangs contain a paralyzing poison that would render its victim helpless once bitten. Jagged Hunter. Corrupted flying dungeon creature. A bird of prey that has a wingspan of 1.5 meters 4.9 feet and is capable of performing complex aerial maneuvers when hunting for food. Its sharp talons and beak are its most deadly weapons. Spiteseeker. Threat level, C. A bird of prey that is capable of using wind magic to decimate its enemy from high above the ground. It has a wingspan of 3 meters 9.8 feet that is able to create gusts of wind to blow away the enemies that block its way. The instructors of the magic and spirit divisions were busy fighting against the flying creatures that were trying to scatter their formation from above. There were over 24 spite seekers that were circling above the skies of Dawsbury, and the instructors were making sure that none of their attacks landed on the children. The martial class instructors, on the other hand, were helping the students on the wall resist the monsters who were trying to climb up the walls in order to overwhelm the defenders. With every minute that passed, more and more students were forced to leave the walls in order to be treated from miasma poisoning. The clerics on the rear were working non-stop to remove the effect of the miasma that had seeped inside the bodies of the defenders. Those who had finished their treatment would immediately rejoin their comrades in order to resist the dungeon outbreak. Gah! A martial student cried out in pain as an Ashteeth bit his arm and injected a paralyzing poison in his body. It was about to finish off the boy when an Angorian goat charged in and sent it flying off the walls with blood gushing out of its sides. Me! Ella roared a war cry as it charged at 3 Morneath who had successfully jumped over the wall while using their comrades' bodies as leverage. 3 howls of pain followed as these 3 beasts were killed by Ella, one after another. William had ordered her to assist the students on the wall and help them if needed be. Although she was reluctant to leave her baby's side, she still followed his orders. The red-headed boy swung his wooden staff and smashed the heads of the 2 Morneath in front of him in rapid succession. William then stepped aside, to allow Est's sword to pierce through the skull of the monster that tried to attack him from the side. The 2 boys once again stood back to back as they defended their position on the wall, killing the beasts that had managed to bypass the defenses. Est, go back, William said in a serious tone. You have been soaking in miasma since the walls were breached. Go get treated, now. Est slashed at another Morneath before giving his reply. If I leave, you will not be able to hold this position for long. Don't worry, I can manage until you return. William swung his staff at an Ashteath sending it flying outside the town wall. Go. Hurry, the more time you waste, the more dangerous your situation will be. Est gritted his teeth, but he still nodded his head in acknowledgement. He was starting to feel lightheaded, and he knew that it was a sign that his body was nearing its limit in resisting the miasma inside his body. Don't die until I return, Est shouted as he ran towards the rear of the town where the clerics and the injured students were located. I'm too young and too handsome to die, William replied without turning his head. I'll be here when you return. Hearing William's narcissistic reply, Est felt more assured in leaving him alone to defend their position. When Est arrived at the makeshift infirmary, most of the clerics and spirit healers had pale faces. Most of them had reached their limits as they squeezed out every bit of their magic to tend to everyone's injuries. Some of the students received serious injuries because the flying birds of prey that flew above the town had sneak attacked them from the sky. Fortunately, they were yet to have any casualties on their side, which made Est feel a little better about their condition. He patiently waited to be treated while worrying about William who was defending their position on his own. Well, please, stay strong, Est prayed inside his heart. I'll return as soon as I can. William gritted his teeth as he swung his wooden staff left and right. He didn't know how long he had been fighting, but his arms were already starting to get sore. As he gazed at the sea of monsters outside the town walls who seemed to have no end in sight, he finally realized how deadly a dungeon outbreak could be. Chapter 168, Don't worry. I'll keep your little prince safe. A beautiful lady with purple hair sipped her coffee as she lazily gazed outside her window. Her gold-rimmed glasses were there to prevent others from getting charmed by her light purple eyes, that would send any man to his knees to grovel at her feet. Mistress, the organization had made their move, Oliver reported. Is that so? Celine's beautiful eyes looked at the scenery outside her window as if she didn't care for anything in the world. I wonder, will Little be dragged into this mess? According to the report I gathered, the Royal Academy was forced to send its students to help defend the towns near its territory, Oliver reported. Ezio has also sent a notice that William was sent to take part in the defense of the town of Dawsbury. Celine hummed as she placed her coffee cup on top of the table. She then went to the couch and laid down in a lazy manner. Oliver, what do you think of my disciple? William, I think he's too narcissistic for his age. Celine giggled when she heard the parrot monkey's reply. She then closed her eyes and the image of the handsome half-elf boy appeared inside her head. The beautiful sorceress had taken William as her disciple because of a bet. At first, she wasn't planning to teach him seriously, but she changed her mind after the battle with the golden-scaled crocodile. She intended to torture William to vent out her frustration for losing her rare ingredients, but the boy was more resilient than she imagined. Although the torture he received for the past 4 years was nothing compared to the suffering she had endured during her own training, she had grown fond of the boy. She really treated him as a slave. William cooked for her, cleaned the house for her, did the laundry for her, and catered to her every whim and need. Celine knew well that, in the deepest part of William's heart, he resented her. How could she not understand his feelings? She had suffered the same fate when she was younger. Forced to wear the collar of enslavement, and forced to experience unimaginable pain and suffering, it was impossible not to feel resentful. Even now, Celine still resented the people who had tossed her aside as if she was a dirty thing that they didn't even want to touch, nor see in their presence. Someday, I will return. When that day comes, all of you will kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Due to her strong desire to enact her revenge, Celine endured. She endured for years, until she met an organization that wanted to bring the world to ruin. At that time, the beautiful sorceress wanted the whole world to burn, so she secretly joined their ranks and even helped them out in achieving their goal. The ingredients she received were the payment for her services. Even now, she was still in contact with the organization. The members of the organization had made a binding oath that gave its members freedom to do what they wanted. They were free to share information, exchange resources, and collaborate with each other. However, the organization couldn't force their members to participate in something that they didn't want to do. This may sound absurd for an organization whose goal was to bring the world to ruin, but they really didn't care whether a member participated in their activities or not. In exchange for this freedom, the organization only asked for its members not to betray it. They were also not allowed to interfere with each other, nor attack each other. This non-aggression treaty was included in the oath that they had taken when they joined the organization. It's really ironic. Celine sighed as she looked up at the ceiling. The potions I made to propagate miasma are now being used to bring this kingdom to its knees. I wonder, if William knew this, would he feel disgusted with me? Would he be disappointed? What do you think, Oliver? Knowing William, he will definitely demand an explanation, Oliver replied. In addition, knowing how thick-skinned and shameless he is, he will also demand compensation. Celine chuckled because she could already imagine William's coy expression, as he tried to convince her to give him hush money to hide this secret. Such a silly boy, Celine muttered. Well, I guess it is only fitting for a silly woman to have a silly disciple. Master, should I go there to help William? Oliver inquired. Although he acted calm on the surface, he was very worried about the boy. He was there when Celine created the potion that propagated miasma. The parrot monkey knew how sinister it was. However, what he didn't anticipate was that the organization would be bold enough to use it to corrupt dungeon cores to trigger dungeon outbreaks. Even Celine didn't expect that her potion would be used in such a manner. However, what was done was done. She had already received the payment for her potions, and the organization had paid her handsomely for her services. Frankly, Celine really didn't care if the Helen Kingdom really fell to ruin. She had no attachment to the kingdom. However, she cared about the people of Lant. Perhaps, due to this, the organization didn't choose to corrupt a dungeon near her territory. Celine may not care for the kingdom, but she did care for William. After all, the handsome half-elf was her only disciple. Because of this, Celine felt conflicted. Oliver waited patiently for his mistress to give an order, but Celine kept her silence. 10 minutes later, a sigh escaped her beautiful lips as she turned her head to look at the loyal retainer who had stayed with her all these years. Oliver, flowers grown inside a greenhouse couldn't compare to those that were born in the wild, Celine said. I believe in William. He will survive this because he is strong. Although her words were firm, it was as if she was trying to convince herself that William would be fine even if she didn't send Oliver to help him. Oliver sighed internally, but he didn't say anything else. He only prayed in his heart that the gods would keep William safe. While the parrot monkey was deep in his thoughts, Celine stood up from the couch and opened the window. She then turned towards Oliver with a smile on her face. Oliver, you have been cooped up inside the house for a long time, Celine said with a sweet smile. That's no good. You should exercise your body from time to time. I order you to go sightseeing for a few days. Just make sure to return as soon as possible. Celine then started to walk towards the stairs. Before I forget, make sure to bring back some souvenirs. As you command, my lady. Oliver bowed and flapped his wings. He flew out of the window and soared towards the sky. His destination, a certain place where a certain narcissistic half-elf had been deployed. A smirk appeared on Oliver's monkey face as he increased his speed. Mistress, you look really cute when you act like a cooter, Oliver mused as he turned his head to look at the town of Lant that was gradually getting farther away. Don't worry, I'll keep your little prince safe. After all, I still need to ensure that he will pick you as his bride when he grows up. I won't hand him over to Celeste. Cooter are those who are often cold, blunt, and cynical. They may seem very emotionless and stoic on the outside, but on the inside they're very caring, at least when it comes to the ones they love. Thank you, Google Senpai. With another flap of his wings, a sonic boom echoed in the air. Oliver's speed drastically increased as he traveled at the speed of sound. Half an hour later, the town of Dawsbury finally appeared on the horizon. Oliver arrived just in time to see the little half-elf get struck by a lightning bolt that sent him flying a few meters away from where he stood. Chapter 169, Creatures of Myths and Legends Part 1. Half an hour before Oliver arrived in the skies of Dawsbury. This is hopeless, William thought as he forced himself to swing the wooden staff in his hands to end the life of the monster in front of him. As the battle progressed, William felt that the staff in his hands were getting heavier. It was mostly due to his arms aching and reaching their limit. It was at that time when he barely avoided a sneak attack by one of the Class C beasts, Spiteseeker, from the sky. This lapse in his concentration allowed the dog-like creature in front of him to use that opportunity to tackle him and pin him down to the ground. Sharp fangs bared themselves as the ashteeth tried to bite William's neck. However, the shepherd was able to use his staff to block the dog's teeth and prevented himself from getting bitten. A battle of strength ensued as the ashteeth forced its jaw closer to William's face. The stench of rotting flesh assailed William's nose as he gritted his teeth to resist the wolf's assault. "Will!" a familiar voice shouted, and not long after, a steel spike embedded itself in the ashteeth's forehead. William forcefully kicked the dead monster to the side as he propped himself to stand. A young lady with blonde hair and blue eyes ran in his direction and supported his body. "Are you all right?" Wendy asked. Her voice was laced with concern. "I'm fine," William replied. "But, why are you here? What happened to the spot you were defending?" Wendy shook her head as he dragged William away from the town's wall. "The walls have been breached. It is no longer safe to defend it." As if waiting for that cue, a bugle horn sounded across the town which signaled the order to retreat to the second line of defense. The second line of defense was where the watchtowers were located. The majority of mages, who didn't specialize in close combat, had already retreated to the watchtowers and were firing spells to help the defenders on the town's wall to evacuate. William was still holding the staff in his hand, but he didn't have the strength to lift it. After the adrenaline had passed, he was left exhausted. Wendy took William's arm and placed it over her shoulder to better support his body while they made their escape. Several of the monsters ran after them, but they were shot down by Andy, who was standing on the roof of a house and paying close attention to the evacuating students. The martial class instructors held the front, which gave the students sufficient time to retreat. Those who had lost their strength were carried away by their comrades as they ran for their lives. Andy sighed in relief when he saw that William was safe and sound. He shot arrows one after the other. He needed to buy as much time as possible for his students to reach safety. When William and Wendy arrived at the second line of defense, a worried Ella immediately appeared by his side. The Angorian goat had been carrying the wounded students from the walls to the infirmary during the battle and had lost sight of how William was doing. Seeing that William was safe, the Angorian goat went back to his side in order to protect him from further harm. "Thank you," William said as Wendy supported him to sit on the ground. "You're welcome, Will," Wendy replied and sat down beside him. William sighed internally because his body was as heavy as lead. Since the battle started, he hadn't left the town wall and continued to defend his position for more than an hour. The loss of defenders due to miasma poisoning had placed him under great pressure. This in turn forced him to surpass his limits in fending off dozens of monsters at the same time. The red-headed boy was feeling drowsy as exhaustion washed over his body. He tried to fight it off, but his body was not cooperating with him. He nodded off several times, until he finally closed his eyes to sleep. When he was about to let himself be taken by sleep's embrace, something sweet and cold assaulted his tongue. He forcefully opened his eyes and saw Wendy gently feeding him a rejuvenation potion. He opened his mouth wider to allow more of the rich liquid in to help him recover. When the potion was all used up, William felt a quarter of his strength return to his body. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep him awake and function at this crucial time. "Thank you," William said with a smile. "Rejuvenation potions are expensive. How about I repay you by cooking for you for a week? My master said that I'm a very good cook." "Really?" Wendy asked with a hint of amusement. Just don't blame me if you get addicted to my cooking. My standards, when it comes to food, are really high. Let's see if Sir William can back his words with his cooking." The two stared at each other before chuckling at the same time. Both of them were trying to ease each other's tension. They knew that they didn't have long to rest before another round of battle would commence once the town wall had been breached completely. William was about to say something when a powerful explosion reverberated from the town's wall. The two children glanced at each other before hurrying to climb one of the watchtowers to see what was going on. What is that? A mage shakily pointed at the center of the monster formation. A giant black dog that was at least 6 meters tall stared at them with glowing blue eyes. There were blue streaks of fur on its body that resembled lightning bolts as tendrils of electricity snaked around its body. In the air, a deafening cry was heard as a giant, black-winged serpent made its presence known. Its body was made up of dark scales and its glowing blue eyes eerily gazed at the people who were defending Dawsbury as if to mock their futile attempts to stop the inevitable. The wind started to pick up and dark clouds covered the horizon. A peal of thunder resounded in the heavens as flashes of lightning illuminated the black clouds that blocked the light of the sun. Soon the entire town of Dawsbury was enshrouded in darkness, and yet, the countless glowing eyes from the dungeon monsters, who were almost upon them, didn't fade in the slightest. William gulped as he used his appraisal skill to identify the two giant beasts that seemed to be the masterminds that commanded the monster horde. Just a glance was enough to tell him that both of them were pretty bad news. Shalut. Underworld Dog. Corrupted Guardian. Threat level, S low. Centennial Beast. This mythical beast was said to wield the power of lightning, fire, and death. A cursed creature that was so diabolical that not many dared to fight against it. According to legend, Shalut guarded the sun as it set into the underworld every night. Ironically, this creature is hailed both as a destroyer and a savior at the same time. He who fights this myth should be weary, for it places a curse on anyone that defies it. Quetzalcoatl. Winged Serpent. This mythical beast wields the power of wind and rain. Sometimes hailed as the Lord of the Dawn, this creature can create powerful storms, hurricanes, and tornadoes that can destroy anything in their path. According to legend, this creature witnessed the creation of the world and even helped mankind during its time of need. William gritted his teeth as he stared at the two mythical beasts in front of him. He was about to shout and warn the instructors that they had to retreat at all costs when Shalut roared and shot a lightning bolt, that was as big as a bus, towards William, Ella, and Wendy who were standing at the center of the defensive formation. The red-headed boy immediately pushed Ella, and Wendy, out of the way as the lightning bolt engulfed him and dyed his vision white. Chapter 170, Creatures of Myths and Legends Part 2. It hurts, please, help us. We can't hold out for much longer, please, save us. Two pleading voices echoed inside William's mind as the lightning bolt engulfed his entire body. His student uniform was made from a special material that could withstand magic attacks up to the first circle. However, against an attack from a centennial, it offered no form of resistance whatsoever and immediately turned to ashes. Time seemed to slow down as William entered a trance-like state. In that white world, William saw two orbs of light. One was yellow, the other red. The lights of these two orbs gradually dimmed as they pleaded for William to help them. When the world regained its color, the red-headed boy laid on the ground unmoving. His wooden staff lay on the ground a few meters away from him as tendrils of electricity snaked around his body. If not for the pants that his Auntie Helen made specially, that he wore under his uniform, he would have been completely naked the moment his student robe was destroyed. Me, Ella bleated as he hurried by William's side. She nudged the side of his face in an attempt to wake him up. While Ella was trying to awaken the fallen half-elf, the lightning currents that snaked around William's body gathered towards the black rose tattoo on William's chest and were absorbed completely. Will, Wendy shouted as she ran to his side. She then checked William's body for any injuries and was surprised that his body was still intact with only minor bruises. William raised his hand and caressed Ella's neck to assure her that he was fine. He then slowly opened his eyes to look at the side where Wendy was looking down on him with a worried expression. The watchtower where they had been standing had collapsed due to the intensity of the attack and several students received injuries, some of them were seriously injured. William had taken the brunt of the damage and mitigated it to the best of his abilities, but it was still an attack from a centennial beast, so it was impossible to block completely. When the attack happened, the system made an arbitrary decision and forcefully changed William's subclass to Prince of Thunder. Because of this, the lightning bolt didn't cause much damage to his body and helped him resist the attack that could have easily claimed his life. The instructors were in the process of taking the injured students and transporting them to the infirmary. Andy appeared beside William and was about to carry him off when the shepherd shook his head in response. "Instructor, I'm fine," William said as he stood up from the ground. He even brushed off the dirt that had accumulated on his body to indicate that he was perfectly fine. Andy eyed the boy and made sure that he was indeed still capable of fighting before going to another student who had lost consciousness not far away from their location. Although he wanted to ask William questions, now was not the time for it. It was not only Andy, but several students and instructors, who had witnessed the event, looked at William in surprise. From every angle, he looked fine and healthy. His lean and toned body radiated youthful strength and his eyes were still bright and clear. Although he had some bruises here and there, they were only a minor concern for warriors in the battlefield. Aren't you going to wear anything?" Wendy asked as she looked at William's face. She was doing her best not to look down because William's body was visually attractive. Although they were in the midst of battle, Wendy couldn't keep herself from being charmed by her idol. "In a while," William said as he retrieved his wooden staff. Thunder roared in the heavens and lightning flashed like dragons in the sky as Shalud manipulated the elements to follow its bidding. Quetzalcoatl wasn't being idle either and flapped its mighty wings, causing gusts of wind that blew the students off the ground. Wendy was almost blown away, but William firmly held her waist in place. The shepherd looked at these two creatures while thinking of his next plan of action. "Help us, please, save us." Two words echoed inside his mind, and this time, he knew that they were real and not made up by his imagination. He could also tell that the voices were not coming from the two mythical beasts that were about to annihilate all of them. No, they came from the direction of the dungeon and they were pleading for him to help them. William tapped the ground with his staff, as he summoned a helper to fight by his side. "Eternal guardian who guards the forest, help me in my time of need." William shouted, "Come forth, Spire." A white portal appeared behind William's back as the guardian of the white-tailed deer tribe walked out of it. Its majestic body glowed in radiant light and served as a beacon to illuminate the darkness. Right now, the Spire was only a Class B mid-beast. It was impossible for it to fight off against centennial beasts who were labeled as Class S threats. Even so, Spire looked at these two beasts fearlessly. It had regained a boost in its ranks after William gave it the rewards that he promised during the battle for the position of head prefect in the Enchanted Forest. The students who had watched the competition for the head prefect of the martial class were quite familiar with this noble creature. They just never expected that it would appear in this battle against the dungeon outbreak. Behind it, 40 long-horned enchanted deer emerged from the portal and stood in a row facing off against the dungeon monsters, who stopped their advance a few hundred meters away from the watchtowers. These long-horned enchanted deer were Class C mid-beasts and were more than capable of dealing with the small fries. Although reinforcements had arrived, no one believed that they would be able to win against the dungeon outbreak with their current numbers. "Please, honor your promise and help us this once," William pleaded. "Come forth, diabolical hell ape." Another portal appeared behind William's back, but this time, it was bigger than the one that Spire had come from. A giant ape, with two protruding horns on its head, came out of the portal. Its serpent tail hissed as it raised its head to look at the two mythical beasts in front of it. "Are you sure you want to waste this one favor in dealing with these small fries, boy?" The diabolical hell ape asked through telepathy. Everyone in the battlefield heard its voice inside their head. The dungeon monsters shuddered unconsciously because they felt a presence that was way beyond their league. Even the two mythical beasts were affected by the overpowering presence of the giant ape who was in a realm above theirs. The instructors of the academy were surprised because they recognized the towering beast that appeared on the battlefield. It was none other than the sovereign who ruled the forest just outside the Helen Royal Academy. A creature that was at the peak of Class SS beasts. It was so powerful that even the dean of the academy had to be respectful to it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that summoning the diabolical hell ape to fight against the dungeon outbreak was overkill. "Indeed, it is a waste for me to summon you to such a small-scale battlefield, is what I'd like to say, but this is only true in the eyes of creatures as powerful as yourself, Your Excellency," William replied in a respectful tone. "However, no matter how weak and short-lived humans are, every life is precious. If I can prevent even a single student of the Royal Academy from dying, then it is not a waste to ask for your help. I would not be able to sleep peacefully at night if I turned a blind eye and allowed the students to sacrifice their lives if it could be prevented. Although this favor is a one-time offer, I have no regrets." The Spire nodded its head in appreciation to William's words. It was a noble and righteous creature, and it liked how the red-headed boy denied that he wasted the favor given to him by the diabolical hell ape. The students and instructors who heard William felt conflicted. Some of them were quite thankful for William for calling the diabolical hell ape to help them in battle, while others felt ashamed that the shepherd had to resort to using his trump card, because all of them were too weak to fight against the monsters in front of them. "I will honor our agreement and help you once," the diabolical hell ape said as it stood in front of the defenders. It lived in a world where the law of the jungle was supreme. Although he understood William's words, he still felt that the young boy was pitiful for having no choice but to summon him. Several portals appeared behind him, as the rulers of the forest joined their sovereign to battle. Ironically, Soglav was also there, who gave William the middle finger before facing the dungeon monster army in front of it. With this, the incident of Soglav will no longer be brought up in the future as per our agreement. Do you understand? The diabolical hell ape glanced at the red-headed boy beside its feet. Yes, William answered firmly. We have no more debts between us. Soglav, who was listening to the conversation, only snorted, but didn't say anything else since he was in the presence of his sovereign. As it should be. The diabolical hell ape nodded its head. So, which one should I deal with? Please take care of the shalut. Okay, it's too troublesome to fight against flying creatures. I'll handle this overgrown dog for you. But, who will face off against that winged serpent? My second master will, William replied with a grin. Second master, please, take care of the Quetzalcoatl. It is way out of my league. The corner of Oliver's lips twitched as he heard William's shameless request from his hiding place. The parrot monkey had hidden himself within the dark clouds in the sky, while observing the situation on the ground, but somehow, William was still able to find him. What Oliver didn't know was that the system had already detected his presence when he entered the skies of the battlefield. It was very easy for it to locate his position since all the allies were highlighted on the map of the territory. Fine. Oliver's voice echoed inside William's head. You owe me one, little Will. Thank you, second master, Will replied in his heart. Inside the dark clouds, Oliver looked at the giant winged serpent with a mischievous grin as if it was looking at a new toy. A fake centennial beast that is forcefully upgraded by miasma can't compare to the real deal. Oliver chuckled. Mistress asked for a souvenir. This snake will do quite nicely. Oliver was just like a little puppy facing off against an elephant, but he didn't even see the Quetzalcoatl as a threat. For him, the oversized winged serpent was only a little snake that he could easily trample under his talons without breaking a sweat. Wendy, stand at the rear, William said as he patted her head. I will handle this. Wendy nodded her head and immediately retreated to a safe place. Although she was worried about William, she didn't want to get in the way of this battle. Ella transformed into an Angorian war ibex and allowed William to ride on her back. He then ordered the system to change his subclass to the Cavalier job class. He then equipped the golden scaled light armor from the Ring of Conquest. This armor was made from the scales of the golden scaled crocodile that Celine had defeated 4 years ago. It boasted great physical and magical defense, and was custom made to change its size to fit William perfectly. When William donned his armor, he looked like a young prince that had come to save the princess from the evil dragon. He wasn't wearing a visor, but a winged circlet that highlighted his natural beauty. Instead of the wooden staff that he usually used to do battle, he summoned a spear that was made from the fangs of the thunder-horned wolf and the teeth of the golden-scaled crocodile. The spear was 2 meters long and its design was similar to the Stormcaller. The only difference was that it was made with barbed edges that would bring its victims a world of pain the moment it grazed them. Barbados was quite happy with his creation and named it Trium, the executioner of giants. All the girls who saw him couldn't stop themselves from sighing in admiration. Wendy, who had retreated to a safe distance, also looked at William with a reddened face. She looked at her prince in shining armor as her heart beat wildly inside her chest. Est and Ian, who stood at the center of the defenders, wanted to roll their eyes in annoyance. Show off. Stupid. William. Even though the 2 boys resented William for taking the spotlight and stealing the heart of the ladies around them, they were still pinning their hopes on him. They believed that, as long as William was around, everything was going to be all right. This belief was deeply ingrained in their hearts, and would continue to believe them through the years to come. The 2 sides faced off against each other as everyone readied themselves for the decisive battle. It was at that very moment that the diabolical hell ape thumped its chest and issued a deafening roar. It then charged towards the shalut while coating its body in fire. Wait for me. I will save the 2 of you soon, William said inside his heart and hoped that the 2 voices that were calling out to the dungeon could hear him. He then pointed his spear forward and issued the order to attack. Charge! Ella bleated and issued a war cry to raise the stats of the deers who were accompanying them to battle. Spire, on the other hand, used its ability, Call to Arms, which further enhanced everyone's stats by 50%. It then followed behind William along with the long-horned enchanted deer that flanked his sides. Charge forward, Brent ordered, and the rest of the defenders followed his orders. Show them the power of the Helen Royal Academy. The students cheered in unison and joined the fray. William's show of strength had made their blood boil and they were raring to fight by his side. They didn't want to admit it, but in their eyes, William became the flag of hope that fluttered in the darkness. A flag that was about to lead them to victory. This was how the second round of the battle began and the land trembled in their wake. Chapter 171, Corrupted Dungeon Cores Part 1. Growls, roars, and shouts reverberated throughout the battlefield as both sides clashed against each other. Due to the presence of the diabolical Hell Ape, a powerful pressure had descended upon the dungeon creatures which made their movements and performance decrease significantly. William and Ella cut through the sea of monsters like a hot knife through butter. The spire, and the long-horned enchanted deer that flanked William's sides, bulldozed everything in their path. Due to the vast difference in strength, Shalud was mercilessly pummeled by the diabolical Hell Ape. Although it was a mythical beast, the Shalud was clearly not a match to the giant ape that was immune to fire. As a creature of the underworld, its resistance to miasma was very high. Even if it was surrounded by corrupted monsters, it moved unhindered and turned the lower-tiered monsters around it into ashes. The other rules of the forest under its command were all Class B beasts. They were more than enough to fight off the hordes of monsters coming their way. Soglav wielded a bastard sword in its hand as it sliced one monster after another. It was as if it was venting out its frustration on the low-tiered beast for being forced to participate in a battle that was due to its carelessness. While the hordes of corrupted dungeon monsters and the allied forces collided, the true powerhouses were duking it out on both the land and air. Shalud relied on its lightning bolts and speed to deal with the giant ape, because it knew that it was no match against it in close combat. What it didn't know was that the giant ape's serpent tail was an expert in medium-ranged combat as well. It would spray acid and poison that was strong enough to melt boulders, from time to cut off the Shalud's path of retreat, and allow the diabolical Hell Ape to deliver a nasty blow that would send it flying. Since the magicians couldn't fire their spells towards the ground for fear of friendly fire, they focused their attention on the aerial monsters that hovered above their heads. Spells of different kinds flew in the air which illuminated their surroundings like trails made by fireworks. The winged serpent wanted to help the Shalud deal with the diabolical Hell Ape, but an annoying parrot monkey blocked its path. After their initial clash in the air, the winged serpent knew that it was no match against the weird-looking creature that had the head of a monkey and the body of a parrot. Its pitiful shrieks resounded across the sky as Oliver toyed with it to its heart's content. Help us, Saw, save us. William could sense that the voices calling out to him were gradually weakening. He had a feeling that the time the voices stopped calling out to him, something sinister would take place inside the dungeon. Spire, I'll leave the clearing of the battlefield to you. William shouted, I'm heading inside the dungeon. Spire eyed him for a brief moment before nodding its majestic head. We will help to create a path for you. Be careful, young William. The diabolical Hell Ape heard their conversation and the serpent tail immediately spat several fireballs the size of a car into the sea of monsters. The fireballs turned everything it hit into ashes, paving a road for the boy and his mama goat to traverse unchallenged. 20 long-horned enchanted deer took the lead and formed an arrow formation with William at its center. They used the path that the diabolical Hell Ape had created and ran in the direction of the dungeon. Spire ordered the remaining deer under its command to stay on the front line of the battlefield. The Eternal Guardian had a special cleansing ability that allowed it to purify the miasma in the bodies of the defenders. With its help, the humans were able to continue fighting without having to retreat to cure the miasma poisoning. 2 minutes later, thank you, this is as far as you can take me. William thanked the deer who had accompanied him. Please, go back and help Spire protect the students. Are you sure you can do it alone, little Will? Oliver's voice sounded inside his head. Do you need me to follow you? Although Oliver was currently toying with the winged serpent, it would be very easy for him to subdue it if need be. The reason he came to Dawsbury was to ensure William's safety. A mere winged serpent was not as important as his mistress' future husband candidate. It will be fine, second master, William replied. I am never alone. That is true, Oliver commented. You are never alone. Very well, I'll play here for a while longer. Just call me if anything happens. Understood. Good luck with whatever you plan to do. After reassuring Oliver, William and Ella entered the entrance of the dungeon. William was expecting to fight his way through a horde of monsters, but the dungeon was practically empty. Before William could even do anything, a gate suddenly appeared in front of him. It opened very slowly and the voices he had heard earlier urged him to enter. Since his purpose for coming was to find out who was calling out to him, William entered the gate while raising his guard. The moment the shepherd passed through it, the gate disappeared completely, leaving nothing behind. In a wide and spacious land, where dark clouds covered the sky, William stared at two black orbs, the size of a car's wheel, floating in front of him. Why, you're finally here. Please, help us. Save us. William approached the two black orbs with caution. The miasma that the two orbs were releasing looked so sinister, that the red-headed boy didn't know if it was a good idea to get closer. Suddenly, the dark cloud of miasma transformed into a giant two-headed dog with a serpentine tail. The two-headed dog bared its fangs at the intruders on its territory, however, it didn't make any moves to attack William. It stayed in its position and shielded the two black orbs behind its back. William narrowed his eyes as he used his appraisal skill to read the information of the monster in front of them. Orthus. Dog of Twilight. Threat level B mid. A two-headed dog that guards the castles of the abyss rulers in the underworld. Wields the power of darkness and specializes in mobility. For a short period in time, it can split itself into two giant dogs with one head each. The serpentine tail on its back contains a powerful paralyzing poison that can paralyze a human for hours. Although the Orthus was a Class B, middle-tier monster, William felt that it was very different from the other Class B monsters that he had fought against. Soglav was a Class B monster, but the presence that it excluded was more powerful than the Orthus in front of William. Still, William didn't dare to underestimate his opponent and decided to go all out to defeat it. Let's go, everyone, William raised his spear and shouted. Gate open. A portal appeared behind the boy and a herd of Angorian war ibexes stepped into the dungeon room. Chrono, Aslan, and the others looked at the monster dog in front of them with sparkling eyes. They were sick and tired of getting bullied by James and the other powerful experts in Lant during their training lessons. It had been so long since William had called for them, so they endured the beatings of these powerful fighters as they honed their fighting techniques to the peak. The corner of William's lips twitched when the goats that answered his summons began to discuss with each other. Aslan. Me. Can we bully that dog? Kronos. Me. Let's bully it. Aslan. Me. I agree. All the goats. Me. Let's go. They didn't even wait for William's command and charged at the two-headed dog as a group. It was like a dozen school kids were flocking towards a little puppy that had been presented to them by a teacher. The Orthus roared mightily and faced off against the Angorian war ibexes, at least, that was its original plan. However, it had underestimated how fast and how strong the war ibexes were. The dog yelped in pain as several horns collided with its body that sent it flying to the air. As it was falling, it noticed a single war ibex waiting for it where it would land. The war ibex had a mischievous look in its eyes as it turned around and lifted its hind legs to kick it. The poor dog became a volleyball ball that got passed around by the war ibexes that were venting out their frustration. In a desperate attempt to fight back, Orthux split its body into two. Unfortunately, its actions only made the goats more excited as they, too, split into two teams. Aslan's and Kronos' teams took one dog each and resumed their volleyball session. William didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at the pitiful guardian dog that was being bullied by the goats he had raised since they were kids. Fun fact. A young goat is also called a kid. Since the immediate threat was already being taken care of, William approached the two black orbs and checked their condition with his appraisal skill. Corrupted Dungeon Core. A dungeon core that was corrupted by miasma. Corruption progress, 95%. System, how do we resolve this issue? William inquired. To answer the host's question, there is only one way to handle a corrupted dungeon core, and that is to destroy it. However, even if the host did nothing, these two cores will shatter automatically once the miasma has corrupted it completely. Chapter 172, Corrupted Dungeon Cores Part 2. William frowned when he heard the system's explanation. He didn't come here to destroy anything. His reason for coming inside the dungeon was to save whoever had been calling to him and, from what he could gather, the ones calling for his help were these two dungeon cores who were almost completely corrupted by darkness. Help. Save. The voices were getting weaker like the light of a candle that was about to be snuffed out. William had no intention of destroying the two cores as he asked the system for a way to save them. According to the data that I have gathered in this world, there were several attempts in the past to save corrupted dungeon cores. However, none of them succeeded. Also, those who tried to purify them received the backlash of the miasma that had been absorbed by the cores and perished. Up to this date, no one had succeeded in purifying corrupted dungeon cores. Is there really no other way to save these two dungeon cores? William muttered in frustration. As if waiting for that cue, two black portals appeared in the sky above the dungeon cores. The Shalut and the winged serpent fell from the portals and crashed into the dungeon floor, making it tremble. The two mythical beasts tried to move their bodies, but they were too injured to move. As the portals were about to close, Oliver, the parrot monkey, flew down from the sky. It looked at the Orthus who was being toyed with by the war ibexes, then at the two corrupted dungeon cores, before it finally turned to William. Oliver looked at the young boy with an amused expression on his face before he gracefully landed on William's shoulder. "So, this is the reason why you came here alone," Oliver said. "Are you thinking of saving these twin cores?" "Second Master, why are you here?" William inquired. "Why are the two mythical beasts here? What is happening outside? I just arrived and you're already bombarding me with questions." Oliver snorted. "You don't have to worry about what is happening outside. That overgrown ape, along with the deer, are cleaning the mobs. The peanut galler, I mean the humans, are also helping with the cleanup. About these two beasts, they opened a portal in order to escape. I followed behind them to see where they were going. Luckily, they decided to return to the dungeon cores, so I am now here with you." William glanced at the two mythical beasts who seemed to have regained a bit of their reasoning. They were looking at him with pleading eyes. It was very obvious that they wanted William to save the twin cores who were the hearts and souls of the dungeon. "Well then, let's get back to the topic. Do you plan to save these twin cores?" Oliver inquired. "Twin cores are actually very rare, you know. A dungeon being formed with twin cores is a 1 in 200,000 chance. Meaning, in every 200,000 dungeons, only one with twin cores will be formed. I want to save them, but I've been told that it is impossible." "Yes, it is impossible if you try to save them as cores. Why don't you just absorb them? It will be a boon to your power if you absorb the power of a dungeon core. You know, there are even people who specifically conquer dungeons in order to harness the power of the dungeon cores. They are called dungeon conquerors." Oliver wanted to say more, but he felt that he would be overstepping his bounds if he tried to mention William's father, Maxwell. The person who single-handedly fended off the demon invasion towards the Silvermoon continent. The one and only dungeon conqueror on the southern continent. When the two mythical beasts heard the word, absorb, they growled at the parrot monkey, but the latter paid them no mind. "A parrot monkey doesn't lose sleep over the opinion of sheep," Oliver snorted. "So what if Little Will wanted to absorb these twin cores? What can the two of you do about it?" The two guardian beasts tried to stand, but they were too injured and too weak to do anything. The goats who were playing with the Orthus weren't paying attention to the discussion. The only thing in their mind was to bully their new toy, before they returned to Lant and get bullied themselves. "Second Master, is there really no other way? Why are you so keen on saving these twin cores? Is there something you're not telling me?" William nodded his head. "These two cores had been asking me to save them since the dungeon outbreak started." "Oh," Oliver looked at the two cores with interest. "Such a thing happened. Interesting. Host, the corruption has progressed to 97%. According to my estimate, it will take less than 10 minutes before these two cores are fully corrupted." "Second Master, there is a way, but the way you are going to save them is different from what you have in mind. You see, Will, once their bodies are corrupted there is no turning back for them. This is why you should never bother trying to save the cores as they are. However, if you were to save the souls of these twin cores, then it is very possible to do that. Even so, there is a chance that you will be corrupted by the miasma. Are you sure you want to do this?" William looked at the twin cores, then looked down on the ground. "I want to save them, but I don't want to get corrupted. Gramps, and the rest of my family, will be sad if that were to happen to me." Why didn't you add Mistress to the list of people who will be sad if you get corrupted?" "Hello, it was the Mistress that sent me here to help you," Oliver nagged. "Well, she didn't say it explicitly, but I'm sure that this was what she wanted me to do. Of course, Master will be sad too, that's why. Second Master, you need to think of a way that I can save the dungeon cores without becoming corrupted in the process. Why are all of you Ainsworths so greedy? It's either you play it big or not at all. Geez, fine, there is a way, but it will be very painful. Are you sure you still want to do it? Oliver felt that it was a pity that William didn't want to absorb the cores to boost his powers, but since he had become fond of the boy, he was willing to turn a blind eye and let him have his way. I won't get corrupted. You won't. Then let's do it. Fine, but you have to change your what was that again? Job class. Oliver tilted his head to the side. Anyways, whatever you call it, you need to change it to Prince of Darkness. That is the only way for you to resist the miasma corruption. Host, the Prince of Darkness job class is currently disabled. It can't be used at this point in time because you didn't meet the necessary requirements to open this prestige class in the first place. Last time, it was forcefully activated due to the collar of Wisteria. What are the necessary requirements for it? The host must surrender to the darkness first and allow your soul to be corrupted by the God of Darkness. Chapter 173, Corrupted Dungeon Cores Part 3. Are you serious? William couldn't believe what the system had told him. The job class that he had used in the battle against the Cyclops could only be unlocked if his soul was corrupted by the God of Darkness. Host, the job class Prince and Princess of Darkness is a prestige class that belongs to the devout follower of the God of Darkness. To be honest, it is impossible for you to unlock it. It was only possible because you used the collar of Wisteria as a medium to sacrifice 5 years of your magic power to use the job class for a short period of time. How can this be? William was starting to feel helpless. What am I supposed to do? Oliver noticed the change in William's expression and frowned. What are you dilly-dallying for? Have you switched that job class or whatever to Prince of Darkness? Hurry, we don't have much time. Second Master, the Prince of Darkness is not available, William replied. I can't use it. Is that so? Oliver knew that William wouldn't lie to him at this crucial moment, so he had no choice but to believe him. Okay, just switch to the Dark Mage. I just hope that your soul will be able to endure the corruption and the pain. Don't worry, I will assist you. With the two of us together, it will work, probably. Host, the core's corruption has progressed to 98%. William took 2 deep breaths in order to calm himself. He knew that he was taking a big risk in attempting what he was about to do, but he had to do it. Something inside him was compelling him to do it. What William didn't know was that, deep within his sea of consciousness, the chess piece of the king started to vibrate. The time for it to awaken was still not at hand, but it had sensed William's desire and decided to lend its strength. Issei, who was napping in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, felt his divinity start to move and immediately investigated the cause. The only person whom he had given his divinity to was William. Since the chess piece was moving, it meant that his sworn brother had encountered something very troublesome. It's still too early, Issei frowned as he observed William's projection from inside his palace. Still, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The greater the challenge, the greater the gains. Good luck, little brother. After changing his job class to the Dark Mage, William prepared himself to touch the 2 cores with his hands at the same time. Listen to me, whatever happens do not lose yourself, Oliver said with a serious expression as he hovered above William's head. The moment you touch those 2 cores, the miasma will slam on your sea of consciousness like a tidal wave. You must resist, and keep your consciousness at all costs. If you fail, then your body will be corrupted by miasma. Are you sure you're not going to change your mind? No. William shook his head. I am ready. Good. Oliver nodded and spread his wings wide. Let's start. William gritted his teeth and touched both cores at the same time. Immediately, the miasma traveled through his hands and up to his arms, instantly turning it black. William felt something slam into the core of his very being as his soul shuddered from the impact. This was the second time he'd felt something like this. The first time was when the truck appeared in the cycle of reincarnation and sent him flying to be born in this world. The impact had been so strong that it damaged William's soul. It caused him to be unable to regain consciousness for more than a month after he was born. Fortunately, due to the incident with Truck Kun, William's soul had been strengthened after it had recovered. It was further strengthened by Celine's hell training inside his sea of consciousness. Although he wanted to faint from the pain, Oliver's encouragement and his Mama Ella's bleeding had reached his ears. He endured the corruption of the miasma as his body was slowly being stained black. Some time later, a patch of bright light, the size of a gold coin, appeared in the center of the two dungeon cores. Oliver hurriedly used his powers to pull the souls of the twin cores out from the bodies that were on the verge of collapse. It was a painstaking process as Oliver divided his attention between supplying William some of his strength and extracting the souls from the two cores. The two guardian beasts knew that this was the turning point, so they channeled the remaining power in their bodies into William. They were also doing their best to help the person who decided to save their masters from complete destruction. The goats had stopped playing with the Orthus, because the guardian beast had also regained some of its sanity. It joined its seniors in helping William resist the corruption as its way of atonement. Right now, William's whole body had been stained black. Even his hair and eyes hadn't escaped the miasma's corruption. Although it was very painful, the years he had spent being trained by Celine and Oliver ironically helped him endure the tortuous ordeal he was currently experiencing. Inside his sea of consciousness, William's soul floated above blue waters that were also slowly being stained with the black miasma. In time, the sea had turned completely black. Suddenly a single strand of darkness, as thin as a thread, rose up from the corrupted waters and pierced William's chest. It wormed its way inside William's soul and successfully infiltrated his core. After that single strand had been absorbed, more strands flew into the air and attempted to pierce William's chest once again. However, a powerful divinity blocked them. The chest piece hovered above William's body and shielded his soul from further harm. It had waited for that single strand of darkness to pierce William's chest before it made its move. The young boy was not able to resist the single strand of darkness that attacked him because he had already lost consciousness at that point in time. The chess piece could have prevented the incident from happening, but it chose to wait. It had waited for that opportunity because it believed that its host would need that power in the future. It also understood that William was not strong enough to consume more than one strand, so it didn't allow him to absorb more. An hour passed, as Oliver almost crashed to the ground due to exhaustion. The two souls of the dungeon cores floated above William's body and danced like little children. The guardians looked at this scene in happiness as their bodies slowly disappeared into particles of light. They had completed their duty and it was now time for them to disappear from the world. Once the dungeon cores had been destroyed, the dungeon monsters that they had birthed would also cease to exist. The only proof that the guardian beasts had existed were the two centennial grade cores, and one high grade core that laid on the ground, waiting for their new owner to pick them up. 2 hours later, William felt something wet hitting the side of his face. He tried to open his eyes, but they refused to obey his commands. Using all the willpower that he could muster, he forced his eyes open, only to find Ella licking the side of his face in an attempt to wake him up. William wanted to reply, but just opening his eyes was already a monumental task for him. He stared at his mama to tell her that he was fine, so she wouldn't have to worry about him. Ella understood what he wanted to convey to her and nodded her head in acknowledgement. "Oh, you're finally awake." Oliver's monkey head suddenly appeared in his vision. "Well, it seems that your soul has received significant damage. I'm guessing that right now you are unable to move your body. But don't worry. It will only take 2 to 3 days at most before you regain control of your body. If you can understand my words, blink twice." William blinked twice to show Oliver that he had understood him. The parrot monkey nodded its head and continued to talk to William. "I still need to discuss a few things with you, but that will have to wait until you get better. I just wanted to tell you that we succeeded. Don't think about anything. Don't worry about anything. Just rest. That is all you need to do. Leave the rest to me and your mama Ella." "Me." Ella bleated in agreement. William blinked twice before closing his eyes. He was really at his limit and sleep pulled him into her embrace. When Ella and Oliver heard William's deep breathing, both of them sighed in relief. The other goats had already returned to Lont and only the two of them remained inside the dungeon protecting William. Soon, the sounds of running footsteps could be heard in the distance. "I know, Miss Ella. For now, I'll hide inside William's shadow and guard him from there." Oliver's body sank into William's shadow using his shadow bind ability. He knew that William would be unable to protect himself at this crucial time, so he decided to become his bodyguard just in case there were malicious people around that would attempt to harm him. A minute after Oliver merged with William's shadow, Est, Ian, Isaac, Kenneth, Wendy, along with Grant, Andy, and a cleric, appeared in the dungeon room. When they saw William lying on the ground, Wendy immediately panicked and ran to his side in a hurry. She was about to lift William's body off the ground when Est hurriedly stopped her. "Don't move his body," Est shouted. "He might be injured somewhere. Let the cleric have a look at him first." Wendy nodded her head, but she didn't move away from William's body. Instead, she held his hand and looked at the half-elf's pale face with an anxious expression. Est and Ian didn't say anything about Wendy's actions because they too were worried about William's condition. They waited patiently for the cleric to run a diagnostic spell on William's body so they could see his current situation. "How is he?" Brent asked. "He suffered from minor internal injuries and is seriously weakened," the cleric replied. "While his life isn't in immediate danger, he will need a few rejuvenation potions, an elixir, and plenty of rest to fully recover." Brent and Andy sighed in relief as they exchanged a glance with each other. Although the rejuvenation potions and elixir cost a lot, the Academy would shoulder the expenses. It was a small price to pay for the sacrifices that the boy had made in order to ensure that no life was lost during this mission to subjugate the Dungeon of Roaring Quarters. Chapter 174, A Mission That Takes Precedence. "Are you feeling thirsty, Will?" Will blinked twice. "Here you go," Wendy said as she gently assisted William to drink a glass of water. After his thirst was quenched, the young lady carefully supported his head and laid it back on the soft pillow. The corner of Est's and Ian's lips started to twitch when they saw this scene, but they didn't do anything about it. They just cursed William for being shameless in using his current condition to take advantage of Wendy's kindness. "How about I give you a foot massage?" Ian asked. "They say that it helps the body recover faster because the foot is connected to many internal organs of the body." Ian didn't wait for William's approval and started to knead the half-elf's foot with a smile on his face. "Does it feel good?" Ian inquired. "It does." "Then I'm going to continue." If William had been able to speak, then he would have already hurled a long string of expletives at Ian for applying so much pressure to his foot that it felt that it was tearing apart. If he could have moved his foot, then he would have already kicked the snot-nosed pansy and sent him flying out of the window. Since he couldn't move, and couldn't speak, William could only curse his mortal enemy while shedding tears of pain and sadness. Wendy, who saw this scene, felt that something was off, but Ian merely told her that William was only shedding tears of joy because his massage was so good. Est couldn't bear to see William hurting so much, so he cleared his throat and made eye contact with Ian to not bully the defenseless boy. Ian clicked his tongue as he reluctantly eased the pressure that he was applying to William's foot. He then gave the red-headed boy a proper massage which made the latter feel so good that he fell asleep. It was at that moment when the door of the room opened and Kenneth came in carrying a bucket of warm water. "He's still asleep?" Kenneth asked as he carried the bucket near William's bed. "Well, I guess it won't make a difference whether he is asleep or awake." Kenneth then proceeded to unbutton William's pajamas. Seeing his actions, Wendy immediately blushed and asked the delicate-looking silver-haired boy what he was planning to do. "What am I about to do?" Kenneth looked at Wendy with a mischievous smile. "Of course, I plan to help clean William's body by washing it. He's the type that likes to bathe every day. Do you want to do it in my place?" No," Wendy stuttered. I'm just asking." "I see." Kenneth nodded, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. What a shame. After taking William's shirt off, Kenneth started to clean his body using a wet hand towel, then drying it immediately using another towel. His movements were so precise that those who were watching him felt that Kenneth was used to doing such things. Feeling their gazes on him, Kenneth decided to talk as he cleaned William's upper body. 2 years ago, my brother fell ill and suffered a similar condition to William, Kenneth began his explanation. He was unable to move, so it was up to me to help him eat, drink, and clean his body. Seeing William like this reminded me of home, so I decided to help him clean his body since he likes taking baths every day. Still, my little brother's body can't compare to William's. Seeing this strong and lean body, I am feeling envious. William was a martial expert, so his body was very fit. If you added the aesthetics of a half-elf, then you would get a good-looking guy with a very attractive physique. After cleaning the upper part of William's body, Kenneth was about to remove the sleeping boy's pants when Wendy immediately retreated to the corner of the room. Seeing her reaction, Kenneth gave an understanding smile as he lowered William's pants. Est and Ian turned around to look at Wendy, who was sneakily peeking through the gaps in her fingers. After noticing that Est and Ian were looking at her, Wendy immediately closed the gap in her fingers and turned around to face the wall. It took Kenneth less than 5 minutes to clean William's lower body. He then went to the shepherd's closet to pick out a new set of clothes for him to wear. When the red-headed boy was properly clothed, Kenneth left the room to handle the daily affairs of the martial class along with Priscilla. Before they went to fight against the dungeon outbreak, William appointed Kenneth to be the secretary of the first-year martial division. Since their head prefect was not around, it fell to the officers to ensure that the rest of the students were behaving properly. The second, third, and fourth years still hadn't returned from their missions. The dungeon outbreaks that were happening in other places in the Hellen Kingdom were getting more and more intense, causing the Hellen army to feel more of the pressure. Because of this, the king was forced to send messengers all across the kingdom, hiring mercenaries and other armed groups to help resist the dungeon outbreak. This was also why the first year's success created a big impact on the defenders of the other towns. They didn't expect that the outbreak in Dawsbury would be settled in less than a day. Of course, this was due to William calling for reinforcements to assist them in battle. If not for Spire and his herd, the diabolical Hell Ape, and William's mysterious, second master, the outbreak of the Roaring Quarters wouldn't have been that easy to subjugate. At the Forsaken Catacombs, where the third years of the Hellen Royal Academy were stationed, an intense battle was currently taking place. Carter fired several empowered fireballs at the skeletal legionnaire that was rampaging across the battlefield. The skeletal monster, that was over 2 meters in height, was carrying a giant war axe, which it brandished left and right to reap the lives of the soldiers who were trying to fend it off. "Thank you, Professor," one of the soldiers shouted as the skeletal legionnaire burst into flames. "We are not out of the woods yet. Focus on your surroundings," Carter ordered as he fired a few more fireballs at the skeletal army that was slowly advancing towards them. The professor was very irritated because the sudden dungeon outbreaks forced him to put his plan on hold for an indefinite period of time. Because of the sudden incident, he hadn't had time to make more candies to strengthen his hold on the talented students of the third-year magic division class. Of course, that was only half of the reason why Carter was feeling irritated. His superior had also tasked him to investigate the reason for these dungeon outbreaks that were happening in the Hellen Kingdom. The reason for this was because a similar thing had happened in the Demon Continent 4 months ago. Carter's superior believed that this was done by an unknown group, or organization, that was hiding in the shadows. Without knowing this group's motive, or to whom their loyalty was given, the higher demon thought that it would be quite dangerous to leave them at large. The demon race had suffered big losses during the dungeon outbreaks that had happened in their territory. They feared that the perpetrators were only conducting further tests in the human lands before they returned to the northern continent and used the higher-ranked dungeons to start another dungeon outbreak. If that were to happen, then a calamity would befall their race. This was something that they couldn't allow to happen. Since this mission took precedence, Carter had no choice but to obey and get to the bottom of this incident. Just what are they after? Carter thought as he continued his onslaught on the battlefield. Are they anti-humans or anti-demons? How big is their organization? Carter knew that the answers to his question would not be answered soon. So he focused his attention on pushing back the skeletal army and joined the experts when they proceeded to head towards the dungeon core. Perhaps he would find the answers he was looking for after he had seen the source of the problem with his own eyes. "Oh, this is quite interesting," James chuckled as he read Ezio's report. "William managed to accomplish something amazing. As expected of my grandson." James was all smiles as he read the report in his hand. His smile didn't last for long as he read the current situation on Matthew's end on the battlefield. His grandson Matthew, and his fiancée, Leah, had gone missing while carrying out a mission inside the lair of the ancient queen, which was located within the Duchy of Aberdeen. According to Ezio's report, Leah had suffered a serious injury when she tried to save Matthew from the attack of the Lamia Queen. Leah then used a special ability that made both of them disappear from the clutches of Lamia Queen that was hell-bent on ending their lives. This was witnessed by one of the survivors who managed to escape from the dungeon. He immediately reported the mission's failure to the officers defending the front line, and this piece of information found its way into Ezio's hands. James knew that now was not the time to brag about William's accomplishment and immediately held a conference in Launt. He decided to bring an elite team to Aberdeen and help rescue his grandson inside the dungeon. For James, every member of the Ainsworth family was precious. There were only a handful of them in the world, and losing even one of them would be a tragedy. After a discussion with his subordinates, it was decided that James, Mordred, John, and Jekyll would provide reinforcements for Matthew in Aberdeen. This group of 4 would be able to travel faster by riding on the giant hawk, Blitz, who was John's animal companion. The rest of the experts would stay in Lawn to handle unforeseen events, like the dark-scaled crocodile incident that almost destroyed their hometown. As always, Owen had been assigned to be the temporary leader of Lawn while Mordred was away. This was the best course of action that James could make after taking everything into consideration. Chapter 175, Filled to the Brim with Love R18. Disclaimer. This chapter contains scenes not suitable for young audiences. You've already watched enough, to know what I'm talking about. Also, please answer the comments I placed on my author notes. It is very important. Thank you. Leah, you don't have to force yourself, you just recovered from your injury. Matthew tried to persuade his lover to stay in their hiding place until she was fully recovered. No, Leah shook her head. If I stay here, I'll go crazy worrying about you. They were currently hiding inside a cave within the lair of the ancient queen. They were part of the group that was tasked to break the dungeon core and end the threat of the monster outbreak. The dungeon had 50 floors, and their team of 100 people managed to reach the 40th floor before they were stopped by a monster army that seemed to have waited for their arrival. 3 Class S corrupted Lamia queens, along with a horde of Class C Lamias, ambushed their group from different directions. The battle was intense, but they managed to defeat 2 of the 3 Lamia queens while fighting with everything they had. During the battle, several soldiers were charmed by the Lamia queens and turned against their compatriots. Matthew was one of the few men who managed to resist the charm spell. However, the Lamia queen used that opportunity to close the gap and deliver a powerful tail attack that sent Matthew slamming into the wall of the dungeon. The Lamia queen threw its poison dagger as a finishing blow to end Matthew's life, but Leah blocked it using her body. Because of this, she was seriously injured and poisoned at the same time. If not for her affinity with water magic, she might have died along with Matthew in that fight. In that moment of desperation, she used her water teleport ability to bring herself, and Matthew, to a random place in the dungeon with a body of water. Fortunately, they landed at the base of a waterfall that had a hidden cave behind its falling waters. The unique location allowed them to hide themselves without worrying about the monster's pursuit. Leah managed to purify the poison in her body using her water magic, but it had weakened her greatly. Even so, she still used her healing magic to tend to Matthew's injuries, which almost made her collapse completely. She only closed her eyes to rest when Matthew finally regained the color in his face. A few hours passed before Matthew awoke from his sleep. When he saw Leah's pale expression, he immediately used the potions he had exchanged points for in the academy to nurse her back to health. A day later, Leah woke up and the two embraced each other for a long time. They were thankful that both of them were still alive and in each other's arms. Matthew became silent as he hugged his fiancée. He lovingly kissed her forehead and Leah could feel the love he had for her. Both of them knew that they couldn't stay in the cave forever. Matthew volunteered to scout their surroundings and find out whether it was possible to escape from the dungeon. However, Leah didn't want him to go alone, and insisted that he take her along with him. "Matthew, don't leave me here," Leah pleaded as she hugged the man she loved. "If you do, I'll make you regret it." "I won't," Matthew whispered. "If this is really what you want then I'll agree, but I have a condition." "I agree. I haven't said anything yet. Whatever it is, I agree." Leah softly patted Matthew's back as she closed her eyes to lean on his chest. "I don't want to lose you." Matthew hugged her tighter because he, too, didn't want to lose her. "Leah, after this is all over, let's get married." Instead of answering Matthew's proposal, Leah held both sides of his face and kissed him passionately on the lips. Her sudden action ignited Matthew's feelings for her and soon, both of them were lost in their love for each other. Leah laid within the makeshift bed that they had made inside the cave and looked up at Matthew with teary eyes. "Are you sure about this?" Matthew asked. "Yes," Leah answered. "I don't know what the future holds for the two of us, but right now, all I want is to be one with you." Matthew lowered his face to kiss his beloved and wiped the tears from her eyes. "I love you, Leah. I love you, too, Matt." Matthew kissed his lover one more time before removing the academy uniform that hid her beautiful body. He stared at the white, thin pieces of fabric that covered Leah's womanly assets and removed them one after the other. Although the cave was a little dark, Matthew had learned the spell Dark Vision because he often accompanied William for nighttime strolls in the countryside. He had also applied the Dark Vision to Leah, so both of them could see in the darkness of the cave. Matthew fell into a daze as he looked at his lover's beautiful body. Leah giggled on their makeshift bed and allowed him to look at her entirety. "You're beautiful, Leah," Matthew said with genuine sincerity as he lowered his head to kiss those enticing peaks that stood proud in front of him. He kissed her left breast as his hand groped the other. Leah's breast fit perfectly in the palm of his hand and he was surprised at how soft it was. Soon, the cave was filled with muffled moans as Leah did her best to hold back her voice. Matthew only stopped fondling her body when his lover begged that she couldn't hold it any longer. He kissed Leah's lips one more time, before he lowered his hip to complete their union. The moment Matthew claimed her maidenhood, a soft gasp of pain and pleasure escaped Leah's lips. Matthew didn't rush and gently brought his lover to the throes of pleasure. With every thrust of his hips, Leah could feel herself opening up to him. Soon, both of them reached the peak together. Matthew shuddered as he released his essence deep inside her, staining her with his color and marking her as his woman. He filled her up to the brim with his love. Leah, on the other hand, felt like she was melting. It was as if she was being conquered, which brought shivers down her spine. The pleasure it brought her was so intense that for a brief moment, her world turned completely white. When she regained her vision, Matthew was panting while hugging her body close to his chest. She shuddered in delight at the thought of doing it all over again. As if hearing her thoughts, Matthew kissed her lips passionately and once again moved his hips to bring her to the heights of pleasure. Within that dark cave, Matthew and Leah made love to each other as if there was no tomorrow. When they finally stopped, Leah laid her head on Matthew's chest and fell asleep due to exhaustion. Matthew enclosed his beloved in a protective embrace, before he, too, closed his eyes to sleep. Meanwhile, in Celine's house, the beautiful dark sorceress was looking at her crystal ball with a calm expression. She was observing the dungeon outbreaks that were happening in the Helen Kingdom through the eyes of her familiars. It wasn't the first time that Celine had spied on the affairs of the Helen Kingdom, so she was quite knowledgeable with the location of the important cities that the king had given special attention to. She could see the vast hordes of monsters that were trying to make their way through the city, but were being stopped by the stubborn defenders who held their ground like their lives depended on it. Celine knew that her potion of miasma was not enough to corrupt a dungeon core completely, so she assumed that the organization had used a powerful medium to increase its potency. So this was their plan all along, Celine muttered. As a dark sorceress, she was aware that aside from the monsters, a hidden threat was currently creeping into the lands of the Helen Kingdom. 10th circle spell, Celine said with confidence. Is this a type of revenge on the Helen Kingdom for banning the use of dark magic? Looks like my acquaintances are more ambitious than I originally thought they were. Celine wanted to laugh out loud, but she pushed down that urge using her amazing self-control. Perhaps this is also a blessing in disguise. This kind of spell can't be erased by clerics or any users of holy magic. The corner of Celine's lips curled up into a sneer. The only ones who can break this curse are dark magicians. When the king realizes what is going on, it will already be too late. Celine was impressed by the amount of planning that the organization had made for their operation. The dungeon outbreak was only a cover-up to serve as a distraction, while the real danger was slowly spreading like a swarm of ants that was marching across the land. What Celine and the organization didn't know was that a certain shepherd, who was currently sound asleep, would make the castle that they had painstakingly built up in the sky, shatter into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 176, New Members of the Family Part 1. 2 days had passed since William and the rest of the first-year students returned to the academy. The red-headed boy was now able to move his body, but he was still not back to his peak condition. It was also at that moment when news of Matthew's and Leah's disappearance reached his ears. Initially, his first thought was to go to Aberdeen and join the rescue mission to find them. However, he knew that with his current condition, he would only become a hindrance instead of a help if he chose to go. "Are you worried about Matthew and Leah?" Oliver asked. He was currently hiding in William's shadow in order to protect him until he fully recovered from his injury. "Yes," William answered. "I wish I could go to Aberdeen and look for them." "You don't have to worry about that. I received a message from Mistress that your grandpa and a few of the veterans of Lant had gone to Aberdeen to look for Matthew and Leah." "Really? That's good." William sighed in relief knowing that his gramps had gone to save his big brother and big sister. He was sure that James wouldn't stop until he found the 2 teenagers inside the dungeon. The red-headed boy was currently inside his dormitory room and no one, aside from the officers and Wendy, were allowed to visit him. Right now, Kenneth was with Priscilla and doing his duty as secretary of the Solaris dormitory. This gave Oliver the opportunity to talk to William and discuss important matters. "Will, there is something that I need to tell you," Oliver said with a serious expression. "I was planning to wait for a day more, but these two kids are getting anxious." As if waiting for Oliver to mention the two of them, the twin souls flew out of William's shadow and hovered in front of his eyes. They twinkled like two stars, one yellow, one red. "I'm glad that the two of you are safe." William smiled as he gazed at the two souls in front of him. The two souls bounced up and down as a mysterious melody reached William's ears. William could vaguely understand that they were trying to talk to him, but he couldn't understand their language. Fortunately, Oliver came to the rescue and translated their message for William. "These two kids want you to help them revive their loyal guardians," Oliver translated as he too flew out of William's shadow. "Do you remember those three beasts in the Dungeon Core room? These two want them to be reborn." William blinked when he finally understood what the two souls wanted to do. He had completely forgotten about the mythical beasts because back then, he had lost consciousness while trying to resist the corruption. There was simply no opportunity for William to worry about others in that crucial period. "You said revive." William gave Oliver an inquiring gaze. "Did the guardians die?" "Yes." Oliver nodded. "Just like how these two kids lost their outer core, the guardians also lost their physical bodies. However, the twins used their remaining power to bind the souls of their guardians to their beast cores." Oliver waved his wing and three, black, high-grade cores floated in the air in front of William. Although the two succeeded in binding the guardians' soul to their beast cores, this is only a temporary stopgap. In 2 more days, the souls will completely dissipate from the cores and they will be lost forever." William sighed as he looked at the 3 floating cores. If he absorbed them, he might have gained an incredible amount of experience points. But, seeing the 2 bouncing souls in front of him, he no longer had the heart to carry out his plan. "How can I help?" William asked. He didn't want to waste any more time because there was a possibility that a visitor would come knocking on his door. Since time was limited, it would be best to cut to the chase and get it over with. "We need to perform a ritual in which these 3 beast cores will be used as catalysts in order to revive the guardians," Oliver explained. "They will no longer have memories of their past life, and would simply be reborn as new beings that are no longer tied to a dungeon. Naturally, they will be bound to you. Just think of it as acquiring 3 pets to raise for free." 3 pets to raise for free? William felt slightly complicated. It was not as if he wasn't interested in raising the 3 beasts. He had already seen them and their capabilities, however, he didn't know if he was ready for such a responsibility. Unfortunately, the 2 souls were busy nuzzling his cheeks as if they were trying to butter him up to help with the revival ritual. In the end, William agreed and Oliver began to write a magic circle in the center of the room in order to start the ritual. When he was done, Oliver placed the 3 beast cores at the center of the magic circle. "I need a pint of your blood in order to make this work," Oliver stated. "Is that fine with you?" "Only my blood," William inquired. "Nothing else, just your blood. In short, these creatures will be born with your blood running through their veins." Oliver smirked. "I guess calling them pets is inappropriate. They're more like your firstborn kids. Congratulations. You are now a father of triplets." "Ha ha ha, very funny. Mistress always tells me that I have a good sense of humor." Oliver gave William a serious glance as he conjured a shadow dagger in the air. "Well then, are you ready?" William took a deep breath before nodding his head. As soon as Oliver deemed him ready, the shadow dagger flew and stabbed him in the arm. The young boy's blood gushed out like a fountain. Surprisingly, his blood didn't fall on the magic circle. Instead, it was magically siphoned to the 3 beast cores as the magic circle started to glow brightly. Oliver chanted in the background and spoke in a language that William didn't understand. As the lights of the circle grew brighter, William could feel a growing connection with the beast cores that were starting to vibrate. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the runic formation. The young boy was forced to close and shield his eyes until the light receded. "It is done." Oliver's proud words reached his ears. When William opened his eyes to look at the result of the ritual, he found 3 creatures looking up at him from beside his feet. One of them was a golden snake. It was only a meter long and its golden reptilian eyes looked at William as if it was looking at its daddy. Suddenly, it crawled up William's leg, until it reached his neck where it happily coiled itself. The baby golden snake flicked its tongue against William's cheeks as if giving him a kiss. Before William could do anything about the baby snake that was looped around his neck, two barks sounded near his feet. A puppy with black fur and blue stripes that resembled lightning bolts, pressed its small paws on William's right foot and barked. It resembled a baby husky and looked very cute and adorable. It was half as big as William's arm. William always thought that huskies were half dog and half wolf creatures. Of course, this was his only assumption. According to the magazine he had read back on Earth, huskies were entirely different from wolves, and were of different species. Even so, some people believed that somewhere along the line, the two species mingled and thus the husky was born. Another bark caught William's attention and the boy immediately looked towards his left foot. There, another puppy stood and looked up at him with its tongue sticking out of its mouth. It was a bit smaller than the baby husky and looked very similar to a Boston Terrier. The terrier's fur was a combination of white and dark golden fur. It felt so smooth to the touch that William wasn't able to stop himself from brushing its back with his hand. The shepherd felt like his heart was melting because of how cute they were. He patted the heads of the two puppies which made their tails wag like there was no tomorrow. Ella watched this scene with a gentle gaze. Somehow, William's second mother felt that their small herd had grown a little bigger. Chapter 177, New Members of the Family, Part 2. From now on, your name will be Dia, William said as he kissed the golden snake that was coiled around his neck. Hiss. I'm glad you liked it. Hiss. Woof. Ruff. The two puppies tried to get William's attention by calling out to him. Currently, the red-headed boy was lying on the bed, while his three little guardians lay beside him. Dia was still coiled around William's neck, like a second slave collar that wouldn't go away. Dia just received her name from William and was very happy about it. She nuzzled William's cheeks to show that she really liked the name he gave her. However, the two puppies didn't want to lose out, so they whined, while pressing on William's chest like two spoiled children. They wanted their master to give them names as well. William chuckled as he patted the two puppies' heads and coaxed them to be patient. Okay, I've decided. William grinned as he tickled the baby husky's chin. From now on, your name will be Thor. Woof. Thor barked before he started licking William's cheeks. Its body glowed briefly as the lightning bolt pattern on its fur crackled with electricity. Seeing that his brother and sister had been given names, the little terrier whined to catch William's attention. Don't worry, I'm also thinking of a good name for you, William coaxed the puppy that was throwing a tantrum. William looked at the adorable terrier and a playful smile appeared on his face. Your name will be Ragnar. Ruff. Ragnar joined Thor in licking William's cheeks, which made the shepherd giggle. I think I understand what being a parent feels like by looking at these three kids, William thought. Although he had raised the goats with love and care, the feeling that the three newly born guardians gave him was different. He could sense a very close connection to them. A connection forged by blood that made him feel like he had indeed become a father of three. After the three had settled down, William introduced them to his mama Ella. Dia, Thor, Ragnar, this is Ella. She's my mama, so that makes her your grandma, William said. Hiss. Woof. Ruff. The three guardians looked at Ella with innocent gazes. The Angorian goat looked back at them and bleated. Hiss. Woof. Ella walked closer and licked Thor's cheeks. After that she licked Ragnar's cheeks and finally, nuzzled Dia's head. Dia uncoiled herself from William's neck and transferred herself onto Ella's neck. The new, grandma and granddaughter, pair chatted with each other, while the two puppies jumped off the bed and acted like spoiled children who wanted to catch their grandparents' attention. Hiss. Woof. Ella played with the kids for a short while before laying beside William's bed. Oliver had returned to William's shadow as he observed this family scene with an amused expression. I guess I need to find another souvenir for Mistress, Oliver thought as he looked at the golden snake who seemed to be enjoying her quality time with her new grandmother. Originally, he planned to take Dia back to Celine, but since the little guardian was born from William's blood, he thought that it was inappropriate to separate the two of them. Ah, I almost forgot, you'll need to form a contract with Dia and make her your animal companion, Oliver said in a serious tone. Thor and Ragnar are fine since you have already added them to your herd, but Dia is different. She is a snake and you can't add her to your herd no matter how hard you try. Why must I make her my animal companion? William inquired. Why are you wearing that collar on your neck? Oliver asked back. It was then that William understood Oliver's meaning. The collar on his neck was protecting him from being targeted by those who were thinking of making him a slave. Dia was a mythical creature. Although she was still young, it didn't change the fact that she would grow up to be a winged serpent in the future. Slavery was not exclusive to humans and other humanoids. Exotic creatures were also being sold in the black market, and Dia would certainly be a very nice addition to those who had the hobby of collecting rare and exotic creatures that were hard to find in the continent. What kind of contract should I make? William asked. I'm not familiar with how contracts are made. An equal contract, Oliver replied. This contract gives both parties equal standing. There is no master and servant relationship. This is the ideal choice for you and Dia, unless you are a scum who wants to treat Dia as a slave. How could I possibly do that? William snorted. Dia, come, here for a second. Hiss. Dia stopped playing with her brothers and looked up at William in confusion. Come, I need to form a contract with you, so you won't get targeted by bad people. Although she was still confused, Dia slithered and climbed up to William's bed. She then crawled up his body, then looped around the shepherd's neck like a good girl. Since William was devoid of magic power, Oliver was the one that facilitated the equal contract between the red-headed boy and the golden snake. Two blue magic circles the size of a basketball ball hovered between William and Dia. Afterwards, Oliver pricked their bodies using the shadow dagger he conjured to get a drop of their blood. As the blood entered the magic circles he created, it changed its color and became golden. The two magic circles merged with each other and shot out two beams of golden light that shot towards William's and Dia's bodies. When the light receded, Oliver returned to William's shadow and announced that the equal contract had succeeded. With this, another layer of protection had been given to Dia to prevent her from being enslaved by others. As for Thor and Ragnar, they didn't need it because the moment they became part of William's herd, it was similar to having a binding contract. When William looked at the two puppies, he was surprised to see that both of them were already asleep. They were lying on Ella's tummy and slept peacefully. William could understand that feeling of comfort because he had done the same thing for almost his entire life. Seeing that her two brothers were sleeping beside their grandma, Dia decided to join them. She uncoiled herself from William's neck and slithered towards Ella. The golden snake then coiled herself up like a rattlesnake beside her brothers and slept. William and Ella exchanged a glance. The young boy smiled, and Ella's expression was gentle. Both of them were reminiscing about the days when William was still a baby. Suddenly, a knock was heard on the door. William stood up from the bed and personally opened it to see who it was. Good morning, Est greeted. You've recovered sooner than expected. Good morning, William returned the greeting as he opened the door wide and stepped aside to let his guests come inside the dormitory room. As always, Est had Ian and Isaac accompanying him. However, this time, it was not only the three of them. Wendy tagged along and she was carrying a picnic basket in her hand. I thought that you still might not have recovered and decided to bring you lunch, Wendy said in embarrassment. William smiled. Although I can walk and move my body, that doesn't necessarily mean that I can travel far. It's good that you brought me some lunch. I'm feeling very hungry. Thank you, Wendy. You're welcome. Wendy gave William a sweet smile as she entered the room. It didn't take long for the new arrivals to notice the three new creatures inside William's room. William introduced them as his guardian beasts, which made Est, Ian, Isaac, and Wendy look at him in a weird manner. It's complicated, William scratched his head. Oliver had warned him that he shouldn't tell anyone where Dia, Thor, and Ragnar came from because it might invite unnecessary trouble. Seeing the shepherd's troubled face, the guests decided not to make it difficult for him. Wendy's eyes widened as she looked at the three sleeping babies. All of them looked so cute and adorable that it melted her heart. However, the one that caught most of her attention was the baby husky, Thor. If not for the fact that Thor was sleeping peacefully, she would have begged William to let her hug the puppy. The red-headed boy looked at her infatuated gaze and sighed. It was very easy for him to read Wendy's intentions because she was a very straightforward person. You can play with him when he wakes up, William said while scratching his cheek. He's just a newborn, so he might get tired easily. I'm okay with that, Wendy replied hurriedly as if she was afraid that William would take back his word. After getting William's permission, Wendy happily brought out the food that she had taken from the Magic Division kitchen. Oliver, who was observing the guests from inside William's shadow, shook his head helplessly. This boy really knows how to attract the bees, Oliver thought. With just a glance, he could tell that the girl named Wendy had feelings for William. As for Est, and Ian, who was looking at the shepherd in a disgruntled manner, Oliver pretended that he didn't see anything. The parrot monkey was not someone who liked to divulge the secrets of others. He believed that since he had this kind of ability, he should also be more responsible when using it. It doesn't matter how many girls fall for your charms, Oliver mused as he closed his eyes to rest. He had already labeled William as the Prince of Darkness. Since that was the case, he only had to wait for a few more years for the prophecy to be fulfilled. Chapter 178, Turning the Dungeon Upside Down. The next day, William was feeling better, so he decided to join the morning training. Even though he had been resting since he had been brought back to the academy, the students of the martial class didn't slack off in their training. The dungeon outbreak made them realize that they were still not strong enough to handle every situation using their own power. Because of this, they paid extra attention to their daily training, which made Grant, Andy, and the rest of the instructors in the martial division very happy. "Are you sure you're fit to join us?" Priscilla asked. "You don't have to force yourself, Sir William." Sir William. William turned his head to look at his vice prefect. It was the first time Priscilla called him Sir William. Usually, she just referred to him as head prefect. Priscilla nodded her head. "We have all come to an agreement that the head prefect will be referred to as Sir William from now on. Please, don't reject it, Sir William." Usually, Sir is a term used to address knights in the Helen Kingdom. William scanned the faces of the first years. They were all nodding their heads in agreement. Since that was what they decided, the red-headed boy decided to just go with the flow and smiled. "Today, I have an important announcement to make," William said as he faced the first years who were listening to him attentively. "I will introduce all of you to my new family members." The students had already noticed the three little creatures that were accompanying William. Even so, they didn't say anything and stared at them with curiosity. "This beautiful golden snake over here is Dia. She is a girl, so she's shy around people." William introduced the snake that was looped around his neck as usual. "This puppy on my left is Thor and the one on my right is Ragnar. Aren't they cool looking?" Thor and Ragnar both raised their chins in an arrogant manner. The way they acted was very similar to William when he was feeling narcissistic. Perhaps, they had inherited his traits due to the fact that his blood was flowing inside their bodies. "From now on, they will be joining our martial division," William stated. "I hope that all of you will get along with them. Now, let us begin our training." Like always, William and the students started their training with stretching exercises. Afterward, they started to run towards the flag that was fluttering in the distance. The shepherd knew that he had just recovered, so strenuous exercises were bad for him. Because of this, he chose to ride Ella's back and oversee the training. Thor and Ragnar, on the other hand, ran alongside Ella and seemed to enjoy the morning activity. At first, William was quite worried that the puppies wouldn't be able to keep up, but he had underestimated them too much. Even though they were still young, Thor and Ragnar were mythical beasts. Just like baby dragons, they were on a level higher compared to creatures newly born to the mortal realm. The two puppies ran alongside Ella with their little legs as their tongues lolled at the side of their mouths. Dia, of course, stayed on William's neck as she watched everything around her with curiosity. After arriving at their destination, the martial students divided themselves into 10 teams and started to do their combat exercises. William's plan was to train capable commanders who would lead a team under their wing. This way, they would be able to mobilize as independent teams that would handle specialized roles. Take Dave as an example. He was the officer in charge of the logistics of the entire martial division. Naturally, his team would focus on managing the supplies of their small army. Priscilla's team was a scouting team, while Spencer's and Drake's teams would serve as the vanguard of the martial division. The other teams also had temporary captains, who would either be promoted to commanders or assistant commanders in the future. Grant and Andy were also there, like usual, to oversee the training. The combat training they were focusing on was all about how to utilize their strengths and fight as a team instead of an individual. The dungeon outbreak had taught them that there was strength in numbers. Even Spencer and Drake, who had the soloist mentality, had started to change their perspective. This was what William wanted to see. The reason: he was quite lazy deep inside and just wanted to pass the responsibility to other people. When the morning training ended, everyone returned to the dormitory to take a break and prepare for their lessons for the day. "Second Master, is there any news about Big Brother and Big Sister?" William inquired. Although he looked calm, William was actually feeling very worried about them. It had been 3 days since he got the news that they went missing, and he was quite anxious about their current situation. "There's still no news," Oliver answered. "Don't worry, Matthew and Leah are stronger than you. Also, your grandfather has arrived at the dungeon. It will only be a matter of time before he saves them. I hope that you are right, second master. William sighed as he looked outside the window of his room. I hope that you are right. The sound of monster shrieks echoed along the dungeon walls as Matthew and Leah fought side by side. Contrary to his scholarly image, Matthew was in fact a battle mage that specialized in hand-to-hand combat, while wielding the power of fire. Leah, on the other hand, was a summoner who had made a contract with a powerful water spirit. The weapon she wielded was an elemental whip that her father secretly gifted to her on her 16th birthday. It moved around as if it had a life of its own, slicing off the body parts of the monsters that it came in contact with in half. After the battle ended, the bodies of the lamias turned into particles of light, leaving black beast cores behind. Leah gathered these beast cores with the thought of purifying them after they had escaped from the dungeon. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 2 days inside the lair of the ancient queen. It had been 6 days since Matthew and Leah were trapped inside the dungeon, and they were having a hard time ascending to the upper floors. Where the exit of the dungeon was located. Since the dungeon was currently in the midst of a dungeon outbreak, the spawn rate of the monsters had increased tenfold. Matthew and Leah had to fight against the groups of monsters that they met along the way, which made their advance a very slow process. Also, after each battle they would have to immediately leave the vicinity so that they wouldn't attract other groups of monsters. This left both of them exhausted. Let's find a place to rest for the time being, Leah suggested. We can time our escape for when the monsters inside the dungeon decide to raid the surface. Okay, Matthew nodded his head in agreement. He was nearing his limit and it would be a good idea if they found a safe place to rest to recover their strength. It took them a while to find a good location, and the two immediately drank the potions they had prepared before they went to the Duchy of Aberdeen to fight against the dungeon outbreak. Both of them knew how dire their situation was, but neither of them felt that escaping the dungeon was impossible. The two hugged each other while paying attention to their surroundings as they meditated. It was then that they heard a rumbling noise not far from their location. What followed next was an earth-shaking roar that made both teenagers open their eyes in surprise. The dungeon floor shook as cries of alarm that came from over 100 dungeon monsters reverberated in the air. And then, everything became quiet. It was so quiet that they could hear the sound of footsteps coming towards their location. Matthew and Leah exchanged a glance as they readied themselves to engage in combat. It was then when a familiar old man appeared in front of them with a wide grin on his face. "Am I disturbing the two of you?" James asked with a mischievous expression. "Matthew, you're doing well. Just do it a bit more and give me a great-grandchild as soon as possible." Leah's face flushed when she heard her grandpa James's words. Matthew on the other hand gave his grandpa the, "You got it, Gramps," look which made the old man's grin widen. Mordred also had a smile on his face as he looked at the pair of lovebirds. Seeing his son holding Leah in a protective embrace reminded him of the days when he was still courting Anna to be his wife. John just leaned against the dungeon wall, while Jekyll was flossing his teeth. It seemed that he had eaten a lot of monsters along the way and the dentist felt that this was a good opportunity to do some maintenance. "Are you here to save us, Grandpa James?" Leah asked. Her face was still beet red, but she wasn't the type to shy away from people whom she recognized as family. She had long regarded the Ainsworth family as her own family. "That's the plan," James answered. "However, the king has made an interesting decree and I think that it is worth it to work my old bone a little bit longer." "Gramps, don't tell me." Matthew looked at his grandpa with excitement. James chuckled as he extended his hand to help the two teenagers to stand. "Do you want to tag along? Me and the boys are planning to turn this dungeon upside down." Matthew and Leah exchanged a glance and smiled. They were quite curious about how James was planning to subjugate the dungeon with just the 6 of them. On that same day, the dungeon outbreak on the Duchy of Aberdeen ended, which surprised the king and the army that was stationed outside the dungeon. James swaggered out of the dungeon exit with a haughty look as Matthew, Leah, and the experts of Lant walked behind him. "Tell the king that James of Lant had subjugated the dungeon," James announced in a booming voice. "I will be waiting in anticipation for the rewards that he promised." He left along with Matthew and Leah with the intention of heading towards the academy. They were planning to pick up William and bring him back to Lant for a few days to participate in Matthew's and Leah's wedding ceremony. Chapter 179, Kenneth's Secret, Part 1. Wendy's laughter resounded in the Marshall Division premises as she played tag with Thor. The dog happily ran after her, while the latter did her best to prevent the puppy from catching up to her. After the kids woke up from their sleep, during Est's and Wendy's visit, William introduced them to his friends. Wendy had become smitten with Thor the moment she laid her eyes on him. Because of this, she did her best to get in his good graces. Much to William's surprise, Thor seemed to really like Wendy as well, so the two of them hit it off right off the bat. Because of this, Wendy had decided to visit William wherever she had free time, so she could play with Thor. William chuckled as he threw a frisbee for Ragnar. The afternoon classes had just ended, so the red-headed boy decided to play with the kids. Wendy arrived just in time to join them and decided to play with Thor. William was about to throw the frisbee again when he saw someone enter the gates out of the corner of his eye. A look of shock appeared on his face when he saw the familiar faces that entered the premises of the Martial Division. Big brother, big sister. William laughed as he ran towards Matthew and Leah, who were standing beside his grandpa. I'm glad both of you are safe. William hugged both of them together, and the two hugged him back. We're back, William, Matthew said as he patted William's head. Sorry for making you worry. Leah patted William's back. James on the other hand was busy looking at Wendy. With just a glance, he could tell that the girl had feelings for William. He was laughing internally because his purpose for coming was to drag William to attend Matthew's and Leah's wedding ceremony. What he didn't expect was to find a future daughter-in-law candidate the moment he visited William in the academy. He didn't waste any time and approached the girl with a smile that would put all toothpaste models to shame. Hello, young lady, I am William's grandfather, James. James introduced himself with an award-winning smile that would make all the single ladies call him daddy. Feel free to call me grandpa. Hello, Grandpa James, Wendy stuttered as she looked at the handsome gray-haired man that was oozing with charisma in front of her. Are you William's friend? Are you interested in becoming his fiancé? Excuse me, you see, William might be mischievous, but he is really a good boy. James was like an experienced salesman who was about to scam a little girl to buy the wares he was selling. I call the shots when it comes to who William is going to marry, so if you are interested, how about we set a date to meet your parents? That way, we can discuss when and where the marriage will take place. Don't push me. William pushed James aside and immediately stood between him and Wendy. What are you babbling about, old man? Wendy, don't listen to Gramps. He is getting old and getting cynical. Usually, we tie him up with a rope back at home, so he doesn't bite people. Don't believe whatever nonsense he is saying. Oh okay. Wendy nodded her head. She then gave William's grandpa a curious look. James felt her gaze and winked back at her. William saw this and snorted at his annoying grandpa. Why are you being so overprotective? Relax, I'm already old and have no intention of stealing your girlfriend. James teased. I'm not Will's girlfriend, Wendy answered timidly behind William's back. I'm just his friend. It's fine, we can discuss this matter later. James's eyes glinted in delight when he heard the young lady call his grandson, Will, instead of William. Of course, he didn't make any further moves on Wendy because it would just incite William to contradict him. If you're not busy, come back with us to Lant for a few days, James said as he stood in front of the red-headed boy who was looking at him with vigilance. Why, is something going to happen to Lant? William inquired. He knew that his grandpa wouldn't invite him to go back to his hometown without a good reason. James smirked and patted William's shoulder. Matthew and Leah are getting married. You should come with us to witness their wedding ceremony. William's jaw slackened as he looked at Matthew and Leah with a shocked expression. The two of you are getting married? Yes. Matthew grinned. Leah held Matthew's arm and winked at William. We are. Congratulations. William smiled and gave Matthew a thumbs up. Now we are truly going to be one big happy family. Worry about yourself, Matthew replied. He could see that his grandpa had set his eyes on the pretty girl beside William and understood that his cousin was going to have a headache for the next few days. So, are you going to come back with us? Or must I carry you kicking and screaming? James asked with a grin. If it's just a few days, I think I can go, William replied after careful consideration. I'll discuss this first with Instructor Grant and Instructor Andy. Okay, you do that, James nodded his head. Meanwhile, I'll have a talk with this pretty lady here. Yeah, no, William grabbed Wendy's hand and pulled her away. Mama, make sure that Gramps doesn't follow us. Me, Emma bleated and gave James the, don't even think about it glare. The old man sighed and patted the Angorian's goat's head. It seems that you've forgotten who raised you when you were still just a kid. Tell me more about that young lady. Ella lowered her head and poked James with her horns. Clearly, she had no intention of sharing any information with the annoying old man. Your grandpa sure is interesting, Wendy said once the two of them were out of earshot. He reminds me of my own grandfather back home. Believe me when I say that my grandpa is 10 times worse than yours, William snorted. Dia, who was coiled around his neck, was resting her head on William's head. Thor walked beside Wendy, while Ragnar walked beside William. Listen, Wendy. William looked at her with a serious expression. My Gramps has a bad habit of playing matchmaker. I already told you about the incident with my ex-fiancée Rebecca. Believe me when I say that he has already locked you in his sight and will do his best to convince you to become my girlfriend. When he does that, give him a firm rejection so that he will back off. Do you understand what I'm saying? Wendy nodded her head. She agreed with William on the surface, but the boy didn't know what she truly thought deep inside. Seeing her reaction, the red-headed boy thought that he had successfully gotten his message across and stopped holding her hand. Soon, the two arrived at the staff room where several of the instructors stayed when they were not teaching their classes. William went inside alone, while Wendy watched over Thor and Ragnar. At this exact moment, inside William's dormitory room, Kenneth was holding a round mirror in his hand. The mirror was made from an unknown crystal, and the frames at its side were inscribed with rune marks that were quite similar to the runes found on William's slave collar. The silver gray-haired boy muttered an incantation and the mirror glowed in response. Soon, an image of an elf with silver gray hair and blue eyes appeared on its surface. I am here to report about my target's current circumstance, Kenneth said. Very well. The elf nodded. I am going to record your report so I may pass it along to the elders and the patriarch of the clan. You can start your report now. Chapter 180, Kenneth's Secret, Part 2. Yesterday, I personally examined his body and didn't find any traces of magic whatsoever, Kenneth began his report. Aside from that, there is no sign that he had awoken any kind of spiritual powers. Even so, I still can't gauge how strong he is. You can't gauge how strong he is. The elf interrupted Kenneth's report. How can you not gauge his strength? Aren't you always with him? Yes, Kenneth nodded. I am always around him. When I used the clan's artifact to measure his strength, the results said that he was a Class D individual. Only Class D, the elf frowned. Isn't that a bit too weak? Then again, he's a half-elf. I guess this is to be expected of a filthy half-breed. Filthy mudblood much. Kenneth tasted something sour in his mouth when the elf referred to William as a filthy half-breed using a contemptuous tone. Even so, he took hold of his emotions and put on a calm expression. So, why did you say that you couldn't gauge his powers? It's because the feats that he has accomplished don't match his power level. Kenneth started to narrate everything that he had gathered about William, from the battle against Soglav until the end of the dungeon outbreak. The elf listened patiently until Kenneth finished his tale. Isn't it very obvious? The elf asked in contempt. Or must I spell it out to you so that you can understand? The boy's strength is only subpar and his real strength relies on that goat he calls Ella. If you leave the goat out of the equation, he is just an ordinary half-breed that won't be able to achieve anything, even if he trained for years. Kenneth wanted to refute the elf's words, but the latter didn't give him an opportunity to do that. Based on your report, I can tell that the hybrid only relies on external forces to increase his battle prowess. Such a person doesn't amount to much when fighting alone. Continue your monitoring and report any changes that you see, the elf ordered. Remember, your purpose for going to the southern continent is to see whether he is the one rumored about in the prophecy. The clan has already dispatched others like you to different places in the central continent where rumors of strong individuals that had a hint of dark magic could be found. We need to find the Prince of Darkness and bring him to the Silvermoon continent before he awakens his power. This is the order from the patriarch of our clan. It still annoys me that we have to waste our resources to monitor a shepherd in the southern continent. He is not an ordinary shepherd, Kenneth said through gritted teeth. Don't forget whose son he is. The elf quieted down after hearing Kenneth's words. He also knew William's identity, and that was the reason why Kenneth was sent to personally monitor him in the academy. The son of the Saintess and the Dungeon Conqueror was an existence that shouldn't go unchecked. Just carry out your mission and report as soon as you find anything worth reporting, the elf ordered before the transmission was cut. You still haven't changed, father. Kenneth firmly gripped the mirror in his hand as he clenched his teeth in anger. When Kenneth heard that William was one of the candidates that was named by the patriarch, he immediately volunteered to be the one to monitor him. He had long heard about the half-elf that was born from the union of the Saintess and the hero of the elves. Kenneth wanted to see what kind of person William was. He didn't care if William was the Prince of Darkness or not. What he cared about was Lady Arwen, his teacher, who resided in the holy city of Nytfethel. Before he left the Silvermoon continent, he promised her that he would watch over William and keep him safe. Arwen only giggled when she heard his promise. He still remembered her parting words on the day he was about to ride the ship bound to the southern continent. "My son is a wolf in sheep's clothing," Arwen said with a smug look on her face. "Go and meet him. Perhaps you will learn a thing or two by staying by his side. May the blessings of the World Tree always shine upon you. Take care of yourself and let's meet again a few years from now." Kenneth returned the round mirror to his storage ring as he remembered his teacher's smiling face. Arwen and William had similar enough smiles that Kenneth sometimes found himself in a daze when the half-elf smiled at him. "I hope that you're not the Prince of Darkness, William." Kenneth sighed in his heart. "Because if you are, all the elves in the Silvermoon continent will do everything in their power to catch you. I don't want to see that happen." Kenneth walked towards the window as he gazed upon the east. Dark clouds loomed in the distance, as if to mark the coming of a storm. Oliver, who was hiding inside William's shadow, was not aware that the letter he had sent back to his master had been intercepted by the Rayleigh clan, who specialized in intelligence gathering and the making of prophecies. It was for this very reason that William had become a priority candidate on their list. If the parrot monkey had known that his arbitrary action years ago had set many things in motion in the Silvermoon continent, he would definitely kick himself out of anger because of his stupidity. Not only did he endanger William's life, he had also unintentionally broken the peaceful life that Celine had sought for during the years of her enslavement. After William got the instructor's permission to take a few days' leave from the academy, he hurriedly returned to his dormitory room only to find Kenneth staring outside the window. "I am about to return to my hometown for a few days to participate in a wedding ceremony. Would you like to come with me?" William asked. "No." Kenneth shook his head. "I will just wait for your return. There are still many things I need to do because Sir William doesn't want to do his duties." William coughed lightly because he was guilty as charged. "Well then, please, do your best, Mr. Secretary. Your Sir William is very unreliable. Go ahead and look for suitable candidates that can join our ranks." Kenneth gave him a sidelong glance and snorted. "Go and return as soon as you can." "Okay." William smirked and patted Kenneth's shoulder before leaving the room. In truth, Kenneth wanted to go with him, but he couldn't afford to meet Celine at this point in time. The elves of the Silvermoon continent had been keeping a close eye on two important individuals, and they were none other than Celeste and Celine, the twins that were mentioned in the grand prophecy of the Silvermoon continent. Although Celeste was most likely the bride stated in the prophecy, none of the elves dared to make their move on her in the small chance that they were wrong in their assumption. Because if they made a mistake, there was a chance that their entire race would be wiped out from the face of the world. Chapter 181, The Strongest Person in Lant. "Why are you coming with us again?" William asked as he looked at Spencer, who was standing beside Wendy. "I want to see the hometown of Sir William," Spencer replied. "I will also not allow you to lay your hands on my little sister." "I see." William nodded his head. He then turned his head towards the snot-nosed pansy who had his arms crossed over his chest. "And your reason for joining us is?" "This was an order from my young master," Ian replied. "I will witness the wedding in his place and present our gift to our seniors from the Magic Division." Right. William couldn't find any flaw in Ian's reply because Matthew and Leah were indeed est seniors. Also, the younger boy had consulted the two of them and asked for pointers several times on how to become a good head prefect for the Magic Division. Est needed to stay behind in order to monitor the Magic Division just in case they were dispatched for an emergency mission. Although the dungeon outbreaks were slowly getting under control, there was still a chance that the first years would need to be mobilized to provide aid. James didn't mind having more people with them and happily accepted to receive them as guests. He was extra courteous to Wendy and Spencer. William knew that his grandpa was thinking of having a private talk with Wendy again to discuss plans for marriage. Fortunately, Spencer was there to act as a buffer and prevent his gramps from having his way. When everyone was ready, the group used the Academy's teleportation gates to travel to the town closest to Lant. The Dean had approved of this request since James did help in subjugating the lair of the ancient queen and prevented the loss of more lives on the battlefield. After exiting the town, Blitz shrieked in the sky as John chanted an enlargement spell in order to increase its size. It only took 2 hours on Blitz, back before William saw the familiar town where he grew up. Wendy's and Spencer's eyes widened in surprise when they saw the Orobro golden ape that was seated not far away from the entrance of Lant. Soon, Blitz landed near the Ainsworth residence. John and Jekyll took their leave and returned to their own homes to rest. James had promised them sufficient compensation for helping him save his grandson and subjugate the dungeon. Helen, who saw them land near the mansion, hurriedly greeted them and hugged Matthew, Leah, and William with tears streaming down her face. "I'm glad you're safe, young master," Helen said with a teary face. "You, too, Leah. Sorry for worrying you, Aunt Helen," Matthew replied while looking apologetic. "I'm back, Aunt Helen." Leah smiled. "I'm also glad to see you." Helen nodded his head and patted William's head. "Have you grown taller, little Will?" "A little bit," William admitted. "Aunt Helen, let me introduce you to my friend, Wendy. Wendy, this is my Aunt Helen. She has taken good care of me since I was a baby." "Hello, Wendy. Nice to meet you, Lady Helen." "Just call me Aunt," Helen smiled. "Since little Will and you are friends, then there's no need to be too courteous." Wendy nodded her head. "Thank you, Aunt Helen." William then turned to look at the tag-along brother and reluctantly introduced him to his aunt. "This is Wendy's older brother, Spencer," William said. "He likes to eat grass, so make sure to give him some fresh hay every day, Aunt Helen." Spencer ignored William's words and greeted Helen politely like how nobles did. Helen greeted him in return before making a gesture for them to follow her back to the residence. Since Helen and Ian were already acquainted, there was no need for introductions between them. Matthew and Leah had just entered the door when an anxious Anna hugged both of them while crying tears of joy. A few minutes passed before Anna regained her composure. She apologized to their guests for showing them an embarrassing sight during their visit. After kissing Matthew, Leah, and William on the cheeks, Anna and Helen went into the kitchen to cook a feast. William was left to entertain their guests, as Matthew and Leah took a nap in their rooms. They were still quite exhausted from their near-death experience and decided to rest for the time being. "Later, I'll give all of you a tour of Lant," William said with a smile. "Thank you," Wendy replied. She was currently seated on the couch and was petting Thor, who was lying on her lap. The husky had his eyes closed in satisfaction. Dia and Ragnar followed Ella outside the residence to visit the other goats that belonged to William's herd. Oliver had also snuck away to return to Celine's house in order to give her the souvenir he had found during his short vacation outside of Lant. "I heard from my father that there was a town that survived the beast tide many years ago, and the town's name was Lant," Spencer stated as he looked at William with a serious expression. "Is the Orobro the reason why none of the monsters dared to attack this town back then? There were only 4 of them in the living room because James went to see Owen to discuss everything that had happened while he was away." "No." William shook his head. "We were attacked by a wolf tide, but Gramps and the defenders of Lant managed to stop their advance. The Orobro that you saw outside of Lant was taken from the battle that took place at the Windkeep Citadel." Spencer pondered for a bit before asking the question that had been bothering him since he entered the small town in the countryside. "Who is the strongest person in Lant?" Spencer inquired. He was very curious about the power hierarchy of the only town that survived the disaster that happened many years ago. "The strongest?" William pondered for a while. In fact, he didn't know who the strongest person in Lant was. If it was a few years ago, he would have readily answered that his Gramps, James, was the strongest. However, his master, Celine, had shown amazing combat abilities in the battle against the golden-scaled crocodile. Then there was also the town's dentist, Mr. Jekyll. William had a nagging feeling that the dentist was a very powerful expert that even surpassed James's and Celine's battle prowess. In the end, William decided to play it safe and gave an answer based on his preference. "My master is the strongest," William replied with a smug expression. "I wouldn't make her my master if she was weak, you know." "I want to meet your master, Will," Wendy said. "Is it possible? I'll ask her later if she will agree to meet you," William answered. "My master is quite very shy around people." Ian snorted when he heard the shepherd mention his beautiful elven master. The snot-nosed pansy was quite sensitive to magic power. When he first met Celine, he had already known that she was someone he didn't want to mess with, if possible. However, that didn't change the fact that Ian hated her. The first reason was because she enslaved William. Ian loathed enslavement more than anything in the world. He even made a vow to eliminate all the slave traders he came across when he became stronger. The second reason was the fact that Celine was extremely beautiful. Just the thought of Celine turning William into her boy toy irritated him to no end. He had also heard rumors in the capital that beautiful and handsome half-elves were sold to become the bed warmers of their new owners. In some cases, the nobles even exchanged their slaves with each other in order to promote better relationships in the noble circle. While Ian was deep in thought, Wendy and Spencer were looking forward to meeting William's master. They wanted to see the person who had trained the red-headed boy and made him the way he was now. "Is your master really that strong?" Wendy asked. "Yes, master is very strong." William nodded in affirmation. "She single-handedly dealt with a golden-scaled crocodile and its lackeys. That is how strong she is." "What is her profession?" Spencer asked. "Master. She's a da." William forcefully closed his mouth as sweat oozed on his forehead. He almost forgot that dark mages were banned in the southern continent. If he were to say that his master was a dark sorceress, he wasn't sure how his two guests would react. Ian was different. He already knew that Celine was a dark sorceress, so he didn't need to hide it from him. However, Wendy and Spencer were different. Although William trusted Wendy, he wasn't sure if Spencer was tight-lipped or not. Celine had explicitly told him about the prejudice that the common people held towards those who wield dark magic. "Your master is a what?" Wendy inquired. "My master is a dancer," William hurriedly replied. "She's a very good dancer." "A dancer?" Spencer frowned. "Your master is a dancer?" Spencer looked at William in doubt. Although some dancers were very strong fighters, their main profession was more in line with the realm of entertainment. He didn't believe that a dancer was capable of training William to become a strong warrior. "Yes, my master is a dancer," William lied through his teeth. "She's a beautiful elven dancer. Anyone who sees her dance would be charmed by how graceful and talented she is." The corner of Ian's lips twitched as he watched William's attempt to hide his master's true profession. Although Ian was tempted to tell the others the truth, he decided that it was not worth it to make Celine his enemy. After all, dark mages were banned from the southern continent for a reason. Chapter 182, Reincarnated with the Strongest System. "A dancer?" Celine covered her luscious lips and chuckled. "You told them I'm a dancer? Very funny, little Will." "Sorry, master," William replied. "I wasn't thinking properly at that time." Don't worry, even if they ask me to dance, I won't do it." Celine propped her chin on the palm of her hands as she looked at her one and only disciple. "Enough about that for now. Tell me everything that you have experienced in the academy." William could only give his master a stiff smile as he narrated the series of events that had happened to him in the academy. From the time he had taken the entrance test up to the point where Oliver helped him save the dungeon cores. "Speaking of which, where are these dungeon cores?" Celine asked. "Rather, the souls of these dungeon cores." William glanced at Oliver and the latter just avoided his eyes. It seems that he didn't tell Celine everything that happened, so that William could tell her himself. After the twin cores used their energy to give birth to Dia, Thor, and Ragnar, they went into hibernation deep inside my sea of consciousness, William replied. Second Master said that they would sleep for a very long time, and it might take many years before they wake up. Celine nodded her head in understanding. She was also looking forward to meeting the mythical creatures born with the help of the dungeon cores, but William left them at the residence. Thor was with Wendy, while Dia and Ragnar were playing with Eve. He didn't have the heart to take them with him when they were having fun, so he decided to visit Celine alone. "Very well, you can bring your friends over tomorrow," Celine said with a smile. "I also want to know them better, especially this girl called Wendy. Oliver told me that she likes you very much." William coughed lightly and gave Oliver the, "How dare you betray me?" gaze. The parrot monkey returned his gaze with a grin, and even added oil to the fire. "From what I can tell, James has approved of the young lady as Little Will's potential bride candidate," Oliver commented. "I just pity the poor girl because Little Will is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He will eat her up, including the bones." "Really?" Celine raised an eyebrow. "Do you like her, William?" "Wendy is a beautiful and kind girl. It is almost impossible for anyone not to like someone like her," William answered. "She did make her feelings clear to me, but right now, I'm still not ready to have a relationship. For now, we decided to start as friends. At least you're not pretending to be a dense protagonist." "Master, I hate dense protagonists the most. The master and disciple pair stared at each other with a smile, before William decided to have a serious talk with Celine. Master, do you know the dean of the academy? William inquired. Let me guess, that old man told you something about my past after he saw your collar, correct? Celine asked back. Did he try to guilt-trip you? Celine shook her head as she stood up from the chair and headed towards the couch to lay down. She then gave William a lazy gaze and motioned for him to come close to her. William carried his chair closer and sat in front of Celine. He hoped that his master would open herself up more to him after knowing the secret of the collar. Tell me everything that the old man told you, Celine ordered. Don't leave out any details. William nodded his head and complied. He told Celine everything and waited for her response. William, I asked you before you left Lant, but I'll ask again. Celine gave William a teasing smile. Do you resent me? Yes, William replied. On that day you enslaved me, master, I felt betrayed. Celine motioned for William to come closer and the boy complied once again. Celine caressed the side of his face and looked straight into his eyes. If you told me that you didn't feel any resentment, I would have thought that there was something very wrong with you. What I did to you is something that a master would never do to her disciple. In the past, I didn't have a choice either, Celine said as her hand moved downwards to touch the collar on William's neck. My grandfather asked the legendary blacksmith in the Silvermoon continent to make 2 mithril collars. One was for me, the other for my twin sister, Celeste. Celine frowned as if she remembered something unpleasant, but the frown on her face disappeared after a few seconds as she continued her explanation. At one point in time, my sister and I were forced to wear the collars on our necks. I apologize, but I cannot tell you the reason why because it is a secret. The beautiful elf sighed as she took away her hand from the collar on William's neck. My grandfather knows how to use dark magic and he was my first teacher. I won't bore you with the details of my training because you already know how it ended. Celine's eyes glowed light purple for a brief moment as a pang of hatred flashed across her beautiful eyes. When I reached the age of 12, my grandfather took me to the northern continent. There I was introduced to the most wretched-looking hag who had the heart of a saint. She treated me like a real daughter and gave me love more than my real mother ever did. There she taught me everything she knew about dark magic as well as how to wield the spear. She was the family I never had and I miss her terribly. With her guidance, I was able to step into the ranks of the dark sorceress. Celine closed her eyes as images of her past flooded her mind. Unfortunately, all the good, and the bad times, must come to an end. When I was 20 years old I had to say goodbye to my second mother and moved here in the southern continent. We still exchange letters at least twice a year, but I still miss her terribly. With that said, our circumstances are quite similar as well. The one who raised you was Ella, and I was raised by a hag. Celine grinned. Our only difference is that you still have a family here, while I only have Oliver to keep me company. And I will continue to accompany you, mistress, Oliver commented from on top of his perch. Even if you were to go to a sea of fire, I will always be by your side. Thank you, Oliver. You're welcome, mistress. Celine then shifted her attention to William. This time, she had a serious expression which she rarely showed to the red-headed boy. Don't apologize to me, because I won't apologize to you, Celine said. Even now, I still carry a lot of resentment in my heart, and I don't intend to forgive those who wronged me anytime soon. Whether you hate me or not, that is up to you to decide. So, my cute, little disciple, it is perfectly fine for you to hate me. Understood. William returned Celine's serious gaze with a smirk. Master, you already know that I hold grudges, correct? Yes, Celine answered. I promise that when I become stronger than you, I will settle our old debt, William stated. I will make sure to punish you properly. I hope when that day comes, you will not hate me, master. Punish me, you will have to be strong enough to do that. Celine sneered. Don't worry, master. I am destined to become strong. Very strong, William said in an arrogant manner. That's because I was reincarnated with the strongest system. The master and disciple stared at each other with devilish smiles. I look forward to seeing that day arrive, little Will. Celine caressed the side of William's face. Me, too, master, William replied as he placed his hand over hers. Me, too. Chapter 183, Promise Between Men. You must be William's friends, I am his master, Celine said with a smile. Just call me Lady Celine. It's a pleasure to meet the two of you. The next day after William and Celine had a heart-to-heart talk, he brought Wendy, Spencer, Ian, along with Dia, Thor, and Ragnar to Celine's house. Aside from meeting his friends, his master was also very curious about the 3 mythical beasts that had become part of William's family. "The pleasure is ours, Lady Celine," Wendy replied. Spencer was dazed by Celine's beauty and was not able to answer in time. Fortunately, Wendy's reply broke him from his trance and he immediately gave his greeting. "It's an honor to meet Sir William's master," Spencer greeted. William had a smug look on his face when he saw Spencer's reaction. Celine was certainly a peerless beauty and only a handful of ladies in the southern continent could match her. Ian stared at his nemesis with a neutral expression. "I've heard that William became the head prefect of the martial class in the Royal Academy. Is he doing a good job, or is he just lazing around?" Celine inquired in a teasing tone. "The head prefect is very capable, Lady Celine," Spencer replied. "To this day, I never thought that a shepherd would be able to get the most sought-after position in the academy. It opened my eyes as to how vast the world is." "I agree." Wendy nodded her head and gave the red-headed boy a sidelong glance. "Will is a brave and competent leader. The way he led the charge on the battlefield will forever be etched on the hearts of the first years who were there that day." William raised his chin in arrogance and the corner of his lips rose higher. Clearly, he was enjoying the praises that the twins were saying about him. Ian was doing his best not to roll his eyes, and Celine gave her disciple a rare look of approval. Although Oliver had told her about William's heroics, hearing it from other people added to its credibility. "William has always been a hard worker." Celine nodded her head. "Although he can be quite dumb at times, he is still able to rise to the occasion when it really matters." "Master, if you want to praise me, just remove the word dumb," William commented. "As your disciple, it is only normal for me to be competent, right?" "Indeed," Celine agreed. "As expected of my disciple." Wendy was paying close attention to Celine. For some reason, she was not feeling any kind of jealousy towards her. In fact, she wanted to know more about her. She didn't know why she felt this way, and it also puzzled her. What she didn't know was that Celine was paying close attention to her as well. Wendy was giving her an unusual feeling that she couldn't understand. The only thing she knew was that the feeling didn't hold any malice or negativity whatsoever. While the 2 girls were trying to feel each other out, Spencer decided to break the silence and ask the beautiful elf a question that had been nagging at his mind since yesterday. "Lady Celine, William said that you were a dancer." Spencer looked at the beautiful elf with a serious expression. "I've met a few of them and some of them are very capable fighters. Can you tell me what kind of weapon you specialize in?" "I specialize in wielding spears," Celine answered. "Spears? What a coincidence." Wendy looked at Celine with starry eyes. "The spear is also my main weapon. Can you give me a few tips on how to become more proficient in it?" "I suppose." Celine gave Wendy a sweet smile. "It will also help me understand why I am feeling this way towards you." "Can I also join?" Spencer asked with interest. "I'm also a spear wielder. It would be an honor to learn a few tips from Sir William's master." Celine's smile stiffened when she heard Spencer's request. The only one she wanted to get to know was Wendy and not her twin brother. Fortunately, William came to the rescue and prevented Spencer's advances on Celine. "There's no need for Master to teach you, Spencer," William interjected. "I alone will be more than happy to teach you how to wield it. Why don't we go outside? I am itching to teach you a few tricks on how to raise your proficiency in spear mastery." William didn't wait for Spencer's reply and dragged the older boy outside the house. Ian also excused himself and followed Will. He didn't like to stay with Celine longer than necessary. The beautiful elf stood up from the couch and motioned for Wendy to follow her. They headed towards the basement where Celine's training room was located. Oliver, on the other hand, was pondering something important. He had discovered something unusual with Wendy, but he was not someone who liked to gossip about others' secrets. Celine knew Oliver's personality, so she didn't bother to ask him. Although it was troublesome, the elf had her own ways to find the answers to her questions. In a small grove located at the east of Lant, Leah and Matthew held each other's hands as they faced a man wearing a traveler's cloak. It was none other than Leah's and Cedric's father Sebas. "I knew that this day would come, but I never expected it to come this soon," Sebas said as he looked at his daughter with gentle eyes. When he shifted his eyes on Matthew they became as sharp as a blade, but the latter didn't flinch and stared back with an unwavering gaze. Sebas stared at his future son-in-law and sighed in his heart. He didn't have any complaints about Leah marrying Matthew. Quite the opposite, he was quite satisfied with him. His only concern was whether the young man would be able to make his daughter happy. "If you make my daughter cry, I swear that I'll beat the crap out of you," Sebas stated. "Not even your grandfather can stop me from wiping the floor with your face." "If that time comes, then I won't resist," Matthew replied. "If I am not even capable of making Leah happy, then I definitely deserve a beating. Remember those words. I will hold you accountable for them. I will. I promise." Leah watched the confrontation between her father and her lover with a smile on her face. She knew that both men truly loved her, and she was touched by their show of affection. "Leah, take care of yourself." Sebas walked towards his daughter and gave her a hug. "After your wedding, I'll go to the central continent to take a look at your older brother. I'm worried about him." Leah nodded as she rested her head on her father's chest, just like she had always done in the past. "I'm also worried about Big Brother. I hope that he's doing well. Cedric is still inexperienced and I'm afraid that people will take advantage of him." Sebas reluctantly let his daughter go and took a step back. "I just hope that he found some good friends when he enrolled at Everwinter Academy." "Father, are you going to show yourself to Big Brother? In a few years, I want your big brother to be more independent. If I show up to him now, he might revert to his old self and that would only hinder his growth. I will send letters to you from time to time. Feel free to tell me if you get mistreated by the Ainsworths." Leah nodded her head as she fought off the tears that she had been holding back. Sebas looked at his daughter and patted her head one more time before walking away. However, after reaching his 10th step, Sebas stopped and turned his head to look at the two lovers. "Matthew, you don't have to hurry to give me a granddaughter," Sebas said. "Wait at least 2 more years. Leah is still young. Also, I think that now is not a good time to have a child. There are things happening here in the Helen Kingdom that look fishy to me." Sebas paused as he stared in the direction of the Helen capital. "The beast tide and the dungeon outbreaks may be connected to each other. I'm afraid that it is just the beginning of something bigger. Until this danger passes, it would be best to hold off on having children. It's not too late to have them when everything has settled down." Leah's father gave them one last glance before disappearing deeper inside the grove. He would wait until his daughter was safely married to Matthew before leaving the southern continent. Although he felt that something was amiss, he was confident that James would be able to protect his daughter. This was why he could leave Leah without any worries as he concentrated on his eldest son who was currently in the central continent. The place where all the major powers of the world congregated. A place where constant wars, big and small, took place. Chapter 184, You May Now Kiss the Bride. 4 days passed since William returned to Lont and the preparations for the wedding were in full swing. The small town became lively and everyone gathered to join in the festivities. The hunters hunted for big and small game for the feast that was about to come. Matthew was the heir of their current lord, Mordred. This made his wedding a big event. The old towns of Fuchsia and Xianxia were now under the jurisdiction of Lont and being overseen by James's subordinates. After the beast tide, several refugees sought protection from the only town that had survived in the western region. Because of this, the population of the 2 towns grew and had even reached half of their original population. Naturally, as subjects of the overlord of Lont, the people there also decided to join the festivities in order to show their support to their current steward. However, just as everyone was completing the finishing touches, a messenger from the king arrived in Lont and told Mordred that the king would bestow a peerage upon James. This noble title was the reward that the king had decided to bestow on James for his participation in the Beast Tide invasion at Windkeep Citadel and his help in subjugating the dungeon outbreak in the Duchy of Aberdeen. However, since James had passed his rule on his son, Mordred, the peerage naturally fell into his hands. The Baronet of Lont as Mordred since James had retired from his position. Naturally, Mordred would need to go to the capital in order to formalize the bestowment of his peerage. However, he was not in a hurry. He would accompany William, Matthew, Leah, and the rest, back to the capital and just meet the king afterwards. The western region was still in a state of recovery. Even though some of the lands had been claimed, there were still a few without any owners. The king needed some trusted people to oversee these lands. He wanted these lands to be cultivated in order to help the kingdom recover financially through trades of goods and resources. The towns of Lont, Fuchsia, and Xianxia, combined, were big enough for someone with the title of Viscount to manage. This was also a major factor that affected the king's decision. If he were to make Mordred a marquess, then he would definitely encounter staunch opposition from the nobles of the kingdom. His original plan was to make Mordred an earl, but after giving it more thought, he decided to play it safe and just settled for Viscount. When this news arrived in Lant, William gave his Gramps 2 thumbs up in his heart. He was amazed at how James was able to secure benefits while doing as he pleased. Naturally, the townspeople became ecstatic with the news because Mordred's inherited rank was only that of a baronet. Leah didn't want to have a grand wedding, but her future husband's position was a bit special. Because of this, she didn't have a choice and allowed herself to be dressed up by an overenthusiastic Anna and Helen. "How envious," Wendy said as she looked at the white dress that Leah would be wearing for her wedding. "Why are you envious?" Spencer asked. "When you get married, your wedding will be grander than this." Wendy gave William a sidelong glance, while blushing. This gave Spencer a headache because his sister's feelings for William remained strong even though the latter asked her to start their relationship as friends. William, on the other hand, was feeling at peace. After he had his talk with Celine, the guilt in his heart had been cleared up. He had also considered Wendy's feelings for him, and had a private talk with her before they left Celine's house. "If your feelings don't change after my duel with Rebecca, then we can discuss taking the next step in our relationship," William said with a serious expression. "Until then, it would be best if we get to know each other first. Also, bear in mind that I might have multiple wives in the future. If you are fine with having a scumbag like me as your boyfriend, then I will seriously consider making you my girlfriend." William had made it clear to her that he was not a gentleman who would only have one love in his life. This way, Wendy would know exactly what she could expect if she decided to have a serious relationship with William. Instead of answering William, she just nodded her head. Wendy also wanted to know if the feelings she had for William were real, or if it was just the result of having been saved by him while inside the Goblin Crypt. "Spencer is right, I'm sure that the man that Wendy is going to marry is a very lucky guy," William commented with a smile. Wendy blushed, and averted her gaze, which made Spencer click his tongue in irritation. He was really dissatisfied with Wendy's current infatuation with William. The next day, hundreds of people stopped their daily routines and lined up in the center of the town of Lant. Matthew was standing on a raised platform along with Owen as he stared at the northern gate of Lant. William and Eve rode Ella's back as the little girl dug her hands inside the basket in front of her that was filled with flowers. She threw them on the ground while giggling, which made the scene quite endearing. Right behind Ella, several teenage beauties from Lant walked while throwing flower petals as well. Not far from them, a beautiful young lady wearing a white dress walked while carrying a bouquet. Her midnight blue hair was tied up in a princess-style braid as she walked elegantly to where her man was waiting for her. Although her face was covered by a veil, everyone knew how beautiful she was. When she finally reached the platform, Matthew extended his hand to hold her in his embrace. Owen, the life magus of Lant, was the master of ceremonies. He raised his hand in order to quiet the crowd, so he could start the marriage ceremony. "We are gathered here today to witness the union of Leah Terrell and Matthew Von Ainsworth," Owen said. "With the power vested in me by my sacred order, I ask you, Matthew Von Ainsworth, do you pledge to honor Leah Terrell with your life, to love and cherish, today and every day, for the rest of your life?" "I do," Matthew answered. "I ask you, Leah Terrell, do you pledge to honor Matthew Von Ainsworth with your life, to love and cherish, today and every day, for the rest of your life?" "I do," Leah answered. Owen raised the ceremonial staff in his hand. "Bow to the heavens and earth," Owen ordered. Leah and Matthew bowed towards the north. "Bow to honor the gods," Owen ordered. Leah and Matthew bowed towards the south. Lastly, bow towards each other, Owen ordered. Matthew and Leah bowed to each other. "With the gods and the citizens of Lant as my witness, I now pronounce you husband and wife," Owen declared with a smile. "You may now kiss the bride." Matthew gently parted Leah's veil and gave her a long and passionate kiss. A round of cheering and whistling reverberated through the town as the citizens showered their future lords with their blessings. James laughed out loud while patting Mordred's shoulder. Mordred held Anna's hand as the latter leaned her head on her husband's shoulder. Tears streamed down from her eyes, not out of sadness, but of happiness, for her eldest son had finally found the love of his life, like she did, many years ago. William watched this scene with a big smile on his face as he held his adorable cousin in a protective embrace. Not far from him, Celine stood wearing a beautiful dress and veil. She usually doesn't join such festivities, but this time she made an exception. James and the people of Lant had been good to her, so she deemed that it was necessary to participate in Matthew's wedding ceremony. Wendy, Spencer, and Ian joined the others as they applauded the newlyweds. Everything was going smoothly when suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder roared in the heavens. A strong gust of wind blew over the town of Lant, which immediately put a stop to the cheering. Everyone looked up in the sky and saw 3 giant black bats with blood-red eyes staring at them as they flapped their wings. Standing on top the bats were 3 people wearing hooded robes. Just one glance and one could tell that they didn't come to give well wishes to the bride and groom. A wedding? Looks like we came at the wrong time, one of the hooded people, who was standing on the giant bat on the right, said with a cheerful voice. Actually, we came at the right time, the man in the middle chuckled. I like weddings. It is the perfect opportunity to snatch the bride and ravage her in front of her groom. The hooded person standing on the left raised his hand and a dark orb of magic manifested above him. We will all give you 2 choices, the hooded person shouted. The first is to submit to us and follow our bidding. The other, die without a full corpse. Now choose. Matthew stepped in front of Leah in order to block the lascivious gaze of the hooded man looking at his wife. Owen stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Matthew. Deep down, the old man was sneering. He wondered if the 3 idiots' heads had been kicked in by donkeys. Fortunately, the wedding had just ended. If they came while they were in the middle of the ceremony, the 3 bastards would have definitely suffered a fate worse than death. Celine looked at the 3 intruders in disdain. If they had attacked any of the other towns in the western region, then their chances of succeeding were very high. The only problem was that they were only a bunch of small fries that had unknowingly stepped inside a lion's den. Father, let me handle them, Mordred said with a devilish smile. Ha ha ha, there are 3 of them, James replied. You can handle 1, I'll handle 2. William, who was seated on Ella's back, had the same devilish smile that was on Mordred's and James's faces. The thunder and lightning in the heavens rumbled and made William feel that it was a good opportunity to vent out some frustrations. System, change my job class to Prince of Thunder. Job class has been successfully changed. I am looking forward to seeing some fireworks. William's smile grew wider when he felt the power of lightning within the dark clouds answer his call. He had long awaited the day when he could test the power of the prestige class, but his lack of mana and encounters prevented him from doing so. With such a golden opportunity in front of him, William was dying to send the 3 morons to Kingdom Come. Chapter 185, Thunder God's Wrath. Look, they're so afraid that they've become speechless. The man in the middle of the formation laughed. I call dibs on the bride. You 2 can just choose among the womenfolk. I came here to complete the mission, not indulge in carnal desires. The man wielding dark magic replied as he focused his attention on the people on the ground. I don't care what you do, just don't get in the way of the operation. I hope there's someone strong, the hooded man on the right commented. The other towns didn't even have strong fighters. Conquering them was boring. As he said these words, a swarm of bats flew from the east and circled around Lant like a red cloud. They numbered in the thousands and their red eyes glowed eerily in the darkness. It reminded William about the time when the dire wolves attacked them in the valley. Back then he was still a weakling who only knew how to hide behind the strength of his mama and the other adults. Now, he eyed the bat swarm with keen interest and he had only one thing on his mind. That's a lot of experience points, William mused. I'd better not miss this opportunity. Gramps and the others will definitely capture these idiots and interrogate them later. For now, I need to make sure that the small fries don't get away. William used his appraisal skill and checked the monsters that were presented to him as a sacrifice. Red-eyed Screecher Bat. Vampire Bat. Uses powerful supersonic attacks in order to neutralize its prey before going for the kill. Resistant to dark magic. A species of vampire bat that thrives in places where high concentration of miasma can be found. Red-winged vampirelings. Threat level, E low. With a wingspan of 2 feet, this vampire bat usually hunts in groups in order to take down bigger prey. Its fangs carry a mild paralyzing venom that it uses to incapacitate its prey. A species of vampire bat that lives in places where death and decay abound. Although they are only Class E, they make up for their weakness through sheer numbers, William smirked. Well, it's fine. They're free experience points anyway. William caressed the side of Ella's neck in order to pass his message to her. Having been together for many years, the Angorian goat already knew what William was thinking. She moved away from the crowd and went to the southern side of Lont where the number of people was scarce. Celine noticed her disciple's movements, but didn't do anything to stop him. The beautiful elf just told Oliver via telepathy to watch over the boy just in case something unexpected came up. Celine was quite interested in the identity of the 3 people who dared to attack Lont. She wondered if they were part of the organization that she had joined, or part of a separate one. The senior members knew that she was staying in Lont, so she doubted that they would send these small fries to annoy her. However, the possibility existed. Her only concern was if these members were sent here by the organization, it meant that she couldn't interfere with them. This was a very strict rule among its members, and Celine had made an oath to follow this rule. It doesn't matter, Celine sneered. I don't even need to lift a finger in order to deal with these fools. As if waiting for that moment, a dragon's roar erupted from where Mordred stood. He shot into the air clad in flames and took on the form of a fire dragon. James stood on Mordred's back and looked at the 3 intruders with a wide grin. Deep down he was very furious because these 3 numbskulls disrupted his grandson's happy event. He planned to capture them alive and torture them until they regretted the day they were born. Should we join, too? John asked as he looked at the sky. No need, Trent, who was standing beside him, said as he crossed his arms over his chest and stared at the swarm of bats with interest. Too bad they're in the air. Marcus rubbed his chin in disappointment. I kinda want to join the action. Several of the masters of Lont also feel the same way. They were quite annoyed that their festivities had been ruined by these 3 gatecrashers. On a hill overlooking Lont, William held Eve securely in place as he sat on Ella's back. Flashes of lightning bolts snaked within his pupils as his lips moved to utter a chant. When dark clouds hang on the horizon, and the roar of the heavens announce their presence, it is now time for me to break the silence. Lightning ever weaving, thunder ever seeking, I call upon you now. A deafening roar of thunder shook the sky and lightning bolts snaked the heavens like wild dragons, waiting for the call of their lord. William raised his right hand and pointed at the swarm of bats in the distance. Oliver observed this scene with a curious gaze as he sat on a tree branch. The power I wield would obliterate one and all, William said as his eyes glowed with power. Pierce through the darkness and hear my call. Thunder God's wrath. Like a clap of thunder, William's words echoed through the dark sky. A blinding flash of light illuminated the battlefield and everyone was forced to cover their eyes due to its radiance. What followed next was an ear-deafening rumbling that descended from the heavens. Evade, James shouted. Mordred hurriedly nose-dived to the ground to escape the unexpected rain of lightning bolts that came out of nowhere. A stray lightning bolt snaked towards them, but James calmly swatted it aside with his giant axe. His eyes glowed in wonder and disbelief at the scene that was happening in front of his eyes. It was then when the image of a young boy with red hair and light green eyes flashed briefly inside his mind. Could it be? James thought in disbelief. Is this William's doing? Unlike James, who had dealt the lightning bolt calmly, the 3 villains were caught completely by surprise. Fortunately, they were strong enough to resist the lightning bolts, but they were injured pretty badly. Their mounts, the red-eyed screecher bats, on the other hand, shrieked in pain as the rain of lightning hit them left, right, and center. Although their bodies were strong, getting assaulted by dozens of lightning bolts still left them helpless. Soon, the screecher bats crashed to the ground after being mercilessly assaulted by lightning bolts. As for the bat swarm, they fared no better. In fact, almost all of them were obliterated when the lightning storm descended. Any bat that was grazed by a lightning bolt burst into flames and illuminated the dark sky with their fiery blaze. The citizens of Lont looked at the blazing sky in awe as the threat that once presented itself was burned away before their very eyes. Owen had erected a barrier on the ground to prevent any of the citizens from getting hit by stray lightning bolts. Several of the experts of Lont worked in tandem to ensure that none of their people got hurt in the crossfire. Meanwhile, on the hill overlooking the incident, sweat streamed down the side of William's face as he looked at the devastation he'd caused. This was the first time he had used the power of the Prince of Thunder, and he wasn't expecting that it would be this destructive. For a brief moment, William thought that he had seen a glimpse of what the end of the world would look like if it were to really happen. The lightning storm didn't differentiate from friend or foe and simply struck everything within striking range. Fortunately, Barbados had remodeled the defenses of Lont and activated a protective shield that was further strengthened by Owen's magical barrier. Next time I use this, I better ensure that no one is around, William thought as he patted Eve's head. The little girl got scared of the thunder and lightning and was currently bawling her eyes out on William's chest. The bat swarm only had a tenth of its original number by the time the effects of the skill subsided. The survivors screeched anxiously as they flew away in haste. Gained Express, 270,000. Health points, 5,500 5,500ths. Job class, Shepherd level 30. Subclass, Prince of Thunder level 17. Strength, 55 plus 10. Agility, 50 plus 10. Vitality, 30 plus 10. Intelligence, 60 plus 10. Dexterity, 45 plus 30. Stats Express, 77,391 438,257. Prince of Thunder level 17. Job class Express, 26,849 60,854. By using the passive ability, Child of Thunder, William was able to manipulate the lightning storm to do his bidding. Since he didn't have any mana at the moment, he could only use external sources to activate the power of his job class. The result, however, had exceeded his expectations. William decided to be more mindful of his surroundings when using this extremely powerful and destructive skill. What he didn't know was that, aside from Oliver, someone else had witnessed his display of power. After the initial shock had faded, the pair of eyes observing the boy became serious. After an internal debate, the figure retreated and returned to where everyone was congregated. Clearly, that person didn't want William to know that one of his secrets had been exposed while he was busy dealing with the fools who dared to step inside his territory. I'd better report this, the person thought. His Excellency has to know. The person stood beside the confused crowd and acted like nothing had happened. There was a right time for everything, and leaving the town of Lond was a priority. Everything else could wait until then. Chapter 186. When was the last time you boys brushed your teeth? Start talking, James said as he looked at the three people who were acting in an arrogant manner when they first arrived. Their hair was a mess, their clothes in tatters, and burn marks could be seen on their skin. Although they survived William's AoE attack, they still suffered due to its ferocity. Area of effect, AoE. You fools, you will all regret this. The skinny man with brown hair and eyes glared at James and the men behind him. You think this little town can handle the wrath of our organization? If you let us go now, we can still turn a blind eye to this incident. He is right, the man with an eye patch looked at James with a serious expression. It will be folly to antagonize our organization. Our members are not something a bunch of country bumpkins could trifle with. Only the dark mage looked at James with a frown. As a wielder of magic, he was very sensitive to strong presences, and right now, he was in front of not only one, but several strong people. People that were far stronger than him. I see, so you don't want to talk, James replied with a smile. That's fine, Jekyll, I'll let you handle them. Ha ha ha, this is going to be fun, Jekyll commented as he looked at the three people with a wide grin. James and the others left the room and allowed the dentist of Lond to handle the interrogation. Among them, no one could compare to Jekyll when it came to making people talk, including Ezio. They were confident that they would get their answers in less than an hour after Jekyll was finished with them. The two people looked at Jekyll with a sneer. They were still thinking that the prim, proper, handsome, smiling man in front of them was just there to intimidate them. This was not the first time they had experienced an interrogation, and most of those interrogators all had the same ending, and that was death. Jekyll calmly took a chair and sat in front of the captives with a smile. Tell me, when was the last time you boys brushed your teeth? Jekyll asked. The man wearing an eye patch spat on Jekyll and his spit landed on the dentist's well-ironed pants. The skinny man laughed due to his comrade's actions and did the same. His spit landed on Jekyll's clothes, which made the dentist's smile widen. I guess I need to give the two of you a crash course on proper dental hygiene, Jekyll commented with a smile. Soon, loud, begging, cries for forgiveness resounded inside the room. The dark magician closed his eyes and gritted his teeth because he couldn't stomach what he was seeing. If possible, he also wanted to cover his ears, but his arms were firmly tied behind his back. The only way he could keep his sanity was to close his eyes and use his willpower to endure the horrible screams beside him. He was already regretting coming to this backward place with the intention of lording over the newly built territories on the western edges of the Helen Kingdom. I hope Jekyll doesn't break them, Owen said as he blew circles of smoke with his pipe. I don't want to waste my potions on these low lives. James just smiled at the stingy life Magus complaint. How are the townspeople? James inquired. Have they calmed down? Don't worry about them, Owen waved his hand casually. They are currently enjoying the grand feast that our hunters prepared. I'm sure that this whole incident will just turn into gossip in the future. That's good. James nodded. I hope that my grandson and new daughter-in-law will not mind this small incident and enjoy their honeymoon. Dwayne, who was drinking some alcohol at the side, grinned. Commander, are you perhaps very excited to hold your great-grandchild? Indeed, but I will still have to wait a few years before that happens. James sighed. He had promised Sebas to wait until Leah was at least 20 years old before allowing the two of them to conceive a child. The overly protective father didn't want his daughter to suffer the same fate his wife did when she gave birth to Cedric. James also cared about Leah's well-being, so he readily agreed to Sebas' request. He also understood that both of them were still young. They were still studying in the Helen Royal Academy, and having a baby should be postponed for a little while longer. As the three men waited for the result of Jekyll's interrogation, William and the others were enjoying the feast at the center of the town. Although the guests from Fuchsia and Zyner were shaken, the original inhabitants of Lant treated the incident like it was just a passing cloud in the sky. After experiencing two beast tides, the people of Lant were not easily ruffled by sudden attacks on their hometown. Where did you go earlier, Will? Wendy asked. When those scary men appeared, I looked for you, but you were nowhere to be found. William finished chewing the apple inside his mouth before answering Wendy's question. It was a dangerous situation, and I decided to evacuate in order to protect Eve from harm. Those men were stronger than us, and it was not a good idea to confront them head-on. Spencer, who was seated beside his sister, looked at William with a serious expression. Your uncle and grandfather were amazing. I heard that they helped in subjugating the dungeon in the Duchy of Aberdeen, but seeing them in action was truly something to behold. William raised his chin in an arrogant manner. My grandpa cracks coconuts with his bare hands. Handling a few small fries is not a big deal to him. You should have seen how he faced off against a millennial beast. That scene gave me goosebumps. Ian was already used to William's narcissistic bragging and turned a deaf ear to his words. He busied himself in eating the delicious dishes that were prepared by the hunters of Lant. Although the capital didn't lack high-class dishes, the local delicacies he was currently eating gave him a more homely feeling, and they reminded him of his own hometown. I hope father and mother are doing well, Ian thought as he took another bite of a dish that William had called curry. The red-headed boy even bragged that he was the one who cooked it yesterday. He added that curry tasted better if it was eaten at a later time, so he prepared it the night before in order to bring out its true flavor. I wish I could stay longer, Wendy said with a sad expression. Aunt Anna, Aunt Helen, Uncle Mordred and Grandpa James are all good people. They are very warm and kind. Also, Lady Celine was really an expert when it comes to wielding a spear. I learned a lot from her. William, who was currently tempting Dia to eat the apple in his hand, looked at Wendy with gentle eyes. You can always come and visit them anytime you like. I'm sure that Gramps and the others will welcome you with open arms. Can I? Wendy looked back at him with a serious expression. Can I really come and visit them anytime? Good. Then I'll come and play with Eve again when there is an opportunity. Wendy's mood was lifted due to William's words, and she handed a drumstick to Thor in order to reward him for being a good boy. Ragnar was currently eating a steak on a wooden plate beside William's feet. Although they only grew stronger by eating beast cores, it was perfectly fine for them to eat ordinary foods as well. I'm still curious, Spencer gave William an inquiring gaze. Just who are those men? Did they have comrades? If yes, this needs to be reported to the capital and fast. You don't have to worry about that, William replied. Uncle Mordred will be going with us back to the capital. He will deliver the news to His Majesty while waiting for his peerage to be bestowed upon him. That's good to hear. Spencer nodded. He once again stared at his head prefect for a brief moment before focusing on the food on his plate. Whatever thoughts he had on his mind right now, he hid it behind a calm facade. After the festivities, James called William to his room that night to talk about important matters. You're the one that manipulated that lightning storm, right? James asked. William nodded his head because there was no use hiding this secret to his grandfather. Is this the first time you have done such a thing? James sighed and massaged his forehead. William, what you did was dangerous. Fortunately, the defenses that we installed in Lant kicked in right away. Also, The veterans were present so the damage was minimal. No one also got injured because Owen and the rest acted fast enough. If you had chosen a different occasion to use that ability, I'm afraid that we might have suffered casualties on our side. James said this in a calm manner, but William's guilt was enough for him to feel ashamed of his actions. He didn't think ahead when he used the skill, Thunder God's Wrath. All he wanted to do was to take the opportunity to test his ability. I'm sorry, Grandpa, William replied. I will be more careful in the future. James didn't punish William because he knew that his grandson was truly repenting for his actions. However, there was one more thing that he had to make sure of no matter what. Were there any witnesses when you used that skill? Only Eve, but I doubt that she was aware of what was happening. James nodded his head and only reminded William not to recklessly use the power of lightning again, especially when in public. After all, this was a secret that they had to keep until William became strong enough to protect himself. 3 days later, the group including the newlyweds returned to the Helen capital along with Mordred. Although their honeymoon only lasted a few days, the two people radiated happiness which made William envious. Wendy chatted with Leah from time to time while giving sneaking glances at William from time to time. The two girls would giggle every now and then, which made William feel his stomach churn for some unknown reason. They were currently on the back of Blitz and were flying towards the nearest town where a teleport gate was stationed. From there, they would teleport straight to the capital. When they arrived at the capital city, Gladiolus, Mordred escorted the children to the academy before going to the castle to meet the king. Before they left, James had given Mordred a confidential letter. The information that they squeezed out from their captives was quite alarming that James decided to share the information with the king. He hoped that the Helen Kingdom still had some forces left in order to deal with the new threat that they were about to face. Chapter 187, Order of the Angorian War Sovereign, Part 1. In a private room used to entertain special guests in the palace, Mordred sat in front of the ruler of the Helen Kingdom, King Noah Ernest V. Helen. Are you sure this information is credible? King Noah asked after reading James's letter. His silver-gray eyes looked at Mordred with a serious expression. That is the information we received from the people who attacked Lant, Mordred answered. We used a special method to extract the information so we can guarantee that the captives weren't lying. Of course, that doesn't mean that the information they gave us is true. They can be just disposable pawns that were thrown away in order for us to learn of this information. Whether to believe this information or not is up to you to decide, Your Majesty. For James and Mordred, they didn't really care whether the news was true or not. Their only concern was whether it would affect Lant or not. After a discussion among the experts of Lant, they decided to pass the information to the king, so he could take appropriate countermeasures to handle the problem. The other man present inside the room was the Grand Archmage of the Helen Kingdom, Emrys. He had a frown on his face as he read James's letter, and one could tell that the contents of it were not good. My king, if what is written in the letter is true, then that explains the movement of the Anasia and Zelen dynasties on our borders. Emrys sighed. Although I don't know how they're doing it, they are doing a good job at chipping away the armed forces of our kingdom. Noah nodded absent-mindedly at Emrys' comment. The beast tide in the dungeon outbreak had greatly diminished the military might of the Helen Kingdom. If the two dynasties on their borders decided to attack them during their moment of weakness, the Helen Kingdom wouldn't be able to resist their combined forces. What do you suggest that we do? Noah asked his loyal advisor. Emrys stroked his beard as he pondered. The kingdom of Frisia is our ally, but they are too far away to offer assistance. It would be best to alert them of our current situation and have them prepare for the worst. As long as the two dynasties don't use all of their military might to suppress us, we may still have a chance. The king of Frisia is no fool. He knows that if we fall, his kingdom will be the next target of the two dynasties. Noah nodded his head in understanding. So you mean to say, have them use us as a deterrent so that our two friendly neighbors don't use their full strength to attack us in fear that they will get stabbed in the back, correct? Yes, Your Majesty, Emrys replied. This is the only thing we can do right now. The losses we have received from the constant monster outbreaks are nearing half of the kingdom's overall strength. We even had to resort to asking the children to help resist the dungeon outbreaks that are currently spreading across the land. Noah bit his lips in frustration. Indeed, the kingdom was really nearing its limit. Because of the losses they suffered, they had no choice but to conscript the students who were still studying in the various institutions in the kingdom. Many seeds had already fallen due to this incident and it was truly heartbreaking. Aside from notifying our ally, is there anything else that we can do? Noah asked. Well, there is one more thing we can try, but I doubt that it will work. The Grand Archmage gave Mordred a sidelong glance before shifting his attention to the king. We need the help of the northern tribes. If they are willing to give their support, then we will be able to resist an invasion. Noah had a troubled expression when Emrys mentioned the tribes in the north of their kingdom. These tribes were given free reign on their lands and were, technically, not citizens of the Hellen Kingdom. The reason why they were not included in the kingdom was because the former kings weren't able to conquer their lands. This proved how strong these tribes were, and the best thing they could do was to sign a non-aggression pact with them. These tribes did what they wanted to do, and the Hellen Kingdom couldn't interfere. Of course, this also meant that the tribes couldn't invade the lands of the Hellen Kingdom as well. They were more like the neighbor next door that they couldn't afford to offend. The oath both sides took was a powerful one, and the main reason why there was a lasting peace between the two factions. Let me think about this first, Noah answered after some time. For now, alert the Sword Saint and tell him to observe our borders. As you wish, my king. Emrys bowed and left the room. Mordred was quietly sipping his tea at the side. He was perfectly fine pretending that he didn't hear the conversation between the king and the Archmage. Noah looked at his future Viscount with a helpless expression. He knew more than anyone that the Ainsworth family didn't plan to interfere with matters of the state. Even if he made Mordred a Viscount, he wouldn't actively help the kingdom resist the invasion. After all, he was the one who exiled one of their family members to never step foot in the Hellen Kingdom ever again. It seems that all of you didn't slack on your training while I was gone, William said with a smile. Very good, as expected of the Martial Division. A day after he returned to the academy, William announced that he would be making an important announcement, and all the students of the martial class were required to attend. The students, who numbered just slightly over 300, looked at their head prefect with solemn expressions. Kenneth, Priscilla, Dave, Spencer, Drake, and Conrad were standing behind William. They were the officers he chose among the batch of students to form his council. The reason why I called you here today is to announce the name of our order. William scanned the faces of the students who were looking back at him. From this day onwards, by the power vested in me as the head prefect of the Martial Division, I hereby declare the founding of the Angorian War Sovereign. James had already told William about the impending danger that would befall the Hellen Kingdom if the information they gathered from their captives proved to be true. Because of this, William had decided to speed up his plan to create his own fighting force before the academy would dismantle the ranks of the students in order to join a possible war with the two neighboring kingdoms. With all due respect, sir. A teenage boy raised his hand as he looked at William with a serious expression. I don't think that forming an unauthorized organization is allowed within the Hellen Royal Academy. We might get suspended by the dean if he finds out about this. Some of the nobles nodded their heads in agreement. This meeting that they were currently having was a private one, and no instructors were present. It was as if William was planning to stage a coup d'état and take over the entire academy. If anyone were to find out about this action, all of them might get punished. Yes, what you say is true. William nodded his head. That is why I won't force any of you to join. If any of you don't want to participate in this undertaking, feel free to leave this hall right now. Don't worry, I promise that I won't do anything to harm any of you who chose not to be part of my order. The students glanced at each other, but none of them moved from their spot. After following William's strict training regimen, they noticed significant changes in their martial prowess. Although they were afraid that they might get in trouble for forming a secret order inside the school, William's charisma had won them over. Even so, they didn't say anything and stayed where they stood. Some of them had a nagging feeling that if they really left the room right now, they would regret it for the rest of their life. Kenneth and the other officers were shocked by William's sudden declaration because they were not told anything beforehand. They knew how serious this undertaking was, and they were wondering if the red-headed boy was really serious or just joking around. William was surprised when nobody left the hall. He was expecting that at least half of the students would leave. Seeing that nobody was planning to go, he decided to proceed with his speech. So, none of you want to leave? William asked. Since this is the case, I want all of you to sign a contract, and you will sign it with your blood. This is your last chance to back out. Once you sign the contract, I will do everything in my power to make all of you strong. However, you are duty-bound to stand by my side. Whether we are going to face a mountain of fire or a sea of knives, none of you are allowed to retreat. Think carefully and think well. I'll give you all exactly 10 minutes to decide." William placed his hands behind his back as he waited for the 10 minutes to end. He was not afraid even if the academy dean found out about his plan or not. His grandpa had already made the necessary arrangements when he gave the letter to his uncle Mordred. The die has been cast, and whether the king approved it or not, was up to him to decide. Chapter 188, Order of the Angorian War Sovereign, Part 2. "Your family is really good at giving me a headache," the king said with a helpless tone. "Thank you for your praise, your majesty." Noah rubbed his temples as he looked at Mordred, who was happily eating a slice of cake. There was a condition attached to the letter that Mordred had given him. In exchange for the information, he was to allow the forming of a private order within the Helen Academy led by none other than William von Ainsworth. James added that without the information, the Helen Kingdom would have been taken by storm, if the two dynasties outside their borders were to launch an attack without warning. Because of this, Noah was currently stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he chose not to agree to the condition, then it means that the Ainsworths would no longer support the kingdom in any which way in the future. If he chose to agree, then the nobles would start yapping and raise a ruckus. Both were equally troublesome, but the last paragraph in James's letter made Noah reluctantly agree to the condition. "If you don't agree, then I promise that you will regret it." Only a single sentence. Noah had seen this sentence many times during his reign, and he ignored each and every one of them. However, when it came to this particular old man, he had to take it seriously. Noah knew that deep inside, James had grievances with him. When the king exiled James's son, Morgan, from the kingdom, the old man started to give Noah the cold shoulder. William's grandpa, James, served the former king, and they were very close. The former king even wanted to make James a duke, but the latter declined and only settled for the lowest rank of baronet before leaving for the farthest edge of the western region. There he built a small town, and stayed there ever since. Far from the politics of the king and the nobles, only the old generation knew of how formidable he was, and all of them could attest that he was the last person they wanted to mess with. Only the next generation, like Rebecca's father, were unaware of how influential James could be. All it would take for James to silence them forever was to lift a finger, and it would be done. The only reason why Rebecca's father was still alive was because of the old fox, Lawrence. He and James were good friends, and had been on the battlefield together. In order to give him face, James decided to let them off the hook. If the tribes were the overlords of the north, then James was the hidden dark lord of the west. Noah had to tread carefully when dealing with these two forces. All these years, James didn't ask for anything. Even when he took the towns of Fuchsia and Xinar, he didn't expand his lands any further. He conducted himself in a manner that even Noah found it hard to find fault in his actions. James restrained himself and did it well. Because of this, Noah reluctantly agreed to give William a badge that allowed him to form his own order. "Such a shame, I was planning to add him to the Knight Order of Gladiolus after he graduated from the academy," Noah lamented. He had already made the necessary arrangements by giving the badge of the Knight Order, so that he could pass it to William. It was his way of bringing the next generation of Ainsworths under his wing. Who would have thought that the old fox, James, had seen through his move? Ezio had already reported to James that William had acquired the badge of the Knight Order from Est. This was also why the old man was forcing Noah to allow William to establish his own order. An organization that would be recognized by the Helen Kingdom. That way, he would have his own private force. What better place to recruit members for that private force than the best academy in the Helen Kingdom? This was the only part that made Noah's heart itch. He silently cursed James for shamelessly using the talents of the kingdom to raise his grandson's private army. Back in the grand hall of the Solaris dormitory, after the 10 minutes had expired, the majority of the students had come to their senses and left the hall one by one. A soft sigh escaped William's lips, and the officers behind him thought that he was sighing in disappointment. What they didn't know was that William was actually sighing in relief. Forming an order was not an easy thing to do. In order to arm his subordinates, he needed gold and other resources. William was currently 14 years old, and the Ainsworth family was very poor, or so he thought. He didn't want to ask his grandpa to give him money in order to support his subordinates. The red-headed boy wanted to use his own powers in order to build a strong force whose name would be known throughout the entire southern continent. What he didn't know was that James had a mountain of gold and treasures at his disposal due to the fact that he constantly raided the hideouts of bandits in the Helen Kingdom. If William knew about this, then he would shamelessly hug his grandpa's thigh and beg for him to give him a few thousand gold coins for his personal use. In the end, out of the more than 300 students inside the Great Hall, only 36 remained. William looked at these young men and women and nodded his head in appreciation. "Thank you for your trust," William said with sincerity. "I will do my best to exceed your expectations. For now, let's sign the contract. Please, form 2 lines." The students obediently complied and formed 2 lines. William then handed a stack of contracts to Priscilla and Kenneth to distribute to those that had remained, and willing to join his organization. Somewhere in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods. "Gavin, your follower is a good person." Saintess, the god of oaths and contracts, patted Gavin's shoulder inside the restaurant. "It's a shame that I didn't see him sooner. He has the potential to become a good scammer. Such a shame, we could have conquered the world together using loans and debts." "Ha, quite unfortunate, truly unfortunate." The corner of Gavin's lips twitched as he forced himself to keep the smile on his face. Deep down inside, he didn't know if Saintess was praising him or not for having a shameless follower like William. Gavin also agreed that Saintess and William would have been a match made in heaven. He could already see the red-headed boy grinning like mad as he laid upon a mountain of gold while being surrounded by beautiful ladies. "That's it, I've decided." Saintess suddenly stood up as he looked at the projection in front of him. William was currently supervising the signing of contracts using the person's blood in order to empower it and allow Sanctus Divinity to bind it in place. "I'm going to give him a gift," Saintess chuckled mischievously. "What kind of gift are you planning to give him?" Issei, who just arrived in the restaurant, overheard the conversation and decided to join Gavin and Saintess. "Ah, Issei, perfect timing," Saintess grinned. "I'm planning to send this as a gift to William using the mail of the god shop. What do you think? Will he like this gift of mine?" Saintess opened a box to show the 2 gods the gift he was planning to give to the red-headed boy. Gavin and Issei almost spat blood at the same time when they saw the contents of the box. "Why, you can't be serious!" Gavin exclaimed. "Oi, think twice. No, think thrice." "Saintess, my friend, I think William wouldn't like this gift." Issei was already sweating buckets. "No, I'll be perfectly honest, he wouldn't like it. He might even curse you and stop believing in your power as the god of contracts." "Is that so?" Saintess heaved a sigh of disappointment. The 2 gods wiped their heads in relief after seeing Saintess' expression. Both of them knew that William would go into a mad fit if the god of contracts sent that horrible thing to him at this point in time. "Donger, don't worry," Saintess said as he caressed the wooden box in his hand. "I will find you a good owner one of these days." As if to respond to Saintess' words, the box shook a little. It was as if it was agreeing to its master's words. Donger, the great dong that pierced the heavens thousands of years ago, and made all the ladies scream in panic at the sight of it, was currently sealed by the god of contracts. The contract between him and Donger was going to expire in 4 years, and Saintess was looking for a worthy person to take in the poor Donger. Gavin and Issei exchanged a glance at each other and nodded their heads. No matter what happened, they would not allow William to receive Donger from Saintess. If that were to happen, then the world of Hestia would definitely experience a world-shaking calamity. Chapter 189, Speak Now or Forever Hold Your Tongue. After the contract had been signed, William took everyone that was part of his team inside the conference room that was under the head prefect's management. As the leader of a newly formed organization, there were some important things that he needed to discuss with them. "I'm sure that most of you are curious as to why I decided to form an organization within the academy," William said. "Unfortunately, I can't tell you the details yet because it is something that concerns the kingdom's security." The expressions of the students suddenly became serious as they listened to William's explanation. "All I can tell you is that I intend to create an elite unit that will be able to cope with any kind of situation, regardless of what it is," William explained. "Of course, in order to make that happen, each and every member must reach a certain level of proficiency and perfect their teamwork. There's also the problem of the weapons and equipment that you will use whenever we go out on missions. All of this requires money and resources, and, to be perfectly honest, I don't have these resources." Spencer coughed lightly when William came out clean. He had already known that the Ainsworths were not that well off when it came to money. Even their main residence in Lont couldn't compare to what they had in their duchy. "Sir William, You already know that making an organization requires funding, Priscilla commented. If you don't have the resources, then why make one in the first place? That's because, I am confident that we can make things work out if all of us work together. William grinned. Although he didn't have money and resources right now, there were many ways to get them. As someone that had accompanied Ezio for half a year wandering the Hellen Kingdom, William had seen the darkness and filth of humanity. He planned to use his knowledge in order to gain the funds needed for his private army. First things first, I want all of you to have a mount, William continued his explanation. This way, we can travel anywhere in a moment's notice. What would you guys like to have as a mount? At the very least, the mount should be a Class C beast. The red-headed boy ignored his officers and stared at the regular students in his organization. If you have any recommendations, feel free to tell me. Mount. One of the students' eyes widened in surprise. You're going to give us mounts? For free. The one who spoke was a commoner and he was 18 years old when he passed the entrance exam. He followed William because he felt that he had nothing to lose by becoming his direct subordinate. Never in his dreams did he think that the first thing that his head prefect would ask was what kind of mount they wanted. For free, yes, William nodded. However, whether you can tame them or not will depend on your ability. William glanced at his officers with a grin. I know that all of you are very capable, and you can secure a mount of your own. However, if you need help in acquiring one, just tell me, maybe I can help. Just take note that the limit is a Class C beast. It can't go higher than that. The students got really excited and started to discuss what kind of beast would be ideal for them. William watched this scene as he sat leisurely in his chair. What he didn't know was that inside the dean's office, Simon, the current dean of the Hellen Academy, was rubbing his temples due to the letter that had just arrived a few minutes ago. Noah had informed Simon that the kingdom was about to recognize a new knight order that would be called the Angorian War Sovereign, or AWS for short. He was tasked to prepare for a short ceremony within the academy grounds for this new order to be recognized by the entire student body. Celine, your disciple will be the death of me, Simon sighed as he put the letter aside and looked at the ceiling. Just what in the world is happening? This was the first time that a first-year student would become the head of an organization that would be given the same rank as the Knight Order of the Hellen Kingdom. This was not a simple thing to do because this would basically give William the rank of a general in times of war. Simon couldn't think of a single reason as to why the king would do something like this. If not for the fact that the letter was delivered with the king's official seal, he would have thought that this was just a prank made by the red-headed boy. The dean of the academy rubbed his tired eyes as he stood from his seat. He had to obey the king's wishes and discuss it with the staff. Simon also wanted to have a private talk with William to ask him why something like this was approved. Est hastily left the magic class division along with Ian and Isaac after reading the king's letter. He couldn't believe that the shepherd he knew would do something like this. William had just left Launt for a week, and when he came back, he became the leader of a new knight order. This was something unheard of. The reason why he rushed to the martial class division was to confirm whether this news was true or not. Depending on its credibility, he might need to change his plans when it came to interacting with the boy who seemed to be hell-bent on forming his own private army. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the martial division, he was barred from entering. The guards said that the head prefect had ordered them to not allow anyone aside from the martial division to enter the premises, because he was going to discuss something important with the first-year students. Because of this, Est had no choice but to return empty-handed, and wait for the boy to come and find them after the meeting was done. William sat comfortably on his chair, not knowing that he had alarmed many influential people in the capital. Currently, the students were discussing the kind of mount that they wanted. The commoners were very excited, and it affected the mood of the lesser nobles as well. All of them agreed that the mount should be fast, and must be able to fly as well. This way, it would give them plenty of leeway to travel on both air and land. A creature that can travel on both air and land sounds good. William nodded his head in agreement. The only creature he had encountered that was capable of doing those feats was the winged black panther that attacked him at the outskirts of the Strathmore forest. Although it would be a bit tricky to catch these creatures, it was not impossible. He already had someone that could help him do this in his mind. He just needed to find the opportunity to talk to that creature and make him agree to his request. William subtly listened as the students mentioned beast names like griffins, winged tigers, Pegasus, and many more flying beasts. The red-headed boy almost spat at them for trying to bite off more than they could chew. Griffins and winged tigers were Class B creatures. As for the Pegasus, they were Class A beasts that only allowed a select few to mount them. They were known to attack those who trespassed on their territory and were very aggressive creatures. Fortunately, Priscilla stepped up and woke them up from their daydreams. In the end, she gave one recommendation and William thought that it was a very good choice. "We should go with Hippogriff," Priscilla proposed. "They are easier to tame and less aggressive than the griffins. Also, they become loyal mounts once you properly train them. They are the mainstay of the kingdom of Frisia's Air Cavaliers." The students unanimously agreed with Priscilla's proposal and looked at William in anticipation. "Very well." William nodded in acknowledgement. "Hippogriff it is. However, only those who will be able to complete the regular training will be given the right to have one. You must show me that you are worthy to own a hippogriff." The students cheered in happiness and left the room with big smiles on their faces. Only the officers, Kenneth, Priscilla, Spencer, Drake, Conrad, and Dave, were left with William. The hippogriffs were only for the regular students, but the leaders were different. They had to stand out from the rest in order to lead their subordinates effectively in the roles that they were meant to play. "Who among you doesn't have a mount?" William inquired. "Speak now, or forever hold your tongue." Conrad and Dave raised their hands. Although Conrad was a noble, he was the third son in a family of marquises. He wasn't highly favored in his family, which was why he decided to enroll at the academy in order to grasp his own fate. He didn't amount to much because he was surrounded by very capable individuals, namely Priscilla, Spencer, and Drake. However, even though these teenagers were stronger than him, he was stronger than them in one aspect, and that was socializing. Because of this, he was able to form a circle of friends who had very high potential, just like Dave, who became an officer before him. Dave, on the other hand, was just a commoner that came from the south of the Hellen Kingdom. After successfully enrolling in the academy, he hoped to be under a nobleman's wing. This way, he would be able to live a better and comfortable life. Aside from these two, none of the other officers raised their hands. It meant that they already had a mount of their own and didn't need William to provide one for them. Chapter 190, James's Old Nemesis. "Okay, what kind of beasts do you want to have?" William inquired. "I will give you a bit more leeway and allow you to choose a beast that is at the initial stages of Class B. Anything higher than that is impossible. Now, tell me what you want." Conrad and Dave exchanged a glance at each other before telling William what kind of mounts they wanted. A devilish grin appeared on William's face before he nodded his head in understanding. A week passed and the students that went to help subjugate the various dungeon outbreaks in the Hellen Kingdom finally returned to the academy. Naturally, there were casualties among the student bodies, but it was lower compared to what Simon had expected. Even so, each student that passed away was a great loss for the kingdom. The king had given the families of these brave students proper compensation, and a monument was built inside the academy to honor their bravery. It took some time for the students to recover from their traumatic experience, and all lessons were put on hold for a month to allow the students to recuperate. Simon decided to postpone William's ceremony until everyone in the academy had regained a semblance of normality before shocking them all again with the event that he had planned for Celine's one and only disciple. While things were on hold at the academy, William took this opportunity to take the members of the Angorian War Sovereign outside of the academy to conduct their special training, capture mounts, and gather resources. Gwark, Dave, the officer in charge of the logistic team, used a tree as a support as he vomited everything that he had eaten for lunch. He could taste the sourness in his mouth as tears streamed from his eyes. A few meters away from him, several students were also puking their hearts out. William and his officers watched them with understanding and allowed them to take a break for the time being. "I never thought you were this ambitious, Sir William," Priscilla said in admiration. "However, with just this, it won't be enough to cover everyone's equipment." The beautiful girl addressed the young boy who was wearing a hooded traveler's cloak and was standing in the center of the bandits' camp. William gave his vice prefect a sidelong glance before looking at the gold chests beside his feet. "Fortunately, this kingdom has plenty of scumbags ripe for the pickings. We won't be running out of bandits to hunt anytime soon, so you don't have to worry about not having enough funds, Vice Prefect." Kenneth didn't expect William to be someone who didn't bat an eye when killing people. He did it in such a natural manner that it made the delicate-looking boy look at him in a different light. Conrad had killed a bandit once in the past due to self-defense. Because of this, he was able to slightly endure the heavy scent of blood in the air. However, He didn't dare to look at the pile of corpses that were lined up on the ground. After killing 2 bandits, he had already reached his limit and didn't force himself to kill more. It was William and Priscilla who mercilessly slaughtered the bandits using their bows and arrows. The funny part about this was that both of them only killed the strong people among the bandit group. They left the weaker ones for the students to deal with in order to give them some life experiences that they would need to survive in the world. Even Spencer and Drake had to admit that they didn't expect that their head prefect, who was only 14 years old, could be this merciless. The two of them had already been trained by their families to take human lives, but the scene in front of them still made them feel uncomfortable. Spencer and Conrad, go to the town and tell the guard captain to bring his men to clean up this place, William ordered. Also, remember to collect the commission afterward. Some of these bandits have bounties on their heads. We need every gold coin we can salvage from this lot. Yes, sir. Priscilla and Kenneth were paying extra attention to their observation of William. For some reason, the usual happy-go-lucky atmosphere that their head prefect always radiated was gone. It was now replaced with a boy whose killing intent oozed out of his body. Ella walked towards William and stood beside him. Dia and Ragnar had stayed with Ella when William gave the order to attack the bandit hideout. The Angorian goat didn't hide anywhere, but stood back a safe distance in order to not intervene with William's bandit subjugation. Dia immediately crawled onto William's clothes. After she'd coiled herself around William's neck, she playfully removed the boy's hood and nuzzled his cheeks. She was like a spoiled daughter that was asking for her father's attention. The red-headed boy smiled and lightly rubbed Dia's chin. The killing intent surrounding him disappeared completely, and the usual William, who was bright and sunny, returned like a refreshing breeze. "Thank you, Mama," William said as he picked up Ragnar from the ground. He then rubbed the puppy's head and the latter licked his cheeks in response. Thor was currently staying by Wendy's side, so he didn't bring him along on this trip to the south. Kenneth and the others were dumbfounded by this sudden shift in character. They even felt that the indifferent William that they had seen a few moments ago was just a figment of their imagination. William didn't know what his officers were thinking because he was too busy shielding his face from Ragnar's and Dia's combined assault. The 2 children peppered the red-headed boy's face with their affection, while Ella watched from the side with gentle eyes. "Sir William, what is our next plan of action?" Priscilla asked. She was doing her best to keep the smile on her face from twitching because of the sudden change in William's character. "Let's wait until Spencer and Conrad return," William replied in a casual manner. He then raised his head to look at the sun and made calculations inside his head. "The day is still early, we'll have enough time to raid one more bandit hideout before we have dinner in the next town." Dave and the others, who had just finished emptying their stomachs, suddenly felt that the world had lost all its colors. Surprisingly, they were not afraid of raiding another bandit camp. What they were afraid of was having dinner, after killing the bandits in the southern regions of the Hellen Kingdom. The way they were now, they would be unable to stomach smelling or eating meat for the next few days. Now they finally understood why their head prefect rarely ate meat when eating in the dining hall. William gave his pitiful subordinates a devilish smile. Unlike the red-headed boy, the people in Hestia were faster to recover when it came to the concept of killing. This was also why they were able to accept the fact that they had just taken a human life without guilt whatsoever. In this world, where the lives of people were like grass, those who refused to fight would sooner or later be cut down. As students who had enrolled in the academy, they were not oblivious to this concept. More than anyone else, they were faster to adapt because their environment required them to fight. Although they were suffering right now, they were still better off compared to William, who had experienced going to hell and back. James read Ezio's report with a calm expression. He had ordered him to keep watch on William, Matthew, and Leah in the academy. Since the newlyweds were currently staying in the academy, Ezio deemed that there was no need to look after them and sneakily followed William and his subordinates. Ezio was surprised that the first thing that the boy did after leaving the academy was to hunt down bandits. What surprised him the most was that the boy had meticulously picked targets that they were able to fight. He didn't go towards the notorious bandit camps where strong fighters congregated. Instead, he picked weaker camps that could be taken down with the current forces at his disposal. This action made Ezio recognize that William had grown from the experiences he had encountered in the past 4 years of his training. Ezio had written all of this in the letter he had sent his lord as he continued to monitor William's movements. James knew that aside from gathering resources, William was also training the students how to take human lives in preparation for the war that might happen a few months from now. He figured that his grandson wanted to create an elite unit that wouldn't shy away from taking the lives of others when they headed deeper in the enemy's formation. Even so, he was still worried that his grandson would do something reckless and bite off more than he could chew. "Damien, Gideon, come here," James ordered. "You called for us, boss. Is it our turn to shine?" Two men standing 2 meters tall with sturdy bodies appeared in front of James with a grin. "My grandson is currently clearing out some bandits in the southern part of the Helen Kingdom," James explained. "Make sure the old salamander doesn't make a move on him. That old bastard still holds a grudge against me and he might vent it out on William. Make sure that he doesn't go too far." "The south." Gideon tilted his head. "You mean that south? The south where that grumpy old lunatic is staying?" Damien asked. James smiled and nodded his head. "William has wandered into his territory. I want the two of you to bail him out if he does something unnecessary." Damien and Gideon glanced at each other. Although they were confident in their strength, the person they were going to deal with was one tough cookie. After all, it was none other than James's nemesis, and the sole sword saint of the Helen Kingdom, Aramis Brand Caliburn. Chapter 191, A Senior Dares to Bully Children. "Understood, but how far can we go when we take action?" Damien inquired. "He is the head of the noble faction in the south. Little Will might get in trouble if we pester him too much." "That's right, boss," Gideon commented. "That old man is pettier than you, I mean, less handsome and domineering than you. Things might get out of hand if we ruffle his feathers." James snorted. He and the old man from the south had been butting heads since the former king was still in power. They were once best friends, but immediately turned hostile after they had both fallen in love with the same lady. Naturally, the one who married the girl was James, and his once best friend vowed that he would make things difficult for him and his entire bloodline. James wasn't afraid of his threats because he knew that his longtime friend wouldn't really dare to take William's life. Many years had passed since they last saw each other and James hoped that the man's anger had already simmered down. Even so, that didn't mean that the old bastard would miss the opportunity to catch the little Ainsworth who came walking into his territory. "I changed my mind," James said with a serious expression. "If that old bat makes a move, then let him do it. You two are to watch from the shadows and only rescue William if things get out of hand." "By your will." The two men disappeared from the room and faint chuckles could be heard in the air. Clearly, the two were going to enjoy the mission that James had given them. It had been a while since they had left Lant and they were itching to cause some trouble at their destination. Maybe this is a good opportunity to teach William a thing or two about the division of power in the kingdom, James thought. Also, I'm very curious. Just what kind of hospitality is he planning to give my grandson? James looked towards the south with a smile. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was very curious to know how the sword saint of the Helen Kingdom would deal with his grandson who was currently messing around inside his domain. Drake whistled as he checked the contents of the storage rings that were taken from the bandit leader of the camp that they had just raided. This was the 4th day since their arrival in the southern region and, so far, they had already dispatched 4 bandit groups. "If I only knew that raiding bandit camps was this profitable, I might have done it sooner," Drake said as he handed the storage ring to William. Spencer snorted and gave Drake a sneer. "You make it sound like raiding bandit camps is easy. I'd like to see you try and do it on your own. How about we make a bet on who will kill the most bandits in the next raid?" "You're on." The two rivals glared at each other while William waited for the inventory list that Dave had made after checking the treasures that they had found in the bandit camp. The second camp they had raided was bigger than the first and held 100 bandits. The rankings of the bandits were quite low, and their main fighting force consisted of 10 silver ranks and 1 gold rank. The rest were only copper ranks, which allowed the Angorian war sovereign to overpower them due to William's and Priscilla's long-range barrage. After killing the main fighting force, the rest was easy. Dave and the others still had pale faces, but they had managed to defeat a bandit each. William and the officers dealt with the survivors and made sure that none escaped. After an hour of checking the inventory, Dave finally gave his report to William. "With this, we will be able to buy the necessary equipment for the rest of our members, Sir William," Dave said. Although his expression still looked pale, there was a hint of admiration that could be seen in his features. William nodded his head as he looked towards the south. He had already sent a few of his subordinates to the nearest town, to report to the local soldiers about the subjugation of the bandit camp. They were just waiting for the students to return so they could find a place to rest for the night. Priscilla, who was seated on top of a tree, whistled, which signaled that some unknown individuals were approaching their location. William raised his hand and he, along with the members of his night order, dispersed and hid in the trees to wait in ambush. A few minutes later, a griffin, pulling a carriage, landed a few meters away from the bandit camp. The carriage had a luxurious design and the emblem that was painted on its door was that of a red greatsword. William frowned because he was not familiar with the different insignias in the kingdom. However, his officer, Drake, recognized the emblem very well. It was the symbol of the noble that ruled the southern faction, the Sword of Caliburn. The coachman respectfully opened the carriage door and bowed his head. A man with gray hair walked out of the carriage. He was wearing a black warrior tunic, and stood straight like a sword. William assumed that the man was close to his grandfather's age due to his gray hair and eyes. This realization made his expression change to a serious one as he ordered the system to change his job class to Cavalier. If worst comes to worst, he would use his ultimate trump card in order to help his subordinates escape. Ella stood beside him with a calm expression. The goat knew that the opponent in front of them was very powerful. His very presence was enough to make the members of William's night order have trouble breathing. "Get out," the man ordered. "Or do you want me to cut down the trees where you hide?" William made a hand gesture to his members to keep hiding, while he stepped forward to face the newcomer. Naturally, Ella followed by his side. She couldn't possibly leave William to fight off against this formidable opponent alone. Dia, who had coiled herself on William's neck, was paying close attention to the man's profile, while Ragnar walked beside Ella. The two mythical beasts were aware that they could do nothing against the opponent in front of them, but they had no intention of leaving William's and Ella's side either. William understood what they were thinking, so he allowed the two to accompany him as he faced off against the man in front of them. The man and the boy stood 20 meters away from each other. The man appraised William and the boy did the same. A few minutes passed in silence before the man took the initiative to start the conversation. "What's your name?" the man asked. "My name, I am none other than Spencer Armstrong," William answered with arrogance. "The fourth son of the Duke of Armstrong. How about you, what's your name?" Spencer, who was hiding behind a tree, cursed William internally for being shameless. Of all the names he could have used, why settle for my name? Spencer fumed. He could have used Drake's instead. The cool-looking boy was very tempted to come out of his hiding place and kick William with all his might. However, his reasoning prevented him from doing so. Although he felt aggrieved because of William's shameless act, he still didn't dare to move from his hiding spot. "What a cheeky brat," the man commented. "Since when did the Duke of the Armstrong family have a red-haired half-elf as his son?" "What can I do? I was born a half-elf with red hair." You are as obnoxious as your grandfather." Ezio, who was hiding from the shadows, observed this scene with a calm expression. He had already received James's order through the use of a special means. Because of this, he didn't have any intention of saving William from his predicament. The nobles of the kingdom had strict laws that they followed. Among them was not to intervene with the battles of the young generation. Anyone who would, openly, break this rule would suffer the combined oppression of all the noble houses. Since Mordred had officially become a marquis, this meant that the rule also applied to all the members of the Ainsworth family. Also, although William's night order hadn't been publicly revealed, the king had already recognized its legitimacy. No noble would want to mess with the head of a night order. Of course, there were some people who were exceptions to this rule, and the Sword Saint was one of them. The man then released his killing intent, which made Conrad, Dave, and the others kneel on the ground panting for breath. Kenneth, Priscilla, Spencer and Drake grit their teeth in an effort to endure the powerful killing intent, but their resistance only lasted for a brief moment, before they too collapsed on the ground due to the overwhelming pressure. Dia hissed, and Ragnar growled. The two mythical beasts were doing their best to resist as well, but their bestial instincts were telling them that the man in front of them was the personification of death. William tapped the ground in front of him with his staff and the pressure raining down on him was dispersed. He had a carefree smile on his face as he looked at the man in front of him. "A senior dares to bully children," William sneered. "Such an honorable thing to do." The killing intent that the man was releasing might be strong, but who was William? He was someone who had endured the worst torture under Selene and faced killing intent training from Ezio. The man's act might fool others, but it was not enough to fool him. He already knew that whoever the person in front of him might be, he was only there to intimidate them. If he really wanted to attack them, he would not bother with words and simply do the deed without much fuss. Chapter 192, I will not allow others to use me as a stepping stone. A senior dares to bully children? William sneered. Such an honorable thing to do. The man ignored William's taunt and simply uttered an order. Sid, come. A handsome young boy who seemed to be around 16 years old, with short platinum blonde hair, emerged from the carriage. Behind him, a lady who seemed to be of the same age followed suit. She also had platinum blonde hair, which made William assume that the two of them were siblings. The young teenager bowed to the man as he waited for his master's order. Defeat him, the man ordered. If you manage to do that, I will give you a reward. This disciple will obey your order, master, Sid replied and faced William with a serious expression. He unsheathed his sword from its sheath and held it firmly on one hand. My name is Sid L. Caliburn, Sid announced. As per my master's order, I will defeat you. I'm your daddy, and I'm here to spank you because of your stupidity, William replied as he lightly tapped Dia's head. Dia, go with your grandma Ella for now. You, too, Ragnar. Mama, I'll leave the kids in your care. The serpent and the puppy reluctantly left William's side and went with Ella as she left the battlefield. William closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He could tell that the young boy who was about to fight him was strong. In fact, he was the strongest boy that William was about to face in his life. Kingsley couldn't even compare to the boy's presence, and William knew that he had to fight seriously if he hoped to win against his opponent. This might be one of the true prodigies of the Helen Kingdom. William opened his eyes and focused on his opponent. I've always wanted to try fighting one of those elven prodigies that Master was so proud about. I'm guessing this man's level is similar to theirs. William twirled the staff in his hand once before taking the stance of the relentless dragon war art. System, change my subclass to spearman. Changing subclass has been successful. While William was preparing for the fight, Sid looked at him in contempt. I announced my name in order to declare my intention of fighting you seriously, Sid said. Aren't you going to do the same? Sure, I'll tell you my name, William said as he firmly gripped the wooden staff in his hand. After you beat me, that is. Arrogant. The word is handsome. Get your facts straight, fool. As if waiting for that cue, both boys charged at each other. William thrust his wooden staff forward, while his opponent nimbly deflected it. The swordsman was about to go for a body strike, but the other end of William's staff struck towards his side, which forced him to take a step back. The red-headed boy didn't miss the opportunity and took a step forward to deliver a barrage of short and long thrusts at the slippery boy who dodged his attacks with practiced movements. After dodging a few times, the young swordsman regained his footing and delivered a combination of sword strikes that forced William to a defensive position. However, thanks to his parry skill, the critical strikes were deflected, which allowed him to counter-attack a few times. Kenneth and the others watched this exchange with serious expressions. They had never seen William fight seriously before, aside from the time he fought against Priscilla. Kenneth watched his roommate's movements with discerning eyes. He was gauging William's combat level through this battle in order to better understand how strong he was. It had only been 2 minutes since the two boys clashed, but their exchange had already surpassed 100 strikes each. This proved how intense their battle was. However, experts could tell with a glance that the one who had a disadvantage in this battle was William. The two fighters separated and locked eyes with each other. You're not half bad, Sid said with a composed smile. You're very bad, William commented. The grandma in my hometown who does the laundry is stronger than you. The smile on Sid's face disappeared as he glared at the boy who dared to mock him. What he didn't know was that William was not mocking him, but praising him. The grandma the red-headed boy was referring to was one of the hidden experts of Lant. It was only natural that Sid was weaker compared to her. I will now get serious, Sid stated as he changed his fighting stance. Playtime is over. Go ahead. I don't plan on getting serious anytime soon, William replied. You're too weak. Sid narrowed his eyes as he took a step forward. The sword in his hand glowed bloody red as he infused it with his sword aura. Rend my foes, Lazarus. Sid roared as he slashed the space in front of him twice. William couldn't see anything, but he could tell that two powerful attacks were headed in his direction. The red-headed boy was about to dodge, but he suddenly realized that Dave was hiding at the tree behind him. If he dodged now, the attack would hit Dave and it might give the chubby boy serious injury. It can't be helped, William thought as he channeled his aura in his wooden staff. Lightning God War Art, 12th form, Gingnur. William threw his wooden staff towards Sid. However, instead of flying towards the swordsman, the staff swerved mid-flight and collided with something invisible. Two loud claps reverberated in the air as the wooden staff returned to William's hand. The man observing the battle raised an eyebrow. He was a sword saint and he saw how William imbued the spear with his aura. However, what he didn't understand was how the staff was able to neutralize Sid's attack. Even Sid, who had executed one of the secret arts of his master's sword technique, was surprised by the outcome. Even a steel sword would be cut in half if it faced his attack head-on. However, what truly shocked him was the fact that his attack was blocked by a wooden staff, and it wasn't even damaged. Unfortunately, William wasn't planning to give him time to recover from the shock. The shepherd used his movement technique to close the gap and delivered a powerful thrust. Sid nimbly dodged to the side to evade the attack. However, for some unknown reason, the end of the staff still hit him squarely on his chest, sending him flying a few meters away. He's wearing some kind of armor underneath his clothes. William clicked his tongue as he prepared for another strike. He was still currently using the Lightning God War Art, and Gingnur's specialty was its ability to always hit its target. Each of the moves under the Lightning God War Art lasted for a minute. William wouldn't be able to use the same move again because it had a cooldown of 24 hours. The only saving grace was that William could still use the other forms in his repertoire, like the Killing Blow, Gai Bolg, and the Piercing Strike, Longinus. For this 1 minute, all of William's attacks would never miss as long as he was holding a staff, spear, or polearm weapon. Sid immediately fell on the defensive as he did his best to block all of William's thrusts. After trying to dodge a few times and getting hit a few times as well, the swordsman felt that something was wrong. However, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a solution and decided to just go on the defensive for the time being. Enough, Sid shouted as he unleashed his sword aura to its limit. He was getting annoyed that the red-headed boy was able to get the upper hand in their exchange. With a single slash, he managed to push William 20 meters away from where he stood. The red-headed boy was unharmed and simply used the momentum of the blow to skid on the ground. Sid looked at his opponent and removed the bracelet on his wrists. He was no longer treating this fight as a game. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of his master and his older sister. William smirked as he watched this scene. This battle will end in the next clash. He already knew that Sid was strong, but he noticed a very crucial flaw as he exchanged blows with his opponent. This old fox, he is only using me as a stepping stone to hone his disciple, William sneered internally. Since that is the case, I will play along. I also don't want to waste my time on this farce. William unsummoned his staff and took a barehanded stance. The red-headed boy's presence changed as the air around his body seemed to fluctuate. Changing subclass to monk successful. A brief flash of admiration appeared in the sword saint's eyes as he looked at the grandson of the man he hated the most in the southern continent. Yes, Aramis already knew of William's true identity. How could he possibly not? The boy had been in his territory for 4 days and the saint had been paying close attention to his movements ever since he subjugated the first bandit group in his domain. He wanted to see just what kind of child William was, so he decided to bring his disciple to have a duel with his nemesis grandson. Since he couldn't bring himself to lower his dignity to fight a kid, he ordered his disciple to beat him in his place. Amaris didn't expect that William was strong enough to push his disciple to become serious. However, he already knew who the victor of this duel would be after the first clash. This will be a good lesson for you, Amaris thought as he waited for the final exchange between the two prodigies of the young generation. This is the difference between someone who knows how to fight, and someone who is fighting with his life on the line. The sword saint closed his eyes. As expected of your grandchild, Urza. Exceed break, William muttered as he bent his wrist in order to execute the strongest attack in the monk's skill tree, the overwhelming strike. After removing the bracelets on his wrists, Sid's speed and power grew threefold. William on the other hand stood his ground and initiated the crane stance. It was an attack that William could only use once a day, and it was the strongest attack amongst all of his job classes. Two shouts pierced the air as William and Sid exchanged the final blow that would end their battle. William activated the Exceed break in order to raise his sensitivity 100-fold. This meant that every little thing that was within 100 meters around him would be perceived by his senses. And then, it happened. A loud clap, accompanied by the sound of something breaking reverberated in the surroundings. Sid's body slammed against a tree 100 meters away before falling on the ground with a dull thud. Blood dyed the ground red as blood flowed from William's left arm and broken right hand. Even so, that didn't stop the boy from raising his right hand in the air to announce his victory. "I do not wish for dominion, but I will not allow others to use me as a stepping stone," William announced as his body fell backwards due to his injuries. William didn't want to lose again. He'd had enough of losing. That's why he didn't back down even though the odds were against him. He utilized everything in his arsenal to show the Sword Saint that he wasn't a stepping stone that his disciple could trot over. Instead, he would be the mountain that Sid, and the other so-called geniuses in the southern continent, had to overcome. He would be the peak that they would never hope to reach during their entire lifetimes. Chapter 193, The Sword Saint's Condition. William felt something wet licking the side of his cheek. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ragnar slathering his cheeks with his slobber. The little puppy was so focused on his action, that he didn't notice that William had finally woken up. The red-headed boy didn't move right away. Instead, he checked his current condition. His left arm had been stabbed by a sword during the battle, but he could tell that it was now properly healed. The same could be said of his broken hand, which he used to send Sid flying. Due to the unknown armor the boy was wearing, William's fist, which was already as hard as diamonds due to his monk's skill, still received damage from the blow. Fortunately, he had covered it with his aura. If he didn't, then the damage would have been more severe. Seeing that both of his injuries were healed, the red-headed boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then noticed a blinking light on his status page that meant that some notifications had appeared during his sleep. Out of curiosity, William opened it to see what it was. Hidden quest has been cleared. Defeat the disciple of the Sword Saint. Nice, William thought as he read the unexpected reward he received from the system. Having more god points is always a good thing. William then grabbed the cute puppy with both hands and raised him up in the air. "You naughty boy, how dare you cover your papa with saliva?" William asked as he playfully tickled the puppy's chest. He had already noticed that he was in an unfamiliar room the moment he woke up, but since he wasn't chained or anything, it meant that he and his subordinates were safe for the time being. Ragnar whined and howled pitifully as he wiggled his legs to escape from William's hold. While the two were having their family bonding time, the door opened. Kenneth, along with Priscilla, entered the room. "Sir, it's good to see that you are awake," Priscilla said as she walked towards William's bed. "Where are we?" William inquired while still playing with Ragnar. "We are currently inside the residence of the Duke of Caliburn," Kenneth replied. "Everyone is, also, here. You don't need to worry because we are being treated as guests." William hummed as he placed Ragnar on his stomach. He then patted the puppy's head to make it behave while he summoned a handkerchief to wipe his cheek free from puppy slobber. "How long was I unconscious?" William asked. It is currently 8 in the morning, Priscilla answered. "You fought off the saint's disciple yesterday." "I see." William continued to lie on the bed because it was very soft and comfortable. They had been camping outside for the past few days, and he had briefly forgotten what it was like to sleep on a luxurious bed. "You said I fought off the Sword Saint's disciple, so the man standing back then was the Sword Saint?" William inquired. "Yes," Priscilla answered. A short period of silence permeated the room before William looked at Kenneth and Priscilla with a serious expression. "Are we in trouble? I mean, I did beat the crap out of his disciple yesterday." "Don't worry, like I said, we are being treated as guests. We are not confined or anything and were given freedom to wander around his estate." Kenneth sat beside the bed and stared at William with his clear blue eyes. "Will, you are stronger than I thought." William grinned. "Right, are you now happy that you followed the right person?" Kenneth smirked, but didn't answer William's question. He was quite satisfied that the Sword Saint had ordered his best clerics to heal William's injuries. The silver gray-haired boy had heard rumors that Aramis was a cold and vicious killer. However, so far, he didn't see any evidence that their current host was the same person he'd heard about in the rumors. William was about to ask another question when a knock was heard on the door. The three people inside the room exchanged a glance before Priscilla volunteered to open the door to see who it was. A young lady with platinum blonde hair entered the room while glaring at William. "The master is calling for you," the blonde girl said. "Come with me." From her tone, one could tell that it wasn't a request, but an order. William lifted Ragnar off his chest as he propped himself up off the bed. He then gently placed the puppy on the floor before facing the girl that was looking at him with restrained anger. "Please give me a minute, I'll just change my clothes to make myself look more presentable," William replied. He didn't wait for the girl's reply and started to strip his upper clothes. The girl snorted and left the room, along with Kenneth and Priscilla. William picked a set of noble clothes that his Aunt Helen had prepared for him before he left Launt. Since his family was a noble household, he must act like one in order to not give people a bad impression. Exactly a minute later, William left the room and was escorted alone by the girl who seemed keen on taking a bite of his body. After a series of twists and turns, the two arrived in front of an ornate golden door. With a glance, William could tell that this was an important room within the Duke's household. "Master, we have arrived," the girl announced in a respectful tone. "Enter," a cold and firm voice answered from within the room. The door swung open, allowing the two children to enter unimpeded. "Allow me to introduce myself," the man said while sitting on a red throne carved with runic symbols. "I am Aramis Bran Caliburn, and the person I hate the most in this world is your grandfather, James Von Ainsworth." William was prepared to introduce himself but stopped short after hearing Aramis' introduction. Seeing his awkward expression, Aramis merely gestured for him to take a seat. The red-headed boy nodded his head and sat down while staring at the person who had a grudge on his grandpa, James. "Tell me, what are you doing in my domain?" Aramis questioned. "If you tell me that you only came here to subjugate bandits, I will not believe it." "We didn't just come here to subjugate bandits, we also came here to take their treasures," William answered. He deemed that, since the other party already had a grudge on his grandpa, whatever he said, or did, wouldn't change his situation. So, instead of cowering in fear or acting servile, he decided to just face the Sword Saint fearlessly and pray that his grandpa would come to save him if he ever got bullied. "Is that all?" Aramis inquired. "You just came here to subjugate bandits, take their treasures, and leave? Is that it?" "Actually, we also came here because, within the Hellen Kingdom, the southern regions are the home of hippogriffs," William replied. "Me and my subordinates are planning to take a few before going back to the Hellen Royal Academy." "Hippogriffs? You came all this way to tame hippogriffs?" "Why?" Aramis frowned. "I didn't receive any notice from the Academy that their students would be entering my domain to tame hippogriffs." William decided to come clean and tell the Sword Saint the truth. As a master of his rank, Aramis could easily tell the truth from lies. "That's because I didn't notify the Academy of our actions," William replied. "The excuse I gave the dean was that we would only do survival training for a month until the classes resumed." Aramis pondered for a while as he digested William's words. As one of the top officials of the kingdom, he had already been informed that the boy in front of him was the current captain of the new knight order called the Angorian War Sovereign. Just as the name suggested, it was an order that was being formed in preparation for the possible war between the four powers of the southern continent. The Hellen Kingdom in the west, the Xianxia dynasty in the north, Zelen dynasty in the south, and the Kingdom of Frisia in the far east. These were the four powers that made up the entirety of the southern continent. Unfortunately, two of those major powers, the Xianxia and Zelen dynasties, were planning to invade them. Aramis had already contacted his spies within the two dynasties to investigate their movements and possible routes for their invasion. As the Sword Saint of the Hellen Kingdom, he was the strongest deterrent against such an invasion. For the two rulers to initiate this move only meant one thing. They found strong backing. The Sword Saint had a few hypotheses, and one of them was the interference of the Elven Council of the Silvermoon continent. Aramis was very suspicious of the elves because they had tried to subtly expand their influence on the human territories on both the central and the southern continent. This movement started after they regained the blessings of their world tree. Aside from that first theory, there was another theory, and this one held more credibility than the first. An unknown organization was trying to throw the southern continent into chaos while waiting to reap the benefits. Thanks to James's letter, the king had been informed of an organization that was linked to the dungeon outbreaks that had recently happened within the Hellen Kingdom. Although they had no evidence that the same group was behind the beast tide, they had a nagging feeling that they were connected. Also, the timing of the possible invasion after the military might of the Hellen Kingdom was exhausted was too good to be true. It was as if they were mere puppets that were being controlled to perform a play for entertainment. Although Aramis hated James, he could still set aside their differences when facing a threat from outside their borders. "Fine, I permit you to tame hippogriffs in my domain. But there is a condition," Aramis said in an aloof manner. What is your condition, Your Excellency? William asked. You are going to take my disciple Sid, and his sister, Aerith, with you, Aramis replied. This is non-negotiable. Either you take them with you or you can scram from my domain. Aramis had a feeling that his two disciples could learn a thing or two if they stayed by William's side for a short period of time. He had raised them as warriors in a greenhouse and they lacked real battle experience. Seeing how William faced his disciple who was stronger than him, Aramis remembered his first love, Urza, as she fearlessly charged into the battlefield, despite the fact that she was up against foes who were stronger than her. Aramis hoped that some of that bravery would rub off onto his disciples as they journeyed with the red-headed boy, who reminded him strongly of the woman whom he had wished to become his bride many years ago. Chapter 194, Big Game Hunters. Very well, I agree to this condition. William nodded his head. However, I also have a condition. Oh, Aramis raised an eyebrow. This was the first time someone had given a counter-offer to his demands. He glanced at the boy's hair color and once again remembered the first love of his life. After taking control of his thoughts, he made a gesture for William to speak. If your two disciples get in my way, I will kick them out of our group, William stated. This is also non-negotiable. The corner of Aramis' lips raised slightly, so that it was almost unnoticeable to those who didn't know his character. Aerith didn't notice these changes because she was busy glaring at William from beside her master. How dare you demand a condition from our master? Aerith reprimanded. Don't you know who he is? I know who he is, William answered with a refreshing smile. But, do you know who I am? Just a country bumpkin that could be found anywhere. Aerith snorted. You think you are in a position to negotiate with my master? If not for his order, I would not even bother to come with your smelly group. Well, you don't need to join us if you don't want to. William shrugged and returned his attention to the sword saint seated on the red throne. This is what I'm talking about, Your Excellency. I'm afraid that your disciples will only create a ruckus along the way, hindering us from completing our mission. Aramis lightly tapped his armchair, which immediately made Aerith hold back the words that she was planning to say. The blonde girl hatefully glared at William, while the latter completely ignored her. Very well, I agree to your condition, Aramis stated. Aerith, you'd better not get in their way. This is part of your training. Do I make myself clear? The blonde girl clenched her fists and reluctantly nodded her head. Although she didn't really want to go with William's group, her master's order was absolute. Aramis then waved his hand and told William to leave. He still had things he needed to do, and seeing William only made his heart ache because he constantly reminded him of his beloved Urza. A day after William's meeting with the Sword Saint, a group of carriages traveled to the southern tip of the Helen Kingdom where a vast expanse of forest could be seen. The citizens of the southern region called this forest the Whimsical Forest. It was a place where the majority of beasts in the southern region could be found. Some of the creatures were rare and some were very rare. This was also why William chose to go south instead of going west. The forbidden land of the west was the Strathmore Forest, and it was not the ideal place to stay and look for hippogriffs. William had asked for a local guide to accompany them to the forest. Fortunately, one of the coachmen working for the Duke used to be an adventurer and had traveled to the Whimsical Forest countless times in the past. Their travel had been smooth and the Duke generously allowed them to take 7 carriages and 2 wagons for their journey. These carriages were pulled by horses, instead of griffins, but William was fine with the arrangement. After 5 days of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. We will set up camp here outside the forest, their guide, a middle-aged man that went by the name Henry, said with a smile. Unless you kids want to become beast chow, then go ahead and set your camp inside. However, I will be staying here. We will follow your advice, Mr. Henry, William replied. Good. I have explored the forest many times in the past and I've witnessed Wendigos raid camps during the night. Not a fun experience, and I don't recommend it. Wendigos? Spencer asked with a curious expression. This forest has Wendigos? Yep, Henry answered. Less than 100, but that was years ago. Perhaps their numbers have increased since my last visit. William had only heard about Wendigos from the bestiary lessons inside the Helen Royal Academy. They were Class C creatures that reeked of death and decay. They liked to feast on human flesh and, on some occasions, possess humans and control their bodies to kill and eat their loved ones. After finishing the dark deed of eating their family members, that person would then transform into a Wendigo, thus multiplying the numbers of these abominations. After hearing the story about the Wendigo, some of the members of William's Night Order felt their stomachs churn in disgust. The image of them cannibalizing their loved ones made them feel very uncomfortable. "Don't worry, they don't attack large groups of people," Henry assured them. "At most, they will challenge a party of 5, but no higher than that. They might be strong, but they're not stupid creatures." William looked at the forest for a full minute before relaying his orders. "We will set up camp here today and hunt for hippogriffs tomorrow. We will also set up a night watch and rotate in groups of 6. The current number of members of William's Night Order allowed his 6 officers to have 6 members under their command. These made the chain of command easier, and allowed William to just sit back and let the others do their duties without needing to bother him. His role was to simply lead them, while his captains managed the other duties. The next day, Henry guided them to a meadow within the forest where the hippogriffs used to stay during his years of adventuring. Hippogriffs, by nature, were omnivores. They ate grass and meat, depending on which was more abundant. The group had just arrived at the meadow when an ear-piercing screech caught their attention. 4 towering beasts arrived at the meadow and began to attack the hippogriffs that were grazing peacefully in the grasslands. A griffin hunting party. Henry's face immediately became serious. "They are hunting hippogriffs." Griffins and hippogriffs may look the same, but there were distinct differences between the two. Griffins were magical beasts that had the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion. They were also 3 times bigger than hippogriffs, which made them the stronger between the two. Hippogriffs were also magical beasts that had the front legs, wings, and head of an eagle and the body, hind legs and tail of a horse. The two groups fought each other with several hippogriffs fighting against a single griffin. The one leading the defense was a hippogriff that was twice as large as an ordinary one and had a golden luster on its beak, talons, and wings. It was easy to tell that he was the alpha of the herd. The alpha led his subordinates to defend their territory, and a great battle was waged in the skies. Loud shrieks shattered the peace of the meadow as blood rained down from the sky. One of the griffins successfully tore off the wing of one of the defending hippogriffs and the latter fell towards the ground. The girls within the group covered their eyes because they didn't dare look at the outcome of the magical beast who was falling to its death. However, those who were watching the battle had shocked expressions on their faces when they saw William, along with Ella, charge to where the hippogriff was falling. "Come forth, Soglav," William roared. A portal appeared behind the boy and a demonic beast that had a humanoid body with horse legs, and a dog's head appeared with a roar. "Don't forget your promise, shepherd," Soglav said as he summoned his doppelganger. The 2 demonic dogs summoned a pair of spectral hands, and simultaneously used dark whips to create a net to catch the falling hippogriff. "Yes, you can have one of those griffins as food," William replied in a calm manner. He had made a deal with the demonic dog before they left the academy because William didn't have any magic power. In order to capture Class C beasts, he needed the help of a stronger beast, which left him with few other options. Just like he had done with Spire, William did an equal contract with Soglav along with several conditions attached. Basically, the demonic dog agreed to help William capture the hippogriffs in return for beast cores and high-grade meat from magical beasts. Aside from helping William capture beasts, he wouldn't do anything else. The hippogriff was safely caught by the dark net and William immediately used the power of his shepherd job class to tame it. There was no taming skill within the job class, but William was able to communicate with herd-type creatures, and invite them to join his herd. The magical beast was seriously injured and its wings were torn off. Although it was hurting, it was still thinking properly. Even so, it didn't resist William's invitation to join his herd because it felt that this was its only path to survival. After successfully adding the hippogriff to his ranks, he immediately sprinkled a high-grade potion on its injuries. He then let it drink another potion in order to help with its recovery. William didn't care if the beast he tamed was currently wingless. What mattered to him was that it was currently part of his herd and under his protection. Soglav and its doppelganger were still creating dark whips to serve as nets to catch more hippogriffs falling from the sky. Although they had the advantage of numbers, they were Class C creatures at most. Griffins were Class B creatures and one of their natural predators. Only the golden-winged hippogriff was able to face off against them because it was also a Class B creature. As more injured hippogriffs fell from the sky, William's herd grew by the minute. Ella was paying close attention to the battle as well. 2 of the griffins suffered moderate injuries due to the hippogriffs' teamwork. The alpha of the hippogriff group fought off against one of the griffins alone, while the rest dealt with the others. After adding 15 more hippogriffs to his herd, William thought that it was already enough and joined the battle. Several whistling sounds pierced the air as William shot arrows at one of the injured griffins. He made sure to time his shots in order to not hurt any of the hippogriffs that were fighting their mortal enemies with their beaks and talons. The griffins shrieked in anger when they noticed that an insect was getting in the way of their hunt. The one he was shooting at flapped its mighty wings and shrugged off the hippogriffs that were ganging up on it. "Soglav," William shouted as he knocked the adamantium arrow on his bow. He aimed at the approaching griffin and waited for the perfect timing. The griffin dove down to swat the annoying insect, but 4 dark whips grabbed its legs mid-flight. "Now," Soglav roared, "make sure to hit it, boy. This griffin is going to be my lunch." Instead of answering, William released the string and the arrow flew straight and true. It pierced through the griffin's chest, giving it a serious injury. The mighty creature shrieked in pain before crashing towards the ground, creating a dust cloud. Soglav hurriedly ran towards the dying griffin and formed a bastard sword made of dark energy. As one of the rulers of the forest, it was an opportunistic beast that would use everything to its advantage. It wouldn't allow the griffin to regain its footing and fly away from its grasp. Soglav stabbed the sword into the back of the griffin's head, ending its life in the process. He made sure to hit its weak spot, so that its dark blade would penetrate without any form of resistance. A shriek resounded in the sky as another griffin dove down. It locked its eyes on Soglav with the intention to kill. The demonic dog only sneered. It was about to attack the griffin when he received a telepathic message from William. "Boy, your appetite is big," Soglav commented. "I like it." William had promised Conrad and Dave that he would hunt for a special mount for them. Dave wanted to have a griffin mount, and it just so happened that there were 3 live griffins around. With such a powerful beast like Soglav to assist them, William was not afraid of capturing one. What he was afraid of was that there weren't enough griffins to serve as their mounts. Chapter 195, William's demonic business partner. Sid and Aerith, who were ordered to accompany William, both had serious expressions on their faces. They had watched how William had killed a griffin with the help of the demonic beast that resembled a humanoid dog creature. Kenneth, Priscilla, and the others were shocked at the sudden development, but hurriedly went to assist William in fighting off against the remaining griffins. "Priscilla, you can injure them but don't give them any lethal injuries," William ordered. "We're going to capture these griffins." Priscilla wanted to ask a lot of questions, but she still resolutely followed William's orders. Since she was the only other proficient archer within their group, she immediately fired a few arrows in the air in order to injure the enraged griffin that was sweeping down on them. Soglav's and the griffin's ranks might be similar, but there was one major difference between the two of them. Although the griffin's physical strength was stronger than the demonic dog, Soglav was smarter than it. As a monster who loved to eat humans, Soglav was an expert in the strategy of how to corner his prey and go for the kill. Although he couldn't win in a direct confrontation, he could always use the hit-and-run tactics. Void Arrow, Soglav, his doppelganger and the 2 pairs of spectral hands shot the griffin who had dove down from the air. Being a magical creature, its resistance against spells was also high. However, dark magic was different from the elemental classes. It didn't focus on elemental damage, but curses instead. Wisp of black smoke oozed out of the griffin's eyes as it roared in fury. It swiped its claws blindly in an attempt to kill the bastardly dog that had killed its comrade. William, who was watching from the side, was busy dipping his arrows in a cylinder that was filled with the venom of the amphispina. Since he wanted to capture the magical beast, neutralizing its resistance was his top priority. After coating 10 arrows with the amphispina's venom, the shepherd took aim and shot the rampaging griffin in the air. After the 10th arrow embedded itself on the body of the griffin, its movements started to become dull. Soglav chuckled as it used its dark whips to forcefully bring the magical beast to the ground. After securely tying the griffin with its dark whip, it eyed the remaining 2 griffins in the air. Seeing that 2 of their comrades had been killed and captured, the 2 remaining beasts decided to retreat. The hippogriffs screeched triumphantly to announce their victories before shifting their attention to William and his group. Priscilla was about to knock another arrow in her bow when William ordered her to stop. "Don't do anything that will provoke them," William ordered. "Everyone, stay still." Originally, there were 30 hippogriffs who tried to fight the 4 griffins in order to protect their territory. However, 16 of them had fallen in battle. Although they were seriously injured during the battle, none of them died because they were saved by William and Soglav. The alpha of the hippogriffs landed a few meters away from William and screeched in anger. That's right, William nodded. I came here to capture some of your kind. The Alpha screeched once again and spread its golden wings in an attempt to intimidate William. So, do you want them back? William inquired. I don't particularly mind, but can you take care of them? The Alpha briefly glanced at its comrades that had lost their wings and limbs during the battle against the Griffins. As the leader of the herd, although it sympathized with its comrades, it had no use for individuals that lost their value. Such was life in the whimsical forest. Although the Alpha might be too harsh on its own kin, this was a rule that everyone in the jungle abided by. The Alpha was silent for a few seconds before glaring at William. You can have them, the Alpha said through telepathy. Now get out of my sight. I will not allow you to decrease our numbers any further. There are other groups within this forest. Go capture their members if you dare, but if you touch one more member of my herd, I will fight you to the death. The Alpha gave a mighty screech before flapping its wings to fly to the air. The rest of the hippogriffs gave their ex-comrades a sidelong glance before following their leader. The abandoned hippogriffs hung their heads in sadness, but this was a natural occurrence within the forest. If not for William adding them to his herd, they would have just been waiting for their deaths because their Alpha had abandoned them. Soglav wasn't paying attention to William's discussion with the hippogriff because it was busy digging through the griffin's body to find its beast core. The beast cores were usually located at the head of magical beasts. If it's not there, then it would be found close to its heart. As a demonic beast, Soglav had already determined the beast core's location and focused his attention in that area. After digging through the griffin's chest with its claws, it found the core that it was looking for. Soglav dug out a light purple crystal the size of a bowling ball. It chuckled evilly for a while before opening its mouth to chomp on it. The crystal emitted crispy, crackling sounds that were similar to the sounds of potato chips being consumed. The demonic dog chewed on the core with a satisfied expression, which made Sid and Aerith stare at it with caution. After finishing its meal, Soglav looked at the body of the griffin and salivated. It couldn't possibly eat it right here, because there was a chance that stronger creatures would come and disturb him. He was now faced with a dilemma and wondering how to best solve this problem. Here, take this, William said as he tossed a storage ring to the demonic dog. We're going back to the camp for the time being. How about you? Soglav caught the storage ring and gave William a grin. It had heard about these artifacts before, but never had the opportunity to use them. I'll return to my own forest, Soglav replied as he stored the dead griffin inside the storage ring. Just call me when you're planning to catch your mounts. As long as you keep your promise, we can continue our business transaction. William nodded his head. Just as Soglav said, their cooperation was just a business transaction. As long as he supplied Soglav the cores he wanted, the demonic beast would help him capture mounts for his night order. The red-headed boy was able to summon Soglav because they made an equal contract. This allowed the demonic dog to become a temporary member of William's herd, just like Spire. With the help of the king's divinity that was inside his soul, he would be able to summon them to wherever he was. This ability was called King's Legion. Right now, William was only able to use a quarter of the king's chess piece's divinity because he still hadn't met the requirements to activate it fully. Even so, it was still quite helpful because he could summon the members of his herd, anytime, anywhere. A portal appeared in front of Soglav, and the latter entered it while giving William a grin. William's group watched all of this with dumbfounded expressions. Just who are you? Aerith asked. How are you able to command an intelligent demonic beast? Just a shepherd, William replied before facing the hippogriffs who were still feeling down. Moping around will not change anything. Since you are now under my protection, I will do my best to heal your injuries and allow all of you to fly in the skies once again. When the hippogriffs heard that they could once again fly in the sky, all of them looked at William with hope. The latter nodded his head in acknowledgement. I will keep my promise. For now, all of you will be part of my organization. Do you all understand? William inquired. All the hippogriffs made screeches of acknowledgement as they stood. Those who had lost their limbs remained lying on the ground, but their gazes were burning with life and determination. William smiled before looking at the paralyzed griffin that was lying a few meters away from them. The only creatures that he could tame were herd-type creatures, and the griffin was not one of them. While he was deep in thought, he heard two chuckles not far from their location. Young master, William, do you plan to have this griffin as your mount? A sturdy man that had a smug expression plastered on his face asked, as he swaggered towards the fallen griffin. Don't worry, we came here because your grandpa was worried about you. Another man who was slightly shorter than the sturdy man appeared without warning. Ezio, come out and tell the young master that we are commander's subordinates. No reply came from the forest, but William scratched his head in understanding. Ezio had told him using very special means that the two men that appeared in front of him were indeed his grandpa's subordinates and could be trusted. May I know both of your names, respected gentlemen? William asked. Respected gentlemen, the sturdy man asked. Gideon, is the young master talking about us? Of course, Gideon answered. Damien, I think you are forgetting something. Only respectable gentlemen can follow commander around. Damien suddenly had the, now that I think about it, you're right, expression and grinned at William. Indeed, both of us are respectable gentlemen, Damien stated. My name is Damien, and this is my partner, Gideon. How do you do, young master? Gideon replied with a smile. William smiled back as he appraised the two newcomers. Because of his training, he could roughly gauge their strength based on their body language. Ezio had taught him how to read people while he accompanied him on his missions. I want this griffin to become the mount of my officer, William said. Can you help me? Of course, Damien replied. This is a very easy thing to do for a beastmaster like me. Now, who is the lucky guy who is going to have a griffin as his mount? Damien scanned the group of kids that were accompanying his young master. He briefly glanced at the disciples of the Sword Saint before returning his gaze to William. Dave, step forward, William ordered. Sir. Dave stepped forward. Excitement was written all over his face. As a commoner, he had seen griffins pull the carriage of the nobles and had dreamed of owning one in the past. Now that his dream was about to become a reality, he wasn't able to stop himself from praising William to the high heavens. Looks like I chose the right person to follow, Dave thought as he looked at the red-headed boy who had become his idol. I'm going to hug his thigh and never let go. Perhaps, I will be able to soar to greater heights if I stay by his side. His thoughts were shared by the rest of the members of the Angorian War Sovereign. All of them were looking at William as if he was a genie that was about to make all of their wishes come true. Chapter 196, The Crusader of the Sky. All right, now put a drop of your blood on his head, Damien ordered. The griffin was paralyzed and couldn't move, but its eyes glared at Dave who was attempting to tame it. Since he didn't have an ounce of magical power, it was quite impossible for him to form a contract with a beast on its own. Fortunately, Damien was a competent beastmaster and acted as a bridge to make the griffin submit to Dave. The boy poked his fingertip with a dagger until blood flowed from it. He then smeared it on the forehead of the griffin while Damien worked the contractual magic to bind the griffin under Dave's control. Now it's a battle, Damien said. You need to make him approve of you through a battle of wills. Griffins are prideful creatures and don't like to become someone's mount. Even those that pull the carriages of nobles had to be won over before they agreed to work for anyone. Dave grimaced because he could feel the griffin's fierce resistance. In the end, the connection broke because the griffin was able to overpower Dave's will. The chubby boy almost collapsed on the ground because he received a strong backlash from the contractual ceremony. It was a good thing that William was standing beside him and hurriedly supported his body. I can't do it. It's too strong, Dave said as he panted for breath. The griffin had a smug expression on its face as he looked at the chubby boy. Deep down, it was sneering at him for trying to bite off more than he could chew. Don't worry, William patted his shoulder. I promised to help you get a griffin, and I will keep my promise. Someone bring me a spear. One of the students hurriedly took out a spear from his storage ring in order to get into William's good graces. He felt envious of Dave's lucky break and he hoped that he would get the same treatment if he showed his loyalty to William. Sir, here is a spear bought with 2,000 gold coins, the young noble said with a smile. I hope that it can be of good use to you. This spear has a good quality, William replied. Thanks. Because you acted swiftly, I will allow you to be the first to choose which hippogriff you want to be your mount after they are fully healed. Thank you, Commander. The young noble bowed and backed away with satisfaction. William pointed the tip of the spear to the eye of the griffin. The latter looked back in defiance and gave William the, go ahead and kill me. I'd rather die than become a human's mount. Glare. You have two options, William announced. Submit and become Dave's partner or suffer. The griffin uttered a screech in defiance. It would rather die than submit. Good, let's see how strong your resolve is. William grinned evilly as he walked towards the rear of the beast. The red-headed boy twirled the spear until the blunt end of the spear was facing the griffin's bum. Requiescat in pace, William shouted as he thrust the spear towards the griffin's butthole without mercy. A loud shriek filled with pain and shock reverberated in the whimsical forest. The beasts who heard it unconsciously shielded their rear because they somehow felt that it was the appropriate thing to do. You dare to reject a knight of my order? Who gave you the courage? William roared as he thrust the spear for the second time. You think I'll let you die? I have plenty of healing potions here. We can do this all day. Let's see how long you last. The griffin's pitiful shrieks echoed in the whimsical forest for a good 15 minutes before it stopped completely. Damien's and Gideon's hands were shielding their bums and their expressions were filled with fear. God mn it, he is really the commander's grandson. Damien gasped. Gideon nodded his head in agreement. Both of them are shameless bastards who will do anything to get their way. The girls of the order had long ago averted their gaze. Even Priscilla wasn't able to stomach William's approach to taming magical beasts. The young noble who had given William the spear couldn't stop his lips from twitching. If he only knew that his 2,000 gold spear would be used in this manner, he would have given William a cheaper one instead. I'll ask you again, William grinned as he faced the pitiful griffin. Are you going to submit? Or must I continue? The griffin hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking rice. It threw away its dignity and submitted to William's will. The hippogriffs, on the other hand, were all shivering. All of them were thinking of the same thing. If I had rejected his offer to be tamed, would I have ended up receiving the same treatment? The magical beasts felt that they had saved themselves the trouble of getting hurt by agreeing to be part of William's herd. If not, they might have suffered the same fate as their mortal enemy. Damien did the contractual ceremony once again, and this time, the griffin didn't resist. It was even giving Dave the, hurry and just get it over with. I don't want that crazy bastard to peg me again. I signal. After the contract was established, Dave and the griffin felt a strong connection to each other. This was the bond that was shared between the beast companions and their masters. William patted Dave's shoulder and gave the griffin the antidote to overcome the paralysis. After the magical beast was able to stand up again, the red-headed boy then walked towards the noble that gave him the spear. I'm returning it, William said. Thank you very much. The young noble looked at the dirtied spear in his commander's hand and almost cried a river. He knew that he wouldn't be able to wield that spear again due to the scene he'd just witnessed. His mental trauma would not allow him to be able to accept holding such a weapon in his hands. Why, you can have it, Commander, the young noble replied bitterly. Consider it as a gift from your subordinate. William looked at the young noble and felt that the boy was a very good person. Because of this, he decided to give him a reward at a later time. Very well, since you feel that way, then I will keep this spear as a token of your friendship. William nodded and stored the weapon inside his ring. Let's return to the camp, William ordered. We will continue our exploration tomorrow. Yes, sir. Sid, Aerith, and Henry looked at William with complicated expressions. Just like Sid and Aerith, Henry was there to observe William's actions. He would then report these happenings to the Sword Saint as per the latter's order. The Sword Saint was very curious about William's potential, so he allowed him to hunt freely inside his domain. Also, he deemed that it would be best to equip the new Knight Order with mounts so that they would be able to perform well in the war that was estimated to happen in just a few short months. Ah, Dave fell off the griffin's back for the umpteenth time as the latter walked towards the encampment. William suggested that Dave get used to riding his new mount as part of his training. However, since he was a commoner by birth, he wasn't able to get the opportunity to ride domestic animals like horses and the likes. The griffin looked at his new partner in disdain as if telling him, "You can't even sit on my back properly and you wanted me to become your mount. What an idiot." William grinned when he saw Dave's pitiful expression. He then ordered the rest of the group to continue walking to the camp while he had a private talk with Dave. Damien and Gideon also stayed behind. Their orders were clear and they were to observe their young master and make sure he didn't get into trouble. When the other members of his group were no longer around, William walked towards the dejected Dave. "Dave, do you want to be able to ride your partner without falling down?" William asked. "Yes," Dave replied. "Sir, can you help me do that?" "Well, it's not like I can't help you, but I don't know if it will work." "Are you willing to give it a try?" "I trust Sir William. I am willing to try anything as long as I can be a proper knight." William's expression suddenly became serious. "Damien, Gideon, make sure that no one will be able to spy on me. What I am about to do is confidential. Make sure that no one will witness it." "Very well, Young master. Damien agreed. All right. Gideon nodded. Both of them disappeared from where they stood as they created a protective perimeter around William. Ezio, who was hiding in the shadows, also extended his help and made sure that no one would be able to interfere with whatever William was about to do. Dave, before we start, you are going to sign another contract, William said as he presented a scroll in his hand. You are not allowed to tell anyone anything about what you are going to witness today. That includes you, Mr. Griffin. The Griffin hurriedly nodded its head in understanding. It already knew how unreasonable William could be, and it didn't want to experience it a second time. Okay, I need both of your blood, William ordered. Both the boy and the Griffin obeyed without question and allowed William to get some of their blood. After the scroll glowed and the contract was completed, the red-headed boy took out a spear from his storage ring. This spear was not the common spear that was used in battle. Instead, it was a jousting lance used by mounted cavaliers. The main body of the lance had a silvery blue color with runic patterns and looked utterly majestic. Its handle was golden in color and had several runic patterns inscribed on its body. William held the lance upwards using both of his hands. The half-elf was wearing the clothing of a nobleman, and with the lance in his hand, he looked like a noble who held a lot of authority in his hands. Kneel, William ordered. Dave had an understanding look on his face, and kneeled with his left knee like a proper knight and bowed his head. William lowered the lance and lightly tapped Dave's left shoulder. In the name of the god of all trades, Gavin, and the goddess of knights, Astrid, I give you the right to bear arms and the power to meet justice, William said with a righteous countenance. May you protect the innocent and use your strength to uphold the honor of your sovereign and people. The lance glowed once as if empowering William's words. Dave saw a string of words appear inside his mind and said them out loud. I, Dave Cornwell, hereby solemnly obey as a knight of the Aenarion war sovereign. William smiled and lightly tapped Dave's right shoulder before raising his lance once more towards the sky. Rise, my knight, and uphold the oath that you have made today, William stated. May your courage and bravery illuminate the world for eternity. Rongomyniad, the lance that illuminates the world, showered Dave with a golden brilliance. The king chess piece within William's sea of consciousness glowed thrice before returning to its normal state. A series of words appeared in William's status page which caught him completely by surprise. First Knight of the Aenarion War Sovereign has been registered. Name: Dave Cornwell. Bestowing Knight title. Appropriate title found. Dave Cornwell, the Crusader of the Sky. Chapter 197, Can We Talk in Private? William thought that Dave's title was really cool as he stared at the young boy in front of him who seemed different from before. Dave could feel a certain strength inside his body that he couldn't explain. However, this time around, he felt that he could ride the griffin without falling off its back. The chubby boy raised his hand and the griffin unconsciously lowered its body to allow him to mount. Dave then confidently sat on its back as if he had done it countless times before. After seating securely in place, he then patted the back of his partner as if telling him to stand. When the griffin rose to its feet, it felt that his rider was very different from the one who mounted him a few minutes ago. It was as if the one riding him right now was a completely different person. William's jaw almost dropped when he saw another change on his status screen. Name: Dave Cornwell. Race: human. Health points: 10,000 10,000ths. Mana: 3,000 3,000ths. Prestige job class: Crusader of the Sky level 1. Strength: 30 plus 10. Agility: 25 plus 10. Vitality: 40 plus 10. Intelligence: 20 plus 10. Dexterity: 40 plus 10. Dual X, Union of Man and Beast. Tactician: Tornado Descent. Shield Boomerang. Grand Cross. Title: Storm Rider. Storm Rider. During a storm all stats increase by 100%. Aerial mobility increase by 200%. Can use Heaven's Fury once a day. FCK. What kind of BS is this? William cursed out loud. He almost dropped Rongomyniad from his hands as he read Dave's status page. Why is he so op? Dave and the Griffin were both startled by William's shout and looked at their commander with anxious faces. After his initial outburst, William immediately calmed down and returned the legendary spear inside his storage ring. He then looked at Dave with a dazzling smile that would put all scammers to shame. You're good, William said as he lightly patted Dave's leg. He then patted the Griffin who trembled under his touch. You're also good. The newly appointed Crusader and his mount felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. For some reason, they felt that they were about to be served on a silver platter and William was going to eat them. "Dave, from now on, I expect good things from you," William said with a serious expression. "Do not tarnish the honor of the Aenarion war sovereign. Do I make myself clear?" "Why yes, I swear that I will not let you down, Commander," Dave stuttered. The griffin shrieked to support his partner's words. It was afraid that if it didn't say anything, William would find an excuse to torture it. "Good, let's go," William ordered as he mounted Ella's back. Dave and the griffin glanced at each other as they walked behind Ella's back. After walking for a while, the chubby boy and the magical beast both realized that Dave was no longer in danger of falling from the griffin's back. It was as if they were joined together. What he didn't know was that after acquiring the prestige class, Crusader of the Sky, he automatically acquired the skill union of man and beast. This was a special skill of the Cavalier Job class which allowed the rider and his mount to become a single unit when they were together. Even if the griffin were to perform complicated aerial maneuvers, Dave wouldn't fall off its back even if he wasn't sitting on a specialized saddle. When the two arrived at the camp, both of them were met with curious gazes. The other members of the Aenarion war sovereign felt that Dave had changed somehow, but they couldn't put their finger on it. What impressed them the most was that the chubby boy was riding on top of the griffin as if he had done it for many years. There was also a sense of confidence that was oozing from Dave's body which made the others look at him in a different light. "What happened to you?" Conrad asked the chubby boy after he dismounted from the griffin. "What did you do with the commander?" Dave gave Conrad a refreshing smile before answering his question. "Sorry, but the commander ordered me not to say anything." But, Conrad waited for Dave to continue his words. "But, I hope the day will come when you will become part of Sir William's strength," Dave said with a serious expression. "I look forward to that day." After saying those words, Dave walked past Conrad and headed towards William. He stood a few meters away from him like a trusted retainer. Everyone was a little confused when they noticed this sudden change in Dave's mannerism. Usually, he would stick around Conrad. However, this time around, they could tell that he had switched his allegiance to William and seemed very satisfied with it. William didn't say anything, and ordered everyone to rest while he checked on the conditions of the hippogriffs. After close inspection, he realized that 4 of them had lost a limb or 2 and had to be supported by their comrades using ropes, tied to their bodies. Those that had suffered serious injuries had been given high-grade potions that William had acquired from their bandit raids. He didn't bat an eye and used them on the injured creatures, which made the new members of his herd very grateful. The total number of mounts they gained from this expedition was 16. William had 6 officers and 36 subordinates. He planned to have all of them get a mount of their own, which meant that he had to return to the whimsical forest and find a new herd of hippogriffs. While he was deep in his thoughts, he heard 2 sets of footsteps approaching from behind his back. He didn't turn his head and simply waited for his 2 guests to speak their mind. "Can we talk in private?" Sid asked. "Okay," William replied. He turned his head to look at the disciples of the Sword Saint with a calm expression. "Follow me." Sid and Aerith nodded as they followed William. The 3 people walked towards a small brook that was 100 meters away from their encampment. William didn't know why the 2 wanted to talk to him, but he was willing to hear them out for the sake of the Sword Saint's generosity. After arriving at their destination, Sid cleared his throat and spoke his mind. "What you did earlier was admirable. However, you shouldn't mingle with demonic beasts who specialize in dark magic," Sid said with a serious expression. "I don't know why that demonic dog is helping you, but if others find out that you are collaborating with such a creature, your reputation will get a black stain." William nodded his head. He already expected this situation after forming a contract with Soglav. If it was only the members of his Night Order, he could probably force them to keep their mouths shut. Unfortunately, there were outsiders present in the area, so this outcome was understandable. "Also, you should hide that slave collar on your neck," Sid stated. "You are a noble and a noble wearing a slave collar is taboo. Although slavery runs rampant in the Helen Kingdom, the king himself dislikes such practices." William snorted. "The king might feel that way, but the nobles don't. Almost all of the nobles own slaves of their own. The collar on my neck is my way of telling them that even nobles can be enslaved. If it can happen to me, what makes them think that it couldn't happen to them?" The red-headed boy also wanted to point out that their honorable master was keeping slaves inside his residence. He just didn't mention it to prevent conflicts between him and the Sword Saint's disciples. Even so, You mustn't openly show it to the public like it's a priceless accessory, Aerith insisted. Looking at you makes me feel uncomfortable. William grinned evilly as he looked at Aerith from head to toe. Indeed, you should feel uncomfortable. A beauty like you would sell for a high price if you ever fell into the hands of slave traders. A resounding slap echoed in the air as Aerith looked at her hand in surprise. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Aerith stuttered. Don't worry, I've suffered worse, William replied. A red handprint slowly materialized on the half-elf's handsome cheek. It was the mark left by Aerith's unconscious action after hearing William's words. Is there anything else that the two of you need to say to me? William inquired. If not, then I will return to the camp. There are still a few things that I need to do as the leader of this expedition. Sid stared hard at William for a quarter of a minute before shaking his head. Aerith looked apologetic and lowered her head in guilt. William nodded his head in understanding and walked past the two teenagers who were older than him. But as he was passing Aerith, the shepherd lightly patted her shoulder before leaving her with some parting words. I am, also, not a fan of slavery, and one of my goals is to fully eradicate it from the southern continent. The two disciples of the Sword Saint watched William's retreating back as he returned to the encampment. What a peculiar boy, Sid said as his gaze sharpened like swords. What do you think, big sister? Deep down, Sid was reluctant to admit that William had won their duel. But facts showed that even if he was the stronger between the two, the boy's tenacity and unwavering determination overpowered his skill with the sword. I think he needs to be re-educated in the proper etiquette of noble families, Aerith replied. Her expression was dyed red due to embarrassment from her earlier outburst. He is indeed weaker than you, but for some reason, I feel that even if you two had a rematch, the outcome would still be the same. Sid sighed as a bitter smile appeared on his face. When he heard his sister's words, he didn't agree nor disagree with her opinion, but his silence was enough to tell her that he also felt the same way. This was the first time that the two of them had met someone as mysterious as William. On the surface, he acted in a carefree manner, just like a sword during peacetime. However, during times of emergencies, his attitude changed completely. Like a fully drawn blade with exquisite sharpness, he was able to cut down the obstacles blocking his way. The two finally understood the real reason why their master had sent them to observe William. He wanted them to learn that not all battles were honorable. In a fight of life and death, honor and dignity were merely beautiful decorations. Someday, I will win against him, Sid muttered softly. Aerith, who was by her brother's side, nodded her head. She, too, wanted her brother to be hailed as the strongest in the southern continent, just like their master. However, as she looked at the small retreating back in the distance, she felt that the hurdle that her brother was about to face was a mountain that towered above the mortal realm. A mountain whose peak could never be conquered. Chapter 198, Bastian of the Chiron tribe. The next day, Henry took William and half of his subordinates to the whimsical forest to look for hippogriffs once again. Dave was tasked with guarding their encampment, along with the 6 people in his team. The injured hippogriffs they had captured the day before were in their encampment, and someone had to guard them to ensure that they were not attacked by wandering beasts. Since the griffin was there to act as a deterrence, William could leave their encampment with peace of mind. Oh, I see, thank you very much, William said. The deer in front of him bleated softly as it ran towards the depths of the forest. The territory of the second group of hippogriffs is a mile away in that direction, William stated as he pointed northeast. Let's go. Aerith walked beside William with a curious expression. Did you just talk to a deer? William hummed his reply as he continued to walk. How did you learn their language? It's a shepherd's trade secret. Aerith frowned as she continued to trail behind William. Do all shepherds know how to talk to their animals? To a certain extent, yes, William replied. It takes patience and years of herding to learn the skill. Can you teach me? I've always wanted to communicate with animals. It would be best if you learn from a druid. I can only talk to beasts that belong to the herd. William couldn't possibly tell Aerith that his ability to talk to animals was inherited from his elven bloodline. Just like his mother was able to talk to Skyla, William was only able to communicate with beasts that belong to the herd. Ironically, cranes also belong to the herd category. This was why the red-headed boy was able to communicate with Skyla properly. While walking in the direction of the hippogriff's territory, a small wren landed on William's shoulder and began chirping. Dia looked at the small bird and hesitated. She didn't know if she should eat it or not. Don't eat her, William said softly to Dia. He then glanced at the small bird and started to communicate with it. Because William replied using chirping sounds, the wren on his shoulder chirped more excitedly. 5 minutes later, the bird flew away, leaving William with a troubled expression. After pondering for a while, he signaled for everyone to stop. "Don't make any sounds, I will check something first," William ordered as he climbed to the top of a tree. When he reached the highest branch, he narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction of the north. Several birds could be seen fleeing in different directions as the trees swayed in the distance. The wren had told him that a group led by a very strong beast was headed in the direction they were going. When William asked the little bird descriptions about the creature, it only said that it was big and had wings. The thing that worried William more was that the bird told him that it was not alone. There were at least 3 of them. As William focused his attention to the north, the beast that his little friend had warned him about finally appeared in his vision. "Wyverns," William muttered as he saw 3 wyverns rise from the treetops carrying wild boars in their claws. The biggest among the 3 wyverns screeched and flew towards the north. The other 2 wyverns followed behind their leader as they continued their hunt. Wyvern. Pseudo-dragon. Threat level, a high. It is said that wyverns descended from the bloodline of dragons. Has very high aerial maneuverability and boasts incredible fighting prowess. Their tails have a poison stinger that is capable of inflicting poison strong enough to kill a human in minutes. Wyverns are able to use breath attacks similar to dragons. However, the damage of this energy attack is weaker compared to pure blood dragons. This creature has the ability to further evolve and become a variety of stronger monsters. Some of their evolutions include blood wyverns, storm wyverns, frost wyverns, fire wyverns, and several other species depending on their location. All evolved wyverns are of centennial rank and must be treated with great caution. Fortunately, they found the boars before they found the hippogriffs, William thought as he watched the majestic creatures fly away. Now I understand why Conrad wanted a wyvern as his mount. When Conrad told William that he wanted a wyvern as his mount, his first reaction was to give the older boy the middle finger. Conrad also understood that he was asking for too much, but he was the type of person that liked to aim high for whatever thing he wanted in life. William had already told him that he didn't have the ability to capture a wyvern at this point in time, but if ever an opportunity arose, he promised that he would do his best to cater to Conrad's choice of mount. Although William was tempted to ask Ezio, Damien, and Gideon for help, he decided to not move forward with this plan. If possible, he wanted to capture the wyvern using his own ability and the manpower under his disposal. I'm sure Soglav would immediately run tail if he was summoned to fight against a wyvern. William chuckled at the thought of seeing the demonic dog running away in fear after it was summoned in front of a wyvern's gaping jaw. After the short interlude, William and the rest of his group went deeper inside the mythical forest. They saw various creatures eyeing them from a distance, but none of them made any move to attack each other. Although humans often wandered inside the forest, most of them were strong individuals. This was why the beasts merely observed the shepherd's group and made no attempt to hunt them down. After an hour of walking, they finally arrived at a meadow with a steadily flowing brook. The meadow was quite big and William estimated that it was at least a mile long. Several beasts like deer, moose, and wild bison grazed peacefully in the distance. Not far from their location were the magical creatures that William and his group sought after. It was none other than a herd of hippogriffs. Compared to the one that they had first met, the members of this group numbered more than 100. The alpha of the group stood in the middle and eyed William's group with a calm gaze. Before William could even walk towards the alpha hippogriff to talk, a rumbling sound was heard not far from them. From the depths of the forest, a platoon of centaurs carrying pikes and bows charged in William's direction. The half-man, half-horse creatures stopped 20 meters away from the humans and eyed them with vigilance. Centaur. Humanoid creatures. A centaur has the body of a horse topped by a humanoid torso, head, and arms. Most of them avoid conflict but fight fiercely when forced to do so. They are experts in melee and ranged combat. Their preferred weapons are spears, pikes, and bows. Some of them are born with the ability to wield magic, but these are very rare cases. What are you humans doing here within the territory of our Chiron tribe? A centaur carrying a silver spear, and wearing a silver helmet, asked in a booming voice. Chiron tribe, are you that same tribe that the Sword Saint allowed to settle in these lands? Sid asked back. The centaur snorted and faced the Sword Saint's disciple with arrogance. Allowed to settle in these lands? Boy, you'd better watch your mouth. Or else, I will be more than happy to cut out that tongue of yours. You can try, Sid replied. The boy was about to unsheath his sword, but was held back by William's hand. "What did I say about not getting in the way of our mission?" William asked with a smile. "I'll handle this. Everyone, don't draw your weapons." The half-elf stepped forward and addressed the person who seemed to be the leader of the Centaurian platoon. "My name is William Von Ainsworth," William announced. "May I know your excellency's name?" The centaur captain looked at William with a frown. His instinct was telling him that the boy in front of him was not an enemy, but a friend. However, he had met a lot of humans in the past and all of them were sly creatures who not only stepped on their kindness, but even captured their tribe members in order to sell them as slaves. In short, the centaurs inside the whimsical forest were wary of humans and would usually repel them whenever they met them in the forest. "You can call me Bastian of the Chiron tribe," Bastian answered. "What is your purpose for coming to our territory? Before I answer your question, may I know your relationship with the hippogriffs?" William inquired. Bastian and the rest of the centaurs immediately took a fighting stance as they glared at William. "So you are here to capture hippogriffs," Bastian said in contempt. "As expected of the greedy humans. All you know how to do is make the creatures of the forest your mounts or slaves." "Wait, you are making a very big misunderstanding here." William raised both of his arms in order to calm the centaurs who were about to engage them in battle. "First of all, I'm not a human. I'm a half-elf. Secondly, I came here to negotiate with the alpha of the hippogriffs and not forcefully take the members of its herd away." While William was explaining his reason for coming, the golden-winged hippogriff had walked towards his location and raised its head arrogantly towards the foreigners who entered its domain. "I was already informed by Juros about your purpose for coming," the alpha hippogriff said via telepathy. "The answer is no. I will not allow you to take any member of my herd and be used as mounts." The alpha screeched hatefully at William, while Bastian held his spear firmly in his hand. The hippogriff had allowed him to listen to its reply to William because both of them had made an alliance. As allies, it was only natural for both of them to stand against the intruders that had entered their domain. Chapter 199, Your name will be Aethon. In fact, it was not only the hippogriffs that were allied with the centaurs. All the creatures that were grazing in the meadow were part of their alliance as well. This was why the centaurs appeared when William's group arrived in the meadow. The wild bison, moose, and deer had already trapped William's group in an encirclement and were only waiting for Bastion's order to attack. The only reason why they were still being civil was because of the fact that William was radiating a presence that made them not want to have a conflict with him if possible. "Leave," Bastian ordered. "This is your last warning. The next time you return, we will treat you as enemies." William sighed internally because they were left with no other option but to leave the meadow. "Okay, we will leave." William nodded his head. He then turned to his group and made a hand gesture. "Let's go." Sid and Aerith were frowning, but they still followed William's orders. William's group retreated a mile away from the meadow and formed a temporary camp. It was only lunchtime, so there was plenty of time to think of their next course of action. William was currently resting on top of a branch with his back leaning against the tree. He didn't want to engage in a full-blown confrontation with the centaurs and their allies because the latter treated them in a civil manner, despite the fact that they went there to capture some hippogriffs. There must be a way, but how? William pondered as he gazed at the northeast. While he was mulling over his options, the wren that chatted with him earlier perched on his shoulder and began chirping. "Oh, chirp. How many? Chirp. William crossed his arms over his chest as he digested the information that was given to him by the little bird. "Say, do you want to travel together with me?" "Chirp. Yes. Our meeting must be fate," William said with a smile. "Although you're very small, you're quite capable of gathering news. How about you work for me as my news informer? If you come with me, you'll never go hungry again. I promise you." The wren thought for a while before chirping in affirmation. William grinned and added the small bird to his herd. "Wren. Common bird." The wren is a tiny brown bird, although it is heavier and not as slim as the even smaller goldcrest. It is dumpy, almost rounded, with a fine bill, quite long legs and toes, very short round wings and a short, narrow, tail which is sometimes cocked up vertically. For such a small bird it has a remarkably loud voice. "Let me think of a good name for you," William said as he rubbed the little bird's head. The little bird looked at William in anticipation as it waited for its name. After giving it much thought, the red-headed boy finally thought of a good name for the little guy who stumbled upon them in the forest. "Aethon," William smiled. "From now on, your name will be Aethon." The king chess piece in William's sea of consciousness glowed thrice and a small change appeared on the wren's body. A golden crest appeared on Athon's chest. It was like a small marking that allowed William to identify him from birds of the same species. After adding Athon to his ever-growing herd, William climbed down from the tree and shared the news he just received. "We need to leave the forest," William announced. "A tribal war among the beast groups is about to take place. We don't want to get caught in the crossfire, so we'd better leave as soon as possible." The young noble that had offered the spear to William a day ago raised his hand. "Commander, what about the mounts?" "Worry not, my dear comrade," William said with a mischievous smile. "I'm sure that we will be able to snatch a few creatures during their internal conflict. For now, let's go back to the camp and wait for the aftermath." Athon had told him that the fight would be breaking out any moment and the sooner they left, the better. If William was alone, he was confident that he would be able to maneuver freely in the forest. However, since his subordinates were with him, he didn't dare to act boldly. It was best to return to their encampment first, then sneak back inside the forest to play the fishing game. Ella, Dia, Ragnar, and Athon looked at William with a knowing glance. Since they were part of his herd, they could understand his thoughts to a certain extent. He was already looking forward to the grand haul that was about to take place. "No good. The young master is really similar to the commander," Damien whispered to Gideon, who was seated behind him. "Look at that smug expression on his face. That is what commander looks like when he is just about to raid a bandit camp and steal their treasures." "You're right," Gideon whispered back. "I have a feeling that he will drag the two of us along as well. If he really is the commander's grandson, he will throw away his dignity and become shameless." As if feeling their gazes, William glanced at the two men and gave them a refreshing smile. That smile alone confirmed the two men's suspicions that the brat was up to no good. Kenneth sat beside William and tapped his shoulder. "Whatever you are planning on doing, take me along." William looked at his roommate with a curious gaze. "What do you mean? I can tell that you are scheming something." "Nonsense. Just look at this handsome and innocent face of mine. Does it look like the face of a schemer?" Kenneth nodded his head. "Not only the face of a schemer, but the face of a scammer as well." "How rude. Looks like my secretary is going through a rebellious phase." William grinned. "Very well, I will agree to take you with me on one condition." "On one condition?" Kenneth thought for a while before nodding his head. "Let me hear the condition." William motioned for him to come closer as he whispered something in the delicate boy's ears. Kenneth frowned, but still nodded his head in agreement. "Very well, I accept this condition." "Good." William patted his roommate's shoulder. "We are going to move tonight. Make sure not to alarm the others when we sneak out of the encampment." Later that night, William, Ella, Kenneth, Damien, and Gideon headed deeper inside the whimsical forest. They had just traveled a mile into the forest when they heard the distant roars of beasts. "Looks like we just arrived in time," William said as he made a hand gesture for everyone to stop. Ragnar was currently seated on top of Ella's back with his tongue lolling outside of his mouth. Dia, on the other hand, was resting on William's head, while Athon was perched on his shoulder. William raised his hand and a portal appeared beside him. Soglav, the demonic dog, arrived with a smirk plastered on his face. "Are we going to start our hunt?" Soglav asked as its single eye glowed eerily in the darkness. William nodded in acknowledgement. "Tonight is a bit special. If we get lucky, we will strike it big time." "Oh," Soglav rubbed its chin with its clawed hand. "I like the sound of that." It then raised its head and listened to the roars of the beasts in the forest. "A faction war," Soglav chuckled. "I love faction wars. It is the best time to snag some easy prey." William and the demonic dog shared a knowing glance before running towards the north. It was the place where the strongest conflict was currently taking place. Ella, Kenneth, Damien, and Gideon followed behind them. Since William was a half-elf, his dark vision allowed him to see perfectly in the night. For some reason, this ability of his was shared with the entire herd, and allowed Ella and the others to see clearly in the dark as well. As for Kenneth, Damien, and Gideon, they had their own ways to see in the dark and kept up with William's and Soglav's advance towards their destination. When they arrived, they were just in time to see a fierce battle being fought between the centaurs and a group of wyverns. After observing the pseudo-dragon's rampage, William noticed a unique individual among the group. The wyvern's body was red in color, and there was a crimson crystal embedded in its forehead. William used his appraisal skill on the creature and his face suddenly became serious. It had been a while since he faced off against a creature of such rank, and he knew that it was a steel plate that he didn't dare to kick. Blood Wyvern. Threat level, S high. The Blood Wyvern is one of the evolutions of a wyvern. It has the ability to continuously grow stronger by drinking the blood of magical creatures. This wyvern has the ability, Bloodthirst, which allows it to identify the location of any warm-blooded creature within 2 square miles with it as its center. Even those with the stealth or invisibility skills will not escape its sight. It also has the ability, Skill Absorption, that allows it to acquire the skills of the creatures it has consumed. The Blood Wyvern can evolve into a Crimson Wyvern once it has stepped into the ranks of millennial beasts. A wyvern known for its brutality and strength that can even overpower pure-blooded dragons of the same rank. Chapter 200. The Fisherman's Game, Part 1. That one is one nasty beast, Soglav commented as his single eye locked on the Blood Wyvern that was currently circling around the Centaur tribe. The Blood Wyvern was currently fighting against the top dog of the Centaur tribe who was also of the Centennial rank. However, not all creatures of the same rank were equal. There would always be racial differences between the two which would decide who had the upper hand or not. Centaur War Chieftain. Humanoid creature. Threat level, S mid. Success rate, 1%. William briefly glanced at the information of the Centaur War Chieftain. Basically, it was a centaur that boasted the highest combat skills within the tribe. Right now, that same centaur was keeping the Blood Wyvern at bay using magical range attacks. However, that was exactly what the Blood Wyvern intended it to do. As long as the War Chieftain focused on it, the other wyverns would be able to decimate the rest of the tribe using their superior strength. Although the Centaur tribe numbered around 2,000, the majority of them were Class C creatures with only a dozen Class B warriors at most. Wyverns were one of the apex predators in the whimsical forest, and even though the centaurs had the advantage in numbers, it was futile against their enemy. While the battle was ongoing, a loud shriek pierced the air and 50 hippogriffs appeared on the battlefield. They were allied with the centaurs and it was only natural to lend their assistance during times of need. Currently, there were 15 wyverns circling the tribal camp and some of their claws and beaks were already dyed in blood. Clearly, they had killed a good number of centaur warriors during the clash and had gorged on their enemies' blood to regain their strength. William recognized Damien leading a troop of centaurs while shooting arrows towards the wyverns. These arrows harmlessly bounced off the wyvern's scales, which made the centaurs grit their teeth in frustration. When the hippogriffs arrived, the battle was no longer one-sided, but the invaders still had the upper hand. William sighed as 2 hippogriffs were impaled by the wyvern's stinger and crashed toward the ground. Naturally, they couldn't possibly interfere in the war directly, so the 2 hippogriffs died not long after their fatal crash. So, what's the plan? Soglav asked as he crossed his arms over his chest. Although I can't defeat any of those wyverns, I am confident that as long as the Blood Wyvern doesn't interfere, I will be unharmed. Soglav was about to say more when they heard high-pitched chuckling sounds coming from the forest. The centaurs grimaced as they saw one of the most annoying beasts that lived within the forest, and that was none other than the werehyenas. Just like the name suggests, they were quite similar to werewolves, but the difference was that they were hyenas instead of wolves. William frowned as he, once again, used his appraisal skill to identify the newcomers. Werehyena. Therianthropic hybrid. A powerful scavenger that feasts on the flesh of both humans and beasts. This creature has 3 forms, a human form, a large hyena, or a hybrid that is similar to a werewolf. Unlike werewolves who can only transform during the night, werehyenas can transform any time of the day and don't have many restrictions like the other therianthropic hybrids. Strong and sly, these creatures are one of the most annoying beasts that one can encounter in the southern continent. The werehyena's high-pitched laughter made the already hopeless situation unbearable. They ran towards the location where the 2 hippogriffs had fallen and immediately dragged their dead bodies away. They didn't go far before they started to feast on the hippogriff's flesh. They had a very strong resistance to poison, so even the wyvern's poison that had killed the magical beasts wasn't a concern to them. Soglav whistled as he looked at the new arrivals with admiration. Now things have become more complicated, Soglav chuckled. What are we going to do now, Shepherd? William assessed the situation carefully and knew that he wouldn't be able to turn the tides with his current power. Since that was the case, it was now time to borrow the power of others. 4th Master, can you lend me your assistance, just this once? William asked. Kenneth and the Soglav looked at him in confusion because they didn't know who this 4th Master was. A soft rustling sound was heard beside the tree opposite them, and a man wearing a hooded robe appeared out of thin air. "What do you have in mind?" Ezio asked. Ezio officially became William's fourth master after the boy had succumbed to the dark side of humanity. He taught the half-elf many things, including the art of torturing people. Among William's masters, Ezio was a man of few words. When talking to him, William had to get straight to the point in order to save time. "Fourth master, can you deal with the blood wyvern?" William asked. This was the most pressing matter right now. As long as the blood wyvern was defeated, the centaur war chief would be able to deal with the other wyverns quite easily. "I can, but I will need some help," Ezio replied as he glanced at his two comrades who were sent by their commander. Damien and Gideon just nodded their heads in understanding. They would help Ezio deal with the blood wyvern, while William dealt with the rest. "Be safe, young master," Damien said as he patted the boy's shoulder. "Don't let the werehyenas bite you," Gideon commented. "The commander will kill us if you turn into one of them." William nodded his head. "Be at ease, seniors." After getting his reply, the three men disappeared. William didn't know where they were, but he was certain of one thing. The blood wyvern would soon be dealt with. "Let's go," William said as he jumped off the tree. Kenneth and Soglav followed suit and landed on the ground. Ella transformed into her war ibex form and allowed William and Kenneth to ride on her back. "We will first join the centaurs and help them repel the werehyenas," William explained his plan. "Soglav, summon your doppelganger to help catch the hippogriffs just like you did yesterday. Leave the rest to me." "All right, but I want a few cores from the werehyenas," Soglav replied while stating his condition. "I like dealing with smart people." Ella charged towards the battlefield while William fired arrows at the werehyenas that were closing in on the centaurs. The centaurs, on the other hand, glanced at Damien to wait for his orders. They didn't know whether to attack William or turn a blind eye on his actions. "Don't mind him for now," Bastian ordered. "Attack the werehyenas." The centaurs roared in acknowledgement and charged towards the annoying scavengers with their pikes and lances. The battle became more intense as both sides fought tooth and nail for supremacy. The centaurs were clearly at a disadvantage because the wyverns and the werehyenas seemed to be in cahoots with each other. Using their superior numbers, the centaurs chased away the werehyenas and managed to kill 6 of them. However, the werehyenas and the wyverns managed to kill more than 100 centaurs in the span of a few minutes. William waved his hand and shamelessly snatched the dead bodies of the werehyenas inside his storage ring. The centaurs were not in the mood to pay attention to his petty action because their entire tribe was at stake. Ella's horns embedded themselves in a werehyena that was about to deal the finishing blow to a fallen centaur. The creature shrieked in pain, but William's spear pierced its eyes, all the way through its brain, ending its life in the process. The werehyena's attack became frenzied, but William's and the centaurs' united assault overpowered their rabid attacks. Suddenly, a wyvern descended towards the werehyenas and the centaurs that were engaged in close combat and opened its jaws wide. "It's going to fire its dragon breath," Damien shouted in order to warn William and their temporary allies. Flames erupted from the wyvern's mouth as it shot it towards the ground like a flamethrower. The centaurs immediately evaded, but some of them weren't able to react in time. A dozen warriors were incinerated by the flames and died while crying out painfully. Soglav did his best to catch the falling hippogriffs, but most of them were already dead when he caught them. Unlike griffins, wyverns could easily tear a hippogriff in half due to its superior strength. Out of the 50 hippogriffs that joined the battle, 15 had already fallen, and Soglav was only able to save 4. However, the 4 magical beasts were already in a near-death condition with their wings and limbs torn off from their bodies. One of them had been impaled by a wyvern stinger and was only a minute away from dying. William hurriedly added these beasts to his herd, and gave the dying hippogriff an antidote. One of the wyverns saw William's action and immediately dove down from the sky in order to kill him. When it was only 100 meters away from the boy, a silver steel thread wrapped around its body, stopping it in its tracks. Ezio, Damien, and Gideon jumped on its back and forcefully veered it to its right side. The wyvern was enraged by the sudden ambush it had received from the weak humans and tried to shrug them off from his back. Unfortunately, the 3 men riding on its back were its worst nightmare. Damien laughed as he clamped a collar on the wyvern's neck. After the collar was firmly locked in place, the wyvern froze in the air before rising to the sky. Damien was a beastmaster. Naturally, he could tame many kinds of beasts. His forte was taming flying creatures. Gideon was a beastmaster as well. However, his specialty was land-based creatures. Together, they formed a formidable team that could capture different beasts in both land and sky. Damien controlled the wyvern and sneakily approached one of its brethren. When he was close enough, the beastmaster jumped off from the wyvern's back and threw the silver steel thread towards the opposite wyvern's neck. The wyvern was busy dealing with the centaurs on the ground, so it didn't notice the beastmaster that had snuck up on it from behind. Just like the first wyvern, Damien easily took control of the second one. "I can only control 2 of these beasts at a time," Damien said. "The blood wyvern's rank is too high for me. I won't be able to capture it." "Don't worry, just let me get close to it," Ezio replied. "All right." Damien nodded his head as Ezio transferred to the wyvern he was currently controlling. Ezio's confident reply made Damien remember that this reclusive comrade of theirs was someone who could fight against centennial beasts alone. Ezio eyed the blood wyvern in the distance with a calm expression. However, deep down inside, he was feeling a sense of anticipation. Perhaps, it was because he had become so accustomed to killing people that he hadn't had the time to hunt down strong beasts as of late. Regardless of the reason, William's fourth master looked at the centennial beast with admiration. "It's very rare to see a blood wyvern, even in the southern continent," Ezio mused. "Killing it would be a waste." Chapter 201, The Fisherman's Game, Part 2. While Damien and Ezio were nearing their prey, the battle on the land and in the sky became more intense. Several of the creatures in the forest, like forest wolves, winged panthers, and other ferocious beasts, were being drawn in by the smell of blood in the air. The wild bison also came to assist the centaurs, which helped them to a certain extent. Soglav had managed to catch a few more hippogriffs, which brought the number of captured beasts to 8. William watched the scene in the air as he hurriedly transferred the hippogriffs inside the goblin crypt. He was only able to apply emergency treatment to the injured creatures. However, that was enough to prevent them from dying. Since that was the case, the boy decided to transport them to the dungeon, so that the wild beasts that were eyeing them wouldn't get the chance to sink their fangs into the new members of his herd. "Gideon," William shouted, "take Soglav with you." The man riding the wyvern in the air nodded his head in understanding. Soglav, too, had a grin on its demonic face as it used a dark whip to latch on the wyvern's body as it swooped down on the ground. Even though he didn't say anything, there was a tacit understanding between the 3 of them. They were to bring down as many wyverns from the sky as possible, so that William and the centaurs could fight them on the ground. Meanwhile, while all of this was happening, Ezio deftly jumped off the wyvern's back and appeared on the blood wyvern's side. The blood wyvern turned its head and chomped on the foolish man who was still in midair. It had seen what had happened to its comrades earlier and had been guarding itself from any sneak attacks from the humans. Before the wyvern's jaws could even close on the hooded man, the figure in the air turned into a cloud of black smoke that split itself into 2. The black smoke then flew towards the blood wyvern's back and merged together, becoming whole again. Ezio held 2 rope darts in both hands and used them to bind the wyvern's body and neck. The blood wyvern was enraged, because the man on his back dared to treat it as a mount. It spun in the air in an attempt to dismount the hooded man, but it was to no avail. Ezio stood straight like a sword on the creature's back as if he was merely standing on even ground. The centaur war chieftain narrowed his gaze and lowered his bow. Seeing that the human was able to distract the greatest threat on the battlefield, it now focused its attention on its lackeys. The war chieftain knocked an arrow on its bow and aimed at one of the wyverns, terrorizing his people. A few seconds later, an arrow infused with elemental energy streaked across the dark sky and hit the side of the wyvern's body. The wyvern screeched in pain as it flapped its mighty wings to fly back into the sky. Unfortunately, another wyvern, carrying a human and a demonic beast, pressed down on its back and pinned it to the ground. Soglav, its doppelganger, and 2 pairs of spectral hands, immediately went to work and bound the wyvern's wings with its dark whip. William charged towards the fallen beast as he knocked an adamantium arrow on his bow that was coated with the venom of the amphispina. The red-headed boy aimed at the creature's neck and fired. Unlike the steel arrows of the centaur race, the adamantium arrow easily pierced the wyvern's scales and embedded itself deep inside its body. The apex predator of the whimsical forest roared in pain as it flailed its body in order to break free from its bindings. William recalled the arrow from the wyvern's body and used it once again. After successfully penetrating the wyvern's body 5 times, the venom of the amphispina started to take effect. Since it was not a creature that could be added to the herd, there was no possible way for William to tame it. His next move, however, surprised Kenneth, Gideon, Soglav, and even some of the centaurs who came to assist him in subduing the fallen beast. "Mama, use Mega Kick," William ordered. Ella walked towards the side of the wyvern's head and gave it a strong kick on its head. The blow was strong enough to crack the wyvern's skull, and caused it to lose consciousness. "This wyvern is mine," William announced as he faced the centaurs that were commanded by Bastian. "Do I make myself clear?" The centaur captain gave the unconscious wyvern a glance before nodding his head. "Since you were the one who took it down, its life and death belongs to your hands," Bastian replied. "I apologize for what we did earlier. Although this is a bit shameless on my part, can you help us deal with the remaining wyverns?" William nodded his head. "Very well. However, all the werehyenas you are able to kill will be surrendered to me." "Deal." "Good." After having that exchange, Bastian led the centaurs to focus on the sly werehyenas that were taking advantage of their plight. William watched the centaurs go as he eyed the remaining wyverns in the sky. Ironically, another wyvern crashed not far away from William's location. Its body was pierced by several arrows that belonged to the centaur war chieftain. It was still alive, but it had lost its ability to fight due to its injuries. William ignored it because he wasn't the one who brought it down. Gideon and Soglav had already returned to the sky to hunt another wyvern. "At first, I wanted to kill you, but I've changed my mind," Ezio said as he embedded his short sword in the blood wyvern's neck. "You will be more useful as my mount since I always travel around the continent." This was the 9th time that Ezio had stabbed the wyvern since he'd mounted its back. He didn't stab it in a single location. Instead, he stabbed several pressure points that were located on its neck. Ezio was planning to make the creature faint due to blood loss. He didn't need Damien's help to tame the beast, because he had a secret weapon that he could use that was more effective than a slave collar. The reason why Ezio changed his mind was because he was always hunting people. With the help of the blood wyvern, he would be able to locate them easily, even if they escaped. It was a well-known fact that no one could hide from the pursuit of a blood wyvern that had locked them in its sights. Soon, the blood wyvern was forced to land. It didn't want to die and was forced to admit that its opponent was stronger than him. Just like humans, beasts also followed the strong. Even though the magical creature was a centennial beast, it still chose to submit rather than to die a dog's death. "I'll give you 2 options. The first one is to eat this apple in my hand," Ezio ordered. "The second option is for you to get stabbed 3 more times, before you eat this apple in my hand. So, what is your choice?" The blood wyvern cried bitter tears because the master it recognized was not only more bloodthirsty than it was, but more sly than it was as well. With a screech of submission it opened its jaws and allowed Ezio to toss the golden apple inside its mouth. As soon as the apple entered the blood wyvern's mouth, it turned into a liquid paste that was immediately absorbed by its body. Under Ezio's penetrating gaze, the injuries of the blood wyvern healed at a rapid pace. A minute later, it once again flapped its wings to soar into the skies. "Praise be to the goddess Lulu," Ezio muttered. If William had heard his 4th master's words, he would look at him in a weird manner. Never in his wildest dreams did he consider that the man that had ended countless lives was a devout follower of the apple goddess that once tried to force William to sign her contract. After seeing their leader surrender to the enemy, the remaining wyverns tried to run away, but William begged Ezio to not let a single one of them escape. William's 4th master was about to ignore the boy's shameless request. However, William's single sentence made the hooded man reconsider. Grandfather might need these wyverns in preparation for the upcoming war. With that single sentence, Ezio used the blood wyvern's suppression to make the members of its were submit. A were is a term used to refer to a group of wyverns. William almost laughed out loud when he saw all the wyverns stop resisting. They all landed on the ground and kneeled in front of the blood wyvern who was now a pet of William's 4th master. The wyverns glanced at the pitiful unconscious wyvern that had been kicked in the head and shuddered in fear. They didn't want to suffer the same fate and decided to just obey the human with red hair to avoid getting hurt. Soglav whistled at the great catch. He looked at William with a sinister gaze as if he was looking at a beautiful, naked woman that was ripe for eating. "Can I eat this wyvern that got kicked in the head?" Soglav decided to become shameless. "How about we change some of the conditions of the contract? Having a business partner like you is a good thing." William rolled his eyes at the shameless demonic dog. How could he possibly give him a wyvern to eat? He would only do that if a donkey were to kick his head. I need the wyvern as a mount for one of my captains, William replied. The rest of these wyverns will go to my hometown to serve as defenders. As William said those words, he poured a high-grade healing potion on the swelling bump of the pitiful wyvern's head, then let it drink the rest. 5 minutes later, the wyvern regained its consciousness and roared fiercely. It then faced William with hate-filled eyes with the intention of shredding him to pieces. However, before he could even enact his vengeance, a reprimanding shriek reached its ears. The newly recovered wyvern turned his head and saw the blood wyvern looking at it with the "calm your tits bro" expression. The bewildered creature scanned its surroundings and noticed its brethren all kneeling on the ground. After seeing this scene, its gaze once more landed on William. The half-elf looked back at the wyvern with a refreshing smile that was screaming, "I know I'm handsome, so don't stare too much, or I might feel embarrassed." Wyverns were very smart creatures. Since its leader had already submitted, it also chose to submit, albeit reluctantly. How many hippogriffs did we capture all in all? William turned his head to ask the delicate-looking Kenneth who was standing beside him. Including the ones on our encampment, we have 24 in total, Kenneth replied. William's roommate still had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Although he had witnessed everything that happened from the start, he still couldn't believe it. Once again, his evaluation of the red-headed boy increased by another level. Unbelievable, Kenneth thought. If only the elders of my clan could see this scene, they would definitely change their opinion of William. William didn't know what Kenneth was thinking because he had other things in his mind. He only managed to capture 24 hippogriffs, which meant that he was still 12 shy of his goal. He eyed the hippogriffs that stood beside their alpha that had arrived as reinforcements for the centaurs. They were all looking at the wyverns cautiously. It was then when an idea appeared inside the boy's head. William smiled evilly as he looked at the alpha hippogriff who was standing in front of its herd. When the alpha saw William smile, its body shivered subconsciously. It had a feeling that the red-headed boy was up to no good. Chapter 202, William's Return to Lant. William swaggered in front of the alpha of the herd and gave it a smile that would put all the debt collectors to shame. I need 12 more members of your herd, William said while keeping a business-like smile on his face. You have 2 choices. Let me choose 12 hippogriffs and we can all go back to our camps and rest, or you will give me 12 members of your herd and we can all go back to our camps and rest. What would you like to choose? Before the alpha could even answer, all the wyverns screeched in unison. The blood wyvern's piercing gaze locked on the alpha of the herd, and made the latter take a step back unconsciously. It then looked back at the smiling half-elf in front of it and lowered its head in submission. The students that were currently scheduled for night duty immediately sounded the alarm. Wake up, wyverns are approaching us, one of the students shouted in horror. Prepare to defend yourselves. After hearing the alarm, all the members of the Angorian war sovereign, as well as Sid and Aerith, immediately left their tents with their weapons in their hands. All of them had grim expressions on their faces when they saw more than a dozen wyverns headed towards their location. It was led by a wyvern that was slightly bigger than the rest. Although it was dark, the presence it radiated made the bodies of the children unconsciously shudder. We're done for. This was the collective thought of everyone in the camp. Even Dave, who was seated on the back of the griffin, couldn't help but feel that their current situation was very dire. The griffin's body was very tense with its wings spread wide. Its plan was to escape with Dave the moment the wyverns initiated an attack on the camp. There was no way it could fight against that many wyverns alone. Especially when the enemies were a level above its rank. Just when everyone thought that they were about to go to the afterlife, the blood wyvern landed at least 200 meters away from their location. The other wyverns also landed a few meters away from the camp, which surprised the teenagers who had resolved themselves to fight to the death. Calm down, everyone, a familiar voice shouted in the distance. These wyverns are on our side. William, Ella, Kenneth, along with Damien and Gideon walked towards the encampment with calm expressions. Sorry if we scared you, William said after he had entered the camp and removed the hood from his head. Those on guard duty, return to your posts. Those who need to rest, go back to rest. Contrary to William's orders, no one in the encampment moved and only stared back at him with serious expressions. Commander, what is going on? Priscilla asked. Since she was the highest-ranking officer next to William, she thought that it would be best to ask what was going on. We took a stroll in the forest and met these friendly wyverns, William replied. After seeing how handsome and awesome I was, they decided to accompany me back to my hometown. Everyone in the encampment, including the wyverns, looked at William in contempt. All of them were thinking of the same thing. Who will believe your bullshit story? William casually flipped his hair as he stared at the moons in the distance. I'm so handsome that even wyverns want to become my friends. The members of the Angorian war sovereign were already used to William's narcissism, so they were able to ignore his words. Sid and Aerith, on the other hand, wanted to ask more questions, but William used his authority to force everyone to go back to their tents to rest. He had no intention of answering anyone's questions and had already decided to head for Lant as soon as the sun rose in the east. What Sid and Aerith didn't know was that William didn't have any intentions of returning to the residence of the Sword Saint with the wyverns. Although the Sword Saint didn't do anything to him, Aramis might change his mind after seeing the wyverns that had submitted to him. In order to prevent any conflicts from arising, the half-elf decided to just leave the southern regions without seeing the Sword Saint for the third time. Is this really okay? Aerith asked as she watched the wyverns fly towards the west. In her hand was a handwritten letter that William wanted to be sent back to her teacher. The red-headed boy even insisted that she shouldn't take a peek at it out of curiosity. Whether it is okay or not, what can we do about it? Sid answered with his arms crossed over his chest. That boy sure knows how to eat and run. Henry chuckled when he heard Sid's apt description of William. Indeed, the boy was like a bandit who ate in a restaurant and ran away without paying. My liege, your nemesis grandson didn't fall far from the tree, Henry thought as the wyverns disappeared from sight. Amazing, one of the students exclaimed. So, this is what it feels like to ride a wyvern. Don't get too excited or you might fall off. One of his friends nagged at him for acting like a country bumpkin. However, everyone could tell that he, too, was feeling just as excited as his friend. 14 wyverns, including the blood wyvern, flew towards the west in a V formation. The blood wyvern was in the lead of the formation and kept everyone in line. On its back, there was a lone figure, wearing a hooded robe, who stood straight like a sword. William told everyone that the man riding the blood wyvern was a hermit that lived inside the whimsical forest, and the master of the Wear of Wyverns. Dave, who was riding the griffin, was accompanied by William, Ella, Dia, and Ragnar. All the hippogriffs that William had tamed and had volunteered to come with him were currently inside the goblin crypt. Since the majority of them were injured, they were not fit for travel. The shepherd decided to return to Lant as fast as possible because they were on a tight schedule. Simon, the dean of the academy, had explicitly told William to return on the 18th of the month of the chariot. This was when the knighting ceremony would take place within the academy. The king would personally be there to award and officially recognize William's knight order in front of all the nobility of the Hellen kingdom. Naturally, all the staff and the students of the academy would be there to witness as well. It was a very important event and William had to hurry if he wanted to meet the deadline given to him. Currently, he still had 21 days before the date of the knighting ceremony. William wanted to have all the hippogriff's injuries healed before then. For that to happen, he would have to ask the life magus of Lant, Owen, to tend to the new members of his herd. On the second day of their journey after leaving the whimsical forest. Commander, what is your hometown like? Dave asked. His partner, Lionheart, was currently flying in the middle of the formation and was being treated as the VIP of the group. Very crude, but full of life, William answered. If we maintain this speed, we will arrive at my hometown in an hour. Deep down, William was feeling excited. He was wondering how his grandpa would react when he saw the aerial fleet that he had nabbed from the southern regions and brought back to Lant. Of course, Ezio was the one who made this possible, but since he was William's fourth master, the half-elf decided to shamelessly take all the credit. Suddenly, a loud primal roar reverberated across the land. Luffy, the golden ape that protected Lant, stood tall and roared at the approaching threat in its domain. The eyes of the members of William's Knight Order widened in surprise when they saw the golden giant ape who was less than 800 meters away from them. The blood wyvern advanced ahead in order to greet the golden ape who was very close to hurtling the massive boulder in its hands. It's me, Luffy, Ezio said as the blood wyvern approached. The Orobro recognized Ezio and lowered the boulder in its hand. However, it still didn't lower its guard and stared at the blood wyvern in front of it. The townspeople of Lant had been alerted and had hidden themselves inside their houses. Only the experts stood on top of the town's wall and observed the wyverns from a distance. A sharp cry resounded in the sky as Blitz, along with his partner, John, circled around the blood wyvern. "This is not your style, Ezio," John said with a smile. "You don't like to stand out, so why do it this way?" "The young master wanted to bring the wyverns back to Lant," Ezio replied. "He insisted that the commander might need them for the upcoming war." John's eyes landed on the griffin that was slowly approaching them. William, who was seated on its back, waved at John with a smug expression on his face. "Indeed, William is being flashy." As usual, John shook his head with a smile as he and Blitz returned to the town of Lant. After relaying to the townspeople that they were friendly forces, everyone came out of their houses to admire the wyverns, which the majority of them hadn't ever seen in their lifetime. James, along with Mordred, also appeared with big grins on their faces after hearing John's report. The father and son pair felt that William had one-upped Ezio into agreeing to his request. Even so, they still gave William 2 thumbs up in their hearts for bolstering Lant's armed forces. James was even chuckling internally. He was wondering how his nemesis, Aramis, would react after finding about the bold move that his grandson had made while within his domain. "Urza, I wish you could have met William," James thought with regret. "I'm sure that you would have approved of this grandson of ours. He is just like you when you were younger. Bold, resourceful, and very opportunistic." James sighed as the wyverns landed near the entrance of Lant. William had returned unannounced and brought with him the members of his new Knight Order. "Son, make sure to give William's friends the best accommodation," James ordered. "Yes, father," Mordred replied. "I will make sure that William will not be embarrassed because of our hospitality." The two once again eyed the wyverns in the distance and the red-headed boy that was waving in their direction. Both of them knew that although William was very mischievous, he had the safety and prosperity of Lant in his heart. Chapter 203, Conrad's Greatest Dream. James couldn't stop himself from smiling after hearing Ezio's report. He was very proud of William's accomplishment of beating Aramis' disciple. Too bad he wasn't there to witness it firsthand. If he was there, he might have not been able to stop himself from gloating and irking his love rival until the two of them came to blows with each other. "Still, my grandson is really a magnet for pretty girls," James said with a smile. "That young lady Priscilla is not half bad. I think the young master only sees her as a subordinate," Ezio replied. "He didn't show anything unusual when dealing with her. Everything is quite formal." James rubbed his chin as he pondered something inside his mind. "How about that girl Wendy? Has their relationship improved?" James inquired. "What stage are they at now? Has my grandson managed to take first base? Since he's got my genes, he should be at least on first base, right?" Fortunately, Ezio was wearing a hood and James wasn't able to see the stiff expression on his face. He wasn't the type to gossip about William's personal love life, but he still reluctantly answered his lord's questions. "While I'm not 100% certain, I think the young master is giving Lady Wendy special treatment," Ezio answered as he organized his thoughts. "Master's adopted son, Thor, is currently under the young Miss care. They sometimes spend time together, but at most they only hold each other's hands." "I see." James nodded. "How about his relationship with his friends? With Est and that interesting boy named Ian? Are they still at loggerheads with each other?" "The young master has a very good relationship with Est. They usually have lunch together and discuss joint training between the martial and magic class divisions," Ezio reported. "As for Ian, yes, the two of them are still at odds with each other, which I find very strange. It is always Ian who takes the initiative to taunt the young master whenever they meet." James chuckled as he listened to Ezio's report. A minute later, his smile disappeared as he asked another question. "What about that boy, Kenneth? Did you confirm that he came from that place?" James asked with narrowed eyes. "Yes," Ezio nodded. "I am very sure that he came from that place. As for his purpose, it is to spy on the young master." "Does William know?" "Yes. He just pretends that he is not aware of his roommate's hidden agenda. The young master even took him along when he went to assist the Centaur tribe against the wyverns. It was as if William was blatantly showing him his abilities. This is also something that I do not understand." James leaned back on the chair as a frown appeared on his face. Ezio had already informed him that Kenneth was a spy. As to why he was spying on William, Ezio and James could only make guesses. "Ask one of your subordinates to keep track of Kenneth's actions," James ordered. "If his purpose is to hurt William, eliminate him." "Yes, sir." Ezio bowed and disappeared from the room, leaving James with his thoughts. "Are they the ones behind this plot?" James muttered as he stood up to look outside the window of his room. Maybe they are linked, but not the masterminds behind the scene. Interesting, so they are finally keeping an eye on William. A tinge of killing intent briefly flashed inside James's eyes before disappearing completely. He had endured for the past few years and remained low-key. However, if anyone dared to make a move on his family members, he would definitely not turn a blind eye and eradicate the source of the problem without any shred of mercy. What a haul! Owen playfully played with his beard as he looked at the injured hippogriffs that were currently outside Celine's residence. Can they regrow their limbs and wings? William asked. They can regrow their wings. As for their limbs, Owen lightly touched one of the hippogriffs that had lost its hind legs. We will need to ask a favor from someone else. However, that person will definitely charge you a high price for his services. I don't mind about the price, but do we have other life mages in Lant aside from you? William asked. The reason why he brought the injured hippogriffs back to Lant was due to the fact that Owen was a powerful life magus. He hoped that the old man would be able to restore the creatures back to their peak condition to be able to soar in the skies once again. Who said that only life mages and clerics are good at healing? Owen smiled. You already know him, William. In fact, you know him very well. I do. William tilted his head to the side. Okay, let's go meet him. The sooner they return to their peak condition, the sooner I can return to the academy. Owen chuckled and nodded his head. He then took William to one of the most notorious experts in Lant, and that was none other than. I see, you came to the right person. Jekyll flashed William a wide grin. Regrowing and chopping off limbs is my specialty. William's face was stiff as he faced the sole dentist of Lant. This was the one person that his enhanced perception designated as the scariest existence in his hometown. So how many hippogriffs are we talking about? Jekyll inquired. Since they are magical beasts, it would take a very powerful regeneration potion to regenerate their limbs. 24, William replied. He was paying close attention to the reaction of the dentist that had almost become his instructor in the past. My stock of regeneration potions won't be enough. At most, I will only be able to fix 4 of them. Jekyll pondered out loud. However, since you're already here, the problem is solved. Jekyll rested his hand on William's shoulder, which made the narcissistic half-elf shudder. The main ingredient for the regeneration potion is troll's blood, Jekyll said while keeping the perfect smile on his face. However, ordinary trolls are no good. Get me mountain trolls. Their blood has stronger regeneration qualities. It will be best to capture them alive, so we can have an unlimited supply of troll's blood. The dentist clapped his hand as if he just realized something. This will be the price for helping you regrow the limbs of the hippogriffs, Jekyll stated. Capture as many trolls as you can. The more, the merrier. Jekyll didn't even wait for William's reply as he kindly told him to leave. He was currently in the middle of an experiment, and he didn't want to be disturbed. The dentist only made an exception because William was James's grandson. After having the door shut right in front of his nose, William turned his head to see a grinning Owen leaning against a tree. Did it go well? Owen asked. He asked me to capture mountain trolls, William replied. Troll's blood, Owen pondered. I see, that is the main ingredient of his regeneration potion. Now it makes perfect sense. I've been wondering how he made those miraculous potions back then. Jekyll was an alchemist to outsiders and a mad alchemist to those who had known him for years. His experiments ranged from the bizarre to the unexplained. Sometimes, even he didn't know the outcome of his experiments. Even so, Jekyll had earned his place as one of the most feared individuals in Lant. A dentist by day, and a mad alchemist by night. He was a person that was feared by both children and adults alike. William and Owen parted ways because the life magus still had to make his rounds around town and cure the ailments of the citizens. William, on the other hand, went to find his subordinates. He decided to use the opportunity to hunt mountain trolls and train his knights at the same time. However, before they officially set out on their hunting expedition, he needed to do something first. The red-headed boy knew that just by using their strength, it would be impossible for them to catch a mountain troll in the wild. He had fought one in the past, and knew how formidable it was. Because of the level of difficulty, he decided to look for Conrad in order to raise their chances of success. Conrad, I have something very important to tell you. Follow me, William ordered. Conrad nodded his head and followed his commander towards the east side of Lant where the wyverns were stationed. After seeing William's incredible feats, Conrad's admiration of him had grown by leaps and bounds. Although it wasn't as fanatical as Dave's worship for the half-elf, his feelings weren't too far off. If possible, he also wanted to remain as William's subordinate in order to raise his position within the Knight Order. After arriving at the temporary wyvern's nest, William faced the wyvern that Ella had kicked in the head inside the whimsical forest. The wyvern eyed William with an unresigned expression. Although it was reluctant to become a mount, it had no choice in the matter. Their leader had already submitted to a human. If he were to rebel, the blood wyvern would show no mercy and eat him. With the threat of death looming over its head, the wyvern decided to unwillingly accept its fate. From now on, this wyvern will be your partner, William said. However, whether you are able to tame him is up to your ability. Conrad eyed the wyvern with a burning gaze. He had always wanted to become a dragon knight, and wyverns were also considered dragons among the nobility. Hunting a pure-blooded dragon was very hard. Also, they were very similar to the Pegasus who would fight tooth and nail with those who dared to use them as a mount. They were very prideful creatures and they would rather die than have someone ride on their back. This was why wyverns became the next best thing. Although they were prideful creatures, they would not go as far to commit suicide like the dragons if someone were to ride on their backs and trample on their dignity. Those who were able to tame and ride wyverns were called dragon knights, and that was Conrad's greatest dream. To become a dragon knight and show everyone that had ridiculed him in the past that he was not some helpless boy that couldn't do anything without his family's backing. Go, try and mount him, William ordered as he crossed his arms over his chest. Conrad smiled and tried to mount the wyvern's back, but the wyvern pushed him away. The beast didn't hurt him, but merely prevented him from climbing on its back. The teenage boy tried again, but the wyvern rejected his advances. William watched this scene with a calm expression. However, deep inside, he was laughing very hard. Before he went to find Conrad, he had already talked to the wyvern and gave it an order. Unless he gave the signal, he would reject Conrad's attempt to mount him. Although this was a very shameless move on William's part, he still did it. Why? Because he knew that Conrad was desperate for power. He had already seen how ambitious the boy was. William didn't dislike ambitious people. In fact, he welcomed them wholeheartedly. If Conrad really wanted to rise in the ranks of the nobility, he needed to earn merits and other achievements. For that, he would need power and influence. And right now, the only one that could give him the power and influence he wanted was none other than William. Chapter 204, Dragon Knight of War. After being rejected multiple times, Conrad started to feel dejected. He had known beforehand that in order to become a dragon knight, your dragon must first recognize you as its partner. Seeing that the wyvern was firm in rejecting him, the third son of the Marquise felt like giving up. Seeing his sad expression, William knew that the time was now right to offer a carrot that the young noble wouldn't be able to resist. I have a way for that wyvern to recognize you as its master, William said in a casual manner. The question is, are you willing to pay the price? Conrad turned his head to look at his commander who was looking at him with a serious expression. He didn't know how William was able to make these wyverns submit to him, but he was willing to pay the price if that would make his dream a reality. What price must I pay, Commander? Conrad asked. Do you want me to become your servant? Your slave? William shook his head. I don't need a slave, what I need is a knight. Conrad Kent Carleton, are you willing to become my knight? Sir, I am already your knight as a member of your knight order, Conrad answered. Is there a difference between being a knight of your order and being your knight? Of course there is a difference, William replied. Although everyone who joins the Angorian War Sovereign will become a part of our knight order, what I am referring to are my true knights. Right now, I only have one true knight in the order and that is none other than Dave. Conrad thought back on the changes that he had felt when he saw Dave return with William that day. The newfound confidence and charisma that Dave radiated was very different from when he was still serving as Conrad's subordinate. Although he was still the same chubby boy that he knew, he had changed, and Conrad had to admit that the change was for the better. Conrad also remembered the words that Dave had told him in passing. But, I hope the day will come when you will become Sir William's strength, Dave said with a serious expression. I look forward to that day. I see, so this is what you meant when you said those words to me, Dave, Conrad thought as he looked at the red-headed boy in front of him. As the son of a noble, Conrad was a prideful person. He would not allow himself to serve someone whose rank was lower than his. If others were to offer him the opportunity to serve under them, even if it was a duke, he still might have refused. However, William was different. In his mind, the half-elf was just a shepherd. A shepherd who had miraculously won the title of the head prefect of the martial class division. A shepherd who had led the charge against the dungeon outbreak and turned the tide of battle. A shepherd who had beaten the disciple of the Sword Saint in one-on-one combat. Conrad felt his blood burn inside his body. He wanted to be able to accomplish the same feats that William had. He wanted to become someone like him who could stand above the rest, regardless of his poor background. The boy with reddish-brown hair and hazel eyes knelt on the ground on one knee. He pressed his closed fist over his chest as he bowed his head in order to show respect to his commander. William stepped forward and summoned Rongomainiad from his storage ring. He lowered the lance and lightly tapped Conrad's left shoulder. In the name of the god of all trades, Gavin, and the goddess of knights, Astrid, I gave you the right to bear arms and the power to meet justice, William said with a righteous tone. May you protect the innocent and use your strength to uphold the honor of your sovereign and people. The lance glowed once as if it was empowering William's words. I, Conrad Kent Carleton, hereby declare my undying loyalty to Sir William Von Ainsworth, Conrad pledged. I swear upon my name that I will serve you with everything in my power and uphold your honor as a knight of the Angorian war sovereign. William lightly tapped Conrad's right shoulder before raising his lance once more towards the sky. Rongomainiad showered Conrad with a golden brilliance. The king chess piece within William's sea of consciousness also glowed thrice before returning to its normal state. Just like what happened when he knighted Dave, a series of words appeared on William's status page. Second Knight of the Angorian War Sovereign has been registered. Name: Conrad Kent Carleton. Conrad Kent Carleton, Dragon Knight of War. Name: Conrad Kent Carleton. Health points: 12,000 12,000. Prestige job class: Dragon Knight of War level 1. Strength: 40 plus 10. Agility: 40 plus 10. Vitality: 50 plus 10. Dragon Descent: Dragon Meteor. Title: Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight. When riding a dragon, all stats increase by 100%. Aerial mobility increase by 150%. Can use Dragon Fury 3x a day. His stats are stronger than Dave's, William thought as he looked at Conrad's stats. I guess this is to be expected since his role as the vanguard. While William was checking Conrad's skills, the latter looked at his hands with a shocked expression. Conrad could feel the surge of power that was flowing throughout his body. He then looked at William, who he had recognized as his new lord. The red-headed boy was still holding Rongomainiad in his hands with its tip pointing towards the sky. He fully understood that his newfound strength was due to his oath to become William's true knight. Conrad gave his new lord a respectful bow before turning his head to look at the wyvern who had repeatedly rejected him. The young boy walked towards it with the, "Let me see if you dare to reject me this time," expression on his face. The wyvern instinctively took a step back because its instincts were telling it that the young boy in front of it had the ability to make it submit now. The other wyverns also backed away in fear that Conrad would choose them as his partner instead. Conrad walked with even steps and stopped 2 meters away from the wyvern. He then raised his hand as if beckoning the wyvern to lower its head and recognize him as his new partner. The wyvern looked at the boy for a full minute before lowering its head in submission. Conrad pressed his hand against the wyvern's head and the bond between the two was officially formed. The young boy sighed in relief when the wyvern had recognized him as its rider. He had a feeling that this was only the beginning of a journey that would make him the man he wished to become. Dave, who was brushing his partner's furry body, looked towards the east. He had sensed a fluctuation of magic power which felt familiar. A sudden realization appeared in his mind which made him smile. "You finally made your decision," Dave muttered as a powerful screech resounded from the eastern part of Lant. A wyvern flapped its mighty wings and soared towards the sky. On its back was a young teenage boy who looked at the world around him with a determined gaze. Since the two were connected with the skill, union of man and beast, Conrad was able to ride the wyvern without a specialized saddle. The two made incredible aerial stunts in the air which wowed the children who were looking at him from the ground. Some of them even cheered as the wyvern passed over their heads. William watched Conrad's antics with a smile on his face. With the addition of his new dragon knight in his armed forces, the success of hunting the mountain trolls increased dramatically. A day after Conrad's knighting, William took his officers and 12 of his subordinates to hunt for the mountain trolls. He also invited Gideon to join them because he was a beastamer that specialized in land creatures. The reason why he only took 12 of his knights on this journey was due to the fact that there were only 12 hippogriffs that were able to perform at their peak condition. These were the hippogriffs that volunteered to come with William after he bullied the alpha of the herd to agree to his request. He chose those who were experienced in riding horses, because, technically, hippogriffs were similar to horses. Also, it would be best to train his knights to ride these magical steeds as soon as possible. Looking for mountain trolls was not an easy thing, especially in the western region of the Helen Kingdom. Fortunately, he had the system which allowed him to pinpoint the places where possible troll lairs were located. Ironically, the nearest one was near the Pantheon of Courage where William had met Est. After traveling for 2 days, they finally arrived at their destination. Along the journey, William made sure that his knights had gotten used to their new mounts and were able to perform basic aerial maneuvers. At first, William planned to knight them like he had done with Dave and Conrad, but didn't push through with it. The reason? He wanted to make it an incentive for those who performed exceptionally well under his knight order. This would give his subordinates the drive to do their best in the hope that they would be rewarded for their merits. 3 mountain trolls detected 2 kilometers away from our location. William gave out his order and Dave guided his partner to go in that direction. It didn't take long for them to spot 3 mountain trolls lying on the ground, asleep. For some reason, the 3 trolls looked very familiar to William. They looked exactly the same as the mountain trolls that attacked their encampment when they were headed towards the temple to offer a prayer to the gods. Chapter 205. Temptation that is very hard to resist. What do you think, Mama? It's them, right? Ella nodded her head. Although many years had passed since then, her bestial instinct was telling her that these were the same trolls that they had fought last time. William grinned evilly as he looked down at the sleeping trolls on the ground. His eyes were screaming, "It's payback time, you bitches," while patting Ragnar's head, who was asleep on his lap. Currently, he was seated in the flying carriage that was being pulled by Dave's griffin, Lionheart. Dave was currently serving as the carriage's coachman, because William didn't allow him to join the operation. He wanted the other members of the Knight Order to practice their teamwork and capture the trolls under Priscilla's leadership. Conrad was currently holding his position a mile away from their location because William didn't want the wyvern's presence to send the mountain trolls running. "Well then, Vice Commander, it's your time to shine," William said as he turned his head to look at the beautiful girl with black hair that was seated inside the carriage with him. Priscilla nodded her head and opened the carriage door. They were currently 2 kilometers above the ground, but the young lady didn't bat an eye and jumped out of the carriage. She knew what William's objective was, but the current situation didn't allow her to be a bystander. "Come forth, Brea," Priscilla shouted. A magic circle appeared below her and a golden-winged hippogriff appeared to catch her mid-flight. "I missed you," Priscilla said as she patted her trusted partner's neck. Brea shrieked softly, as if telling her partner that she felt the same. The alpha hippogriff circled once in the air before flying towards the hippogriff formation protecting William's carriage. The commander of the Angorian war sovereign had already told his knights that the one who would lead the operation was none other than Priscilla. Everyone waited for their vice commander's orders as they rearranged their formation to follow her lead. Team Alpha and Team Bravo, ensure that the 2 trolls won't be able to help their leader, Priscilla ordered. Team Charlie and Team Delta, follow me to capture the leader of the trolls. The 12 aerial knights broke off into teams of 3 and attacked their respective targets. All of them were equipped with bows and arrows to slowly whittle away their target's strength. Each of their arrows was coated with the venom of the amphisbaena. This would allow them to neutralize the trolls and bring them back to Lant. The trolls, who were sleeping on the ground, woke up when they felt several presences descending upon them from the sky. The leader of the mountain troll issued a loud roar in order to intimidate the newcomers, but it was all for naught. Priscilla took aim as she neared their targets. Fire at will. A dozen arrows flew out in succession and landed on their respective targets. Although not all of them were experienced archers like Priscilla, it was very hard to miss when you're aiming at something that was as big as a small hill from less than 100 meters away. The bodies of the trolls were quite hard and most of the arrows bounced harmlessly off of their skin. Only specialized archers, like Priscilla, were able to break past their defenses using the techniques that they had mastered over time. William and Ella, who were watching the battle from the air, observed Priscilla's fighting style closely. They could easily tell that the black-haired beauty was quite used to aerial combat while riding a mount. "It is quite unfortunate that my appraisal skill doesn't work on people," William thought. Even so, I believe that Priscilla is some kind of aerial cavalier. Having an alpha hippogriff as a mount is not something that a novice can pull off. William already had a hunch that his vice prefect was not a simple person. Ella had already told him that Priscilla might have had hidden agendas when she joined the Helen Royal Academy. She was neither friend nor foe, and William still didn't know what her objective was. Even so, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was the girl leading the operation was a very capable leader. She had easily cornered the 3 mountain trolls, and none of them were able to break free from her encirclement. The trolls were unable to hit the hippogriffs and their riders because they distanced themselves properly out of the mountain trolls' strike range. In frustration, one of the trolls threw their wooden club at a hippogriff, but the latter managed to evade it at the last second. Out of desperation, it tried to run, but the effect of the amphisbaena's venom had started to take effect. Priscilla had shot all 3 mountain trolls with 3 arrows each that were coated with the potent venom. Her plan was to wait for the venom to take effect before they tied up the beasts to drag them back to Lant. The movements of the troll that had thrown his club were starting to become sluggish, but it still did its best to move its legs in order to flee. However, the team that was assigned to it didn't relent in their attacks. They continued to rain down arrows on the mountain troll until it almost turned into a pin cushion. The same thing was happening to the other 2 trolls. Even the leader was starting to show signs of fatigue. The mighty Class B beasts were bullied by the teenagers until they finally stopped moving. 2 of the students felt that the situation was already under their control and decided to take a closer look. "No, don't go near them," Priscilla shouted. "Go back to your formation." It was at that moment when the subdued trolls made their move. The troll leader and its lackey were only acting as if they had completely succumbed to the poison, but were simply playing dead in order to deliver a surprise attack to the kids who attacked them. With a mighty roar, the 2 trolls stood up from the ground and smashed their wooden clubs towards the foolish boys who dared to come within their strike range. The hippogriffs shrieked as they flapped their wings to forcefully gain altitude and avoid the mountain troll's hate-filled blow, but it was already far too late. Lightning God War Art, First Form, Illuminate the World, Rongominiad. A dazzling beam of light rained down from the sky and completely obliterated the arms of the mountain trolls that were holding the wooden clubs. The 2 trolls shrieked in pain as they rolled over the ground due to their injuries. The 2 boys, and their mounts, were able to fly back to safety thanks to William's sudden interference. Priscilla turned her head towards the flying carriage that was slowly descending towards the ground. Standing on top of it was William holding an imposing jousting lance that shone with a golden brilliance. "Thomas, Ryan, the 2 of you will be given disciplinary punishments later," William said with a serious expression. "Do that again and I will expel you from my night order. Do I make myself clear?" The 2 boys lowered their heads in shame. Both of them regretted their actions. They only did it in order to show off to their friends, but they didn't expect that the trolls were only playing possum. A minute later, a strong presence descended from the sky. Conrad commanded the wyvern to land on the ground beside William's carriage. The 3 trolls immediately behaved when the powerful beast glared at them. Although they had strong regeneration abilities, they didn't want to face off against a wyvern that could release a dragon's breath and turn them into charcoal. Surprisingly, they were able to resist the venom of the amphisbaena, Gideon commented. "Mountain trolls are indeed resistant to most poisons. Young master, should I take care of them?" "Yes," William nodded. "We don't want to have any more accidents along the way." Gideon smiled and went to deal with the 3 trolls who were shaking in fear. In fact, even if he didn't subdue them, the beast-tamer was sure that they didn't have the guts to resist. However, in order to put William at ease, he still decided to bind them using his ability. After securing the 3 trolls, the 3-day journey back towards Lant started. Jekyll was very happy to receive 3, very healthy, specimens for his experiments. If the trolls had been scared of the wyvern, they were now scared shitless because their instincts were telling them that the smiling man in front of them was stronger than a pure-blooded dragon. They even started bawling their eyes out when the dentist started to pat their bodies one by one to check if they had any abnormalities. William had left the scene right after he had delivered the poor mountain trolls to their new owner. He didn't want to see what method Jekyll would use in order to draw the blood from their bodies. The very next day, Jekyll personally delivered 36 regeneration potions to William. He stayed to watch the hippogriffs regrow their limbs, because he wasn't sure if the dosage was enough for magic beasts. Fortunately, it worked perfectly and all the hippogriffs finally gained a new lease on life. Half a day later, he gathered all the members of the Angorian War Sovereign and awarded the members 1 hippogriff each. The commoners among the group were smiling from ear to ear because they couldn't believe that they were about to become aerial knights. "We don't have much time left before we return to the capital," William announced. "I'm giving all of you exactly 1 week to learn the basics on how to properly ride your new partners. Then we will return to the academy for the official ceremony of our knight order." William scanned the faces of his officers and subordinates. "You will be under the scrutiny of the king, the nobles, as well as our peers in the academy. Remember this, the first impression is the most important. We must give them a show worthy of our rank as members of the Angorian war sovereign." "Yes," the members of William's knight order replied in unison. The red-headed boy smiled as he nodded his head. "We need to make an impressive show. That way, we can poach some of the students from the magic and spirit divisions as well." What William wanted to create was an elite knight order that combined all the different divisions in the academy. In order to make that happen, he had to use suitable bait in order to entice them. Looking at the wyverns, the griffin, and the hippogriffs around him, William was sure that this was a temptation that anyone would find very hard to resist. Chapter 206. Slowly staining their hearts in darkness. "I'll be going to the capital first," Mordred patted William's shoulder. "Are you sure you don't want to come with me?" William shook his head. "I still have to train them, uncle. They're still not up to my standards." Mordred looked at the 36 hippogriffs in the sky. They were currently practicing an aerial formation along with the wyvern and griffin. They still had 10 more days before the knighting ceremony, but Mordred had to go to the capital early because James asked him to run some errands. He would also be there to witness the king officially award William his commander post because all the nobles were required to attend the ceremony. This was the king's way of letting everyone know about the birth of the new knight order and give them the chance to see William. This way, they would recognize him when he visited their domains during official missions. "Don't worry, uncle," William replied. "We will be there for the ceremony. Tell big brother Matthew and big sister Leah that I'm fine and they shouldn't worry about me." "All right," Mordred nodded. "I'll see you at the capital. Have a safe journey, uncle." "You, too." Inside the Helen Royal Academy. A new knight order. Carter raised an eyebrow. "And the leader is a first year from the martial division." "Class." "Yes, Professor," a pretty young lady with brown hair replied with a smile. 10 days from now, a knighting ceremony will be held here in the academy. The king will be present as well. According to the rumors, the leader of the knight order is the current head prefect of the first-year martial class, the pretty young lady's best friend commented. "His name is William Von Ainsworth and he's a half-elf." "Interesting." Carter smiled at the 2 young ladies who were currently inside his bedroom. After the dungeon outbreaks had been cleared, he finally had time to refine some candies for the third-year students of the magic division. The 2 girls inside his room had been eating his candies for more than a month now. As magicians, they had a natural resistance to certain spells, so Carter was sure that their current dosage was not enough for him to fully control their thoughts. However, these 2 girls had a huge crush on him the moment they saw him in the academy. They had been making advances towards the very popular and capable instructor who had a big future ahead of him. The brown-haired girl was the only daughter of a marquis and her best friend was the daughter of the head of the merchant group in their domain. The 2 of them had been close since childhood and enrolled at the academy at the same time. The brown-haired girl's name was Charlotte, and her best friend's name was Annie. Together, they decided to seduce Carter and make him their husband. With the help of the suggestion spell that had taken hold of their hearts, their feelings for Carter only grew with each passing day. "Professor, have you thought about our proposal?" Charlotte asked. "I'm sure that with my family's backing, you will be able to obtain a noble title from the king." Carter had thought about the girl's proposal for quite some time and there were no demerits in it whatsoever. Being married to the only daughter of a marquis is not bad, Carter thought. "I will be able to use her family's influence to collect more followers for my lord's cause. Also, this girl and her friend have great bodies. I can't wait to have a taste. I don't mind marrying you, but I intend to have many wives," Carter replied. "Are you fine with that? How many wives do you plan to have, Professor?" Charlotte inquired. It was very common for noblemen to have many wives. Charlotte and her friend understood this and had already prepared themselves for it. The only condition was that they would be Carter's first and second wives. Carter thought and opened his hand. "Not more than 5. Charlotte and Annie exchanged a glance before nodding their heads. "I agree with your condition, Professor," Charlotte said with a longing expression. "If you like, We can even help you convince the girls you chose to be your other wives. All I ask is that you give us special treatment." Carter caressed the side of Charlotte's pretty face and marveled at its smoothness. "What kind of special treatment do you want from me?" Emboldened by Carter's question, Charlotte decided to take a chance and moved closer. She then gave a light peck on Carter's lips before her whole face became beet red from embarrassment. Such an innocent girl, Carter laughed internally. "I will take my time to corrupt her innocence and make her my loyal slave." Carter placed his hand at the back of her neck and pulled her close to him. The two exchanged light kisses that slowly transformed into passionate ones. The handsome professor also pulled Annie close to him and kissed her as well. He didn't intend to ravage both girls right away, because he wasn't in a hurry. What he drew the most pleasure from was to take his time to corrupt innocent girls until they became whores who would wantonly shake their hips to satisfy his carnal desires. The sound of kissing echoed within the room as Carter started to train his two future wives. The two girls looked at him lovingly and kissed both sides of his face simultaneously. Little did they know that the demon lurking inside their beloved's body was slowly staining their hearts with darkness. "This candy is quite good," Wendy thought as she ate the candy that was given to her by her senior, Charlotte. "Big sister Charlotte was quite generous to give me a dozen. I wonder where she got these." Since Wendy was an officer of the magic division for the first years, it was only natural for her to interact with the other officers of the magic division, who were in different grades. She had known Charlotte for 5 years and had met many times at parties held for the nobility. They even shared 2 hunting expeditions together that were sponsored by her father in their own duchy. As she was eating the candy, she felt a fleeting sensation pass through her body. Wendy didn't give it much thought because she only felt it for a brief moment. Her body had quickly returned to normal, so she figured that she might have just imagined the feeling. "Thor, do you like candies?" Wendy asked the puppy in her lap. Thor shook his head before lying down with the intention of going to sleep. "Suit yourself." Wendy grinned as she ate another candy. "I wonder when William will return to the academy. I hope he's doing well." Thor yawned and smacked its lips. He was confident that his master was perfectly fine and healthy. After all, the two of them shared a powerful bond. If something bad happened to William, he would be able to sense it right away. Wendy ate the candies until none were left. For some reason, she had the strong urge to ask Charlotte where she got the candies so she could buy more. "I'll ask her tomorrow," Wendy thought as she picked up the puppy and carried him to the bed. The beautiful young lady was not aware that a certain suggestion spell had already started to take root inside her heart. Wendy was one of the candidates that Charlotte had picked to become another of Carter's brides. Carter had told her that he wanted to marry girls that were born to noble families. The higher their rank, the better. Blinded by her infatuation and the power of the suggestion spell, Charlotte started to distribute Carter's candies to the noble ladies that she got along with. The only thought in her mind was that if she was to share her future husband with other girls, she would rather share him with people that she got along with. "Good job," William said as he watched the performance of his aerial knights. "All of you take a 15-minute break. We will resume the training afterward." 8 days remained before the knighting ceremony in the Helen Royal Academy. All the members of the Angorian War Sovereign had become more proficient in controlling their mounts. Of course, the main reason why they performed well was because the hippogriffs were not resisting their orders. There were even times when the magical beasts improvised by themselves in order to keep the formation steady. "Commander, I have never seen these formations before," Conrad said as he stood beside William. "Even the Griffin Brigade of our kingdom has never done anything remotely similar to what we've been doing." William had a smug smile on his face as he listened to Conrad's words. He wanted to brag, but he didn't know how to properly word it. After all, how could he possibly tell his Dragon Knight that the knowledge he was sharing with them came from another world? In the end, he decided to play it safe and just patted Conrad's shoulder. "Actually, I saw these formations in my dream. I thought that they looked cool and wanted to implement them in reality." William was about to say more when his good friend, Theo, came to find him. "William, Mr. Barbados is looking for you," Theo said as he panted for breath. "He said that the thing you asked for has been completed. He told me to come and find you so that you can check to see if it still needs some adjustments." "Thank you," William patted his friend's shoulder. "I'll give you 2 slices of apple pie later. Do you think I'm still a kid that you can bribe with apple pies? You don't want it, I want 3 slices." William chuckled as he shook his head helplessly. He always liked to talk to Theo. Talking to the chubby boy, who was a year older than him, reminded William of his younger years. Years when he was still innocent and unaware of the darkness that had long been hiding inside people's hearts. Chapter 207. The star of the show has arrived. The various noble families from all over the Helen Kingdom, as well as those who held considerable influence, all gathered within the Royal Academy. Today was the day when the King of the Kingdom, Noah Ernest V. Helen, would officially recognize the birth of a new Knight Order. Currently, there was only one Knight Order in the Helen Kingdom, and that was the Knight Order of Gladiolus. The members of this order were given special treatment by the nobles as well as the other important people in the kingdom. Their commander, Andreas Valentine, was hailed as one of the pillars that supported the king's rule and ensured that laws and orders were followed without fail. Now that a new Knight Order was about to be founded, many nobles were wondering why the king had made such a move. Of course, there were speculations, but none of them dared to ask the king publicly or in private. After all, Noah was known for being a firm ruler, and once he had decided upon something, he wouldn't take it back. The sun was about to reach its zenith and the time for the official knighting ceremony was near. However, the one who would be granted the prestigious title was nowhere to be seen. This irritated some of the nobles who had traveled a long distance just to participate in the event that was organized by the Royal Academy. "I dare say it was a mistake to appoint a lowly country bumpkin to be the head of a Knight Order," an earl said in disdain. "Just who does he think he is for making the king and all of us wait here for his arrival?" "That's right," a baron supported. "Just because his family has earned him a few achievements, he dares to act like he's a big shot. Such arrogance. Why don't we ask the Honorable Viscount Ainsworth why his nephew is still not here?" A marquis asked to join in the fun. Since both of them came from the same hometown, he should be aware of the boy's current status. "Yes. Yes. Speak up, Lord Ainsworth. Where is this nephew of yours who is supposed to be the commander of this new Knight Order? Don't tell me he chickened out." "Well, that is to be expected of someone who tends to sheep and goats." The sneers, jeers, and laughter filled with contempt started to spread within the area where the nobles were seated. Naturally, Noah, the king of the Helen Kingdom, heard it all, but he made no move to help Mordred. Deep inside, he was wondering why the boy Est had praised over the high heavens was still not around. Although there were still 15 minutes before the appointed time, his behavior was not satisfactory. Andreas, who was seated on the king's left side, had a smile on his lips. He had heard about the boy from the king and wondered what kind of individual he was. Unlike the nobles, the commander of the Knight Order of Gladiolus was looking forward to William's appearance. In his mind, anyone who could make the king wait for him was someone worth befriending. While Mordred was being taunted by his peers, the students of the first-year martial class division were feeling anxious. Everyone in the academy knew that William was their head prefect, and was looking forward to his arrival. However, as the hours passed, no signs of the heroic first year could be seen. The upperclassmen of the martial, magic, and spirit divisions were looking at the anxious first years with various expressions. Some of them felt contempt, ridicule, and disdain. Some felt interest and amusement. Only a small minority, mainly the first years of the magic and spirit divisions, sympathized with the martial class division. They had come to admire William after his inspiring performance during the dungeon outbreak, and some of them even treated him as their target to overcome and an idol to idolize. Only these students felt genuine concern for William's absence. Est, Ian, Isaac, and Wendy, in particular, were feeling more anxious than most. Ian had even cursed William internally for the umpteenth time for being an idiot. The sun had risen to its zenith and only 2 minutes remained from the allotted time. Mordred, who was seated in the nobles' area, raised his hand to stop the nobles from speaking. He had a smug look on his face, as he turned his head to look at the people around him. "Calm your tits, everyone," Mordred said with a smile. "The star of the show has arrived." As if waiting for his words, a loud screech reverberated in the air as several dark figures appeared over the horizon. Conrad, William's dragon knight, grinned as he ordered his partner to dive. Right behind him was a platoon of hippogriffs flying in AV formation with him as the lead. In the center of their formation was a flying carriage pulled by a griffin. The carriage was coated in gold and shone brilliantly under the light of the sun. The nobles who watched the scene gasped in shock because the wyvern's speed didn't decrease. In fact, it had even increased as it glided near the ground. The hippogriffs flying on its left and right side had done the same thing with the golden carriage at their center. When they neared the area where the nobles were located, the wyvern made a right turn with only a few meters away from the seat of the nearest noble. The gust of wind created by the sudden turn, and the whirring sounds that followed not long after, made the nobles seated at the very front almost pee in their pants. Suddenly, the sound of cheering was heard, and it came from the first years of the martial class division. The aerial knights circled around the venue once before separating into 4 groups. These 4 groups made crisscrossing aerial maneuvers that made Andreas raise his brow. Ironically, the leader of the Griffin Brigade of the Helen Kingdom was also there. He watched as the first years performed an air show that even he and the members of his brigade were unable to perform. The first years of the magic and spirit divisions joined in the cheering, and some of them even called out William's name. Suddenly, trails of colorful smoke appeared behind the aerial knights as they zigzagged across the sky to continue their performance. This was the first time that the citizens of the Helen Kingdom had seen this kind of thing. Even Noah found himself transfixed by the exhibition that was happening in the skies. The interchanging smoke trails of white, blue, and red created various shapes that mesmerized those who viewed them from the ground. In the end, 3 giant hearts of different colors appeared in the sky above the academy. At the center of the heart, a trail of blazing fire made by the wyvern's dragon breath created a flaming bridge headed towards the ground. Right at that moment, the griffin, pulling the golden carriage, trailed over the bridge and flew towards the place where the king and his important ministers sat. The griffin landed smoothly on the ground, where it was showered by cheers from the students, and also a few members of the nobility. Even those that had taunted Mordred earlier found it hard not to be impressed by the performance that they just saw. The griffin made a right turn when it neared the king's makeshift throne and stopped. The doors of the carriage had a unique design on them that was similar to an Angorian war ibex, with its front legs raised high and head facing the sky. It was the insignia of the Angorian war sovereign, and it was now making a debut in front of everyone. Dave jumped down from the coachman's seat and respectfully opened the door closest to the king. Priscilla, Kenneth, Spencer, and Drake disembarked from the carriage and lined up on either side of the door. They pressed their fists over their chest and looked straight in front of them. Not long after, William stepped out of the carriage wearing his full battle regalia. The equipment that was forged for him by the greatest blacksmith of Lant, Barbados, appeared in front of everyone. This was the same set of armor that he had worn during the dungeon outbreak, and it made the ladies of the first-year divisions look at him with starry eyes. Wendy wasn't able to stop herself from emitting a soft squeal when she saw how handsome William was. The golden armor, as well as the winged circlet that adorned the young boy's head, made him look like a prince that was about to go to war. He walked with steady steps as he passed his officers. All the nobles' expressions became serious as they appraised the young man. Lawrence, who was seated not far away, looked at William with a wide smile on his face. Seated right next to him was his granddaughter, Rebecca, as well as the representatives of the Misty sect. Naturally, Rebecca's mother, Agatha, and mentor, Eleanor, were also there. The Misty sect disciples, headed by Kingsley, looked at William with various emotions. Right at the center of them all was a great elder from their sect, who had a higher position than Eleanor. The old lady gazed at William with a calm expression. She knew who he was, because Eleanor had mentioned his name many times in the past. Her reason for coming today was to give the king some face, as well as to see this fiancé of one of the prodigies of their sect. She was already aware of the 7-year duel agreement and, to be honest, she didn't care much about it. For her, Rebecca was one of the core disciples of the Misty sect, and no ordinary man was suitable to become her partner. When William arrived in front of Noah, he bent his knee like a knight and saluted his sovereign. "Long live His Majesty, King Noah Ernest V. Helen," William shouted. "Glory be to the Helen Kingdom. Long live His Majesty, King Noah Ernest V. Helen. Glory be to the Helen Kingdom." The nobles and the students repeated his words, as they, too, saluted their sovereign. Noah nodded his head in appreciation of William's performance. Deep down, he felt slightly better for having to wait for the arrival of this red-headed hot potato that had caught his eye. Chapter 208, Commander of the Angorian War Sovereign. The king stood in front of William holding a ceremonial sword in his hands. The students looked at this scene with envy and jealousy, for they, too, wanted to be recognized by the king and granted peerage. One could say that it was every commoner's dream, and the main reason why they did. everything they could to be enrolled at the Helen Royal Academy. They hoped that by showcasing their abilities, the king would be able to discover their talent and take him under his wing. Their second option was to be recruited by one of the prestigious noble houses and serve their heirs as retainers. The students from the first martial class division felt proud and, at the same time, regretful. Proud because the one being knighted was their head prefect, and regretful because they didn't formally join his knight order when he had first announced it. Back then, they thought that their head prefect was just joking around and not being serious. Sadly, he was not, and the amazing magical beasts that served as the mounts of their comrades proved that they had made the wrong decision. Even so, they were still quite hopeful that their esteemed head prefect would give them another chance to become part of his knight order. It was not only the first-year martial students, but the other divisions in different grades were thinking the same as well. Being part of a knight order gave them a higher chance of becoming an official knight, which was the first step to becoming part of the noble circle. Matthew and Leah shared a knowing glance at each other as they watched William being knighted in front of everyone. The two of them were already praying for the pitiful souls that William would be bringing under his wing. Noah raised his sword and lightly pressed it over William's left shoulder. "William Von Ainsworth, I have deemed you fit to be the commander of the knight order called the Angorian War Sovereign," Noah said in a righteous tone. "Do you now swear by all that you hold sacred, true, and holy that you will honor and defend the crown and the kingdom from those who wish it ill?" "I swear," William answered. "Do you now swear that you will honor, defend, and protect the ladies, and those weaker than yourself?" "I swear, in the name of the goddess Astrid, protector goddess of the Helen kingdom, I dub thee Lord William, commander of the Angorian War Sovereign." Noah raised the sword and gave a light pat to William's right shoulder. "Rise, my knight, and uphold the oaths you have made." William stood up and faced his king with a calm expression. Noah sheathed the sword in his hand, and called upon his weapon-bearer. "Bring forth, Soleil," Noah commanded. A knight, clad in armor, humbly knelt in front of Noah and presented to him a golden box, with intricate designs on it, that was commonly used to store jewelry. Noah opened the box and picked up a golden ring that had been one of the treasures of the Helen royal family. It was one of the artifacts that the goddess Astrid had given to the royal bloodline when the kingdom was first founded. "Accept from our hands this symbol of authority, by the order of chivalry and your knightly rank and station," Noah stated. "I present to you Soleil, an artifact that is to be used to defend the kingdom from all harm. Take it and never forget the responsibility that goes along with it." William once again knelt as he raised both hands to accept the treasure that was presented to him. Noah placed the ring in the center of his open palms and took a few steps back. The ceremony was over, and it was now time for William to prove to everyone that he was worthy of his new rank and authority. What Noah didn't know was that the moment Soleil fell into William's hands, a series of notifications appeared on his status page. "Mythical weapon, Soleil, acquired. Would you like to acquire the Sun Knight job class?" William forcefully fought the urge to read the information of the mythical weapon and his new job class. Now was not the right time to do that because he was being watched by many people. After receiving the ring, he gave Noah a respectful bow before wearing it on his right ring finger. A soothing warmth spread throughout his entire body after he put the ring on. William did his best to prevent himself from making a sound of pleasure as the comfortable sensation washed over him. Perhaps due to the ring's power, William's body seemed to glow radiantly, which made his image more majestic. Noah and the rest of the nobles were about to go to the main hall of the academy to rest, when a ridiculing statement stopped him in his tracks. "I can't believe the peasant who lost to me 4 years ago is now the head of a knight order," Kingsley spat in disdain. "If a loser like him can become a knight commander, then doesn't that mean that the title he holds is garbage?" "Kingsley, mind your manners," Eleanor reprimanded. However, her face carried a tinge of ridicule and contempt as she looked at William. "Forgive our disciple, he is just a very straightforward person. I hope Lord William will not mind his words." Contrary to everyone's expectations, William did the unthinkable. "I don't mind, because what he said was the truth," William said with a smile. "I indeed lost to him 4 years ago." William's words sent ripples of commotion throughout the noble ranks as well as the students of the Helen Royal Academy. Aramis, who sat in a remote corner of the venue, raised an eyebrow as he looked at the boy, Kingsley. Sid and Aerith also looked at the smug-looking side character who had the invisible words "cannon fodder" written on his forehead. "That person beat William." Sid narrowed his eyes. "That weakling beat William." Sid looked at the boy in disbelief. he couldn't accept the fact that William lost to someone whom he could easily defeat with a mere flick of his sword. Maybe there was a mistake, Aerith said as she, too, looked in the cannon fodder's direction with a doubtful expression. The members of the Angorian War Sovereign, who had personally witnessed William's incredible feats, looked at their commander and the Misty Sect disciple in disbelief. At least the new Knight Commander is honest, Kingsley stated in an arrogant tone. Yes, isn't it funny? William asked back. I, the loser, am now a Knight Commander, and the winner, you, is just one of the many disciples of the Misty Sect. It seems that the Misty Sect is a very poor and pitiful sect. They can't even see talent in order to give it the accolade it deserves. William's smile widened as he taunted the boy who had played a dirty trick in their duel many years ago. It seems that the Knight Commanders of the Helen Kingdom lack class, the old woman, who was also the great elder of the Misty Sect, commented. For you to speak such words against one of our disciples, who has won against you in a duel, sounds rather pitiful, doesn't it? What's the matter? Did it hurt your pride when everyone here became aware that you lost to one of the many disciples of the Misty Sect? Instead of getting angry, William only gave the old hag a haughty sidelong glance before looking back at Noah. Your Majesty, what is the crime for besmirching the honor of a member of the Knight Order? William asked. Noah looked at William with a serious expression before giving his reply. 50 whips and a fine of 1,000 gold coins. Then what if that person is a noble? William inquired with an evil smile that screamed of murder. Noah's gaze narrowed as he answered William's question. Any noble who dares to besmirch the honor of the commander of a Knight Order will be stripped of their title and their properties confiscated by the kingdom. Right. William nodded his head. The red-headed boy then faced the current Duke of the Rhodes family and grinned evilly. Did you hear that, mighty Duke of Rhodes? Because of your son's stupidity and arrogance, your noble title will be stripped from your generation. My condolences. Draven Rhodes, the current Duke of Rhodes, looked back at William with a dumbfounded expression. Earlier, he was feeling smug because his son had beaten the new Knight Commander and announced it to everyone. However, he didn't expect that this petty act would cause him to lose his title. Andreas, who was seated on the left side of the king, laughed out loud. I see, the son of a duke dares to ridicule the head of a Knight Order. Andreas, am very curious. Just where does this brat get his confidence from? Does he think that a puny little branch sect can save his life? Andreas grinned evilly as if he was already looking at a dead person. The nobles seated behind him unconsciously shuddered because they remembered a scene that had happened a few years ago. There was once a marquis that had ridiculed Andreas when he had just taken the position as head of the Knight Order of Gladiolus. On that same day, the entire family of the Marquess were captured and beheaded by the Knight Order and their territories seized by them. Currently, Andreas' rank was that of a Marquess and the properties he had right now belonged to the same Marquess that had slighted him. Draven couldn't allow such a thing to happen to his own family. So what if his son was a disciple of the Misty Sect? Their main branch was in the central continent. How could they possibly interfere in the affairs of the Helen Kingdom? Chapter 209, Tragic End. You unfilial son, apologize to Lord William right now. Draven roared in anger. The Duke of Rhodes charged towards the boy and forcefully made him kneel in front of William. Apologize. Duke Rhodes grabbed his son's head and pushed it down on the ground. No, I will not apologize. Kingsley tried to fight back. Why should I apologize to a loser? What? He became angry because I said that he lost to me. Is that it? How petty. Is this what the Knight Orders do? Eliminate those who defeat them in a fair duel. The old hag from the Misty Sect narrowed her eyes as he looked at the king of the Helen Kingdom. Your Majesty, are you sure you want to do this? Do you want to be on the black list of the Misty Sect? Noah smiled as he looked calmly at the great elder of the Misty Sect who was glaring at him. Misty Sect. The corner of Noah's lips curled up in ridicule. Your sect has no power here. Did you forget? I merely allowed your sect to build a branch sect in my lands because you promised to abide by the laws of my kingdom. Right now, a disciple of your sect has broken the rules of my kingdom. No, Lady Miriam, I am not afraid of your Misty Sect. If you don't like my rules, then you can take all of your disciples and scram. Lady Miriam gripped her staff in anger as tendrils of magic power condensed inside her body. However, before she could even do anything, she felt a very powerful killing intent that was as sharp as a blade pressing over her heart. Her instinct was telling her that if she continued what she was about to do, she would die before she could complete her spell. Miriam slowly dispelled the power she had gathered inside. She looked at the boy, Kingsley, whose head was being forcefully pressed to the ground by his own father. As the great elder of the Misty Sect, being unable to protect one of her disciples was a slap to her face. If not for the killing intent that had threatened her life, she might have raised a ruckus in order to tell everyone in the Helen Kingdom that the Misty Sect cannot be humiliated. Unfortunately, she didn't have the ability to make that plan a reality. After thinking for a while, Miriam thought of a plan that could at least save their sect's face from the current situation. I have a proposal, Miriam said. Since this incident is due to my disciples' arrogance, why don't we settle their grievances in a fair duel? All of us will stand here as witness that after this duel, both parties will put down the ill will they have for each other. How does that sound? Kingsley, who was being pinned down on the ground, struggled and raised his voice. That's right. Do you dare to fight me in a fair duel? I'll show everyone just what kind of weakling you are. 4 years ago you lost to me and I hadn't even used my magic power in our duel. Do you dare fight me using my full power, or do you want me to give you a handicap? You want a fair duel? Sure, I don't mind. However, a simple duel without any stakes in it is boring, William replied. How about we spice things up and place bets to make it more interesting? Fine. Do you think I'm scared of a weakling like you? Kingsley stood up and spat in disdain. How about this? If I win, your position as the head of the Night Order will be mine. Okay, but what can you possibly give me in return if you lose? William glanced at Miriam. What can the Misty Sect possibly offer me that is equivalent to the position of the head of the Night Order of the Helen Kingdom? Miriam had a calm expression on her face, but deep inside she was sneering. She had already subtly scanned William's body and found out that he was void of any magic power. Kingsley was a talented magic swordsman, so she wasn't worried that the boy would lose in the duel. She was even looking forward to seeing her disciple cripple the arrogant boy in front of her. What do you want in return? Miriam asked. What I want is really simple. William glanced at his ex-fiancée for a brief moment before facing the old hag once again. I want you, and all the representatives of the Misty Sect, excluding Rebecca, to kneel in front of me, and say, you are the most handsome half-elf in the southern continent. No one in the world is more handsome than you. The members of the Angorian War Sovereign rolled their eyes because of their commander's antics. They had already gotten used to his narcissism and simply treated his actions like the passing wind. That's it? Miriam inquired. Yes, that's it. William crossed his arms over his chest. Simple, right? Very well. I accept this condition. Miriam then looked at Kingsley with a serious expression. If you win, I will allow you to train inside the cold prison for half a year. I will also give you 3 high-grade magic crystals as a reward for your victory. I will not fail you, Great Elder. Kingsley bowed respectfully. Deep down he was very excited by the rewards that were promised to him. Training inside the cold prison and acquiring high-grade magic crystals would speed up his cultivation and allow him to break through to the next rank. Well then, shall we start? William asked. Let's. Kingsley answered. I will make you regret this. William didn't reply and just walked towards the center of the venue, away from the crowd. He had forced the current situation using his authority as the head of the Angorian Night Order. Why did he do this? The reason was really simple. He needed a demonstration of his power and authority. He knew that even though he was now officially recognized as the head of a rising force, his impression on the nobles and the students was still not enough for them to recognize his authority. Fortunately, Kingsley acted according to the script, and couldn't keep his arrogant mouth shut. The disciple of the Misty Sect in front of him had donned his own armor in preparation for their battle. Like he had declared earlier, he would be using his full power to humiliate William in front of the nobility of the Helen Kingdom. William waited patiently for his opponent to finish his preparations and simply stood with his arms crossed over his chest. The grudge I held from long ago will now be repaid in full, William mused. I just hope that I don't accidentally kill him in the process. While that would be unfortunate, I have to give His Majesty some face. This will allow him to look good in the eyes of the other nobles. While William was thinking these things, he felt a heated gaze in the distance. The red-headed boy casually turned his head to see who was staring at him, and found a beautiful girl with long blonde hair and blue eyes, looking at him anxiously. William smiled and waved at Wendy. This action of his was seen by everyone, and their eyes locked on the girl whom the handsome half-elf had waved at. Lawrence eyed the young lady who had visited their domain many times in the past. With a glance, he could tell that Wendy liked William, and the latter seemed to have good feelings about her, too. The old fox of Griffith felt his liver itch when he saw Wendy's face turn beet red when William waved at her. Not good, Lawrence thought. I'd better do something or else someone might get other ideas. The old fox of Griffith glanced towards his right side and saw a middle-aged man looking back at him. The man still looked handsome, even in his middle years, and he was looking at Lawrence with a calm expression. He was none other than Spencer's and Wendy's father, Joaquin Armstrong, the current Duke of the Armstrong Duchy. Spencer had already written a letter to him telling him of Wendy's infatuation with his head prefect. The reason why Joaquin came to the academy was to have a better look at the boy who had caught his daughter's fancy and see if he was a possible candidate to become his son-in-law. The two men stared at each other for half a minute before averting their gaze to look back at William. Both of them weren't able to read each other's thoughts, but one thing was clear. They would look at the results of this duel first, before making their final decision. "I'm ready," Kingsley announced. "Let's begin." "All right." William stood straight and placed his arms on the sides of his body. "Let's start. You can attack me anytime. Don't blame me if I accidentally kill you," Kingsley stated. "It's been a while since I've used my full power. Don't worry, even if you team up with that old hag from the Misty Sect, you won't be able to kill me." "Are those your last words?" William didn't reply, instead he yawned as if ridiculing Kingsley's attempt to taunt him. "Die." Kingsley unleashed all of his magical powers and gathered it in his sword, manifesting a sword aura. Final phase, Phoenix Annihilation. Kingsley roared as he became one with his sword and charged at William like a burning blue comet. Miriam clenched her fist in triumph because Kingsley initiated the third strongest move of their Misty Sect. Its power was enough to create a 200-meter-wide crater and annihilate everything within range. She was not worried about getting caught in the friendly fire because the court magicians had already established a magical barrier to prevent the bystanders from getting hurt. "You will pay for your insolence." Miriam sneered as her eyes focused on the arrogant boy that was about to die a miserable death. However, what she saw made her feel that something was amiss. "Why isn't he moving?" Miriam thought. Everyone in the venue had the same thought and they were wondering why William was just standing there like a street lamp. Finally, when the blue comet was only meters away from the red-headed boy, William raised his hand and casually threw a punch. Just a simple punch and it made everyone's eyes widen in surprise. A powerful shockwave erupted from the collision of William's punch and the blue comet. In that brief moment, the comet shattered into a shower of sparks and William's fist connected with Kingsley's chest. The arrogant boy spat out a mouthful of blood before his body was blown away due to the force of William's casual strike. In the eyes of others, it was just a simple punch, but it was actually William's strongest attack. Sid felt his heart itch when he saw the same move that defeated him a few weeks ago. He knew from first-hand experience how deadly William's blow was. If he wasn't wearing the special armor given to him by his master, he might have died back then. "So weak," William muttered. "I only used 20% of my power and it's already over. Are the disciples of the Misty Sect really this weak?" The boy's words, which were filled with ridicule, brought everyone out from their trance. Eleanor, Rebecca's master, rushed in the direction of the fallen boy to check his condition. Just like her great elder, Miriam, Eleanor thought that the one who would have a miserable ending was William. Never in her wildest dreams did she consider that Kingsley would be the one to suffer such a tragic end. Suddenly a notification appeared on William's status page. When he read the message, he almost laughed out loud due to the irony of it all. Vengeance is always an option. Reward: 2,000 God points. Chapter 210. I am someone who holds grudges. William didn't even bother to look at Kingsley and walked in the direction of the representatives of the Misty Sect. As he came closer, the Misty Sect disciples felt their hearts beating wildly inside their chest. They were feeling anxious. Although the handsome half-elf was smiling, they felt that they were about to be sent to the gallows to be hanged. Miriam calmly looked at the boy and stepped forward. She was about to say something, but William had cut her off before she could even say a word. "Now I'll know if the Misty Sect has any integrity or if they are just one of those third-rate sects who don't have any sense of honor and dignity," William said in a very casual way. "Everyone here will serve as a witness and see for themselves just what kind of organization the Misty Sect is." William ignored Miriam and stared straight at Rebecca. "Everyone will know if the Misty Sect is just as good as you thought it would be." Rebecca's face remained calm as she returned William's gaze. 4 years had passed, and she had become more beautiful than the last time William had seen her. However, William was no longer the same innocent boy he was back then, who was easily affected by beautiful appearances. The red-headed boy gave Lawrence a sidelong glance before turning his head back to Miriam. "Well then, are you going to kneel or not?" William asked. Miriam gripped the staff in her hand tightly. William didn't give her any opportunity to negotiate. He even shamelessly pushed her into a corner and used the name, honor, and dignity of the Misty Sect as blackmail material to force her to make an important decision. Ignore the deal that she had made with the boy and have the Misty Sect labeled as an organization without honor, dignity, and integrity. Or, accept the humiliation with gritted teeth as they kneeled in front of the young teenager in front of them. If they chose the second option, even if they adhered to the deal, it would become a black stain in their life. If they didn't do it, then all the nobles in the Helen Kingdom would look down on their sect. The worst part about this was if the news spread to the central continent. Miriam didn't dare think of the consequences that would fall upon her head if this news came out. Their sect master would definitely rip her head off her shoulders in anger, if she were to bring shame to their organization. The nobles of the kingdom were waiting for Miriam's decision. Although they didn't like the boy, and they had conflicts with each other on a daily basis, when it came to external forces, they would always stick together as pillars of the kingdom and lay down their differences for the greater good. Miriam sighed as she slowly knelt on the ground. She had been the great elder of the Misty Sect for many years, and never in her life had she experienced being forced to kneel in front of someone. Usually, it was others who knelt before her to beg her for forgiveness. Sometimes, they would beg her, while kneeling, in order to ask her for a favor. The moment her knees touched the ground, she felt as if the world had lost its color. The disciples of the Misty Sect tearfully followed their elder's action and kneeled on the ground as well. As the proud members of the Misty Sect, they never would have thought that a day would come when they had to humble themselves in front of others. William crossed his arms over his chest and looked down on Miriam as if he was looking at an insect. Miriam looked up on the boy that she had greatly underestimated. The half-elf wasn't that tall, but for some reason, she felt like she was looking up at a towering mountain. A mountain whose peak she couldn't see. Her lips trembled as she forced herself to speak the words that they had agreed upon before the duel started. "You are the most handsome half-elf in the southern continent," Miriam said through gritted teeth. "No one in the world is more handsome than you." William nodded his head and turned his attention to the Misty Sect disciples. He was looking at them with the, "What are you kids waiting for?" expression on his face. "You are the most handsome half-elf in the southern continent. No one in the world is more handsome than you." William shifted his gaze to the beautiful young lady that he had exempted from kneeling in front of him. The so-called genius that was born every 200 years. The girl that his grandfather had asked to become his fiancée when he was still a 1-year-old baby. 3 years from now, I will climb the peaks of the Misty Sect to look for you, William announced. I will make you understand that in the face of absolute strength, your talent and beauty are meaningless. The reason why I didn't choose to make you kneel today is because you are, also, a noble of this kingdom. However, 3 years from now, we will be fighting on your home turf. Wash your knees until then. I will make sure that you properly kneel in front of me. William then glanced at Rebecca's mother, Agatha. I am someone who holds grudges, William stated. I will make sure to return every insult, every ridicule, that I have received tenfold. Wash your neck until then. William didn't bother to wait for Rebecca's or Agatha's reply and walked away. He had already said what he wanted to say, and there was no use staying in this place. Dave's griffin, Lionheart, landed a few meters away from William, while pulling the golden carriage. The half-elf was about to climb it when Noah gave him a reminder. Lord William, tomorrow evening there will be a banquet held at the castle in your honor, Noah stated. I'll be waiting for you there. By your will, your majesty. William pressed his fist over his chest to salute Noah before climbing into the carriage. With an arrogant screech, Lionheart ran and soared towards the sky. Soon, the members of the Angorian War Sovereign, along with their magical mounts, formed a protective formation around the carriage. Andreas watched this scene with a mischievous smile on his face. He wanted to talk to William, but the boy had decided to return to his own division in order to escape mingling with the noble households. What an interesting junior, Andreas thought. I'd better have a talk with him tomorrow. Noah watched as his new night order disappeared into the horizon. He was very satisfied with William's show of authority. It allowed the nobles of the kingdom to feel good about themselves because even the haughty Misty Sect had no choice but to bow down to a knight commander of their kingdom. Lawrence looked at his granddaughter, who still had the calm expression on her face, before glancing at his daughter-in-law whose face had gone pale from fright. "Did you see it, Agatha?" Lawrence asked. "That is the same boy you called a filthy shepherd 4 years ago. You'd better make sure not to annoy or slander him again in the future. I don't want to see my son forced to relinquish his noble peerage because of your short-sightedness." The old duke's veiled threat made Agatha's face even paler. She had never regretted her decision to try to break up her daughter's marriage agreement in the past. But now, things have changed. William was no longer the lowly shepherd that she had ridiculed in the past. He was now in a position of authority. Not only that, he had even forced the Misty Sect, who was well known in the Central Continent, to kneel. Agatha had clearly heard William's words that he was someone who held grudges. She had already seen how ruthless he could be, so she didn't dare find out what kind of revenge the boy would have on her if she provoked him further. Lawrence saw his daughter-in-law's troubled expression and decided to leave it at that. As an old fox, he understood William's intention and even praised him for paving a path for his granddaughter's success in the Misty Sect. After making their 7-year duel known to everyone, it would force the Misty Sect into pooling all of their resources into making Rebecca stronger. That way, she would be able to beat William in their duel and recover their sect's prestige. Lawrence glanced at Joaquin, who was currently looking at Wendy's blushing face. The young lady, who was the same age as Rebecca, was clearly infatuated with William. The old fox's scheming mind started to turn its gears. Although he didn't know what the outcome of the 7-year duel would be, it would be best to have a talk with Joaquin and lay out some conditions between the two of them. Mordred had a very smug expression on his face as his peers looked at him with newfound respect. He wanted to shout and tell everyone, "I was the one who raised that kid," in similar boastful words, but he knew that it was a lie, so he didn't proceed with his plan. Even so, he was very proud of William's domineering performance, which made the other nobles reel in their arrogance. Even those who ridiculed him earlier were keeping quiet for fear that he would remember them. "Tisk, you lot are lucky that I'm not my father," Mordred mused. "If my father were here, all of you would be puking blood because of his shameless demands for compensation." Mordred turned his head to look at the hooded figure in the distance. His father didn't come to witness William's ceremony because the Sword Saint would be there. The two of them would definitely not be able to control themselves and land blows on each other. Aramis Bran Caliburn, Mordred narrowed his eyes. Although Mordred didn't want to admit it, he admired his father's nemesis. The reason? Because he was the only man that his father had considered a worthy opponent among all the experts in the entire world of Hestia. Chapter 211. Would you like to join my Knight Order? You sure know how to make a ruckus, Est said as he stared at the handsome half-elf who was lying on the couch. I missed you, too, Est, William replied as he looked at his good friend, whom he hadn't seen for a month. How is everything in the academy? Nothing much has changed, but the academy will resume their lessons a week from now, Est reported. Are you sure you want to get on the bad side of the Misty Sect? They're quite a strong faction in the Central Continent. They attacked me first, William countered. I was minding my own business, but they just had to annoy me. Do you think I will just stand there and allow them to humiliate me? Not happening, Est sighed, but William was right. If Kingsley hadn't made a scene, everything would have ended smoothly. Ian and Isaac stood behind Est and nodded their heads in agreement. By the way, are you guys interested in joining my Knight Order? William asked. If you join now, I'll throw in a wyvern as a freebie. Est snorted, but still felt happy that William invited him to join his Knight Order. Unfortunately, he couldn't due to some complicated reasons. Although I can't join you, I'll ask around my division to see if there is anyone interested, Est replied. William smiled and nodded his head. He was a little disappointed that Est didn't join him, but he didn't allow it to show on his face. It was then when a knock was heard on the door and William raised his lazy bum to answer it. Who is it? William asked while his hand held the handle of the door. It's me, Wendy, Wendy replied. I came here because Thor wants to see you. William grinned and opened the door. Immediately, the beautiful blonde girl appeared before his eyes. It had been a month since he last saw Wendy and it made him want to tease her. Are you sure that it is only Thor that misses me? William inquired with a mischievous smirk. Wendy lowered her head as a blush crept on her face. She could still vividly remember what happened an hour ago. William's arrogance made her see a side of him that she hadn't seen before. For some reason, seeing her crush's bad boy image made her heart skip a beat. I guess I missed you a little as well, Wendy compromised as she forced herself to answer. William didn't want to bully her so much and decided to stop his teasing. He then opened the door wider and invited Wendy to come inside the room. Head Prefect, you're also here? Wendy asked as soon as she saw Est. I just arrived 10 minutes ago, Est answered. William pulled Wendy along as he made her sit on the couch beside him. Seeing the two of them this close made Est's and Ian's hearts itch, but there was nothing they could do. Both of them know that Wendy was a good girl. They also knew that she had a big crush on William. Even so, they still felt envious that Wendy got to spend some time with William in a carefree manner, without worrying about anything in the world. Wendy picked up Thor from the floor and placed him on her lap. She then started to pat his head. The beautiful lady was trying to build up her courage in order to ask William if he would like to dance with her tomorrow at the banquet that was prepared in his honor. While she was organizing her thoughts, William casually held her hand, which made her raise her head to look at him. Tomorrow, at the banquet, can you be my first dance? William asked. I'm worried that because of how handsome I am, the ladies will fight for the chance to dance with me. In order to prevent this calamity from happening, I will have to ask you to accompany me for the duration of the banquet. Est and Ian were dumbfounded by William's proposal. He asked it so naturally that it didn't sound out of place. Also, he gave a valid excuse in order to make Wendy agree to his request. It never occurred to the two of them that William could be this smooth when interacting with the ladies. Their gazes locked on William's and Wendy's hands that were enclasped to each other. Oh, okay, Wendy replied. I will accompany you tomorrow and make sure that none of the girls bother you. Great, William grinned. After taking his revenge on Kingsley and showing the old hag her place, William was in a very good mood. He was not afraid of the Misty sect because their area of influence was in the central continent. Also, he was the commander of the Second Night Order in the Helen Kingdom. Miriam would think thrice before messing with him again. William's strategy was for the Misty sect to focus their attention on Rebecca and help her become strong, so that she would be able to defeat him during their promised battle. The half-elf was confident that the Misty sect wouldn't allow their reputation to be tarnished, so they would not make any foul moves on him for the remaining duration of the agreement. It was also William's own way to tell the nobles that he was not a pushover. If they thought that they could belittle him, just because he was young, they had another thing coming for them. Although I'm fine with accompanying you tomorrow, is it really fine for me to do that? Wendy asked. There are many girls who want to form a connection with you at tomorrow's banquet. I don't think I will be able to hold them all off. Don't worry, William assured her. I have a plan B. And just what is this plan B of yours? Ian asked. He wasn't able to stop himself from asking the smug-faced boy who was still holding Wendy's hand. If looks could maim, William would have already been castrated 100 times over. William glanced at Ian and snorted. You'll find out tomorrow. I'm not telling you anything. Ian clicked his tongue, but didn't continue the argument. He had come to know that arguing with William was pointless because the red-headed boy has a thick skin. Why didn't I think of this sooner? William said as he returned his gaze to Wendy. Would you like to join my night order? Wendy's eyes widened in surprise. Truth be told, she was hoping that she could join William's night order, so she could become closer to him. Can I? Of course you can. If you like, you can be assigned to my personal night squadron. William glanced at Est, who had a frown on his face. Will you allow her to join my night order? Est reluctantly nodded his head. He didn't have a reason to stop Wendy from joining William's night order because he knew that William needed more talented people under him. However, he was worried that William and Wendy would become closer if the two were left alone, so he decided to use a method to prevent them from taking their relationship to the next level. Can you let Ian also join your night order? Est asked. He's a very capable warrior. I'm sure that he would be a great addition to your ranks. No, William replied in a heartbeat. Why would I allow this snot-nosed pansy to join my night order? No way. Ian raised an eyebrow, but he kept his silence. He was wondering what Est was up to, so he decided not to make a move that might jeopardize his young master's plan. Listen, the way things are right now, it would be hard for you to move around without people proficient in magic, Est explained. Also, even though the two of you argue a lot, Ian would not do anything that would put your night order into chaos. William leaned back on the couch and considered Est's proposal. It was true that although he argued with Ian a lot, he had a feeling that he could put his trust in the snot-nosed pansy who was always trying to pick a fight with him. Having Ian around was better than having complete strangers become part of his personal night squadron. Fine, but I have a condition, William stated. From now on, you are not allowed to purposely anger me again. Also, after you join my night order, you will call me sir. If you can agree to these two conditions, then I will allow you to join my organization. Ian glanced at Est and the latter nodded his head. Est's loyal retainer knew that he had been entrusted with an important mission by his young master. Although he didn't know the full details, it would be best to agree to it for now and consult with Est later when they return to the Magic Division class. Very well, I promise, Ian replied. I will do my best to be of service to you, sir. Est looked at his trusted retainer while sighing inside. This was the only thing he could do to monitor William's actions. As a new Night Order under the King's banner, there were a lot of expectations that were placed on William's shoulders. Est was hoping that by adding Ian as his supporter, he would be able to ease his friend's burden even if it was only by a little bit. Chapter 212, Beauty and the Bestie. William looked in the mirror and smiled. He then turned his body left and right to see if there was something wrong with his attire. Seeing that everything was in place, he struck a cool pose and faced his mama who was lying on the floor, along with Dia, Thor, and Ragnar. What do you think, Mama? William asked. Am I handsome, or am I handsome? How about my clothes? Right, Aunt Helen gave these to me before we left Lant. Ella bleated softly and assured William that his clothes looked good on him. Dia, who was resting on Ella's head, slithered towards William. She then climbed his body, and coiled up around his neck like she usually did. Thor, and Ragnar on the other hand, barked in order to show their support to their master. I'm sorry, I can't take the three of you to the banquet, William said as he gently rubbed Dia's head before removing her from his neck and placing her back on Ella's head. Mama, please, look after them for me. Ella nodded her head in understanding. Me. William knew that it would be a bad idea to bring the three kids to the banquet. Although he was not worried that other people would try to capture them under the watchful eye of the guards in the palace, there might be powerful individuals who would be able to discern their monster breeds. Were that to happen, he knew he would have just invited trouble to come knocking on his door. Hence, why he decided that it would be best to let them stay under Ella's care. William looked at the clock hanging on the wall and decided that now was as good a time as any to leave the academy. He waved goodbye to his small family as he walked towards the door. It was at that moment when a notification from the God Shop arrived and caught William's attention. God Shop Mail. Attention to the devout followers of the gods from the 10,000 Temple. Great rewards are waiting for each and every one of you. The God of Alchemists has issued a commission that is open to everyone. He is currently looking for extremely rare and potent ingredients that he will use for his experiments. If any of you are able to acquire the items on our list, please, send a message to me, Mercurius, the manager of the God Shop, directly. I will assist you in transporting the materials to the alchemy god free of charge. However, anyone who sends me troll messages will immediately be banned from using the God Shop for 100 years. Here is the list of materials that the alchemist god is looking for and the rewards associated with them. Spring of Life 100,000 God points. Baphomet's Horn 50,000 God points. A liter of Empyrean's blood 20,000 God points. Ink of Kraken's 10,000 God points. William checked the materials listed by the god of alchemists one by one, in the hope that there was something that he could exchange for God points. After reading the entire list, the half-elf scratched his head because everything that was written there were extremely rare materials. Ink of Krakens. William snorted. I'd die before I could even approach that thing. The list was long and there were over 100 ingredients listed in it. Although he was tempted, there was nothing he could do about it. William put the matter of the god of alchemists to the back of his mind. Right now, he didn't have the time nor the ability to hunt for these materials. For now, he needed to focus his attention on the banquet that was prepared in their honor. As he walked outside the Solaris dormitory, William noticed that all the members of the Angorian war sovereign had lined themselves up to welcome him. All of them were mounted on their hippogriffs. Conrad and his wyvern stood beside the flying carriage like a bodyguard waiting for the VIP to arrive. Kenneth, Priscilla, Spencer, and Drake stood near the carriage, and each of them looked amazing in their attire. Dave stood beside the carriage door and waited for William to step close enough, so that he could open the door for his commander. Since they were the main stars of the banquet, all of them would accompany William to show their faces to the nobles and other influential figures of the Hellen Kingdom. The commoners who were part of the Knight Order couldn't hold back the grins on their faces. This was a dream come true for them. With the help of their new rank, it would not be difficult to marry into the nobility and enjoy a few luxuries while they were at it. The students of the martial classes that had left during William's invitation meeting couldn't help but regret their decision. They watched this scene from afar with jealousy. However, what was done was done. The only thing they could do now was to wait for another opportunity to hug William's thigh and never let it go again. When William and the rest of the officers were safely inside the carriage, Dave returned to the coachman's seat and nodded his head to Conrad. "Let's go." Conrad patted his partner, and the wyvern flapped its mighty wings to soar to the sky. The hippogriffs followed suit and joined their knight captain in AV formation. They circled the martial class division once before William's flying carriage joined their ranks. As usual, he was in the center of the formation, protected by an impressive aerial platoon of magical beasts. "Circle the academy once," William ordered. "Show them how impressive our Knight Order is." With Conrad at the lead, the Angorian war sovereign paraded around the Helen Royal Academy before flying towards the palace, leaving sighs of envy and admiration in their wake. When they arrived near the air space of the palace, 3 griffin riders appeared to guide them to the special area that was designated for the members of the Angorian war sovereign. "To think that I'd be going into the palace like this, it feels like a dream," Drake commented as he looked down from the carriage window. "Same here," Spencer commented. Even though he didn't like William getting close to his twin sister, he had to admit that the red-headed boy's achievement was very impressive. William was seated comfortably in his seat with his eyes closed. He was doing his best not to act smug in front of his subordinates. As the commander of a Knight Order, he had to show a refined, elegant, and charismatic side of him to the people in the castle. Fortunately, Fayrite taught him a lot about interacting with nobles and how to act like a VIP during special occasions. When the carriage had safely landed on the ground, Dave opened the door and allowed the officers to disembark first. Just like they had done during the knighting ceremony, Kenneth and the others lined up on the side of the carriage and waited for William to step outside. They were met by the butler of the king as well as over 50 palace maids wearing white clothing. The palace servants simultaneously bowed their heads to show respect to William and his entourage before leading them to the main entrance of the event hall of the palace. As soon as the name of their Knight Order was announced, all the eyes inside the venue locked onto the handsome half-elf. William had an angelic smile on his face that made all the young ladies look at him with great interest. Some of them were even blushing because William looked so suave in the princely attire that his Aunt Helen had made for him for this very occasion. With the grace of a dancer, and the elegance of a prince, William led his entourage to the special seats that were reserved for them. Just like most banquets, several tables and chairs were grouped in an orderly fashion. These separated the different factions within the Helen Kingdom. William scanned the surroundings and found a few familiar faces among the crowd. Aramis gave him a brief nod before averting his gaze. He was the head of the southern faction of the nobles and he had to play his part as one of the pillars that supported the kingdom. He then looked towards the western side of the hall and saw Lawrence raising a wine cup to him. The old fox of Griffith was the head of the nobles in the western faction of the kingdom. Ironically, the Duchy of Armstrong, where Spencer and Wendy were born, was also part of this group. William didn't know anyone from the northern and eastern faction, so he merely gave them a brief glance before shifting his attention to the beautiful young lady who was looking at him shyly from afar. Wendy was wearing a pink, ruffled, princess ball gown dress that made her look like an innocent fairy that had wandered into the human kingdom. She was seated beside a middle-aged man who was looking at her with gentle eyes. The man then turned his head to look at William. His gentle gaze became as sharp as a sword as it bored through his body. William smiled and gave Wendy's father a brief nod before winking at the beautiful lady whose face started to turn red. "Commander, please, don't ogle my sister," Spencer commented from the side. "Or else, my father will stab you with his sword." William ignored Spencer's snarky comment and continued to scan the room. His gaze then landed on the brown-haired beauty wearing a purple, sleeveless, ball gown dress that was adorned with countless shimmering stars. Feeling William's stare, Rebecca turned her head to meet his gaze. As if reaching an agreement, both of them simultaneously nodded their heads at each other before averting their gazes. The half-elf had to admit that his ex-fiancée was indeed a very beautiful girl. If not for the intervention of her mother Agatha, and her master, Eleanor, the two of them might still be betrothed to each other. William sighed internally as he tried to remember the outcome of similar arranged marriages, in the novels that he had read in the past. All of them led to the main character having some sort of fallout with his fiancée. There were even cases when the two became enemies and tried to kill each other on various occasions. William planned on breaking the agreement between his grandpa and Lawrence after he beat Rebecca in their duel 3 years from now. He had no intention of forcing someone to marry him. Wendy saw everything that happened and felt her heart ache. She gave Rebecca a brief glance before lowering her head to look down on her skirt. Her too slender and delicate hands rested over her skirt as she tried her best not to ball them into fists. She felt a bit intimidated by Rebecca because the girl was more beautiful than her. While she was feeling down, a firm and eloquent voice reached her ear. "My lady, would you give me the honor of dancing with you?" Wendy raised her head when she heard the familiar voice. A pair of light green eyes, that shone like emeralds, looked at her with a gentle gaze. William posed in a gesture of invitation and patiently waited for Wendy's reply. Ironically, the one who answered William's invitation was not Wendy, but her father, Joaquin Armstrong, the current Duke of the Armstrong Duchy. "Go on, Wendy," Joaquin commented. "The Knight Commander is asking for a dance. It would be impolite to reject his invitation." "Why yes," Wendy stuttered as she placed her hand over William's. William smiled and nodded to Joaquin while giving him 2 thumbs up in his heart. The reason why he approached Wendy was to know what her father thought of him. After hearing Joaquin's comment, William was sure that the latter didn't hate the idea of his daughter having a relationship with him. As a newly appointed Knight Commander, William had very few allies within the nobility. This short exchange with Wendy's father allowed him to test the waters and have a better grasp of the man's personality. Everyone was paying close attention to William, and they were surprised when he guided a beautiful girl to the center of the vast hall. It was still too early and the musicians were still in the midst of tuning their instruments. They were wondering if William was doing this to make a fool of himself. As they were about to start whispering at each other, a soft, slow, and beautiful tune reverberated inside the vast hall. Fairite, William's former teacher, and second best friend, stood on an elevated platform and began to sing while playing his lute. Tale as old as chime, song as old as lime, Beauty and the Bestie, Chapter 213, The Princes of the Helen Kingdom. Everyone watched as the pair danced in the center of the hall with great interest. As the only daughter of a noble household, Wendy was taught many things when she was young, and among those was dancing. She was a very good dancer. But, even she was amazed at how good William was when it came to dancing. William, who had been trained by Fairite, not only excelled in singing, but dancing as well. The bard made sure that William would be able to dance properly even if he was dancing with princesses and queens. "I didn't expect that you would also be good at dancing," Wendy commented as the two danced on the dance floor. William held her waist firmly as he guided Wendy to do a twirl. He then smiled and stared at Wendy in the eyes which made the young lady's heart beat wildly inside her chest. "I'm a jack of all trades," William said with pride. He then playfully lowered his head to whisper something in her ears. "There are plenty more things that I can do that you don't know about." "Like what?" Wendy whispered back. William's confidence was starting to rub off onto her and she was feeling bolder with each passing second. "This and that," William replied. There was no way that William could tell her that he could be whatever he wanted to be. If not for the fact that his powers were sealed, there was a high chance he would have become the head prefect of the magic division, instead of Est. Although the two were just whispering at each other, those who were watching thought of their actions as a sign of intimacy. Lawrence gave Joaquin a sidelong glance before shifting his gaze towards his granddaughter. Rebecca wasn't looking at the two. Instead, she had focused her attention on controlling the snowflake in the palm of her hand. The old fox of Griffith sighed in his heart as he shook his head helplessly. At least their marriage agreement is not officially void, Lawrence thought. Many things can happen in 3 years. Maybe I can help the two get closer during that span of time. William and Wendy danced happily until the song came to a close. After the two made a curtsy at each other, a round of applause reverberated in the hall. Wendy's face immediately turned red because she had completely forgotten that they were inside the palace and not the academy. William, seeing his partner's reaction, came to the rescue and guided Wendy towards the tables where his knight order was stationed. The banquet was held in order to honor him and his subordinates, so it was perfectly normal to have Wendy join his table because she, too, was an official member of his knight order. William's plan was simple. Wendy sat on his right, while Priscilla sat on his left. With two beautiful ladies at his side, it would deter other girls from approaching him. The boys looked at William with jealousy, while the girls looked at Wendy and Priscilla with envy. Mordred, who was seated among the Western faction, was laughing internally. He was thinking that his father, James, would be over the moon if he saw how popular his grandson was. Still, you're far too naive, Will, if you think that the two girls beside you will be able to prevent others from making their move, Mordred thought. You're a hot potato right now and everyone wants to form a connection with you. I bet the old geezers are going to send their daughters and granddaughters over to try to honey trap you. The only question is, will you bite? Mordred looked at the wine cup in his hand and smiled. This was why his father moved to the farthest edge of the western regions. He didn't like mingling with the nobles of the Helen Kingdom and only dealt with his old acquaintances like Lawrence. While everyone's eyes were still focused on William, the butler made an announcement and everyone in the room stood to welcome their king. Noah wore majestic attire worthy of his rank. 3 boys trailed behind him. They were the 3 princes of the Helen Kingdom. The oldest prince was 19 years old. The second prince was 16 and the third prince was only 9. Just like their father, they had all inherited his good looks and many of the noble ladies looked at them with admiration. Of course, among the 3 princes, it was the crown prince that garnered the most attention. Lionel Arthur v. Helen, the crown prince of the Helen Kingdom, was the object of affection for most noble ladies in the kingdom. As the crown prince, he would be the future king when his father retired from the throne. Naturally, such a position of power was irresistible to the noble households, and all of them wanted one of their daughters to become the lucky girl that would catch the prince's attention. The second prince, Rufus Patrick v. Helen, was younger than him by 3 years. However, the second prince was a bit special. Just like Rebecca, Rufus was also hailed as a rare genius. As a prince of a kingdom, all the necessary resources were given to him in order to ensure his growth. He was a genius battle mage that had been trained exclusively by the kingdom's grand archmage, Emrys. There were even rumors that after his coming-of-age ceremony, the title of crown prince would be switched to him. Although these rumors were unfounded, the king himself didn't put a stop to these rumors. It was as if Noah was still thinking of who, between the first and second prince, would be worthy of becoming his successor. The last prince, Ernest Louis v. Helen, shared his father's name. The young prince was born with grade S talent in magic, and had been under the personal care of the dean of the Helen Royal Academy, Simon. Perhaps due to him being the youngest, the queen spoiled him more than his older brothers. Ernest was a young scholar and his craving for knowledge was well known to the king and his ministers. Simon even proposed that when Ernest reached the age of 12, he should be sent to the most prestigious academy in the central continent, which was the St. Hestia Academy where the geniuses of the world gathered. The dean was hoping that his pupil could be away from the conflict between the first and second prince as they subtly battled for the throne in the shadows. Noah gazed at his subjects with a smile. He then raised his hand and asked everyone to sit down and enjoy the banquet. At the corner of the banquet hall, Est stared at the king as well as the 3 princes by his side. His face was as calm as a still lake, but inside his heart, faint ripples started to move across the water. Ian and Isaac looked at their young master with worried faces, but none of them moved to comfort him. "Don't worry," Est said without turning his head to look at his 2 royal retainers. "I'm fine. This is nothing." Yes, this was nothing, Est told himself repeatedly as he lowered his gaze to look at the floor. He was afraid that if he looked any longer at the smiling crown prince, the emotions inside his heart would come to the surface, and that would not be a good thing. "It looks like your crush is here, Rufus," Lionel said with a smile. "The musicians are going to start playing any moment. Why don't you ask her for a dance?" The way he acted was like a kind older brother who really cared for his younger brother's well-being, but Rufus knew better. It was all just an act in order to taunt him. Lionel knew that Rufus had a big crush on Rebecca because she was the genius, ice princess, that had a perfect grade talent. A lady that his younger brother had admired for many years, but didn't dare to talk to. "If you don't make your move then shall I make mine?" Lionel asked. "She's very beautiful and suits my taste perfectly. Who knows? She might also be my future queen when I feel like it." Rufus calmly looked at his older brother with a smile. "There's a reason why Sir Lawrence didn't join your faction. It's because he knows that you are a snake. Do you really believe that he'll allow his beloved granddaughter to fall into your hands? Keep dreaming, big brother of mine. So, are you going to dance with her or not? You say so many things and yet, you can't answer a simple question. Lionel snorted. He knew that Rebecca was Rufus' weakness. As long as he used her in an argument, Rufus would never win against him. Ernest just sat at the side with his head lowered. He had no intention of joining his brother's conversation, and the two didn't intend for him to be caught in their quarrel. Although Lionel and Rufus didn't get along with each other, they still treated their youngest brother in a civil manner. The youngest prince then suddenly felt a warm gaze looking at him. He slowly raised his head to look at the corner of the room. There he saw Est, who was looking at him with a kind smile. Ernest returned his smile briefly before once again lowering his head. Happy memories of his childhood emerged inside his mind as he recalled all the times that he and Est had played with each other in secret in the garden behind the royal palace. Chapter 214, A Key That Would Bring the World to Ruin. A few hours later, the party was in full swing. Performers, and other entertainers, wowed everyone with their amazing display of skills and talent. Even though William had two beauties by his side, he was unable to refuse the invitations of the ladies from the powerful families. The reason? It was because the king had personally walked up to him and whispered something in his ear. Because of that reason, William was not able to refuse the advances of the ladies and interacted with them as politely as possible. He didn't make any promises, nor did he entertain any kind of subtle agreement when it came to marriage. If James was there, he would have definitely pulled all of these ladies into a corner to tell them that he approved of all of them. He would even go as far as to set a grand wedding so that William could marry them all. Fortunately, he was not here, and that saved William from a future marriage calamity. As a stopgap measure to prevent the more aggressive girls from taking things a step further, William shamelessly used Rebecca as a shield and told everyone that his fiancé and him were still engaged and would settle their dispute in 3 years. Although those present in the ceremony had witnessed William's declaration to Rebecca, many still didn't know the reason behind it. Since the favorite pastime of the young ladies in the kingdom, when they gathered, was to gossip, William's and Rebecca's 7-year duel became known to all the nobles in the Hellen kingdom a few days after the banquet was over. Of course, this was also part of William's plan in order to prevent anyone from making moves on him. If they wanted to make a move on him, they needed to go see Lawrence and his grandfather first. Yes, the half-elf dumped all the responsibility onto the two old geezers who started all of this mess. In order to escape further advances from the ladies, he once again invited Wendy to dance with him and the latter happily accepted his invitation. As William and Wendy danced together, Carter eyed them from a distance. "Is she the young lady you spoke of, Charlotte?" Carter asked. His eyes had locked onto the beautiful young lady that was currently in William's arms. "Yes," Charlotte replied, "she's Wendy, a very good friend of mine and the only daughter of the Duke of Armstrong. She's one of the bride candidates that I was talking to you about." "Do the two of you get along well?" Carter inquired. "I have known her since she was 8 years old." Charlotte smiled. "She calls me big sister and the two of us are very close. If possible, I want her to be Professor's future wife as well." "Ah, I almost forgot, she also likes your candies very much. 2 days ago, she asked me if she could have more." "Professor, you'd better make more of those candies so I can share them with her." "I see." Carter caressed Charlotte's hand affectionately. "You did a good job. Also, thank you for thinking of me. I promise that I will give you plenty of love tomorrow." Charlotte blushed because Carter had praised her. She didn't know that she was very close to becoming Carter's evil accomplice, due to the power of the suggestion spell that had almost consumed her entire being. Charlotte didn't even know that she was going to make her good friend, Wendy, fall into the hands of a demon that would ravage her heart and body inside and out. Carter gazed at his bride candidate with lecherous eyes. Although Wendy was still young, her body was developing in the right places. The professor could feel the fire of lust fanning his loins as he stared at the pure and innocent girl in the distance. In 2 or 3 years, that young lady will grow to be a peerless beauty, Carter thought. "I guess I'd better increase my candy production so that Charlotte can share it with her." Carter had a special ability of absorbing the life force of anyone he kissed. This strengthened his magic power as well as increased his own life force. However, if he were able to make love to a lady, he would be able to control them remotely because he was able to implant his seed deep inside their wombs. That way, he could order them to do anything he wanted. They wouldn't even bat an eye when commanded to kill someone once they had fallen completely under his control. Although this same kind of deed was possible with the suggestion spell, those affected by it could still resist if they had a strong willpower. However, the moment he made love to them, they would be his slaves forever. Lionel stared at William like a wolf. When he heard that a new knight order was going to be founded in the kingdom, the first thing that came to his mind was to make it his private force. His father, Noah, had the Knight Order of Gladiolus under him. They were a very powerful organization that only answered to the king. They also carry out special missions for the kingdom that would impact the lives of its citizens. Lionel had always thought of himself as the next king of the Hellen kingdom. He was the crown prince, so this mindset was perfectly justified. The only problem was that Lionel had a vice and overwhelming greed for power. Whenever he heard that a talented individual had appeared, he would immediately send his subordinates to bribe them to come under his wing. If not for the fact that the Misty sect had sought out Rebecca first, he would have done everything in his power to put the beautiful lady under his command. Unfortunately, even if there was no Misty sect blocking his way, the old Duke of Griffith, Lawrence, would not allow him to do as he wished. Lionel still wondered why the old fox was opposing him. The prince couldn't remember any incident that made the two of them clash, and yet, Lawrence would always treat him in a cold manner, even if he tried to be chummy with him. Truly a shame, Lionel thought. Although he was not in love with Rebecca, he had to admit that she was a lady worthy of his rank. As a rarely seen genius that was born every 200 years, who had a body that was blessed with a perfect grade talent, it was impossible not to be moved. Truth be told, the lady that Lionel wanted to marry was none other than the third princess of the kingdom of Frisia. When he met her during a conference of the Four Kingdoms, he had fallen in love with her at first sight. The third princess always wore a veil to cover her face. If not for that hunting accident when she had fallen off her horse, and he had saved her, he wouldn't have had the opportunity of seeing the face behind the veil. Lionel had only seen her face for half a minute, but it was more than enough to make him hopelessly in love with her. This was another reason he had for wanting to seize the throne. He wanted to negotiate with their long-standing ally for a marriage between their two kingdoms. A few years ago, an unknown organization had approached him and asked him if he was interested in becoming the emperor of the entire southern continent. They even promised that they could make any girl he fancied become his woman if he worked with them in secret. Their leader even vaguely hinted that the beast tide, that almost brought the Hellen kingdom to its knees, had been their doing. The man even respectfully advised him to accept his offer before they changed their mind. Lionel was not a fool. He didn't accept their offer, but didn't reject it either. All he said was that he would only seriously consider their proposal if the organization could show him what they were capable of doing. The man agreed and left. But before they ended their conversation, he told Lionel that he wasn't the only candidate that they were planning to make the emperor of the entire southern continent. Although the man didn't give him some kind of ultimatum, Lionel understood what the representative of the organization was trying to say. If he was of no use to their cause, then they would not waste their time on him. What the secret organization wanted from him was a key that was under no safekeeping. Once he gave them the key, they would serve the southern continent to him on a silver platter. The key that would open the treasure vault in the Undying Lands, Lionel thought as he glanced at his father, who was talking to the Sword Saint in the distance. He was already leaning towards the idea of betraying his kingdom and becoming an agent of the organization. Lionel leaned back in his chair and stared at the nobles gathered in the banquet. All of them thought that he would become their king once his father retired from the throne. What they didn't know was that he was secretly laughing at all of them. Why would he settle to be a king, when he could become the emperor of an entire continent? After he was crowned the emperor of the southern continent, he would then set his sights on the central continent and use the organization's backing to subdue anyone that blocked his way. Lionel's smile widened. The crown prince could already imagine his bright future. Surrounded by riches, beautiful women, and the one girl he desired the most in the world. And all that was stopping him from achieving it all was a key. A key that would open the doors of hell and bring the world to ruin. Chapter 215. That slave collar on your neck suits you perfectly. It was getting late, and most of the nobles had their fill of the activities, food, drinks, and gossip. Lionel, the crown prince, thought that it would be very interesting to see his brother's reaction if he took Rebecca to the dance floor for the last song of the night. With this thought in mind, he rose from his seat and walked towards the tables where Rebecca and her grandfather were seated. The moment he made his move, the eyes of the ladies locked onto him and prayed in their hearts that they would get the honor of dancing with him. It didn't take long for them to realize that Lionel was making a beeline towards Rebecca. The second prince's expression suddenly became serious when he realized what his older brother was about to do. He hesitated, but in the end, stood up from his seat to follow behind his brother. Rufus would rather invite Rebecca to a dance than let his older brother have his way with her. When Lionel was only 10 meters away from Rebecca, the prided genius of the Misty Sect stood up and walked towards the table of the Angorian war sovereign. Lionel's brow rose and Rufus stopped in his tracks. Rebecca walked with grace and confidence until she reached the table of the half-elf who was busy chatting with her good friend, Wendy. Naturally, William felt her presence and turned his head to look at her. The beautiful young lady wearing a sleeveless, purple gown, adorned with glittering stars, that made everyone around her feel insecure, made a curtsy. She then stared at William with her light green eyes that were as clear and beautiful as his and invited him to dance. "Lord William, will you give me the honor of sharing this last dance with you?" Rebecca asked with a smile. Looking at his fiancée, William nodded his head and bowed respectfully at her. "It will be my honor to dance with one of the beautiful jewels of the kingdom." William extended his hand and Rebecca accepted it. Together, they walked towards the center of the hall like a couple that was made in heaven. He, a dazzling prince with red hair that made the ladies sigh in admiration. She, a celestial princess that came from the night sky to break the hearts of men. The guests in the ballroom parted to let them through. The beautiful pair took center stage with grace and confidence that made everyone wonder if their 7-year duel was just a ruse in order to hide how deeply and madly in love they were to each other. When the music played, William's hand firmly rested on her waist, while Rebecca's rested on his shoulder. Their other hands held each other as they slowly swayed from side to side. The last dance was a dance for couples. It was slow and allowed the dancers to have an intimate moment with their loved one. Rebecca moved closer and rested her head on William's chest, which made Wendy, Est, and Ian unconsciously clench their fists in frustration. William's expression didn't change. In fact, he even smiled and rested the side of his face against hers, which made the ladies and men, who were trying to get closer to the two of them, have second thoughts. Lionel awkwardly returned to his seat and watched William and Rebecca with a serious gaze. Rufus, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face, but a fire was burning brightly deep inside. He felt envious of the boy who was able to share such an intimate moment with the goddess in his heart. However, he would rather have William dance with Rebecca than let his older brother have that chance. Although his heart was aching, he begrudgingly accepted the result. "What is your relationship with Wendy?" Rebecca asked via telepathy. She was wearing a special artifact that allowed her to communicate with another person as long as she was touching him. Rebecca had already explained to William why she invited him to dance, while they were making their way towards the dance floor. "Wendy is a good friend of mine," William answered. "The two of us are close." "Did you feed her some wild mushrooms?" Rebecca inquired. "I've known her for years and many boys have already proposed to her for marriage, but she rejected them all. With a glance, I can tell that she really likes you. The reason why she likes me is because she has good taste. Unlike some people who think too highly of themselves." "What a petty man you are." "Thank you for your praise," William replied as he danced along with the music. Rebecca quieted down for a few minutes as if organizing her thoughts. When she spoke again, her voice was filled with determination. "First, I would like to thank you because Lady Miriam is now dead set on making me use the best facilities in the main sect to ensure that I will step on your head when you climb the peaks of the Misty Sect. You're welcome. Second, I intend to continue to use you as a shield so that all my suitors will be kept at bay," Rebecca stated. "Know that I don't really like you and I have no intention of becoming your fiancé. Not now, not in the future." "What a coincidence. The feeling is mutual," William commented. "Cultivate well inside the Misty Sect and wait for this sir to give you a spanking." "You're quite confident. I wonder where that confidence of yours is coming from." "My confidence comes from my good looks and bloodline. With a face like mine, let alone you, even the goddess of beauty would squirm in the heavens while saying my name." Rebecca scoffed inside her heart. "Aren't you afraid that the gods will smite you for being arrogant?" William let out a light chuckle that tickled Rebecca's ears. "You don't know anything about the gods. Me and them are best buds. Now that you mention it, I'd rather kiss Lily than kiss you." Rebecca didn't know who this Lily was, but comparing her to another girl somehow made her irritated. Somewhere in the 10,000 temple, Lily, who was busy handing contracts to the new arrivals at the temple, sneezed. The men who were lining up in her stall gasped because the way she sneezed was so cute. that they felt like they were melting. The lowly goddess tilted her head to the side and an adorable smile appeared on her face. This new round of cuteness made the guys excited as they anxiously waited for their turn to sign Lily's contract. As the song was coming to a close, Rebecca took a step back and lightly dragged William towards the balcony. William didn't resist, and allowed himself to be led by the brown-haired beauty. When the two of them were finally out of everyone's sights, Rebecca stared at William with a serious gaze. "Although I don't like you, I will give you some very important advice. Do not allow yourself to become part of the Crown Prince's faction. He is a snake, and cannot be trusted." William retained the calm expression on his face when he heard Rebecca's warning. "Is this the advice of your grandfather or your personal one?" "It's a message that my grandfather asked me to pass to you. However, I share the same opinion. The Crown Prince is a greedy person. He has already set his eyes on you, so be careful in dealing with him. Believe me when I say that you don't want to become his enemy." "Oh, sounds scary." William smiled. "Then who is your grandfather pinning his hopes on?" "No one, is what I'd like to say, but that would be a big fat lie," Rebecca answered. "However, our ideal choice for the king of this kingdom is hard to achieve. Not only is he young, he also doesn't have anyone backing him. We don't dare to actively declare our support to him in fear that it would break the delicate balance that the princes have on the surface." William didn't say anything because he already had a hunch on who the Griffiths were supporting. Of course, he didn't ask to confirm his suspicion, because it would be meaningless. Right now, the kingdom was about to fight a war on two fronts. William had no spare time, or energy, to worry about the battle for the throne. Besides, Noah, the current king of the kingdom, was still in good health. At the very least, everyone in the kingdom would have to wait a decade before the king would step down from his position. "Please, pass my thanks to your grandfather," William replied. "I will take his words to heart and distance myself from the Crown Prince. Is there anything else that you would like to tell me?" Rebecca looked at him for a good while before speaking out her mind. "Yes, there's one more thing that I would like you to know," Rebecca smiled in a teasing manner. 3 years from now, I'll make the world know that no one can decide what I want to do with my life. If anyone tries to block my path from reaching the peak of the mortal realm, I will erase them from the face of the earth. Also, that slave collar on your neck suits you perfectly," Rebecca sneered. "Even if a dog was dressed in expensive clothes, at the end of the day, he is still a dog." The beautiful young lady walked away without giving William a second glance. The latter, however, looked at his ex-fiancés, retreating back with a devilish smirk on her face. "A dog?" William sneered. "What an interesting idea. I guess I'll just have to see how you will bark and wag your tail in the future." In order to not create any misunderstandings, William's enslavement period is now over. Even if he is wearing the slave collar, he is no longer Celine's slave. Right now, the collar on his neck is nothing more than an accessory that held no power to control him. Chapter 216, The Lady Behind the Glasses. A week after the banquet that was held inside the palace, the Royal Academy resumed their classes. However, something in the air was different. The usually cheerful hallways, although not devoid of laughter, were more solemn compared to before. The students that had experienced the baptism of the dungeon outbreak now understood how fragile their lives were. They had seen how even a small mistake could cause them to lose their lives at the jaws of monsters that were many times stronger than them. Because of this, everyone took their studies seriously, which made the professors double their efforts to teach them the lessons that would give them the highest chance for survival, if they found themselves in similar situations. Even the arrogant top students in the past were now doing their best to further increase their strength. Many students had died during the dungeon outbreak, and all of their names were written on the newly erected monument in the main plaza of the academy to honor their bravery and sacrifice for the kingdom. Their friends would often look at these names and shed bitter tears, partly blaming themselves for being afraid and for not being strong enough to make a difference. They were not strong enough to save them, so, because of that, they poured their hearts into their lessons. They appreciated that the teachers had to come up with more effective training regimens in order to accommodate their drive to become stronger. The werehyenas are Class C beasts that hunt alone or join with others to form a cackle, Oswald Hartel, the bestiary teacher of the first years, said in a calm manner. Among the Therian groups, they are often called opportunistic beasts because they don't care whether they steal their prey from others, or eat the remains that are left after other creatures have had their fill. Although they are weaker than werewolves, they have characteristics that werewolves don't have. For example, they can transform any time of the day, while the werewolves are limited to only being able to transform at night. Everyone was paying close attention to Oswald's lecture. Even William, who had the chance to face off against these beasts, was listening properly to the professor's explanation. He was quite amazed by how strong these beasts were, and the scary part about them was that they could transform into humans. Fortunately, there was a clear identification whenever a were-hyena transformed into a human. The iris in their eyes had a yellowish tinge, which identified them as the notorious Therian creature. Due to this distinction, that couldn't be hidden even when using spells, Therians stayed away from human cities and only lived on the outskirts, fearing that someone would be able to see through their identity. Kenneth, who was seated beside William, was also paying attention to the professor. After experiencing the great battle in the southern regions of the Helen Kingdom, his thirst for knowledge about magical beasts had also increased. In our next lesson, we will be talking about wendigos. Oswald ended his lecture with a smile. Until then, make sure that you stay away from were-hyenas until you are strong enough to fight them. With that final reminder, Oswald left the room. Classes for the day were now over. The classes inside the Royal Academy started at 9 in the morning and went until 2 in the afternoon. Surprisingly, the names of the days in Hestia were similar to the names of the days back on Earth. On Mondays, Wednesday, and Fridays, they attended the more physical lessons. Lessons like equestrian training, archery, swordsmanship training, spear training, axe handling, throwing weapons mastery, etc. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, they attended the more lecture-focused lessons like history, bestiary lessons, war strategies, and topography. Over the weekends, some of the students would go out to complete missions and commissions, while others would go explore the dungeons and domains that were currently available. After their lessons, the entirety of the first-year students headed towards the equestrian field of the Martial Division. After the impressive aerial performance of the Angorian War Sovereign, many students from different divisions had applied to become part of the Knight Order. The majority of those who applied were commoners who were hoping to become official knights. William didn't discriminate and put them all on a probationary period. The commander of the Angorian War Sovereign understood that some of the members who joined them were merely the nobles, spies sent to keep an eye on their actions. Nevertheless, he took them in because he had the confidence to make them his own double agents. Information was a very powerful tool, and it went both ways. The nobles had a very famous saying, "Everyone has a price." For the most part, this was true. Everyone had a price. However, William was not everyone. During the banquet, the nobles did their best to bribe him to work for them, but he politely turned all of them down. The Crown Prince even subtly hinted that it would be best for the Angorian War Sovereign to become the personal Knight Order of the future king of the Helen Kingdom. William just smiled, but didn't agree or disagree with the Crown Prince. He took a neutral stance, and the Crown Prince was smart enough to take the hint. "Ride your mounts," William ordered. "Make sure that all of you stay in formation." Since only the original members of the Knight Order had magical beasts, the rest of the new members had no choice but to ride on mountain horses that were bred in captivity. Aside from William's officers, and the 36 original members of the Knight Order, 120 new recruits had joined their ranks. "Captains, you take the lead," William ordered. "Yes," his officers replied in unison. Dave, Conrad, Priscilla, Spencer, Drake, and the newly appointed officer, Samuel, took charge of the formation. Each of them had 6 knights, and 19 probationary members under them, forming a platoon. Samuel was the noble that gave William the spear in order to force the griffin, Lionheart, to submit into becoming Dave's contracted beast. The young noble was already 16 years old, and the third son of their barony. Since he had no magic powers, his family didn't care much about him and pampered his older brother, who had a grade B talent in magic. This was also why he did his best to enter the Helen Royal Academy to make a name for himself. He was always looking for an opportunity to raise his status, so when William formed a Knight Order he hurriedly joined it, thinking that it was a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. When William asked for a spear, he had presented it without a second thought. He had long decided to hug William's legs and follow him as a loyal subordinate. William recognized him because a person who took the initiative was someone worth grooming. Since Kenneth refused to lead a team of his own, the role landed on Samuel's head, which made the young noble ecstatic to show William that he hadn't made a mistake in choosing him to be one of his captains. When William asked Kenneth to lead a squad of his own, the delicate-looking boy firmly rejected his offer. He insisted that he would stay by William's side to assist him in his personal squad. William didn't reject his proposal and allowed him to become a permanent member of his 6-member team. Spencer tried to join them, but William kicked him out. The shameless shepherd even insisted that if Spencer couldn't even create and manage a squad of his own, he would be expelled from the Night Order. Facing such a threat, the Siskin had no choice but to begrudgingly obey William's order. As the commander of the Angorian War Sovereign, William had his own private squad which was composed of Kenneth, Wendy, Ian, and the twin brothers, Brutus and Bruno Macaser. I'm only missing a healer, then our team is good to go, William thought. Wendy, do you know of any healers that could join our team? It would be best if they are a person you trust. Wendy thought for a while before answering William's inquiry. I only know of one person, but she's a 3rd year in the Spirit Division. William became curious and asked Wendy for more information. The latter was very weak when it came to William's request, so she decided to accompany him to the Spirit Division after their equestrian training had ended. Since William was the commander of the newly established Night Order, the guards in the Spirit Division didn't block his way. Right now, William was like a celebrity inside the Helen Royal Academy. Everyone wanted to form a connection with him, so it was very easy for him to gain access to the different divisions in the academy. Big Sister Amelia, are you here? Wendy knocked on the door. It's me, Wendy, can I have some of your time? The door slightly opened and a girl with long green hair, and wearing eyeglasses, peeked out from inside the room. Wendy, it is me, Big Sister. Amelia looked at the boy behind her good friend and recognized William instantly. What does the commander of the Night Order want from me? Amelia asked. William gave a light bow. There is something that I would like to ask of you, but can we talk in private? I don't want to discuss this matter in the hallway. William glanced at his left and right and saw several girls that were chatting in the hallway. All of them were curious about why the commander had visited their dorm, so they trailed after him. Although some of them had guessed William's intention, without getting the confirmation from him, their guesses would remain as guesses. Amelia reluctantly nodded her head and invited the two inside her room. She also didn't want to make it difficult for Wendy because the two of them were good friends that had known each other for years. The moment the door closed, the girls in the dormitory flocked in front of Amelia's room and tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. Unfortunately for them, William had come prepared and made sure that not even a single word of their discussion would be heard outside of the room. Chapter 217. Condition for joining the Night Order. Amelia looked at William, looked at the scroll his hand was holding. The red-headed boy smiled and presented the blank sheet of paper to Amelia. Curious about what would happen next, she accepted the scroll and looked at it. Suddenly, sentences appeared on the surface of the scroll. It explained William's purpose for coming. It also included the proper way on how to reply to William without anyone noticing. William wasn't taking any chances. Since he was inside the Spirit Division, he knew that certain abilities could be used that would allow others to spy on their discussion. Although he didn't mind saying his request out loud, he didn't want to make a scene and make the leaders of the Spirit Division think that he was poaching the talented students under their noses. 5 minutes later, Amelia handed back the scroll to William. This was the magic scroll that Ezio had used to communicate with William when he was doing his missions. Only the person whom the user wanted to see the writings would be able to see it. Even the most powerful deciphering spells wouldn't be able to crack the special magic that was transcribed in the making of this scroll. Sorry, but I am not interested in joining your Night Order. William sent his thoughts to the scroll and returned it to Amelia. The latter accepted it and frowned when she read William's question. Why? Amelia sighed and returned the scroll to William's hands. I don't want to get into trouble. The two exchanged the scrolls several more times until William finally understood why she was rejecting his offer. So your hometown is having some difficulty and you're worried about your family, correct? Yes. A horde of trollhounds led by a Class A beast is terrorizing our barony. I have already sent a request to the academy for help, but the barony's commission was not enticing enough for the students. Besides, we just finished facing a dungeon outbreak and no one is in the mood to fight strong monsters. If I accept this commission and succeed, will you join our Night Order? If you succeed and save my hometown, I will agree to join your Night Order. Very well, I will accept the commission, but you will have to come with us as a guide to your barony. After reading the last message on the scroll, Amelia nodded her head. She gave William the, I will go with you, stare which made the half-elf nod his head in acknowledgement. Before leaving, William told Amelia that they would depart on Friday night to deal with the trouble in her hometown. Of course, the red-headed boy also reminded her not to tell anyone about what they had discussed, to which she readily agreed. Amelia couldn't possibly turn down the help of the commander from the Agorian war sovereign. She even felt relieved that her constant worry about her parents' safety was about to be solved. That was until she met William again on Friday night. Lord William, where are the rest of your knights?" Amelia asked. "They won't be coming with us," William replied. "It will be just us, my mama, Dia, and Ragnar." Amelia looked at William to see if the newly appointed knight commander was joking. However, the half-elf only gave her a smile filled with confidence. This made the green-haired lady massage her forehead in frustration. "Lord William, please, this is a serious matter," Amelia said with a serious expression. "Lives are at stake. I would greatly appreciate it if you stopped joking around." William blinked innocently and gave Amelia the, "Am I a joke to you?" stare. Seeing that William was dead serious in completing the commission with just the two of them, Amelia felt like she had wasted her time. All the hope and excitement that she had felt while waiting for this moment vanished into thin air. Of course, William could understand what Amelia was thinking at the moment. However, after careful consideration, he determined that it would be best to do this mission without bringing the rest of his knight order along. The reason, after consulting the system, William found out that trollhounds were beasts that he could tame. Since that was the case, William was sure that he and the trollhounds could have a dialogue for negotiation. If the negotiation didn't work, it wouldn't be too late to bring his contingent plan into play and force them out of the region. "I know that you are having doubts, so how about this? The two of us are going to check the situation first," William proposed. "If it really requires military intervention, then I promise you that I will use the full power of my knight order to drive the trollhounds away from your barony. Do we have a deal?" Amelia pondered for a while before reluctantly agreeing to William's proposal. She was really worried about her family and the townspeople who had treated her well during her younger years. If possible, she wanted to do everything in her power to return the care that they had given her. William had accepted the commission earlier in the day and registered it at the quest hall of the academy. They used the portal of the academy and headed towards the eastern regions of the Hellen Kingdom. As a knight commander, William was given certain privileges, and one of them was the right to use the portals for free. They used the portal to teleport to the nearest gateway to Amelia's hometown. However, it still took them 2 hours to reach the green-haired girl's hometown riding on Ella's back. "It's more serious than I expected," William frowned. Along the way, he found light traces of miasma that reminded him of the dungeon outbreaks that had happened recently. The flora of the barony were wilting and the ground was cracked and dry. There was an oppressive atmosphere that could be felt in the mountains in the east, and William had a hunch that was where the trollhounds were currently staying. "Let's meet your parents first," William said as he guided Ella towards the main gate of the town. It was currently closed and several soldiers were stationed on the town's wall. Torches blazed on the ramparts and illuminated the surroundings. It was as if the soldiers were expecting a night raid, and all of them looked at William and his party wearily. "Halt!" A man wearing silver armor shouted from on top of the town wall. "State your name and purpose for coming to Thornshire." Amelia poked her head out from behind William's back and waved at the man standing on the ramparts. "Uncle Mark, it's me, Amelia," Amelia shouted. "Let us in." Mark's eyes widened as he recognized the young lady of their barony. "Open the gates and allow Lady Amelia to enter," Mark ordered. It was at that moment when barking sounds reverberated in the night. The soldiers manning the gates made a small opening for Ella to enter. William and Ella knew that now was not the time to dilly-dally and entered the town in haste. As soon as the goat had safely entered the town, the guards closed the gate in a hurry. Mark barked orders from the ramparts as the guardsmen loaded bolts onto their crossbows. William and Amelia exchanged a glance before making their way towards the ramparts to assist in defending the town. A series of long howls from the trollhounds echoed in the night. From the center of their formation, a giant trollhound with dark green skin stared at the town wall with unrestrained hunger. It only had one thought in its mind, and that was to break through the town's defenses and feast on the humans that were hiding within. Chapter 218, The Baron of Branford. Hundreds of green eyes glowed in the darkness, but William wasn't too concerned about them. What he was concerned about was the towering figure that stood at the center of the trollhound army. Titanic green-scaled trollhound. Mutated variant. Centennial rank. This creature is born from a sorcerer's experiment that has gone wrong. Has a very powerful regeneration ability that would not lose to hydras. Its jaws are strong enough to crush steel with ease. Has the special ability, Doom Hound, that allows itself to coat its body with the flames of hell and burn almost everything that touches it. This creature will regenerate its body parts even if you destroy its head and heart, even if you use powerful attacks that would instantly disintegrate it to nothingness. This creature will come back to life once again. This creature's only weakness is acid strong enough to melt adamantium. This is troublesome, William thought as he narrowed his eyes. Although it is a centennial beast, its ability alone is too overpowered. Whoever made this creature was planning to use it to do something nefarious. The red-headed boy wasn't able to stop himself from clicking his tongue at the sheer amount of effort that would be required to subjugate one of these beasts. Although there were some powerful spells that could create acid, only a handful had the strength to melt adamantium. William gave the rest of the monster horde a scan. Fortunately, the majority of them were Class E, and only a few dozen were Class D. Even so, like most trollhounds, they had strong regenerative abilities and were only weak to fire and acid. Aim, Mark ordered. Fire. Hundreds of crossbow bolts rained down on the trollhound army. The arrows hit their targets and embedded themselves into the bodies of the hounds. Unfortunately, it only made the trollhounds shout in pain, but there was no way they would die from such simple attacks, even if they were only Class E beasts. While the battle was going on, a fireball lit up the night as it slammed at the center of the trollhounds that had almost reached the town's wall. "The Baron has arrived," Mark announced. "Everyone, just hang on for as long as possible. Don't let any of those hounds breach our defenses." Another fireball fell from the sky as Philip, Amelia's father, and the Baron of Bradford joined the battle. He was a fifth circle magician that was loved by his subjects. He was once a sixth circle magician, but due to an accident, his rank had regressed and was forced to retire from the Red Tower of the Mage Guild. After finding the love of his life, he settled down in the territory granted to him by the king and lived a peaceful and happy life with his family. Unfortunately, his quiet life had been disrupted by the dungeon outbreaks that ravaged the land. He had just returned from the dungeon subjugation in the nearby duchy when he discovered that his own barony was in trouble. Philip understood that the kingdom's manpower was stretched thin, but he still asked for help from the surrounding nobles. However, none of them had the manpower to help him. His only hope was to send a commission to the Royal Academy where her daughter, Amelia, was staying, but no news returned to him. He wasn't expecting to see his own daughter defending the town walls along with the town's guard. Philip knew that he couldn't lose focus now because the greatest threat to their barony was currently in front of his eyes. He calmly chanted a spell while his subordinates faced off against the wave of monsters besieging their defenses. "Summon creature," Philip shouted. "Come forth, flame elemental." A 5-meter-tall flame elemental crashed down outside the city walls. It instantly incinerated the trollhounds that were unlucky enough to be on its landing spot. The soldiers cheered when they saw the powerful ally that appeared to help them. Philip made his way towards his daughter as he stared down at the burning corpses on the ground. "When did you arrive?" Philip asked. "Just now, father," Amelia replied. "I brought the commander of the Angorian war sovereign to help us deal with the threat to our barony." Philip gave William a sidelong glance before staring at the titanic green-scaled trollhound in the distance. He had already heard about William from his peers, and they said that he seemed like a promising boy. However, after seeing him in person, Philip thought that his acquaintances were exaggerating their praises. Philip was unable to attend the knighting ceremony because he was busy handling the aftermath of the dungeon outbreaks that ravaged the kingdom. In his eyes, William didn't look strong. Aside from being a good-looking boy, he didn't have any strong presence that could be found on outstanding individuals like the first commander of the Knight Order of Gladiolus. Still, he had to be polite because a knight commander that was personally appointed by the king was still a knight commander, even if he was still a boy. "Commander William, I'm sorry, but I am unable to extend to you the hospitality of our barony at this time," Philip said as flames danced in his fingertips. He then hurled them at the trollhounds that tried to jump over the defensive walls. The trollhounds' bodies immediately exploded in a shower of sparks, lighting their surroundings in a reddish hue. William hummed as he watched the battle unfold. Right now, the only one that had the ability to kill the trollhounds was Philip. Although a fifth circle magician was strong, he was still alone. Also, the greatest threat on the battlefield was only weak to acid. Even if Philip was able to disintegrate it with one full-powered spell, the titanic green-scaled hound would just revive once again. Seeing the changes on the battlefield, the boss hound finally made its move and charged towards the rampaging fire elemental. Fire elementals were corporeal incarnations of the element of fire. Being one of the most destructive elements in the world, fire elementals were very aggressive creatures. Seeing that the titanic hound was charging towards it, it didn't hesitate to face it head-on. The titanic hound immediately used its ability Doom Hound and coated itself in hellfire. When the two flaming abominations collided, a heat wave swept to the battlefield, incinerating anything within 100 meters around them. Beads of sweat were forming on Philip's head as he channeled his energy to the flame elemental to extend the duration of its summoning life. Because of this, he was unable to focus on the other trollhounds that were using each other as stepping stones to breach the town's wall. It's quite unfortunate that this battle happened at night. William sighed as he looked up at the night sky. Although he couldn't beat the titanic hound that was currently battling the fire elemental, he was still capable of dealing with the small fries that were threatening Amelia's hometown. System, switch my job class to Sun Knight. Job class has been successfully switched to Sun Knight. A warm feeling spread across William's body, as the passive skills of the Sun Knight activated. He then extended his right hand and smiled. Show them your power, Soleil. The ring that was given to William by Noah during his knighting ceremony glowed in his right hand to answer his summon. It was as if it was celebrating the fact that it was about to once again show its presence in the world of Hestia after sleeping for hundreds of years. Chapter 219. Soleil, the flower that blooms in the battlefield. A golden spear appeared in William's hand that shone brightly in the night. From the handle, up to the tip of its blade, everything was golden. If William didn't know better, he would think that Soleil was simply a mythical weapon meant for showing off. But he knew, with utmost certainty, that the spear, that was slowly getting hot in his hands, was a weapon of mass destruction. Let's go, Mama. Ella jumped off the town wall and a portal of light opened up behind William's back. 13 Angorian war ibex emerged from it and formed a protective circle around Ella and William. Blurg, trollhounds, Soglav, who had just emerged from the portal, spat in. Disdain. Disgusting. Don't whine, you still owe me from the cores of the werehyenas. William snorted at his demonic business partner. Fine. Soglav glanced at the direction of the titanic trollhound that was fighting in the distance. But, I ain't touching that thing. William nodded his head in understanding. He knew that Soglav wouldn't do anything that could potentially harm its own life. This was one of the rules that they had established when they made their business deal. The Angorian war ibexes were like little children that had found new toys to play with. They kicked, tackled, and sent the trollhounds flying wherever they went. Of course, they didn't just play. They kept their formation steady because they were completely outnumbered. The only reason why they were able to overwhelm their opponents was due to the difference in ranks. Even the few dozen Class D trollhounds stayed away from the war ibexes who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started their rampage. At first, William planned to start a massacre, to thin the ranks of the trollhounds. However, for some reason, something in him was preventing him from going through with his plan. This was a very weird feeling, because this was the first time that it happened to him. It was as if he was an adult that was about to bully babies, which made him feel confused. While William was still deciding what to do, a notification suddenly appeared on his status screen. Defeat the titanic green-scaled trollhound. The trollhound horde will disperse after its leader is defeated. Reward, 2,000 god points. William frowned as he looked at the battle of the titanic trollhound and the fire elemental in the distance. From what he could see, the titanic trollhound had the upper hand and the fire elemental was on the defensive. This didn't bode well for them because the fire elemental was the strongest ally they had that could face off against the biggest threat on the battlefield. William then shifted his attention to Philip, who was now leaning on the ramparts. With a glance, he could tell that he was nearing his limit. Soleil, that was being held in William's hand, was no longer golden in color, but was completely dark red. Like steel that had been soaked in flames by the blacksmith, it was nearing its limit before its might could be unleashed. 10 more minutes, William thought as he observed the battlefield. Because of his presence, the trollhounds' attack completely stopped. None of them dared to move forward because Soglav and the Angorian ibexes were too strong for them to handle. Also, they felt that their strength was halved under William's presence. What William didn't know was that his shepherd job class had a deterrent effect when fighting against certain creatures that fell under the shepherd's protection. Only beasts with demonic or dark properties would be able to resist this debuff that was radiating from William's body. This was also why the alpha hippogriffs and the centaurs didn't want to get into a conflict with William. They could tell that they would be greatly weakened if they tried to fight against the heir of their eternal guardian. Although dogs belonged to a pack, they were a shepherd's trusted companion, which also made them vulnerable to William's job class. Trollhounds were not demonic or dark creatures. They were beasts that were born from the fusion of alchemical troll blood and wild dogs. This new and ferocious breed gained the power of regeneration and resistance to almost everything except fire and acid. The trollhounds growled at William and his party, but made no further movements to attack. This made the defenders on the wall sigh in relief as they looked at their guard. "Captain, for his next order. Stand by, but keep your crossbows loaded," Mark ordered. Amelia had an anxious expression as she used spirit magic to help her father keep the elemental summon on the battlefield. After weighing the pros and cons, William decided that he had no other choice but to show one of his trump cards to end the battle. "Lord Philip, can you sacrifice the fire elemental to summon a solar flare?" William asked. He knew that time was crucial and every second counted. "I can," Philip replied. "However, the fire elemental will immediately disappear after that. As a pyromancer he could, at most, use solar flare twice a day." However, he had already summoned a fire elemental and his magic was almost depleted. In order to perform William's request, he would need to order the fire elemental to use its ultimate move and burn itself until nothing was left. This would send the fire elemental back to its elemental plane where it would stay for some time to regain its strength. "Amelia, you are a wind spirit user, right? Can you bestow someone the power of flight?" William inquired. He was hoping that Amelia was skilled enough to use this support ability. "Yes, but it will only last for 10 minutes, Amelia answered. "That is more than enough. Please cast your flight spell on the fire elemental," William ordered. "Lord Philip, command the fire elemental to fly as high as it can while hugging the titanic trollhound." Amelia and the Baron nodded as they used their magic power to carry out William's orders. Soon, the angry howls of the titanic trollhound reverberated in the night as the fire elemental rose slowly in the air. It only stopped when it reached 3 kilometers above the ground. "Now," William shouted. Philip clenched his fist as he gathered the last dregs of magic power in his body. Solar flare. Philip opened his hands to unleash one of the strongest spells he could cast with his current level of power. A dazzling light erupted in the night sky that momentarily turned night into day. It only lasted for a brief moment because the radiance was immediately absorbed by the spear in William's hand that was burning like molten lava. Without the fire elemental holding onto it, the titanic trollhound fell from the sky with black smoke coming out of its body. Even though the sun flare lasted for only a few seconds, it still dealt grievous injuries to the ferocious beast. However, due to its strong regeneration ability, its injuries were slowly getting better as it fell down from 3 kilometers above the ground. "Bloom in the battlefield," William roared. "Fleur du soleil." William threw the mythical spear towards the titanic trollhound with deadly accuracy. The moment the spear embedded itself on the monster's chest, a powerful explosion similar to a small nuclear missile sent shockwaves on both the sky and the ground. After the explosion ended, a beautiful flower bloomed and illuminated the night sky. Although it was not bright enough to turn the night into day, like the solar flare, it still could be seen for many miles around the barony of Bradford. The defenders on the ramparts had already been blown away by the blast, including the trollhounds on the ground. Fortunately, Amelia managed to cast a windshield to neutralize the shockwave and kept her father from being blown away by the impact. The father and daughter pair looked at the radiant flower in the sky in awe and admiration. Philip felt a tingle ran down his spine as he looked at the youth that had unleashed that unbelievable display of power. If he had any misgivings about William being the knight commander of the kingdom, all of them were erased by the deadly flower that illuminated the sky of his barony. William raised his hand and a shining golden spear flew down from the sky to appear before him. It then transformed into a golden ring and returned to his right ring finger. The red-headed boy looked at the flower in the sky, before shifting his attention to the Baron of Bradford. Philip looked back at William and nodded his head. It was his way of thanking William and acknowledging his mistake in underestimating his abilities. He should have known better. The king wouldn't appoint someone who was not qualified to become the commander of a knight order that served directly under him. Chapter 220. He Who Dwells in the Marshes. A mile away from the hometown of Amelia, the titanic green-scaled trollhound was slowly reforming its body. Currently, the only thing that it had regenerated was its head and neck area. Its muscle tissues pulsated like the beating of a heart as it continued to reconstruct its missing body parts. If someone were to see this scene, they would think that it would perfectly fit the setting of a horror film. "So there you are," William said as he approached the 2-meter-long head while riding on Ella's back. Behind him were over 500 trollhounds that looked like little puppies that had lost their master. These were the ones that didn't run away after the battle ended. The majority of the hounds scattered after their leader was obliterated in the skies of the barony. William didn't bar their way because it was too much of a hassle. Instead, he used his authority as the shepherd to make the remaining trollhounds obey his orders. Due to the shock they had received and the fact that all of them were Class E beasts, they didn't have the strength, nor willpower, to disobey William's orders. "Can you talk?" William asked. The titanic trollhound snorted and closed its eyes. The one who created it was a human, so it hated humans to the core. Although William was a half-elf, the titanic trollhound was not interested in talking to him. William scratched his head because he could tell that this beast was one tough cookie. If possible, he wanted to add it to his herd because it was the strongest creature that he could tame with his current strength. "How about we make a deal?" William said with a serious expression. "You tell me what you want most in the world. If I can grant it, you will join my herd. How about it?" The titanic trollhound remained indifferent to William's proposal. The red-headed boy talked to it for half an hour, but the creature didn't even bother to give him a glance. William tried to entice it with different benefits, and also told it countless reasons why it should join his herd, but the boss of the trollhounds was resolute in ignoring him. Left with no choice, William turned his attention to the hundreds of trollhounds that had survived the battle behind him. "Who among you wants to follow me?" William asked. "I promise that those who follow me will never go hungry again. You will have food to eat every day and have the opportunity to grow stronger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those who want to become part of my herd, step forward." At first there was no movement, but among the hundreds of trollhounds, a single trollhound walked towards William. This particular trollhound was so skinny that it was almost bone-like. Clearly, it was suffering from malnutrition and was on its last legs in life. Although trollhounds had powerful regeneration abilities, they were creatures that still needed to eat. They could still die if their bodies didn't receive any nutrients. Once a trollhound died, its corpse would be eaten by its fellow hounds until not even a single bone was left. Such was the life of trollhounds who lived in a group. The trollhound made a low growl laced with extreme hunger. William didn't know if what he heard was the beast's growl or the growl of its stomach. In any case, one thing was clear: it was starving and asking William if what he said earlier was true. William waved his hand and the trollhound was automatically added to the members of his herd. He then tossed a huge chunk of meat that was taken from the body of the werehyenas that were killed in the whimsical forest, to the trollhound. Seeing the piece of meat in front of it, the trollhound hungrily devoured it to sat its hunger. Its companions started to salivate and even thought of snatching the meat from the skinny hound. Some of them had even stepped forward to do just that, but a glare from William froze them in their tracks. "Only those that join my herd will be eligible to eat the food I provide," William grinned evilly. "How about it? Just say yes and you'll be able to eat your fill. All of your lives will be easier." The trollhounds were starting to waver. Their gazes shifted from the chunk of meat that their comrade was eating back to William. The red-headed boy knew that he was so close to luring the trollhounds into becoming his subordinates. Unfortunately, the titanic trollhound behind him chose this time to ruin his parade. "All humans can't be trusted," the titanic trollhound said via telepathy. "They will only use you as experimental subjects and throw you away once your usefulness is over." "Correction, I'm not human," William scoffed. "I'm a half-elf. You still can't be trusted." The titanic trollhound glared in anger. "You have the same expression as those greedy sorcerers who only think about themselves." William turned his back on the titanic trollhound because it was useless to talk to it. It was filled with hate towards humans that it was impossible to tame it even if he wanted to. Since that was the case, he would just poach its subordinates right under its nose. The shepherd chuckled internally as he tossed more chunks of meat on the ground. He didn't believe that the hungry hounds would be able to resist the temptation that he was offering them. Soon, a small mound of meat laid in front of the trollhounds that made their eyes become bloodshot. Their instincts for survival were leaning towards William even though the titanic trollhound still had its hold over them. I'll be honest, I intend to turn everyone who chooses to join me into my own private force, William said as he crossed his arms over his chest. I will ask you to fight for me when I am faced with difficulty. Some of you may die in the process, but I don't see any difference between my offer and your current situation. If you are planning to invade human territories, you are bound to face strong warriors. You already saw what I am capable of doing and, sorry to say that there are humans far stronger than me. William's words made the trollhounds shudder. William was the strongest person they had seen so far, and he was saying that there were humans far stronger than him. If that was the truth, then wouldn't that mean that they were just courting death? The trollhounds glanced at each other. Soon, more of them stepped forward and joined the skinny hound in eating the mound of meat that was in front of them. They had completely submitted to William and the latter didn't even have to add them to his herd because he knew that these hounds were now loyal to him. The titanic trollhound glared at the weaklings that were enticed by a few pieces of meat. Deep down, it disdained the trollhounds that rebelled and cursed them. All of you will regret this day, the titanic trollhound growled. Don't come running back to me when you see his true colors. William turned his head to look at the beast. That was looking at him in disdain. Don't worry, they will not regret their decision. Out of the hundreds of trollhounds, only 70 decided to join William's side. Although it was far smaller than his initial estimate, he was still happy with the result. System, can you now modify the Ring of Conquest to perform the task I wanted? The host will need to pay 3,000 God points for the modification of the Ring of Conquest. Do you want to proceed? I choose yes, William replied. Although his precious God points would be consumed in the process, it was a necessary investment in order to achieve his goal. Modifying the Ring of Conquest. Modification complete. A new feature has been added to the Goblin Crypt. Bestiary Barracks has been successfully integrated as a feature of the Ring of Conquest. William dismounted Ella and faced the first trollhound that had taken the initiative to join his party. Come here, William said softly. The skinny trollhound walked towards him. When it was only 2 meters away from William, it knelt on the ground to show its servitude. William summoned Rongomyniad and rested it on the trollhound's head. He didn't know if it would have any effect on beasts, but he decided to still give it a try. I bestow upon you a name, William announced. From the skinny dog that couldn't even eat scraps of meat, to an overlord that will be feared across the land. I give you the name of the world wolf that once ate a god that ruled among many other gods. William raised the lance in his hand as a golden light fell upon the trollhound's body. Rise, Fenrir, William ordered. Devour all my enemies until none of their bones are left. The king chess piece inside William's sea of consciousness glowed 3 times before returning to its normal state. It had recognized William's choice and shared its divinity with the skinny dog who would become part of the red-headed boy's 10,000 beast army. He who dwells in the marshes has been registered. Name, Fenrir. Bestowing title, Fenrir, Beast of Conquest. Chapter 221, Vanguards that would lead him to victory. I wonder what Will is doing, Wendy muttered as she dried her hair. She had just stepped out of the bath after finishing the afternoon training with the members of the Angorian War Sovereign. William had told her that he would accompany Amelia to her hometown in order to solve their barony's problem. I wish he'd brought me with him. Wendy pouted as she put on a set of clean clothes. Thor was currently sleeping on the top of her bed. He was more like Wendy's guardian than William's, but the latter didn't mind it one bit. In fact, he even gave Thor permission to stay by Wendy's side if he liked it. After fixing her hair in front of the mirror, she heard 3 knocks on her door. Wendy, are you there? It's me, Charlotte. Wendy hurriedly opened the door and allowed her good friend, Charlotte, to enter her room. Sorry, were you in the middle of changing clothes? Charlotte asked after seeing that Wendy's hair was still slightly wet. She also smelled the fragrant scent of soap on her body. No, Wendy replied. I had just finished fixing my hair when you knocked, big sister. Charlotte smiled and nodded her head in understanding. She had known Wendy for a long time and knew that the girl was a very honest and straightforward person. I came here because I want to share something with you, Charlotte said as she took out a small pouch from her pocket. Here, this is yours. Wendy curiously opened the pocket and a smile immediately appeared on her face. She estimated that there were over 20 candies inside the pouch, and it made her very happy. Thank you, big sister. Wendy gave Charlotte a big hug and the latter hugged her back. After a brief moment of intimacy, Wendy pulled away and giggled. Charlotte patted her head and smiled as well. Well then, I have to go. Charlotte lightly pinched Wendy's nose. The candies are in short supply right now, so don't share them with others. I'll come back again next week when I have more. Thank you, big sister. Wendy walked Charlotte out of her room. Whoever is supplying you these candies, please, tell them that I love the candies very much. Charlotte grinned and nodded her head. Both girls waved their hands to say goodbye, as they parted ways. Wendy excitedly placed a candy in her mouth as she walked towards the bed. The sweetness that soon followed made her close her eyes in appreciation. This candy is really good, Wendy muttered. Simply the best. She then ate another one before she sat on the bed. I hope you return soon, Will, Wendy muttered softly as the thought of the red-headed boy's smiling face that would occasionally make her heart skip a beat. She really hoped that the boy she liked would return soon, so that she could spend more time with him. The sound of goblins shrieking echoed inside the walls of the goblin crypt as William's trollhound army ate their fill. William hadn't lied when he told them that they wouldn't go hungry anymore if they followed him. When the bestiary was made on the first floor of the dungeon, the trollhounds started to explore the dungeon to get familiar with it. Whenever they encountered goblins, the trollhounds would immediately go for the kill. Fenrir watched as his subordinates feasted on the bodies of the goblins. Deep inside, he was very happy with his decision because it allowed him and his brethren to not suffer from starvation. After receiving William's blessings, the trollhound's body became more powerful and agile. He was now more like a wolf than a wild dog after his transformation. Although his subordinates were only Class E beasts, and he, Class D, none of the goblin parties were their match. Even though the hobgoblins were stronger than them, they couldn't be killed using normal means. Also, they numbered in the 70s. It was literally impossible for a party of hobgoblins to resist their rampage. Of course, William also gave them limitations. He didn't allow them to climb up to the 14th floor where the goblin shaman spawned. Numerous as they were, the goblin shaman was not an easy cookie to crack. After the Ring of Conquest was modified, the spawn rate of all the monsters on each of the floors increased dramatically. Each party that had a goblin shaman now consisted of 2 shamans, which was far more dangerous than the dungeon that Wendy, and her twin brother, Spencer, had challenged in the real world. In order to prevent any mishaps, William ordered Fenrir and the trollhounds to never step onto the 14th floor until all of them reached rank D, and Fenrir rank C. Anything else was fair game, so the trollhounds fought their way from the first floor up to the 13th floor of the dungeon crypt. Their non-existent battle style was slowly being formed and their team cooperation had started to establish. William tasked Fenrir to divide each team into groups of 10. After that, a captain was assigned to each group to make the commands easier. Fenrir was the commander, while the captains under him ensured that their formation wouldn't falter. In order to give them a more challenging training, Fenrir ordered each team to challenge different floors by themselves on a rotational basis. Because of this, the boss room up to the 13th floor became the main battleground of the trollhounds to perfect their teamwork. Although the new setup was good, it wouldn't change the fact that they were still rank E beasts. The boss room alone was quite difficult for 10 trollhounds to beat because of the difference in ranks. Still, they endured and challenged it over and over again. Although it was a painful experience, they were near immortal inside the goblin crypt because of their powerful regeneration ability. None of the goblins had the power to use fire and acid spells, so dying was not an issue. Fenrir joined his subordinates in battles against the hobgoblin leader. He was tired of being weak and helpless. That was why he fought with everything he had in order to not disappoint his new master, who had given him quite the blessing. William heard the system's report and was very satisfied with the results. The red-headed boy was confident that, given time, the trollhound army would be one of the vanguards that would lead him to victory. All he needed to do now was nurture them all until they became an unstoppable force that would help him conquer his foes in the battles that would happen in the future. Chapter 222, The Siskin Brothers. William was currently sleeping outside the Baron's residence. The reason? He was increasing the level of his recently obtained prestige class while he rested. Gained Express, 20. William laid perfectly still on the bench as he slept peacefully. Dia and Ragnar were sleeping on William's stomach, while Ella laid on the ground beside him. After dealing with the titanic trollhound, William made it swore an oath not to attack any towns within the Helen Kingdom. As the guardian of the herd, any oath made to him by beasts belonging to the herd would automatically fall under David's jurisdiction. After taking his trollhound army inside his ring of conquest, the red-headed boy finally returned to Amelia's hometown to rest. He was up all night and was thoroughly exhausted from the events that had transpired a few hours ago. The Sun Knight job class was the prestige class he had received after acquiring Soleil from the king. After checking its description, William found out that the only way to increase the level of this job class was to absorb the sunlight during the daytime. Even if he killed monsters, it would be of no use. This was why William always chose to equip the job class during the day in order to maximize its effects. Prestige class, Sun Knight. Praise the sun. The Sun Knights were the proud knights that fought to protect the weak and deliver justice to evildoers. They were devout followers of the sun god, Helios, and grew strong under sunlight. It was even said that, when the sun was at its zenith, the Sun Knights were nearly invincible. Increase stats by 50% when exposed to sunlight. Receives plus 2/0 enhancement to all stats when exposed to sunlight. Increase resistant to light and fire spells by 50%. Increase damage of light and fire spells by 200% when exposed to sunlight. Can use solar flare once a day, can be used during the night as well. Passive skill, Smile of the Sun, is always active during daytime. Passive skill, Aura of the Sun, is always active during daytime. While the red-headed boy was sleeping, Amelia and her family were discussing the outcome of the battle. Earlier, before he went to sleep, William made a report to the Baron that the titanic green-scaled trollhound had left his barony and would no longer return. Philip was very happy with the news and profusely thanked William for his hard work. He even intended to give him a proper reward for freeing him from the biggest headache that his barony had encountered for some years. William politely declined the additional rewards and told Philip that he was only doing this in order to recruit Amelia into his knight order. How old is he again? Amelia's mother, Sophia, asked. The commander is only 14 years old, Amelia replied. He's 14, and you're 17, Sophia thought out loud. I don't think there would be a problem if we betrothed you to him, right? Mother. Amelia's face became beet red as she held onto her mother's hand. The commander is already betrothed to someone. Don't make things difficult for both of us. I completely forgot about that Griffith girl, Sophia grinned. But, it's fine. From what I've heard, the two of them are not keen on getting together. Isn't that why the two of them are to have a duel in 3 years? This is a good time to form a connection with his family. No means no, silly girl, I only want the best for you. Philip calmly sipped his tea from the side and allowed her wife to chat with their daughter. They had been married for a very long time and he knew that Sophia was only teasing Amelia because she had missed her terribly. What he didn't know was that Sophia was half serious with her proposal. If she and James met, the two would certainly get along and even conspire to make William and Amelia have a shotgun wedding. Fortunately, Lant and Bradford were on opposite ends of the kingdom and it would be difficult for either party to travel between the territories without using the teleportation gates. According to the rumors, your commander is a shepherd, correct? Philip inquired. Yes, Amelia answered. At least, that is what is written in the records. The Louise family may only be a barony, but they were the most informed among the nobles in the eastern faction. Their information network was widespread because they maintained good relationships and formed strong connections with all of their neighbors. Philip placed his teacup on the table as he looked at Amelia with a serious expression. From what I saw last night, he is no ordinary shepherd. He seems to be a beast tamer as well because he was able to summon multiple beasts at the same time. That, I'm not sure, Amelia lowered her head. This was the first time I've seen Commander William fight. Do you really plan to join his knight order? Philip raised an eyebrow. I promised to join if he was able to solve the problem of our barony. Amelia nodded. Father, I don't want to go back on my word. Philip and Sophia remained silent and simply looked at their daughter's determined expression. Truth be told, they didn't want her to do anything that would put her life in danger. Being part of a knight order may seem good on paper, but in reality, it was a very dangerous profession. Since they were the king's private army, they would be asked to take on covert missions that always affected national security. These missions would definitely involve danger, so the couple was not too keen about accepting Amelia's decision. Philip and Sophia were blessed with 4 children, and Amelia was the only daughter of their household. The two of them, and their sons, treated her like their treasure and would fight anyone who dared to hurt her. They would not give that person face, even if he was the commander of a knight order. Father, mother, please, trust me, Amelia pleaded. I believe that the commander will not sacrifice, or abandon, us when things get rough. Philip massaged his temple, while Sophia sighed. They could tell that they would not be able to dissuade Amelia from her decision, so there was nothing else to do but accept it. As if waiting for that moment, 3 identical boys walked into the room in a hurry. We've heard from Uncle Mark that Amelia is here. Where is she, old man? Don't you dare hide our sister from us. Philip's lips twitched as he did his best to stop himself from throwing fireballs at his triplets who were certified Siskins. Plenty of nobles had visited their barony to ask for Amelia's hand, but all of them were sent away by the 3 overprotective brothers. They even said that they wouldn't recognize anyone as Amelia's future husband unless he could beat all 3 of them at the same time. Big brother, Asher, Andrew, Aaron. Amelia greeted them happily as she stood up to hug them one by one. Little sister, why didn't you tell us that you were coming back? Asher asked. Those blasted trollhounds ruined everything and the merchants stopped visiting our barony. I was not able to buy a present for you. Little sister, did you miss me? I'm sure you did. After all, I am the one that loves you the most in this family, Andrew interjected. Little sister, are there any guys bothering you in the academy? Aaron inquired with a tone laced with killing intent. Just tell us and we will immediately go there to kill. Talk to him about the meaning of life. That's right, why did I forget about that? Sister, are there any scum that you want us to kill? Just say the word and it shall be done. It's a good thing I bought a new sword from the traveling merchant. He guaranteed its sharpness and I've been dying to find something to test it out on. Amelia's smile widened because she could tell how much her big brothers loved her. They always pampered her and would always beat up the boys who bullied her when she was young. All of them had brown hair and eyes like their father. Only Amelia inherited her mother's green hair and eyes. Philip, who was quietly listening to this scene, suddenly had an idea. A mischievous smirk appeared on his face as he made a gesture for the 3 boys to look at him. Actually, there is a boy outside the residence that is planning to recruit your sister into his knight order, Philip explained. Your sister made a promise that if he was able to resolve our current situation, she would gladly be part of his personal knight squad. What? A bastard dares to put my beloved little sister in danger. What? A bastard dares to make his move on my adorable little sister. What? A bastard dares to think impure thoughts of my cute, innocent, and kind sister. Unforgivable. The 3 boys spoke in unison and charged out of the residence. All of them wanted to find that bastard that had tricked their sister into joining his private army and tear him to shreds. Chapter 223, Until the Bitter End. William sensed killing intent headed in his direction and immediately woke up. He lifted Ragnar by the scruff on his neck and gently placed him on the ground while he held Dia firmly with his other hand. Ella raised her head and looked in the 3 o'clock direction. There, 3 very infuriated young men, who looked exactly like each other, stormed towards him. William frowned because he didn't recognize the 3 of them. What confused him more was that the 3 were seriously releasing killing intent and it made him wonder if he had somehow offended them. Are you the brat that is lusting over my beautiful little sister? Are you the brat that is planning to train my little sister to become your plaything? Are you the brat that is thinking of doing this and that with my little sister? No, no, and no, William answered. Are you talking about Amelia? The 3 boys ignored his reply and glared at William hatefully. What? You're not lusting over my beautiful little sister? What? You're not planning to train my little sister to become your plaything? What? You're not thinking of doing this and that with my little sister? Unforgivable. The 3 boys replied in unison. Are you saying my little sister is not good enough for you? Die. The 3 boys summoned their weapons and simultaneously attacked William. The latter activated his movement technique to dodge their attacks by a hair's breadth. He also summoned his staff to parry their blows from time to time. Although the 3 were good fighters, their attack patterns were too straightforward and easy to read. Even so, William had to admit that their teamwork was quite formidable. If not for his mastery over his movement technique, he might have experienced difficulties in dealing with 3 opponents at the same time. Are they attacking me because I said no to their earlier accusations? William pondered as he parried a heavy blow that sent him skidding a few meters away. I lied earlier, the half-elf said to the 3 boys. In fact, I think Amelia is very beautiful. I would love to try doing this and that with her. The 3 boys paused in their attacks, which made William breathe a sigh of relief. Now you reveal your true colors. Now you reveal that you are indeed a lecherous bastard. Now you reveal that you want to do this and that with our little sister. The triplets attacked William once again, but this time, their attacks were more frenzied than before. William's lips twitched as he parried and dodged their relentless assault. There was only one thing on his mind, and that was to f-seeking beat the shit out of these Siskin bastards. System, I know. Monk job class, right? Yes, please, soon. Yells filled with pain and butter resounded throughout the residence. The male servants who heard these screams subconsciously placed their hands behind their back to protect their bums from being stabbed. Amelia, Philip, and Sophia rushed outside of the house when they heard the screams, only to find an enraged William beating the crap out of the triplets who dared to disturb his sleep. You Siskins, do you want me to do this and that with your sister or not? William roared, make up your goddamn minds. He then stabbed his staff forward to hit the three boys, chrysanthemums, with deadly accuracy. The boys howled in pain like pigs being slaughtered and begged William for forgiveness. Amelia, who heard William's words, almost did a double take because she didn't fully understand what he meant with his words. William was about to keep hitting the older boys when he noticed Amelia, and her parents, approaching his location. He promptly hid the staff behind his back, while giving a swift kick to the older boy's bum, that was closest to his feet. Lord Philip, I found these three suspicious individuals in your residence and decided to apprehend them for questioning, William said in a righteous voice. He then urged the system to change his job class back to the Sun Knight before the three people reached his location. William's body seemed to glisten under the sunlight, as a peaceful smile that belonged to a priest without sin appeared on his face. He looked so holy, so amiable, that even Philip felt like he was looking at a different person. Commander, these three are my older brothers, Amelia commented as she walked in front of the three groaning men under William's feet. I see. William nodded sagely. I apologize for hurting them. I was not aware that they were your brothers, I'm sorry. William's aura was so divine that Amelia, Philip, and Sophia felt that they were sinners in front of him. William's passive skill, Aura of the Sun, and Smile of the Sun, was a combo passive skill that made Sun Knights get along with anyone. When these two skills were active, the Sun Knight's charisma would reach a very high level that even a crying baby would stop crying when they saw William's smiling face. And no, it was their fault for assaulting the commander, Amelia replied. I promise that I will talk to them later, so, can you please forgive them? What is there to not forgive? This was all a misunderstanding. I don't particularly mind. William chuckled before stepping on the hand that was about to grab his foot from below. Aaron was about to shout, but Amelia's glare made him stop in his tracks. The pitiful older brother could only bite his lip in frustration as he endured the pain he was currently experiencing. Commander, why don't we go inside the house? Sophia proposed. We have many special delicacies prepared for you. William was reluctant to go because of the experience points that he could gain from sunbathing. Even so, he still decided to nod his head and smile like a good boy before he followed Sophia towards the residence. The titanic green-scaled trollhound looked back at the barony of Bradford one last time before giving a low growl. The hundreds of trollhounds that followed behind it followed its orders obediently. They were now headed towards the north, where the tribes lived. Since it was, technically, not part of the Helen Kingdom, the titanic trollhound decided to go there to seek new prey. It intended to recover its strength first and raise its ranks before finding William to find trouble with him. Just like the red-headed boy, the titanic trollhound was a beast that held grudges. It hated humans to the core and would find no greater pleasure than to feast on their flesh. The giant beast still regretted the fact that it was not able to kill all of those who had experimented on him and held him in captivity. At the last minute, half of them were able to escape while he broke free from the seals that they had placed on his body. I will find all of you bastards and make you pay for what you did to me, the titanic trollhound vowed in his heart. After that, I will deal with you next, William Von Ainsworth. The hundreds of trollhounds left the borders of Bradford, and the humans that saw them along the way almost panicked when they met them along their journey towards the other towns and cities. Merchant caravans and commoners, who were traveling the roads that they passed, collapsed in fear when the horde of monsters appeared before them. Although the trollhounds were salivating at the sight of helpless prey, they couldn't attack any of them because of the powerful restriction that had been placed on their bodies. Using the power of the god of contracts, William made sure that they would not be able to break their word. If they did, they would combust into flames, leaving only ashes behind. The ordinary trollhounds may not be able to survive this oath, but the titanic trollhound was different. With its rank, and near immortality, William's contract didn't scare it one bit. The only reason why it was honoring its oath was due to a nagging fear that was coming from its very being. For some reason, it felt afraid. Afraid that if it broke its word, it would suffer a fate worse than death. The titanic trollhound didn't want to take its chances and break the oath. He still wanted to take revenge on those that had experimented on, and tortured, it every day to test its regeneration ability. It refused to die until its revenge was fulfilled. This was the sole meaning of its existence, and it was determined to carry it out until the bitter end. Chapter 224, Underground Base Part 1. Somewhere in an underground facility in the southern continent. How are the preparations coming along? A man seated on a throne made from blackstone asked. My lord, the Xianxia and the Zelan dynasties are making preparations for war, a man wearing a black robe reported. The soonest they will make their move is in 3 months, the longest is 5. Our members are laying the groundwork of the siege even as we speak. The man seated on the throne nodded his head. Are the altars constructed? My lord, half of the altars are already built, the black-robed man answered. We estimate that they will be finished by the time the war officially starts. Too slow, make sure to finish them in 2 months. As you wish, my lord. The man seated on the throne rested the side of his face on the palm of his hand. How about the crown prince, any news from him? The man wearing the black robe raised his head to look directly at his master. He said that he is now looking for the whereabouts of the key. I think that the crown prince is being serious this time around. The man sitting on the throne snorted. Tell him that if he is too slow, we will find someone else to take his place. We have no need for useless individuals. I will pass your message to him, my lord. Go, and make sure that all my orders are carried out. Yes, my lord. William frowned as he moved towards the mountains within the territory of Bradford. The miasma seeping into the land had lessened after the trollhounds had left the territory, but they were only responsible for spreading the miasma. The source was still active, and William was planning to see if he could do something about it. A 1.5-meter tall trollhound, with dark silver fur, guided William and Ella towards a secret passageway that led to the inner depths of the mountain. Commander, where are we? Amelia asked. She was currently riding with William on Ella's back as they traveled the underground passageway. We are in a secret base that was abandoned by sorcerers, William replied without looking back at her. This is the place where the trollhounds were born. Originally, William didn't plan to bring Amelia along. However, since this was the barony of her parents, he decided to let her accompany him on his investigation. Amelia's face became grim when she realized that an unknown organization had managed to infiltrate their territory and even build an underground base without her father's knowledge. As a daughter of the barony, she was very concerned about the long-term repercussions of having this place under her father's nose. Fenrir gave a low growl signaling that they had reached their destination. After being knighted by William, the trollhound's body grew larger and its rank rose as well. Currently, Fenrir was at the peak of rank D. William estimated that his new ally would break through to rank C within the month, after ingesting the high-grade beast core that he had given Fenrir a few hours ago. Its body was no longer skinny like a dog suffering from malnutrition. Instead, its body became lean and strong and oozed with untapped potential. William extended his senses as he scanned his surroundings. From what he could tell, the place was abandoned, but he didn't let his guard down. The half-elf nodded at Fenrir and the latter went ahead to see if there was anything suspicious inside the base. 10 minutes later, it returned and gave its report. There's no one here, Master, Fenrir reported via telepathy. Good. William nodded. Take me to the pool of miasma you and your brethren were tossed into to suffer. Fenrir hesitated a bit, but in the end, it obeyed William's order. It had very sad and painful memories from this place and it wished that it could destroy the place completely, but William didn't want that. His master wanted to understand who these people were and Fenrir didn't want to get in William's way. After walking for a few minutes, they finally arrived at a chamber where a cloud of miasma was rising through an open hatch. Clearly, whoever built this place made sure that the chamber was properly ventilated to avoid miasma poisoning. This is... Amelia's eyes widened in shock. A miasma pool. William dismounted from Ella's back and carefully walked towards the pool in order to observe it properly. Fenrir had already told him about the miasma pool, but it was bigger than he had expected. It was at least 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. It was the size of 2 Olympic swimming pools joined together. The water seemed to be boiling due to the thousands of bubbles and steam that were rising from its surface. The fur on Fenrir's body was standing up on end as if it was remembering something very scary. If not for William's presence, it might have already bolted out of the chamber and run back towards the exit. The memories it had of the secret base, and the organization that ran it, were still fresh in its mind. System, do you have any suggestions? Answering the host's question, there are 3 ways that we can deal with the current situation. First, we can upgrade the functions of the Ring of Conquest to allow dungeon modifications of the Goblin Crypt. However, it would require 10,000 God points. Currently, the host's balance is only 1,000 God points. William patiently waited because it knew that the system was still not finished with its explanation. The second option is to use the power of Soleil to completely dry out the pool. However, I don't recommend this. The excess vapor would rise up to the air and scatter across the land. When this happens, the barony of Bradford will be contaminated, killing all living things within it. William nodded in understanding. He agreed with the system's explanation and waited for their last option. The last option is to absorb the miasma by using the Black Rose seal on the host's body. By doing so, the miasma will be completely eradicated, but it may cause side effects to the host's body. Side effects? What are the side effects? William crossed his arms over his chest. Although he wanted to help Amelia and her father, he didn't want to sacrifice his body and health to that extent. He had already finished his end of the bargain and Amelia had officially joined his order. Doing more might only make things difficult for him. Give me a moment while I gather information and analyze the possible side effects that the host might suffer. While the system was doing its calculations, William walked towards what seemed to be lockers at the corner of the chamber. He tried to open one of them, but they were locked, and seemed to require a key. William smirked while taking out the lockpicking kit from his storage ring. While he and Ezio traveled the land, he had leveled up his thief skills by doing some shady business like infiltrating a corrupted official's house, stealing from them, and gathering important documents. After a minute of tinkering, William managed to open one of the drawers and what he found inside made his expression turn grim. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.